Chapter 1. The Newcomer of the War Ignorance Bureau. I, Lin Feng, am a serious person, truly here to enlist. Lin Feng looked at the old man in front of him with a face of disdain and innocence. He was 19 years old, full of passion to join the military. But the moment he stepped in, he caught the old man's eye. I see you are smart and handsome, and my department is part of the military, belonging to a special department that not only requires high intelligence, but also has great demands. For appearance, IT is one of the key departments of the country, the bureau chief said with a smile, continuing to persuade him. Stop talking nonsense. Do you really think I don't know you are from the War Ignorance Bureau? Lin Feng immediately replied. Who doesn't know Bureau Chief Zhang Xiaozong of the War Ignorance Bureau? He once used his words to fool Americans into becoming fools, and with just his mouth, he dismantled the production line of their F-22 fighter jets. Seeing his identity exposed, the bureau chief was not embarrassed and continued. I'll tell you, I've only mentored 2 people in my life, and each of them has achieved great success. That my eldest disciple has mastered the true essence of military command, decisive in battle, and is destined to become an excellent military strategist. He's been taken by the military. My second disciple, though a woman, has great expertise in technology research and will surely contribute to China's scientific and technological advancements. She has also entered the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The bureau chief spoke with pride, and Lin Feng immediately interjected. In the end, they both just followed someone else. The bureau chief was speechless, and after pondering for a second, he said, forget it, I won't force anyone to. My War Ignorance Bureau is full of beautiful women with high salaries and benefits, so I'm not worried about not having anyone. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Beautiful women are one thing, but when it comes to money, Lin Feng is very sensitive. Although he came with a heart full of passion, it is now a time of peace without war, and joining the War Ignorance Bureau to contribute to the country is also a viable path. Moreover, there's no need to go against money. Seeing Lin Feng's interest piqued, the bureau chief squinted his eyes, preparing to turn away, when Lin Feng immediately said, as a soldier, one must have their own bottom line, and the resolve to resist temptation. So? Then, I need more money, Lin Feng said. The bureau chief paused. Although he was not a dull person, he held a position that usually wouldn't allow anyone to speak to him like that. However, deep down, the bureau chief knew he hadn't misjudged the person. The War Ignorance Bureau doesn't need passion or physical strength. What it needs is a flexible and adaptable mind. Now, his usual persuasion tactics have been seen through, and he urgently needed someone to step up and contribute to the country. He smiled, tossed out a token, and said, take this to find a logistics department. After bidding farewell to the bureau chief, Lin Feng found the staff of the logistics department. When the staff saw Lin Feng's token, they were taken aback for a moment, then smiled and handed him a paper, indicating he should sign it first. As Lin Feng signed, he asked, is there a problem? No. The staff members shook their head. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng became even more anxious and asked, is there a big problem with the War Ignorance Bureau? Of course not. The staff member shook their head again and explained, the War Ignorance Bureau is actually not a formal department. It mainly handles some information dissemination. Channels for our country. If the enemy happens to know, that would be even better. The staff member explained in detail, and Lin Feng took it all to heart. If you have any questions, you can come consult me, the staff member said. Why should I go all the way over there? I could just ask the staff of our War Ignorance Bureau. Lin Feng laughed. The staff member giggled, seemingly unable to hold back, and asked, do you know how many people are in the War Ignorance Bureau? Lin Feng recalled the bureau chief mentioning the abundance of beautiful women in the bureau, and said, at least over 200. Indeed, it's 2, but not that number. The staff member held up 2 fingers. 2,000? Lower. 20. Lin Feng's expression changed, thinking that the War Ignorance Bureau, being such a prominent department, had too few people. Wrong. The staff member's smile grew brighter. Not 20, it can't be just 2. Oh my, it really is just 2? Lin Feng looked at the staff member nodding, his face darkening. Damn, that old man truly knows how to fool people. I, Lin Feng, am indeed too young. You, Chief Zhang has it tough, and the salary and benefits inside are indeed high. Who believes that? Lin Feng said, whatever he says, I definitely won't take it seriously. While speaking, Lin Feng was thinking about how to escape this predicament when suddenly his mind pinged. Ding! Detected a newcomer in the War Ignorance Bureau. Acquiring War Ignorance Technology System? What is this? Ding! Acquire beginner's gift pack. One set of space-based weapon blueprints. Space-based weapons? A blueprint flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and his eyes lit up like light bulbs. Wow, a system? Awesome. Lin Feng certainly knew what space-based weapons were for today's technological power. Such weapons only existed in science fiction movies. Not to mention, currently, China is under a technological blockade by the United States, with many technological fields struggling to progress. Even if Lin Feng was ambitious, he was now trembling with excitement. Looking at the system, there were so many items that he couldn't even count them. Super aircraft carrier level 2, 1 million points. Super battleship level 2, 1 million points. As for what came after, there were many more locked items. What does this level 2 mean? Lin Feng thought for a moment. His brain was working quickly. This level 2 should refer to the weapon's grade. In other words, there might be higher levels. He was very clear that if this information was indeed true, then the future of China would be a game changer. While Lin Feng was deep in thought, the staff member waved their hand in front of him and said, "Lin Feng, are you okay?" That night, Lin Feng looked at the piles of blueprints in front of him, his face filled with ecstasy. He took out his phone and directly called the bureau chief, asking right away, "Old man, do you know how to contact the research department? Who are you?" "Oh, I remember what old man. You should call me teacher." On the other end of the phone, the bureau chief's face turned pale, and he asked, "Why are you asking about the research department?" Your senior sister is there, just go find her," the bureau chief said while hanging up, adding, "The bureau is preparing for an interview, so I can't talk now." "Damn it. Can't you be a bit more patient? I have space-based weapons in my hands." The bureau chief hung up the phone, completely indifferent to what Lin Feng was saying. Space-based weapons? Hey, that's a good idea today. I'll go on stage and tell the media that our country is preparing to research space-based weapons. Anyway, no one will believe it. Chapter 2. Reporting to the police at the slightest disagreement. Lin Feng directly gave up on this unreliable leader after all. He thought the bureau chief was just good at talking and definitely didn't understand technology. That he checked the map of the Eastern Theater via the internal network, found the map of the research department, and directly took the blueprints there. He smoothly found the building of the research department, but the guard soldiers quickly stopped him. "What do you want?" "I'm from the War Ignorance Bureau." Lin Feng took out his identity token. "And then, I want to..." Lin Feng thought for a moment and said that even the commander didn't believe in space-based weapons, so these nameless bystanders certainly wouldn't believe it either. He pondered for a moment and said, "I heard my senior sister is inside. We'll go find her." "Oh, you mean Dr. Qin? Wait a moment, I'll ask if she can see you," the guard soldier said as he made a call inside. Inside the research department building, the atmosphere was tense. 6 months ago, the U.S. imposed a technology blockade on China, which made it impossible to conduct work in many high-tech fields. It's important to know that in today's global economy, technology is inseparable from everything else. And if this continues, the future of China's Ministry of Science and Technology is very concerning because your opponents are becoming stronger. Especially recently, it was reported that the U.S. had made breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion, aerospace, and other fields. In such a situation, all the pressure fell on the research department. If China continues like this, there's a risk of falling behind the world's progress. Qinru sat at her desk, frowning. She had just entered not long ago, but due to her outstanding talent, she was assigned to work on intercontinental missiles. She looked at the dense blueprints in front of her, completely immersed in her thoughts until she was disturbed by a knock on the door. Qinru glanced outside with some displeasure. The communicator knew her personality. Most scientists are annoyed when someone interrupts their thoughts. He quickly said, "Dr. Qin, your junior brother is looking for you outside. Do you want to see him?" Junior brother? Qinru was taken aback for a moment. She thought for a moment, but hadn't heard of any junior brother and directly said, "I won't see him." "Okay." The communicator was about to leave when he heard Qinru raise her head and say, "Is it from the Bureau of Strategic Deception?" Upon hearing this, Qinru immediately said, "Let him in." She had heard the commander mention a few days ago that the Bureau of Strategic Deception was recruiting and had already identified a promising candidate. After all, Qinru came from the Bureau of Strategic Deception, and deep down, she was extremely grateful to the commander. After a while, Lin Feng was brought in. He looked around while asking the communicator, "I see no problems with these, right? The Bureau of Strategic Deception, is that impressive?" Lin Feng was surprised. The communicator poured cold water on him, saying, "If you all don't know, how can you deceive others?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng seemed to realize something and said, "That makes sense, ha ha ha." At first, the communicator thought he had overstepped, but seeing Lin Feng's expression, he couldn't help but feel a bit more favorable towards him. He led him to the door and said, "Dr. Qin is inside." "Okay, thank you, brother," Lin Feng replied cheerfully. At first glance, Lin Feng was a bit stunned. He thought that as a scientist and a disciple of that old man, Qin Ru shouldn't be impressive. However, Qin Ru was curvy and truly a beautiful woman. Now, Lin Feng believed the commander's words. The Bureau of Strategic Deception indeed had an abundance of beautiful women. One Qin Ru was worth many clouds. Seeing the beauty, Lin Feng's mood improved a lot, and he smiled, saying, "Hello, senior sister." Qin Ru seemed not to hear. Lin Feng didn't mind. He walked in, looked around, and said, "Senior sister, your place is really nice, unlike the shabby office of the Bureau of Strategic Deception." Only then did Qin Ru raise her head, assessing her Yeto Bemet junior brother. However, she didn't like Lin Feng at first glance. Although Lin Feng was handsome, his personality was clearly not her type. In contrast, Qin Ru preferred someone down-to-earth. "This is not the Bureau of Strategic Deception. What you see here cannot be leaked. This is absolute confidentiality," Qin Ru said seriously. "I know," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. "Did the teacher send you to find me?" Qin Ru asked. "No, I brought something I wanted you to look at." Lin Feng realized why Qin Ru couldn't stay at the Bureau of Strategic Deception. Someone so dull couldn't possibly remain there. Saying this, Lin Feng placed the blueprints on her desk, but Qin Ru said, "Just leave it here, I'll look at it when I have time." She thought it shouldn't be anything important. As a researcher, naturally, her technical work took precedence. Qin Ru was that kind of person. She wasn't good at speaking. Initially, she was noticed by the commander for her intelligence and brought into the Bureau of Strategic Deception. Later, she entered the research department. In fact, it wasn't Qin Ru who chose this path, it was the commander who recommended her. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng wasn't upset. He roughly understood Qin Ru's personality and thought for a moment before saying, "Actually, this was sent by the old man. Is it the teacher?" Qin Ru immediately put down her pen upon hearing this. Deep down, she valued the commander's needs. However, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed to one of surprise, not because of Qin Ru's actions, but because the system beeped. Ding. Successfully deceived. Qin Ru group leader level. Gained 1,000 points. Lin Feng was stunned. What was this? Damn, so that's how points are gained. Before Lin Feng could analyze the system, Qin Ru looked at the blueprint, becoming increasingly puzzled. Suddenly, she slapped the table, her eyes scanning Lin Feng like a hawk. The next second, under Lin Feng's gaze, she directly pressed the alarm button on the desk. At the same time, all alarm buttons in the research department rang out. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" At that moment, Lin Feng was bewildered. What kind of operation was this woman pulling off? In an instant, the entire research department was thrown into chaos. Chapter 3: Space-Based Weapons. At the moment Qin Ru pressed the button, soldiers armed with rifles rushed in and surrounded the area. What happened? No one knew. Was there an external invasion? The staff inside were also anxious. After all, everyone who worked here understood the high level of confidentiality involved. What was going on? Dr. Qin, the leader, was a Captain Gao, who immediately scanned the unfamiliar Lin Feng as he entered. If it turned out that Lin Feng posed a threat to Qin Ru, Captain Gao would have likely taken him down in the next second. "Seal off all entrances to the research base. No one is allowed to leave," Qin Ru said. "Also, everyone who has come into contact with." She glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood. This woman was indeed from the Bureau of War Deception. Although she wasn't very articulate, her mind was quick. She must have sensed something about the blueprints, so her first thought was to contain the information. After all, space-based weapons were no joke. "Lin Feng," he said. "Control everyone Lin Feng has come into contact with," Qin Ru continued. Captain Gao looked at Lin Feng with a hint of confusion, but he could tell that Lin Feng was no threat. With a bitter expression, he said, "Dr. Qin, your authority isn't enough. I'll take full responsibility for any issues." Qin Ru said decisively. "Understood." Although Captain Gao still didn't understand, he quickly complied. This only made him more curious. Qin Ru was known for her calmness. What had happened to make her so agitated? And who exactly was this Lin Feng? As soon as Captain Gao left, Qin Ru asked, "Where did this come from?" "Not bad," Senior sister, you can tell it's a space-based weapon, Lin Feng said, looking at Qin Ru with increased admiration. To his surprise, Qin Ru was taken aback, saying, "What did you say? Space-based weapon?" In truth, she couldn't tell that this was a blueprint for a space-based weapon, but as a missile researcher, she recognized a jet propulsion system that was far beyond the most advanced technology in the country. Not to mention, even the U.S. couldn't possibly develop such an advanced jet propulsion system. Just this alone was enough for Qin Ru to want to cut off all possible leaks. Lin Feng then realized that Qin Ru probably couldn't see it, and he didn't explain further, simply saying, "I found it by the roadside. Do you believe me?" Qin Ru rolled her eyes and was about to call the bureau chief. Lin Feng immediately stopped her, saying, "Don't call. I lied to you earlier. This blueprint wasn't given to me by the old man. Call him teacher." Qin Ru corrected him seriously, even at this moment, and continued to ask, "How did you get it?" She wasn't foolish. If the bureau chief had obtained this document, it would have long been sent to the highest research department. "All right," Lin Feng exhaled, his expression becoming sincere as he quickly said, "Actually, I'm a research genius. My IQ has exceeded 220 since I was a child, but unfortunately, outsiders misunderstand me." As Qin Ru listened, she twirled her pen. Her first impression was that she felt like she was listening to a novel. This Lin Feng claimed he was exceptionally good at studying. "Senior sister, if you don't believe me, you can test me," Lin Feng said. "It's simple. The anti-gravity propulsion system can be achieved by breaking the balance of conventional magnetic and gravitational forces using a phantasmal energy system. The principle behind this system is..." Lin Feng spoke at length. Qin Ru understood some of it, but couldn't grasp most of it. That was for sure. Lin Feng was discussing the detailed explanations marked in the system, which only his brain could comprehend. However, upon hearing this, Qin Ru began to believe. She looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Could it be that the Bureau of War Deception had really recruited another research genius? No. Comparing to someone with an IQ over 220 like him, what did that make her? While Qin Ru was deep in thought, the system in Lin Feng's mind quickly chimed. Ding. Successfully deceived Qin Ru, team leader level. Gain 10,000 war deception points. 10,000. Lin Feng paused, suddenly realizing something. It seemed that the more impressive the deception, the more points he would earn. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's expression became inexplicable, and he muttered to himself, "How did I, Lin Feng, a serious person, awaken such a system?" As they spoke, Li Chongshan glanced at Lin Feng, while Qin Ru stood up respectfully and handed the blueprint to Li Chongshan. "What is it?" Li Chongshan continued to scrutinize Lin Feng. This kid is quite handsome. As handsome as I was when I was young." While thinking this, Li Chongshan looked at the blueprint, and upon seeing it, he nearly stumbled. Qin Ru quickly supported him, and Li Chongshan, adjusting his glasses and wiping his sweat, said, "It's fine, it's fine." Qin Ru swallowed hard, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. Her qualifications were certainly less than Li Chongshan's, so her experience was not as extensive. Could it be that this really was the design blueprint for a space-based weapon? Where did it come from? Li Chongshan had never thought that as a minister of the research department, he would stutter one day. Qin Ru pointed at Lin Feng. Li Chongshan glanced at Lin Feng, and Qin Ru's voice slowly said, "Lin Feng, my junior brother, a newcomer to the Bureau of War Deception, a genius with an IQ of 220. The bureau chief smiled slightly and said, "I've said everything I needed to say. What shouldn't be said, really shouldn't be said. I can assure you that space-based weapons are definitely not just talk." Among them, 16 were developed by Qin Ru. This girl probably wants to impress her teacher. I knew she was tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. "Hey, old Li, what do you need me for? What the hell have you been doing? Hurry up and come over," honestly explained Lin Feng's background. Li Chongshan's voice was hurried, and he spoke while catching his breath. After finishing, he hung up. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief's expression immediately darkened. It's over. Had the new recruit he just brought in caused trouble on his first day? The next moment, the national essence would emerge. Damn it, this little bastard. The bureau chief cursed as he hurried towards the research institute. Chapter 4 SSS Level Confidential in the office. Li Chongshan looked at Lin Feng with the same admiration one has for an idol. Li Chongshan had a technical background, so he held great respect for those in the technical field. He even treated them differently. For instance, he really disliked the old director because he was all talk and no action. Therefore, when he learned that Lin Feng was from the Bureau of Strategic Support, he was extremely surprised. He thought to himself that he must recruit Lin Feng later. Minister Li, you should know that geniuses are often misunderstood. My growth journey has encountered a lot of disdain, Lin Feng sighed. Yes, Li Chongshan nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, and looked at Lin Feng, a bit embarrassed, and said, could you tell me what this blueprint is? Beside them, Qin Ru was extremely surprised. Li Chongshan could be considered the encyclopedia of the East China Research Department. Yet even he couldn't figure it out? Li Chongshan sensed Qin Ru's gaze, but felt no embarrassment at all. He couldn't understand it, but he could see impressive structures and systems within it. So, he looked at Lin Feng with great anticipation. Lin Feng glanced at him, but felt a bit disappointed. Just when he was trying to impress them, the system had been ringing madly. Ding. Successfully deceived Li Chongshan. Academician level. Reward 30,000 points. Ding. Successfully deceived Qin Ru. Team leader level. Reward 100 points. Exhausted. Lin Feng was stunned. Exhausted? Does this mean he had drained Qin Ru dry? Thinking that way, Lin Feng found it somewhat amusing. He had deceived Qin Ru out of. No, he had obtained 29,000 points from her. However, that was still not as good as deceiving Li Chongshan once. Thus, the truth was clear. The more elusive a person is, the greater the potential for points they hold. Oh, space-based weapon blueprints. No wonder I couldn't understand. Li Chongshan suddenly looked enlightened and then, like a startled beast, jumped up and said, what did you say? I said space-based weapons. Lin Feng was also startled, but he saw Li Chongshan immediately take out a communicator and say, National Security Bureau? Li Shen, and I have important matters to report. When the director arrived, he found the research department surrounded by soldiers. As he approached, someone immediately pointed a gun at him. What's going on? The director took out his ID badge to prove his identity. However, the soldier merely took a glance and said, Director, I'm sorry, but you can't go in right now. Only then did the director notice that this soldier was not ordinary. With a red crescent emblem on his uniform. This emblem belonged to the Special Forces of the National Security Bureau. This made the director even more curious. Only extremely special circumstances would mobilize this department. He thought for a moment and asked what happened inside. Sorry, the soldier said, please leave immediately. His tone was completely impolite. The director's identity was certainly not simple, at least at the level of a major general, and he knew many people. But now he couldn't even enter this place. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to communicate, the director had no choice but to take out his phone and call Li Chongshan. After a while, he saw a sweating Li Chongshan walk out. You're asking me? Li Chongshan looked at him with a puzzled expression. Who else would I ask? The director also looked at Li Chongshan in confusion. Has this old Li gone crazy? It was clearly him who called him here. Suddenly, he remembered he had come for Lin Feng. Could it be? He quickly said, Lin Feng. Li Chongshan nodded. At that moment, the director felt both surprised and anxious. If it was related to Lin Feng, it was likely connected to his background. However, he had investigated and found that Lin Feng's background was very clean, and his ancestors were also military personnel with a solid foundation. Moreover, it had escalated to the National Security Bureau. After pondering for a moment, the director said with a serious face, This matter is entirely my responsibility, and I will take full responsibility. Saying this, he raised his head and found Li Chongshan looking at him earnestly. I am serious, the director said. Unexpectedly, Li Chongshan also replied very seriously, Are you crazy? When the director entered the research department, he found that everyone inside was controlled by the National Security Bureau. In fact, even the director had to surrender all his belongings upon entry. What exactly did you discover that made you act this way? The director said while undergoing security checks. You'll know once you go in, Li Chongshan said mysteriously. He wanted to say more, but there were too many people around. If the space-based weapon was confirmed, it would be classified as a national SSS secret. This level of secrecy was on par with the research of the atomic bomb back in the day. After passing security checks, the director entered and saw the newcomer from the Bureau of Strategic Support whom he had just deceived. He walked up, and Qin Ru immediately stood up and said, Teacher. The director pretended to nod casually and glanced at Lin Feng, who was smiling at him. Lin Feng grinned and looked at the director with anticipation, thinking about how many points someone of the director's level would be worth. To put it simply, as a genius with an IQ of 220, I often face disdain, Lin Feng said slowly while looking at the director. The director nodded, staring directly at Lin Feng, meaning, go on. Lin Feng cleared his throat, thinking that this old man was indeed different and hard to deceive. So, what exactly is this blueprint? The director asked. At that moment, the director saw an elderly man walk in from outside. Young Un, the master figure in China's aerospace field, the founder of the Shenzhou series, the initiator of the space station, and the chief engineer of the lunar exploration program. Such a person was classified as S-level confidential. Today he had appeared. Yang Lao, why are you here? The director immediately saluted in respect. However, Yang glanced at Li Chongshan, who was like a primary school student, respectfully handing the blueprint to this master-level elder. Yang took the blueprint and looked at it 3 times. On the first glance, his eyes were narrowed. On the second glance, his eyes suddenly widened. On the third glance, his body began to tremble violently. Yang Lao, the director, hurriedly stepped forward to support him, but unexpectedly heard Yang An's ecstatic and trembling voice. It's a space-based weapon. It's a space-based weapon. Chapter 5. The Arrest of the Director. Space-based weapons? The director was struck as if by lightning. What does this weapon mean? Space-based weapons are ultra-high-tech weapons that only exist in science fiction movies and novels. The concept of space-based weapons is that no country can achieve this today. Wait, just as the director was taken aback, Li Chongshan quietly said a few words next to Yang An. He mentioned that he was the one with the 220. Li Chongshan was about to explain when Lin Feng's face turned red for once. This person in front of him had made extremely outstanding contributions to China, and although Lin Feng had a thick skin, he felt guilty about deceiving such a person. Unexpectedly, Yang An just raised his hand, signaling Li Chongshan to stop talking, and suddenly stood up straight, saluting. Do you know what this blueprint means for us in China? Yang An asked. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Li Chongshan, the director, and Qin Ru were all excited, breathing heavily. Yang An's words were a confirmation. Lin Feng just smiled slightly. Space-based weapons look impressive. However, they shouldn't be that great in the system. You all got so excited over this. If he brings out something else in the future, won't these people have to go to the hospital? Just as the words fell, a person from the National Security Bureau walked in from outside and handed Yang An a communicator. Yang An actually nodded to Lin Feng and then walked outside, presumably to report to his superiors. After all, Yang An came here to confirm this news. Just as Yang An left, the director walked over to Lin Feng and whispered, "You little bastard, it really is a space-based weapon. Why didn't you say it earlier?" "I did, but you didn't hear." Wait, I seem to have overlooked something." The director suddenly realized. At that moment, 3 agents from the National Security Bureau hurriedly entered, and under everyone's curious gaze, they surrounded the director. Lin Feng and the others were puzzled. "You are suspected of leaking national security information and need to come with us," the leading agent said. The director's mouth twitched as he remembered. You can't speak right now until we clarify the situation," the leading agent said, while the other 2 moved in. Lin Feng was also in a daze, wondering what the director had done, but he saw the director giving him a frantic look before being taken away. That look was clear to Lin Feng, conveying only 2 words: "Save me." I don't know what he did either. You cannot leave privately now. You can only move around the military district. These 2 agents will guard you, and I hope you understand. I need to return to Yanjing immediately for a high-level meeting, and only then can a decision be made. Can I take this blueprint with me? Yang An spoke very politely, not at all like a highly ranked senior. Of course. Lin Feng nodded. Yang An saluted again, then sealed and packaged the blueprint, attached a seal, and finally left under the protection of a group of agents. Once they left, Lin Feng turned to Li Chongshan and said, "Minister Li, what exactly did our director do?" "You are a senior," Lin Feng said. Li Chongshan, however, wiped his sweat and quickly said not to say that. It wasn't that Li Chongshan, was being humble, but he knew that Lin Feng's status had already far surpassed his at that moment. "I don't know either," Li Chongshan said with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, the TV station that had just interviewed the director was unknowingly surrounded by agents from a National Security Bureau and all pedestrians entering and exiting were recorded. The head of that TV station was now also having tea at the National Security Bureau. The reason was, at the National Security Bureau, it wasn't just the head of that TV station. There was also the old man, the director. I really don't know. The director was in a tough spot. How could you not know? Don't shine the light on me. That trick won't work. Comrade Zhang, do you know the consequences of leaking state secrets? Of course I know. I'm in this line of work. Knowing why did you still leak? I didn't know that kid had space-based weapons. He's from your Bureau of War Deception. How could you not know? He mentioned it, but The director started to speak, but saw the agent's expression grow unfriendly. The director swallowed hard. He thought to himself that even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't clear his name. To be honest, the director's life was at risk. However, the matter of space-based weapons absolutely could not get out. He was at a loss for words and could only say, I want to see Lin Feng. While the director was being questioned to the point of exasperation, Lin Feng was lounging on the sofa, sipping Wangzai milk, watching the news about the director's interview. Upon hearing the director say that our country was preparing to research space-based weapons, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. The head of the Bureau of War Deception actually revealed the truth. No wonder he was invited by the National Security Bureau for tea. You're still laughing. Think of a way to save the director. When Qin Ru saw the news, her face turned dark. She was extremely anxious. Only then did Lin Feng take it seriously, realizing that this matter couldn't be delayed. If they really sent the director away, the Bureau of War Deception would be left with only him. After pondering for a moment, he said to the agents behind him, I need to speak to the director. Half an hour later, Lin Feng, escorted by 2 agents, entered the room where the director was held. You're still laughing, you little brat. The director saw Lin Feng and wanted to slam the table. But seeing the agents' gazes, he dared not move. Lin Feng signaled for the 2 agents to step out first. However, the 2 agents were unwilling, fearing that the director might pose a threat to Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng thought of a way to have the agents put handcuffs and leg shackles on the director before they agreed to leave. Also, turn off the surveillance cameras. Lin Feng added. After confirming that the cameras were off, the director picked up his handcuffed hands and said, I really thank you. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Leader, I didn't do much, did I? It was your own loose tongue that caused the leak. The director wanted to get angry, but then thought about it and found it somewhat reasonable. However, he still felt a bit depressed. But as he thought, he suddenly smiled. What are you laughing at? Are you crazy? Lin Feng said. Our country has obtained space-based weapons. Of course, we should be happy. It's from my Bureau of War Deception, the director said proudly. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless, but he felt deeply moved. Many old-timers truly have a strong sense of national pride. Let's think about how to get you out of here, Lin Feng said. The director also became serious and said, you need to clarify things with them first and see what they say. After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, after this, will I have to leave the Bureau of War Deception? The director looked up and said, of course. Although the director didn't know how Lin Feng obtained the blueprint for the space-based weapon after this incident, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to stay in the Bureau of War Deception. What if I don't want to leave? Lin Feng asked. Why? The director asked, puzzled. The current Bureau of War Deception cannot accommodate a super genius like Lin Feng anymore, because I'm a sentimental person and you have shown me kindness. Lin Feng said seriously. Nonsense. You kid have too many tricks up your sleeve. Do you think I would believe that? The bureau chief said. Lin Feng smiled wryly, thinking that the bureau chief was indeed hard to fool. After all, the other party was too seasoned. I'm serious. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, and there are compelling reasons for me to stay. Knowing he couldn't fool him, Lin Feng decided to speak some heartfelt words. He only got the system after joining the War Deception Bureau. Who knows if the system would run away once he left? The bureau chief laughed. I'm definitely fine. I assess you when you joined, but the higher-ups definitely won't agree. The War Deception Bureau deals with the media. It's too eye-catching. So you mean, if I convince the higher-ups, you'll agree? Lin Feng smiled. The bureau chief squinted and said, it seems you've already figured out how to persuade them. Why do you talk like that? Lin Feng adjusted his collar and said, in this world, only sincerity can move people. After saying that, Lin Feng stood up and left, leaving the bureau chief looking disapprovingly at his departure. It wasn't until Lin Feng completely disappeared that a smile gradually appeared on the bureau chief's face. He knew that this kid Lin Feng must have a lot of secrets. However, it didn't matter. He could feel that Lin Feng's heart had a country. Chapter 6, 3S Level Project Yinjing, a high-level meeting spanning the fields of science and politics, is underway. There are only 8 people present, but each of them holds a significant position. Among them are Yang and Chen Haidong, the highest-ranking official of the National Security Bureau. I have confirmed the authenticity of this blueprint, Yang stated, finishing his report and taking a seat. Who is this person? Someone asked. It was Li Guocheng, a prominent figure in the military district. He was looking directly at Chen Haidong when he spoke, but unexpectedly, Chen Haidong replied. Everything regarding Lin Feng is now classified as top secret, except for that one person who can know. Chen Haidong, what do you mean? Li Guocheng said, dissatisfied. As soon as those words were spoken, both men became intimidated, and Li Guocheng apologized. Old Yang, I didn't mean it that way. Now, we're discussing the nature and plan of this project, Yang said. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Guocheng raised his hand and said, our military district is willing to fully support this project. The National Economic District agrees as well. One after another, people raised their hands. In the end, Yang said, then what should we call this project, and what level should it be? At this point, everyone felt awkward. This matter was difficult to decide. The crowd began to discuss, and just as the atmosphere was heating up, the door was suddenly pushed open. Everyone looked towards the door, wondering who was bold enough to enter without knowing who was inside. To their surprise, they saw an agent in a black military uniform walking in, with a black dragon emblem on his chest. Instantly, everyone stood up. The agent walked in, handed a document to Yang and said his meaning. At this moment, everyone swallowed hard. This matter had actually caught his attention. Yang quickly opened the sealed document and said, this project is defined as SSS level. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone swallowed again. This was the second SSS level project in Huaxia. The project codename, Breaking the Deadlock. Breaking whose deadlock? Of course, it was the technological blockade from the United States across the Pacific. Chen Haidong. Yang spoke again. Chen Haidong was taken aback and took the information Yang and handed him, seeing the words. Lin Feng will serve as the project leader for Breaking the Deadlock, with his identity classified as top secret, and he will be added to the national whitelist immediately. Upon reading the first line, Chen Haidong was not surprised, but the latter part made him lose his composure. What does being on a national whitelist mean? Once a foreign entity dares to act against him, Huaxia will spare no expense to launch a national war. This list typically has only one person at a time, but now there were 2. Please wait a moment, the agent said, looking at Lin Feng with difficulty. Don't worry, let me tell you, my story is really exciting. Lin Feng pulled the 2 agents and started talking nonstop. The 2 agents exhaled. Those who could be agents like this were generally taciturn and couldn't speak much. Lin Feng was quite familiar and seemed to be ready to start from the fertilized egg. Ding! Successfully deceived a passerby agent. Reward 1,000 points. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. This system was indeed user-friendly, but a bit impolite. What do you mean by passerby agent? At least give them a name, right? However, Lin Feng confirmed one thing. This system pays a lot of attention to status. The higher the status, the more points. This made Lin Feng even more curious about how many points he could get for deceiving the bureau chief. This old man had a status that was neither high nor low, so he probably wouldn't have many points. But he still wanted to know. Just as Lin Feng was pondering, an agent walked in from outside and said, the bureau chief wants to see you. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately stood up and took the phone. It was a video call. On the other side, naturally, was Chen Haidong. When he saw Lin Feng, he was still very surprised. The 19-year-old young man in front of him was about to be responsible for a 3S project. Hello, my name is Chen Haidong. Chen Haidong said slowly, I heard you were looking for me. Chen Haidong was not in a hurry to tell Lin Feng too much because he was responsible for Lin Feng's safety. As for other matters, someone else would naturally come to find Lin Feng. Bureau Chief, Lin Feng said, not fully understanding the other person's character. Chen Haidong smiled at this, but then frowned and said, I know Comrade Zhang is wrong, but he did say it. So are you planning to kill him? Lin Feng asked. Not necessarily, but this issue needs to be resolved. Chen Haidong replied with a smile. Letting him go would solve it. Lin Feng said. I've told you. That old man didn't believe it before, and after I mentioned it, he instinctively thought it was a joke. What do you plan to do? Let this joke continue. Anyway, no one will believe it, Lin Feng said. Chen Haidong pondered for a moment and said, I'll think about it. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the matter was almost settled. By the way, you should come to Yinjing tonight, Chen Haidong said. Why go to Yinjing? Your current identity and level are different. It's not suitable for you to stay in Donghai City, Chen Haidong replied. What if I insist on staying? Lin Feng asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Haidong narrowed his eyes and said, You don't want to leave the War Ignorance Bureau? Yes. Why? I have no reason. You must have one. The bureau chief has shown me kindness. That's not enough. There are no walls that can keep secrets. The more strictly you protect me, the deeper the enemy's spies will dig. How do you know that those protecting me don't have traitors? Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Chen Haidong frowned. On the contrary, putting me in the public eye in the War Ignorance Bureau, people will only see me as a clown, the bureau chief's little apprentice. And no one will pay attention to me, Lin Feng said. What if I don't want to take that risk? Chen Haidong asked. Lin Feng replied. This matter is not up to you to decide. Upon hearing this, Chen Haidong did not get angry but laughed, filled with admiration for Lin Feng. At the age of 19, being able to articulate and have such courage is indeed remarkable. He said, I'll report to you. Thank you, Lin Feng sighed in relief. Just now, the system prompted that he gained 100,000 points. This meant that the highest official of the National Security Bureau believed him. By the way, Lin Feng said, there's one more thing. What? Can you replace the agents sent to protect me with normal ones? Why do you say that? They're all muscle-bound. Their arms are thicker than my thighs. It's obvious they are trained fighters. My identity cannot be exposed. Lin Feng said. Chen Haidong paused and then laughed. No problem. Chapter 7 The Printing Press, this little brat. Although the bureau chief knew this was a normal operation, he still felt a bit indignant. This Bureau of War Deception is his territory. He sat down dejectedly, took out a cigarette, took a puff, and suddenly laughed, saying, looking at it this way, my vision is indeed sharp. I can pick up treasures like this. While the bureau chief was flattering himself, Lin Feng was meeting with Yang An. Yang An detailed the situation regarding the breaking of the Deadlock project. I'm the overall responsible person? Lin Feng was surprised. Yang An looked at him and said, You're the most familiar with the details of the blueprints, so of course it should be you. Old Yang, please don't call me that. It will embarrass me, Lin Feng said with a wry smile. Yang An laughed and gained a bit more goodwill toward Lin Feng, saying, Don't worry, I know you are not familiar with the work within the system. We will assign you an assistant, and you can come to me or this department for any questions. Lin Feng took a glance and suddenly twitched his mouth. The National Affairs Department? Isn't that the most prestigious department? Let me think about it, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng, Yang An wanted to persuade Lin Feng, knowing the importance of the matter, but unexpectedly saw Lin Feng smiling and saying, I'm thinking about how to start. Hearing this, Yang An let out a sigh of relief, only to hear Lin Feng continue. Can I allocate people as I wish? Of course, Yang An said, looking at Lin Feng with anticipation. He wanted to recommend himself because he had dreamed of participating in this epic plan, but he was worried Lin Feng would think he was too old. All right. Yang An nodded repeatedly, wanted to speak several times, but ultimately left. Lin Feng personally saw him to the door and, at that moment, saw the bureau chief sitting there looking dejected and joked, Hey, bureau chief, are you sulking here? Go. The bureau chief stood up, glancing disdainfully at Lin Feng. The two walked inside, and Lin Feng prepared to sit at the main desk. But the bureau chief suddenly coughed violently. Here, you're so stingy, Lin Feng said, speechless. The bureau chief sat down, and Lin Feng saw he still looked a bit frightened and reassured him. I've already told the higher-ups. It's all good. It doesn't matter if I'm fine. I'm just afraid. The bureau chief said somewhat gloomily, What if someone in the U.S. actually believes my words? Lin Feng laughed upon hearing this and said, You've deceived the Americans so many times. Do you think they would still believe you? What do you mean by that? My credibility on the international stage is quite high, all right? The bureau chief was somewhat angry. You could fool Chinru with that, but saying it to me is meaningless. ISNT it because you've lost your credibility that you want to cultivate a successor to continue deceiving people? Lin Feng pierced through the bureau chief's little schemes in one go. The bureau chief's face turned red, but he quickly laughed again. Lin Feng was indeed a clever person. He and team misjudged him. By the way, the bureau chief's expression turned gossipy, and he quietly asked, "What did old Yang just tell you? What are the higher-ups arranging?" Lin Feng squinted at this moment and said, "Do you really want to know?" The bureau chief paused, suddenly realizing this matter must be earth-shattering with a high level of confidentiality. He would have to go to the National Security Bureau for tea again. "You little brat, you want to harm me again?" The bureau chief grumbled and took a sip of tea, then said, "No, I still need to find a way to completely resolve this trouble. After all, it was caused by me." "That," Lin Feng interrupted, pointing at the cup. "What? This cup of tea is old Yang's." "Huh?" The bureau chief immediately spat out, saying, "Ugh, why didn't you say so earlier? It wasn't tea about being disdainful. It was a matter of personal hygiene. After all, the bureau chief had a cleanliness obsession. You didn't tea ask, you just drank it," Lin Feng said with a laugh. Lin Feng sat at the desk, stopped writing, and raised his head, saying, "I said this cup of tea is old Yang's. But I didn't tea say he had drunk from it." The bureau chief paused, and the next second his smile froze, followed by an explosive rage. And the two agents outside heard an endless stream of furious cursing from inside. Ding! Successfully deceived the bureau chief of the Bureau of War Deception. Awarded 100,000 points. 100,000. Lin Feng was stunned, counted the zeros, and was immediately dumbfounded. When he deceived Li Chongshan, he had talked until his mouth was dry and only received 30,000 points. He just made a little joke with the bureau chief and got 100,000 points. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at the bureau chief with glowing eyes, as if looking at a fat sheep. No, it should be called a printing press. His intuition told Lin Feng that the potential of the bureau chief was enormous. "Bureau chief, speak your mind. Do you have time for dinner tonight?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. However, the bureau chief looked at his smile and felt a chill. This kid is very cunning. He definitely has no good intentions. As night fell, Lin Feng sat at his desk and began to think deeply. First, he needed to clarify the direction for the upcoming plans. Space-based weapons were just a start, an appetizer. Lin Feng's first task was to obtain a large amount of points. Only then could he continuously acquire new super technology weapons. However, those super aircraft carriers cost millions. Even if he deceived the bureau chief every day, it would be hard to gather that much. Lin Feng exhaled, twirling the pen in his hand, pondering how to solve this problem, when suddenly his eyes landed on the plaque of the Bureau of War Deception. Suddenly, he was enlightened. That's right, the television station. As long as he relied on the television station to deceive others like the bureau chief, how could he not obtain points? Lin Feng was overjoyed and almost laughed out loud. In the United States, as the only superpower on Blue Star, this country relied on finance and military might to harvest globally. When they saw Huaxia rising, they decisively took action, fully blocking this Eastern power in economic and technological fields, attempting to prevent its rise, because they knew that this country had always surpassed all nations on Blue Star throughout history. This country, this nation, might one day completely surpass them. Therefore, they established a new department called Huaxia Group. The head of this department was Wilson, who held a very high position in the U.S. and reported directly to the president. At this moment, Wilson was receiving reports about Huaxia's recent activities. Under a blockade, their chips, semiconductors, and economic sectors have been severely affected, especially in technology. Since the sanctions were implemented, their largest domestic smartphone company was on the brink of collapse, with shipments plummeting. The team member was getting more and more excited as he spoke. Wilson, however, asked, "What about new technologies?" "New technologies?" The team member laughed upon hearing this and said, "We issued a global ban. Now no country dares to cooperate with Huaxia, relying solely on them. How could they possibly innovate new technologies? You must know that while Easterners are great at imitation, when it comes to innovation, they're still just following behind us." Chapter 8 Code Butterfly Wilson couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. The words were coarse, but not unreasonable. After pondering for a moment, he said, "However, China indeed possesses the most complete industrial chain in the world, and we cannot afford to be lax in this regard. We must remember that these Easterners are very cunning. We were deceived by that person called Juzwa, which allowed them to successfully produce the fifth-generation fighter. The team member nodded quickly at Wilson's words and cautiously replied, "We are paying close attention to this, especially to this Juzwa." As he spoke, the team member handed Wilson a document. Upon taking a look, Wilson's eyes twitched. "Space-based weapons. Are you kidding?" Wilson exclaimed. "We also think it's impossible. That old man is definitely lying." The team member laughed. But seeing Wilson's serious expression, he said, "Lord Wilson, you don't believe him, do you? Our country is also working on a space-based weapon project, but we have just started." Wilson replied, "If China gets ahead of us." "That's impossible. China's technology is limited," the team member said. Just in case, Wilson insisted. "This matter must be investigated thoroughly." The team member was taken aback. If the space-based weapon project were real, it would definitely be of high importance in China. How could they investigate it? At that moment, Wilson said, "It's time to use it." The team member was surprised, but that is a piece we fought hard to place. "Isn't it too early to activate it?" "Go ahead." Wilson handed him a token. The team member took the token, taking a deep breath. The token bore the image of a butterfly. This was also that person's operational code. "What?" When Juzwa heard Lin Feng's words, he nearly jumped up. You, are you trying to get me in trouble? Don't you know your current status?" Juzwa was anxious. Even if he didn't know the level of the breakthrough plan, he could guess roughly. If Lin Feng made an appearance, he would become a public figure. "No way," Juzwa said. Lin Feng smiled and pulled out a token engraved with a black dragon pattern. Juzwa's eyes widened in shock. He recognized the token. Once it was produced, it was equivalent to a military order. "Aren't you making things difficult for me, old man?" Juzwa said. "Don't worry. I've reported this to the higher-ups. And I know what I'm doing," Lin Feng replied. "Lin Feng, you must understand that this matter is not. The most dangerous place is the safest," Lin Feng said, and at that moment he saw Yang walk in. "I have to go to a meeting. I'll leave this to you." With that, Lin Feng left, leaving Juzwa mumbling about when he would have to go to the National Security Bureau for tea again. As Lin Feng entered the meeting room, Yang stood up to introduce him. Among those present were the heads of the Space Department, the Aviation Technology Department, and others. Lin Feng nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor, and smiled, saying, "If everyone is here, please take a seat." As Yang and the others sat down, no one dared to act arrogantly. After all, everyone knew what level Lin Feng was at. However, they were still curious. Could a 19-year-old truly be responsible for a 3S project? Did the design of a space-based weapon really come from his hands? Next, I will announce the list. Chief Engineer of the Breakthrough Project, Lin Feng. Deputy Chief Engineer, Academician Yang. As Lin Feng began to read, Yang, sitting beside him, paused for a moment, then suddenly awoke, almost on the verge of tears. However, having experienced many storms, he quickly controlled his emotions and prepared to listen, only to hear Lin Feng put away the paper. "That's it?" The Minister of the Space Department, Yi Chongshan, asked in surprise. "Yes," Lin Feng nodded. "The list will be handled by Deputy Chief Engineer Yang." "You." The crowd paused, exchanging glances. What was this? Usually, for such major projects, the chief engineer would select the team slowly. Wasn't Lin Feng essentially passing the buck? "Is that all right, Yang?" Lin Feng asked. Yang scanned the crowd, but casually said, "No problem. I'm familiar with the personnel." Yang's words were also meant to explain for Lin Feng. However, the others still didn't buy it. They knew that they were dealing with a 3S level project. And even if Lin Feng wasn't familiar with the personnel, he could find someone to discuss it with. "What lies before you are 5 project plans. I hope each department can complete them on time," Lin Feng continued. As the others opened the documents, they found not much content within, including equipment and land use, among other things. However, Yi Chongshan flipped to the last page and couldn't help but stand up, saying, "Lin Feng, Chief Engineer Lin, I have a question." "Go ahead," Lin Feng replied. "Are you serious about this timeline?" Yi Chongshan's tone grew heavier. Everyone flipped to the last page and finally saw written there, "Breakthrough Project Plan Duration, 180 days. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. 180 days? Are you kidding? This is a space-based weapon. In their imagination, it couldn't possibly be completed in less than 3 years. 6 months is pure fantasy. I didn't write it wrong. That's the timeline, Lin Feng stated. You must know that this. Yi Chongshan's voice grew louder, but Lin Feng stood up and said, I have things to discuss with the deputy chief engineer. You all may leave for now. Upon hearing this, Yi Chongshan and the others became even more annoyed. However, they were helpless. Lin Feng's rank was too high, directly under the highest level. So, as Yi Chongshan and the others walked out, they quietly discussed among themselves until someone finally couldn't hold back. This kid is still too young. Should we tell the higher-ups to replace him? Exactly. Upon hearing this, everyone got angry. Yi Chongshan, however, calmly said, Are you sure you want to replace him? This plan was proposed by him. If we replace him, who will take charge? Do you understand space-based weapons? As these words were spoken, everyone stared at each other in confusion. Indeed, who among them, or even among all the tech personnel in China, understood space-based weapons? Naturally, Lin Feng, still in the meeting room, couldn't have guessed they were discussing him, but he didn't care. Instead, Yang said, Lin Feng, is this timeline? Yang, you don't believe me either? Lin Feng asked. Next, most of the responsibilities for the breakthrough project will be handed over to you. Lin Feng said. You. Yang paused, wondering if Lin Feng was really going to be a hands-off manager. At that moment, Lin Feng added, I trust you. Yang felt that Lin Feng was being a bit too lazy, too arrogant. However, he didn't know Lin Feng's true thoughts. Lin Feng wasn't lazy. He simply didn't have the time, because a large number of new weapons would be emerging soon. If Lin Feng were to be responsible for every project, he truly wouldn't be able to handle it. Seeing Yang and skeptical gaze, Lin Feng offered no explanation. He knew that when that moment arrived, Yang's expression would be nothing like it was now. Chapter 9 Non-Disclosure Agreement Boss. You can't harm me. Please talk to him for me. The bureau chief was on the phone, communicating with Chun Haidong. However, Chun Haidong replied with a wry smile, I can't control him either. My rank is not high enough. I'm only responsible for protection. Well, okay, I have other things to do. Good luck. Chun Haidong chuckled and hung up the phone. At that moment, the bureau chief looked frantic, but little did he know, Chun Haidong was also feeling the same way. But there was nothing he could do about Lin Feng's demands. Is the boss looking for me? Lin Feng asked. Stop calling me boss. It gives me goosebumps, the bureau chief hastily replied. As the two walked, Lin Feng smiled and said, Looks like you made the call. How did you manage to persuade them? The bureau chief asked. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, thinking about how to deceive him, but the bureau chief said, Forget it, I don't want to know. Anyway, nothing can be changed now. After saying that, the bureau chief added, Let's go. Where to? To the television station, the bureau chief replied. Then the two arrived at the bureau chief's car. Lin Feng naturally walked to the passenger seat, but the bureau chief said, You drive. Lin Feng hadn't reacted yet when he saw the bureau chief toss the keys over. He was quick enough to catch them, but they fell to the ground. Lin Feng picked them up without feeling embarrassed since it wasn't his car key that fell. After all, I'm the boss outside, so you should drive, the bureau chief said as he comfortably settled into the back seat. Lin Feng responded with an O, took the keys, got into the car, and mumbled quietly, Automatic transmission. I'll learn manual before. What are you mumbling about? The bureau chief asked while looking out the window. Let me tell you, since you chose this path, you need to keep your identity hidden. Help me open the door when we park. That's what a department staff member should do. Okay, boss. Lin Feng finally recalled his driving lessons, shifted to drive, and asked, Boss, we're off. Let's go. I'll tell you, hiding your identity has its tricks. Just as the bureau chief opened his mouth, he suddenly lurched forward, almost hitting the seat in front of him, as he noticed Lin Feng stepping on the gas pedal. Starting with floor it? The bureau chief had a bad premonition. 20 minutes later, the bureau chief, looking pale, opened the car door. Lin Feng hadn't even had time to open it for him before he staggered inside. Boss, where are you going? Lin Feng asked. The bureau chief ignored him. After waiting for 4 or 5 minutes, Lin Feng saw the bureau chief weakly walking out. Are you carsick? Lin Feng asked. The bureau chief couldn't be bothered to respond and only asked, Are you a newbie? Of course, Lin Feng replied. I'm 19. How long have I had my license? The bureau chief suddenly realized and could only continue walking in silence, being greeted by people along the way who glanced at Lin Feng. Remember, your current identity is just my apprentice, the bureau chief stated. Lin Feng nodded. After a while, they arrived at the station chief's office. And the bureau chief said to Lin Feng, I'm going in, you stay out. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging that his identity indeed shouldn't allow him inside. He stood outside, curiously looking around. At that moment, a fair-skinned, beautiful woman in a professional uniform walked towards him. Lin Feng was not the kind of man who thought with his lower half. He merely glanced at her out of respect. Unexpectedly, the woman approached him to chat. Hello. Hello. Lin Feng nodded slightly, not surprised. Is someone inside? The woman asked. Lin Feng noticed her name tag, read Zhu Ting, likely a host at the station, and nodded, saying yes. Oh, thank you. Zhu Ting smiled slightly and stood to the side. The two fell into a few seconds of silence, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Zhu Ting said, You don't seem to be a staff member here. Are you new? Oh no, I'm here with my boss, Lin Feng replied. Boss? Zhu Ting looked him up and down and asked, Is it the bureau chief? Lin Feng nodded. Seeing Lin Feng nod, Zhu Ting perked up and said, I've interviewed him. With that, Zhu Ting started speaking enthusiastically. During the conversation, Lin Feng confirmed her identity as a host and that she seemed to have a good relationship with the bureau chief. Could this old man still be a lecher? Lin Feng pondered. What's wrong? Zhu Ting asked, noticing Lin Feng staring at her. Lin Feng caught this moment, but didn't he have time to think before the bureau chief walked out with a chubby man. Zhu Ting quickly greeted the chubby man respectfully, saying, Director, and then hurriedly greeted the bureau chief. Oh, you look even prettier after 2 weeks. The bureau chief had a sly smile on his face. Zhu Ting smiled sweetly. The director glanced at Zhu Ting and then at Lin Feng, saying, No wonder you're the bureau chief's apprentice. Truly a talent. Thank you. Lin Feng replied respectfully, looking like a junior. The bureau chief then said, So it's settled. No problem. The director nodded and looked at Zhu Ting, saying, Zhu Ting, take him a change and get made up. Lin Feng paused, but Zhu Ting quickly reacted, saying, Aren't we supposed to interview the bureau chief today? Since the last time the bureau chief spoke about space-based weapons, many television stations have been clamoring to invite him. The bureau chief agreed to come here because it was the largest and most authoritative television station in Donghai City. No, we are both going on today, the bureau chief said with a smile. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. The bureau chief's smile was clearly directed at him. This old guy didn't say this earlier. Making me unprepared. Go quickly, the bureau chief urged. Lin Feng, right? This way, please. Zhu Ting gestured for him to follow. Lin Feng smiled and followed her. At this moment, in the outskirts of Donghai City, a major project was officially initiated, covering an area of 500 square kilometers, with state-owned bidding and more than 18 first-class qualified construction companies simultaneously taking the bid. I'll reiterate once more, if any company cuts corners, your company won't be able to operate anymore. This was the last statement from the project leader. After the meeting, all 18 company owners were whispering to each other. What project is this? Do you know? Don't ask. It must be related to the military district. Yeah, building 500 square kilometers in a month. All 18 bosses knew this was a big project. Moreover, they all signed non-disclosure agreements. However, they didn't actually know what was being kept confidential. Meanwhile, on an island in the southern part of Huaxia, in an aviation institute, a man wearing glasses and a doctoral robe looked at an elderly academician and said, Teacher, I don't want to go. Why? The old academician looked up. He was the head of Nandao Aviation, while the man in glasses was the chief engineer there. The lunar exploration program has just begun. They need me here, and... The man said, Are you worried about your future? The old academician asked. The man stammered but ultimately said, No, I just don't want to participate in some low-level projects. My talents shouldn't be buried in. Nonsense. The old academician slammed the table and said, Zhou Liming, once we enter here, we are the people of the nation. Where they need us, that's where we go. Zhou Liming's face darkened upon hearing this. He is not incapable of enduring hardship. Rather, he really wants to work in a frontline technology position. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Can I know what the project is? No, the old academician replied. Zhou Liming paused, his expression becoming even more difficult to read, but then he heard the old academician say, Because even I don't know. This allocation order comes from the highest level. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Liming was taken aback, his mouth agape in surprise. A person of the old academician's stature, who could reach the pinnacle of the scientific community, is actually not even entitled to know the project's name? Chapter 10. Academic Fraud. When the bureau chief walked in, Lin Feng had already finished his makeup. Lin Feng was already handsome, and with the military uniform and simple makeup, he looked even more sunny and dashing. There was only Lin Feng in the room, and the bureau chief smiled and said, "Not bad, looking quite presentable. What is a big man doing with makeup?" Lin Feng replied, "It's necessary for going on TV. Even this old man needs makeup." The bureau chief said, "It's about image." Lin Feng smiled. While talking, both of them were surveying their surroundings. The bureau chief, being a military man, had a sharp eye and could scan the area quickly, while Lin Feng seemed less practiced in this regard. However, Lin Feng's actions still earned the bureau chief's appreciation. Vigilance. This is a basic quality that a soldier, no, an excellent man must possess. Don't be nervous on stage for the first time. Just say what you need to say. If you say something you shouldn't, I'll stop you, the bureau chief said seriously. Lin Feng nodded. At that moment, footsteps were heard, and the bureau chief's serious face immediately switched to a smile as he asked, "How about Zhu Ting? What about her?" Lin Feng replied, "I mean, how does she look?" "Pretty beautiful," Lin Feng said. "Have you taken a liking to her?" "Not really, just find it a bit strange," Lin Feng said. "What's strange about it?" "I feel like she's trying to seduce me," Lin Feng admitted. The bureau chief was taken aback, then burst out laughing, saying, "Nonsense. She's a high-achieving student who studied abroad, comes from a good family, and has suitors lined up from here to Yanjing." "That sounds tiring," Lin Feng remarked. "She's not tired because she ignores them. I'm talking about those people waiting in line," he added seriously. The bureau chief rolled his eyes but still didn't believe Lin Feng's words. Zhu Ting had a mature and slow-to-warm personality. How could she actively flirt with a stranger? "All right, let's welcome the bureau chief and his disciple," Zhu Ting said with a smile on stage. "Here they come." Just after 7 o'clock, a large audience was already waiting in front of the TV and in the online live stream. Previously, the bureau chief mentioned that the country was researching space-based weapons, which caused a huge stir in society. Therefore, among the audience were not only curious onlookers, but also some professional military fans and spies. That's right. Although it is currently a time of peace, that's merely on the surface. The undercurrents of danger beneath this peace are more perilous than war. I think it's most likely fake. How can we trust what the people from the War Ignorance Bureau say? It's all a mix of truth and falsehoods. The country can't possibly have truly researched the secrets of space-based weapons. Give me a break. The country can't even produce top-tier chips right now. Exactly. As soon as the U.S. imposes sanctions on us, many of our high-tech technologies can't even operate. For a moment, opinions clashed, and the discussion grew heated. Only occasionally did two people show interest in who the bureau chief's disciple was. When the picture from the television station came out, and they heard Zhu Ting's voice and saw the bureau chief and Lin Feng, someone in the live stream shouted, "Stop arguing and see what the bureau chief has to say." Instantly, everyone calmed down a bit. "Hello, bureau chief," Lin Feng. At that moment, someone noticed Lin Feng and said, "This young man looks quite handsome." "What's the use of being handsome? This is a military interview. Fans should stay out of it." In an instant, another wave of small arguments broke out. "Do you think China's technology will be locked down?" Zhu Ting asked directly. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief paused slightly. If this question came from another reporter, it wouldn't matter, but in the bureau chief's impression, Zhu Ting wasn't the sharp-tongued type. "This question is just something some of my fans asked me to inquire about," Zhu Ting explained. "Oh." Zhu Ting turned in surprise and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Lin Feng to be an expert in this area." The scene erupted in laughter, and the audience in front of the screen immediately took a liking to Lin Feng. Technological blockades have indeed caused a huge impact on us, making it impossible for our high-end industries to operate, especially evident in some extremely important. Cough, cough. The bureau chief coughed tactically. Lin Feng's expression changed, looking as if he had made a mistake. Meanwhile, the viewers in front of the TV and in the live stream were in an uproar, but the next second, Lin Feng stood up and said, "I think there's nothing wrong with saying this. It's precisely because of this that we must strive for self-improvement. What are we afraid of? There's only one blue star. If it comes to war, we can just perish together." Lin Feng, the bureau chief, said sternly, reprimanding him. "But what I'm thinking is that we The people of Huaxia should strive for self-improvement. We still have time. We shouldn't be immersed in a society that indulges in entertainment to death, but should work hard to contribute to society, Lin Feng declared. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief's expression softened somewhat. However, he wasn't actually angry at all. Although he hadn't interacted much with Lin Feng, he could tell at a glance that Lin Feng was not a simple-minded person. The reason he chose Lin Feng to join the War Ignorance Bureau was not a coincidence. But why did Lin Feng suddenly speak so passionately? Damn, why do I feel so fired up listening to this? It turns out we have reached such a predicament. Yes, right? In the worst case, we can just go down together, but if we want to change, we must strive for self-improvement. I won't play games tomorrow. The audience buzzed with discussion, giving Lin Feng high praise, while some quickly searched Lin Feng's name in their browsers, trying to find out his identity. At Yanjing University, one of the top 2 universities in the country, a National Security Bureau agent handed a document to the university president. Upon seeing it, the president's expression changed dramatically. "This is academic fraud," the president said angrily. "Sign it. I will not do such a thing. Yanjing University is not a place for academic fraud or political manipulation," the president said very seriously. "Sign it," the agent reiterated. "Get out of here." The president slammed the table, calling for security with a cold smile. In the next second, the president's voice immediately rang out. "Wait, just now you wanted to keep your position. Now you want to keep your life?" The agent said coldly. The president shuddered, recalling the person he spoke to on the phone earlier, who said, "If you delay matters, the position of Yanjing University president should be replaced." Seeing the president sign, the agent left satisfied, and Lin Feng's resume gained another line. The youngest doctoral student at Yanjing University. Chapter 11. Spy Lin Feng, male, 19 years old. From Donghai City, the youngest PhD student at Yanjing University, currently a rear admiral in the Navy. He excelled academically in his youth and was admitted to Yanjing University ahead of schedule. He has published a paper titled Military Maritime Areas. Wow, a 19-year-old PhD and a rear admiral. Is that for real? Seems a bit fake, right? A bit fake? They might as well write fake on his butt. There's no way to wash this off. Lin Feng must have a powerful background. In no time, the internet was buzzing, with people jokingly calling Lin Feng the rear admiral with the biggest backing. However, no one dared to say anything definitive about the truth. Soon, her attention turned to the general, and she said, "Sorry, I feel like I shouldn't have asked that question. Let me ask one last question." "Go ahead." The general, known for his cunning, quickly regained his composure. "Last time you accepted a frontline interview, you mentioned that we have already begun research on space-based weapons. Is that true?" As Zhu Ting spoke, her pupils carefully captured every expression of the general, as if she wanted to see through him. Zhu Ting wanted to ask more, but held back. Standing up and saying, "Thank you very much for the interview, General and Mr. Lin Feng. No need to thank us." The general and Lin Feng stood up, and the screen then cut directly to an advertisement. Meanwhile, viewers across the nation were in an uproar. Is Huaxiao really that impressive? In no time, many felt an immense sense of pride. However, the voices of skepticism were even louder. "Is something wrong?" the general asked casually. "Yes." Zhu Ting glanced at the general's expression and said, "I know I asked something I shouldn't have earlier, and I'm very sorry. So I would like to invite both of you to dinner as an apology." "No need for dinner. I have other matters," the general replied. Zhu Ting looked visibly disappointed. "Let Lin Feng go with you. He just said he was hungry," the general added. Zhu Ting's pupils brightened. Lin Feng looked at the general in confusion, thinking, "When did I say I was hungry?" However, he still went along and said, "I'm a bit hungry." As soon as the general got into the car, he immediately picked up his phone and called Chun Haidong, saying, "I've done what I needed to do. What are you planning?" "Some interesting things," Chun Haidong replied. "I've told you about Zhu Ting's identity. Don't mess this up," the general said seriously. "I know you're worried about Lin Feng's safety, but rest assured, within 10 meters of him, there will definitely be our people. If anyone dares to lay a hand on him, they'll be dead," Chun Haidong assured. "I watched the live broadcast. It was quite exciting." Upon hearing this, the general hung up the phone in silence, but felt relieved. However, he suddenly recalled what Lin Feng had just said. He always felt that Lin Feng was plotting something. That little brat. The general turned and saw Lin Feng getting into Zhu Ting's car, smiled, and said, "Well, those who achieve great things must go through the trials of life." After saying that, he picked up the phone and said, "Hello, Donghai News? I have a news tip. The youngest Rear Admiral, Lin Feng, and Donghai TV host Zhu Ting are on a date. The address is..." The next day, Lin Feng was woken up by the system. The reason was that he received a point reward. 800,000? Lin Feng thought he had read it wrong. Ding. You inspired a group of young people with your words. Reward points. 800,000. Lin Feng was overjoyed. It turned out that his speculation was true. Indeed, through media exposure, he could also gain points. If that's the case, his points would accumulate enough to exchange for the next reward. Just as Lin Feng was excited, he suddenly heard a knock on the door and said, "Come in." Then, the general pushed the door open, followed by a beautiful woman with long hair. "I'm not just anyone." Lin Feng knew what he meant. "Where are you going?" The general asked again. "She asked me out for dinner today." Lin Feng checked himself in the mirror, and the general showed a momentary strange smile, then pointed at the woman beside him and said, "She's here for you." Lin Feng glanced at her, and the general said, "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave first." Once the general left, the woman immediately stood at attention and said, "My name is Su Chensi, ID 78166, and I will be your assistant from now on." Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Didn't Minister Chen say he would arrange 10 assistants for me?" "One is enough for me," Su Chensi said confidently. "Interesting." Lin Feng sat down and said, "Well, you know." At that moment, Su Chensi took out her phone and handed it to Lin Feng. He picked it up and laughed out loud. It contained discussions and impacts regarding the rumors he had caused yesterday. Lin Feng was also referred to as the young master of the army, the rear admiral with the biggest backing. Especially after the rumors about him and Zhu Ting came out, he became known as a playboy. "How did you know I want to see this?" Lin Feng asked. "Because I think you did it on purpose." "Like what?" Lin Feng looked at her. "Just a hunch." "What hunch?" "A woman's intuition." "How are your skills?" Lin Feng asked again. If the general had intended to move against you, he would have fallen the moment he stood up. "Last question," Lin Feng said. "Go ahead. Am I supposed to pay you the salary for 10 people? Su Chensi maintained a serious expression, but her lips curved slightly in a habitual smile. "How's the broken project going?" Lin Feng continued to ask. "The base construction has already started. It should take about 2 weeks." "Good." Lin Feng nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "I'm hungry. I'll go get you breakfast." "You can't cook?" "I never said I could cook." National Security Bureau, Chun Haidong. The head of the National Security Bureau was standing to the side, giving his seat to a man about 50 years old with a respectful attitude. That he could make Chun Haidong act this way naturally demonstrated the high status of the person in front of him. Zhou Quanmin, the top man in the Ministry of National Affairs. He was watching a video showing Lin Feng and Zhu Ting on a date. "When did you find this out?" Zhou Quanmin asked. "The general discovered it during an interview," Chun Haidong replied. "According to the agent's investigation, Zhu Ting is an American spy. When we first learned of this, the Security Bureau was ready to take action, but the general stopped it." "Oh, why?" Zhou Quanmin asked. "He said that a pawn should fulfill its purpose as a pawn." Chun Haidong replied. "Interesting. Tell me more." Zhou Quanmin thought for a moment and then smiled. "Lin Feng needs a cover identity. A 19-year-old in the military could easily be exposed, so let's set him up as a rear admiral with a large backing who likes to play around. This title will make those spies think he doesn't have much to offer." Zhou Quanmin nodded, thought for a moment, and asked, "Do you think Lin Feng will find out?" "Impossible," Chun Haidong laughed. "Lin Feng isn't from a spy background. He doesn't act as cunningly as the general. And how many young people are not interested in women? Just consider it a lesson for him. Everyone needs to grow. Our country's future needs him." Chapter 12. Chief Engineer Lin Feng, you are amazing. Zhu Ting looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Lin Feng took a breath and drank some water. Don't get me wrong. They were not in bed, but on the basketball court. For a whole week, Lin Feng had been going out on dates with Zhu Ting. Several times, Zhu Ting hinted that Lin Feng could make a move on her, but Lin Feng remained indifferent. This time, Zhu Ting couldn't hold back anymore. "Lin Feng, can you be my boyfriend?" Zhu Ting asked, looking at Lin Feng expectantly. She knew very well that if she wanted to get a glimpse of the truth behind the space-based weapons, she could start with this young man. She had asked the S side to investigate Lin Feng's background, but they found nothing. This was not surprising. Lin Feng was probably the son of some military bigwig. Otherwise, he wouldn't have casually reached the rank of Major General. Moreover, he was the apprentice of the bureau chief, so he must know something. You don't like me? Of course not. From the first moment I saw you, I liked you. Then what are you hesitating about? My father actually, his position is very high, and he hopes for me to have a marriage of alliance. Besides, now that we're out together, the media outside is already attacking me crazily. I really want to achieve something to show my father. Lin Feng said seriously. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ting immediately believed him, but deep down, she looked down on him. Every person who relies on their father dreams of achieving something, but often such people are mostly useless. However, Zhu Ting still pretended to look at him with admiration. You will wait for me, right? Lin Feng asked. Zhu Ting nodded. Just as Zhu Ting nodded, Lin Feng heard the system prompt. Ding. You successfully tricked the TV host, earning 100,000 points. Another 100,000. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled a bit more. Just think about it, even Li Chongshan, the head of the Eastern Research Department, only gave such a small amount of points. It's stingy. This Zhu Ting, a TV host, actually has such high points, which seems very suspicious. Don't worry, as long as this plan succeeds, I will be able to turn things around, Lin Feng said. What plan? Zhu Ting's eyes lit up, and then she quickly added, should I not ask? Lin Feng looked around and then smiled. I'll tell you, but this matter must not be disclosed. Rest assured, I know the consequences, Zhu Ting said. Actually, Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, never mind. This matter is significant. You don't believe me? Zhu Ting turned her head angrily. Don't be mad. Lin Feng, looking like a sycophant, pulled her and said, Isn't that fine? Zhu Ting then reluctantly turned her head back, and Lin Feng slowly said, actually, the space-based weapons are fake. The bureau chief said this to cover up our production of the 6th-generation fighter jet, which is about to be completed. 6th-generation fighter jet? Zhu Ting was astonished. The advancement of fighter jets represents a country's air supremacy. Currently, the whole world is watching to see who can be the first to create a 6th-generation fighter jet. The fluctuations in Zhu Ting's heart were reflected on her face. And of course, they revealed a sense of ecstasy. Lin Feng just smiled at her. The system had just notified him that he had earned another 100,000 points. My name will be associated with this project, and by then, I will have a military achievement, Lin Feng said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ting felt even more disdainful. To put it bluntly, it still relies on connections to get written in, making it seem like it's his own contribution. You will wait for me, right? Lin Feng looked at her gently. Of course. Zhu Ting nodded. Lin Feng gently held her hand and said, Thank you, Zhu Ting. 100 meters outside the basketball court, Su Chenxi was typing something on her computer. At this moment, Lin Feng approached from behind, and she didn't even look back as she stood up. Do you have eyes on your back? Lin Feng was surprised. I'm a professional. Su Chenxi continued to look at her notebook and said, This woman is not simple. Do you need me to investigate her? No need to investigate. The results will come soon. Lin Feng smiled and said, How do you know? Women's intuition. You agents rely on intuition to do your work? Lin Feng joked. Su Chenxi then closed her laptop and said, Women's intuition is inherently very sensitive, so it should be utilized. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, Is there something developing? Scientists and technicians from various places have arrived. Elder Yang is asking if you want to take a look. Su Chenxi said. Lin Feng nodded. Just as he nodded, he suddenly received a system prompt. Ding. You tricked the U.S. military and earned 1,000,000 points. The U.S. military? Lin Feng paused, then exhaled. By now, he naturally understood everything. Very interesting, Lin Feng said, but his heart sank even deeper. It seems that beneath this peaceful era, there are truly hidden currents everywhere. What's wrong? Su Chenxi asked. Nothing. Lin Feng replied as he stepped heavily towards a car door. Zhou Liming carried his luggage and looked at the newly constructed base. It was clear that a major project was about to take place here. Although the area outside the base was not yet completed, the scale was evident. Zhou Liming said to the staff. The staff seriously verified his identity and wanted to check his backpack. To their surprise, Zhou Liming refused. This contains confidential information about South Island aviation and cannot be disclosed, Zhou Liming said seriously. I'm sorry. The staff's attitude was firm. You must be inspected. You dare. Zhou Liming's eyes became sharp. He couldn't be blamed. Deep down, he preferred South Island aviation because he had invested too much in the lunar exploration project. Moreover, scientists generally dislike being forced, so having some minor emotions is normal. Just as the argument was happening, an old voice rang out. Let him go. He couldn't believe that he could actually see. The master of China's space field. Yang, you're Zhou Liming, right? Yang said. Yes, my name is Zhou Liming, Zhou Liming said, barely daring to breathe, feeling excited. His idol was Yang. I know the lunar exploration project is your labor of love, but Yang looked at him and said, do you want to limit your entire life to just one project? Zhou Liming paused and then suddenly looked up at Yang. Since Yang had come forward, it proved that this plan was even more astonishing than the lunar exploration project. Think carefully and sign it. Yang handed over a confidentiality agreement and continued. But once you sign it, your name may disappear from China. Zhou Liming immediately understood upon hearing this. This project is definitely more advanced than the lunar exploration project. He almost didn't think and signed it directly, simultaneously handing his backpack to the staff. He lowered his head and said to Yang, can I know what this project is? Yang waved his hand, signaling him to follow him inside. Once Zhou Liming entered, he realized that this was not just a ground base, but also an underground base. And here, he was not alone. He discovered many familiar faces, including Zhang Dong, a key technical backbone from Southwest Aviation, who specialized in researching jet systems. The genius boy Sun Lei from the Huaxia Machinery Bureau specializes in mechanical quality. There are many more below. These individuals are all top talents in various fields, and now they have gathered together. Surprised? This is just the beginning. Yang said with a smile. What on earth is this? Zhou Liming took a deep breath. Yang pointed to the top. It was at this moment that Zhou Liming noticed the signs on the wall indicating the base. The Space-Based Space Cannon Project. Space-Based Weapons. Zhou Liming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. If it is a space-based weapon, then it is truly terrifying. He understood that the technical content of this project surpassed the level of his lunar exploration with the lunar probe by a significant margin. As he looked further down, Zhou Liming was somewhat taken aback, because the name of the first chief engineer listed below was not Yang and was in second place. As the deputy chief engineer, the first name was Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Who is this person? Why is he listed before Yang Lao? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Chapter 13. Starling Project. When Lin Feng arrived at the base, he truly witnessed the power of what is known in China as the infrastructure madman. Behind him, Su Chenxi had done her homework and introduced to him what this unfinished base already had and what was planned for construction. As they walked, Lin Feng noticed Yang and among the crowd, looking at blueprints with Zhou Liming and a group of scientists. Lin Feng did not disturb them, but continued forward. However, he noticed them, and they naturally noticed Lin Feng as well, especially Zhou Liming. That Sun Lei, known as a genius youth, was actually 35 years old now. A 19-year-old like Lin Feng entering here felt out of place. Suddenly, he remembered. He had heard news on the high-speed train to Donghai. Lin Feng, a major general who rose through connections and even had tabloid rumors with a television host. Thinking of this, Zhou Liming clenched his fist. He noticed that a few scientists beside him also clenched their fists. They were all scientists, and deep down, they despised this kind of person the most. Clearly, adding Lin Feng's name was just for credit to gain promotion. In fact, this project had nothing to do with him. Wait a moment. Yang saw Lin Feng and was overjoyed. This project was something he couldn't handle. If Lin Feng didn't come, that would be trouble. He walked straight towards Lin Feng, which made Zhou Liming and the others even more displeased. It wasn't that they disliked Yang's actions, but they felt Lin Feng's background was truly significant. Let's start with the eyes. The energy system conversion is indeed key. But what we need to do is to be able to accurately strike a building without the help of the beta system. Even Lin Feng spoke, causing Yang to gasp. One person? Yang swallowed and said, can we really do that? Absolutely. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Don't you believe me? Of course not, Yang said. According to what you said, after we complete this project, we might even be able to upgrade the beta system. Of course. Lin Feng smiled. Hearing this, Yang became even more excited. Just as they were discussing, Zhou Liming approached. He was still considerate, waiting until they stopped talking before coming over. Is there something? Yang asked. Yang Lao, I have a question about the blueprint. Zhou Liming glanced at Lin Feng as he spoke. You go ahead, Yang said. If we want to strike every corner of Blue Star accurately, we must launch at least 3 space-based cannons to fully surround the entire Blue Star. How could one achieve that? Zhou Liming opened his mouth. Blue Star is a sphere. To cover it completely, we need to launch at least 3 or even more. Yang glanced at the blueprint. This was something he couldn't understand either. Zhou Liming noticed this expression and became startled. Wasn't this blueprint drawn by Yang? Only you should be able to create it in China. Hearing this, Zhou Liming was first stunned, then completely bewildered. How could someone of Yang and status ask a layman? He felt that his worldview was about to be overturned. However, Lin Feng directly pointed to the 18 support points on the blueprint and said, Eagle Eye Laser System. It has a precise refraction system that can comprehensively cover every corner of Blue Star, even 100 meters deep in the ocean. Its structure is different from ordinary space satellites. You can understand it as projecting countless satellite images around Blue Star. Zhou Liming was taken aback. The explanation Lin Feng provided was something he had never heard of, but he suddenly understood. He had never understood what these 18 support point devices were. At the same time, he looked at Lin Feng in astonishment, saying, How does one space cannon strike globally? Using the principle of ballistic trajectory, Lin Feng continued. This can perfectly solve the turning problem and gain acceleration. Zhou Liming was shocked. This was no longer the principle of this trajectory, but an upgraded version. His gaze towards Lin Feng changed from shock to respect and worship. He weakly asked, Yang Lao, this blueprint. Yang naturally understood, smiling as he said, Otherwise, why do you think the chief engineer is him and not me? Zhou Liming exhaled and unexpectedly bent down to bow. Lin Feng paused and asked, Dr. Zhou, what are you doing? I'm very sorry. I misunderstood you before, Zhou Liming said excitedly. I should apologize when I'm wrong. Hearing this, Lin Feng simply smiled, thought for a moment, and continued. We're all just contributing to the nation, to this country. What we are protecting is this piece of territory. U.S. China Group 6th-generation fighter jets. Wilson looked at the report in front of him, feeling it was hard to believe. Currently, the U.S. 6th-generation fighter is still under construction, although it is nearing completion. But China is actually nearing completion too? This is simply absurd. It should be noted that they had long imposed a technology blockade on China. What should we do now? The team members looked at Wilson and inquired. One team member paused. A few years ago, the owner of a certain American car brand, mechs, proposed a Starlink project to surround Blue Star with satellites. However, beneath the surface, another Starlink project was being executed. 3 years ago, the U.S. dispatched 80,000 spies worldwide. They were hidden in every corner of the world. And China was the main battlefield of this Starlink project. Do you mean? A team member began. Collect their data and, at all costs, destroy their 6th-generation fighter production line. Yes. Lin Feng felt quite helpless now, because Zhou Liming was very annoying. Once he realized you were impressive, he would keep asking you questions. Of course, he wasn't gossiping. He was asking technical questions. Lin Feng remained very patient, answering him one by one. Dr. Zhou, just call me Liming. Okay, Dr. Zhou. Lin Feng said seriously. Do you think China needs to strengthen its air force or its navy now? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this question, Zhou Liming excitedly said, The reason why the U.S. can dominate the world is that their navy can easily defeat the navies of the entire world. Our naval power has just begun, but our air power is different. It's already at a world-leading level. If the space-based cannons come into play, we will gain absolute air supremacy. Oh, I see. Lin Feng nodded. Why are you asking this? Zhou Liming inquired. Nothing. Nothing. Lin Feng shook his head and remained silent. It was only later that Zhou Liming realized that because of his remarks, China ended up with a super carrier group. Chapter 14 Super Aircraft Carrier Super Fighter Level 2 Super Aircraft Carrier Level 2 Lin Feng looked at the points in the system. Now he had nearly 2 million points. He took another look and found that there were even exchanges for attributes like physique. For example, strength and speed. But they all had limits marked. This is normal. One can't just convert a person into someone faster than Cheetah. However, it was indeed expensive. Lin Feng saw that it took 100,000 points to exchange for 1 point. Although it was painful, Lin Feng still exchanged for 8 points. Adding 4 to strength and 4 to speed, as comprehensive development, is the hard truth. Finally, he focused on the aircraft carrier, which the system noted as an extremely advanced aircraft carrier. Not even a bit of data provided. Lin Feng thought to himself, feeling somewhat worried. After all, these points were hard-earned. He was a decisive person, so he immediately chose to exchange. Ding! Exchange successful. Deducted 100,000 points. Obtained super aircraft carrier blueprint. Ding! Your shopping mall consumption points have accumulated to 8 million. Spending another 2 million will grant you 1 lottery chance. What the hell? Lin Feng was shocked to hear this. The system actually had such unscrupulous merchant tricks? However, needing another 2 million was too much. Lin Feng didn't expect much from the lottery, so he said to Su Chenxi, who was outside the door, typing on her computer, "Help me find someone who can talk. And it has to be a big shot." Lin Feng thought he would have to explain, but to his surprise, Su Chenxi said, "Okay." Half an hour later, Lin Feng got out of the car, feeling somewhat anxious. In front of him was the East Sea branch of the Ministry of National Affairs of China, and the highest-ranking person in the ministry was waiting for him inside. He organized his emotions and finally walked through the main door. "I can't go in. My rank isn't high enough," Su Chenxi said, looking at the 2 black dragon-pattern bodyguards outside the door. "Then you wait for me outside," Lin Feng replied. Su Chenxi nodded. When Lin Feng walked in, he glanced around, thought for a moment, and asked, "Do I not need to go through security?" "No need." The bodyguard smiled and made a gesture of invitation. "He is waiting for you." Lin Feng arrived at a door, took a deep breath. To be honest, the person he was about to meet was the second-in-command of China. This person had made extremely outstanding contributions to China. He pushed the door open. Zhou Quanmin was not sitting there, but standing to greet Lin Feng. "You're here." Zhou Quanmin smiled warmly upon seeing Lin Feng and said, "Come in." Lin Feng felt a sense of familiarity as he stepped forward slowly. "Don't be nervous." Zhou Quanmin smiled and handed him a cup of tea. Lin Feng accepted it with both hands, and then the two sat down. "I've always wanted to meet you, but I never had time," Zhou Quanmin said slowly. "I heard you wanted to see me this time, and I finally have an excuse to come out and take a break." Lin Feng smiled. "Have you encountered some trouble?" Zhou Quanmin asked. "The breakthrough plan is an SSS-level plan. Such plans reach a national level of significance." "No." Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I came this time mainly to discuss 2 matters with you." Zhou Quanmin picked up his teacup, looked at Lin Feng, seemingly curious. He thought, could Lin Feng be asking for something from the country? Unexpectedly, Lin Feng said, "Do you think if we build both Ford-class aircraft carriers and space-based weapons simultaneously, can our military spending support it?" Zhou Quanmin paused, nearly spitting out his tea. He exclaimed, "What did you just say?" "I said, yes." Lin Feng nodded. Upon seeing this nod, Zhou Quanmin dropped his cup, which hit the ground with a loud bang. The bodyguard outside immediately pushed the door in. "Out!" Zhou Quanmin commanded. "From now on, no one is allowed to enter this room without my permission." "Yes." The bodyguard nodded and then left, closing the door securely. Zhou Quanmin took several deep breaths, looking at Lin Feng, and said, "Are you serious?" After saying that, he opened his briefcase and handed it to Zhou Quanmin. Good. Zhou Quanmin was extremely excited. The Ford-class aircraft carrier and ordinary aircraft carriers are not just a difference in displacement. The mechanical structure, technological equipment, chips, etc., are all huge surprises. As Zhou Quanmin tremblingly set down the blueprint, he looked at Lin Feng expectantly and asked, "What about the second matter?" Lin Feng exhaled, thought for a moment, and said, "You should have seen what I said in the TV interview." Zhou Quanmin nodded. "Currently, we are in a very awkward period, but a large entertainment industry has delayed many geniuses, such as the system, salaries. A scientist earns less than an 18th-tier celebrity. Is this reasonable?" Lin Feng said seriously. Lin Feng This is determined by the market and national conditions, and we are gradually improving and changing this treatment. Zhou Quanmin quickly explained. But Lin Feng said, I believe it's time for a change. Zhou Quanmin paused. Make math, physics, and other fields the focus of education. Design high-value scholarships, etc. Lin Feng quickly said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quanmin immediately said, let's not talk about this for now. Our high-tech field projects do not require so many talents. If we invest so much, it will disrupt the market. What if I told you that space-based laser cannons and Ford-class aircraft carriers are just the beginning? Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Zhou Quanmin was finally moved. He pondered for a long time, looking at Lin Feng with surprise in his eyes. He recalled a saying, in difficult times, the land of China will surely give birth to strong men. This matter I need to discuss in a meeting. Zhou Quanmin said very seriously. Lin Feng nodded. He also knew that this matter seemed simple, but was actually very complex. It involved changes in the education system and economic policies. The two discussed for nearly 3 hours before finally finishing. They'll take my leave, Lin Feng said. Wait, Zhou Quanmin said. Lin Feng paused, and at that moment saw Zhou Quanmin salute him. Comrade Lin Feng, thank you for your contributions to the country, Zhou Quanmin said. Lin Feng returned the gesture, saying, this country is also mine. Zhou Quanmin watched Lin Feng leave at the door, feeling extremely excited. Deep down, he believed what Lin Feng had said. Is all this just the beginning? Yes. Also, call all those above the ministerial level for a meeting. Yes. The assistant turned and left, curious. The emotional changes in Zhou Quanmin before and after entering were too great. What could make such a figure so excited? 3 hours later, Zhou Quanmin arrived at the China Research Center, which represents the highest technological field in China. The person in charge was momentarily stunned upon seeing Zhou Quanmin, then hurriedly spoke. But Zhou Quanmin directly said, bring in everyone who understands aircraft carriers. Yes. The person in charge nodded quickly. After a while, more than 30 experts gathered around a table, carefully reviewing the materials in front of them. Zhou Quanmin waited anxiously beside them. He needed to confirm one thing. Finally, after 5 hours, the group of experts appeared troubled, hesitant. However, many seemed a bit excited. Zhou Quanmin couldn't hold back any longer and finally seized the opportunity to ask, is this really the technology of the Ford-class aircraft carrier? Unexpectedly, one of the older scientists clenched his fist and said directly, Leader, you're joking, right? Zhou Quanmin was taken aback, his face filled with disappointment. However, the next moment, the older scientist continued, in front of it, what is the Ford-class carrier? Zhou Quanmin was completely stunned, suddenly looking up to see those aircraft carrier experts all displaying sharp smiles. One young scientist even said directly, the Ford-class carrier is just a little brother in front of it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quanmin finally burst into wild laughter, even laughing in a way that disregarded his image. Chapter 15. Space Sword, who won in the fight between you and that agent with a black dragon tattoo? Lin Feng asked Su Chenxi curiously. I won, Su Chenxi replied expressionlessly. You're just bragging, Lin Feng assessed her and said, I feel like you don't have much strength. Su Chenxi didn't refute him, only saying, people online are saying terrible things about you. Aren't you going to do something about it? It doesn't matter. Isn't this image created by your National Security Bureau? Lin Feng replied. Su Chenxi merely glanced at Lin Feng. In fact, strictly speaking, she didn't belong to the National Security Bureau. Her presence, or rather, people like her only appeared when a white list was involved. Next to every white list in Huaxia, there would be someone like her. Suddenly, her phone rang, and Su Chenxi prepared to leave. Lin Feng said, you can stay here. Lin Feng answered the call. Zhou Quanmin. The other party spoke. Lin Feng immediately felt a sense of anticipation and asked, what's the update? You are. Never mind. The aircraft carrier expert has assessed that the blueprints you have far exceed the most advanced Ford-class aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford. Zhou Quanmin's voice trembled as he spoke. Lin Feng was not surprised. The technology that could be exchanged from the system could not possibly be compared to American technology. How about funding? Lin Feng hinted. Are you underestimating Huaxia too much? Zhou Quanmin replied. Let alone 2 projects together, even if there are many more. It won't be a problem at all. We are no longer in the era where we needed the whole country to work together to research the atomic bomb. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, He wasn't familiar with this aspect since he didn't hold power. When can we start? Lin Feng asked. Right away. Zhou Quanmin said. The base has already been preparing since I called you. Lin Feng was instantly delighted. He needed such efficiency. He then inquired, what about the education reform? That still needs to be discussed. Zhou Quanmin's voice became low for a moment, then firmed up, don't worry, as long as it's correct. It will change. In the following days, Lin Feng occasionally had meals with Zhu Ting and sometimes visited the space base. Finally, on the 26th day, Yang notified Lin Feng that all preparations for the space-based weapon were ready. Lin Feng arrived at the base as promised and saw that many more staff were present. You've arrived, Yang greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings and asked, have the equipment been assembled? Yang nodded. Many of our arms factories are located in other areas. This place mainly produces and assembles core components. Lin Feng nodded. The mechanical parts of the space-based cannon were numerous and daunting. After all, it was a space weapon equipped with armaments. After nearly half an hour, the opening ceremony was ready. Please. Yang looked at Lin Feng and said, Mr. Yang, you are a veteran in space technology, and I'm not familiar with this thing. Lin Feng started. Please, Yang smiled and said. The higher-ups had instructed that Lin Feng must host this ceremony. Firstly, it was to train Lin Feng. Secondly, he was the rightful chief engineer of the space-based cannon. Lin Feng looked down and realized that scientists like Zhou Liming were all looking up at him. Nowadays, almost everyone knew that the chief engineer of their space-based cannon project was a 19-year-old young man named Lin Feng. The youngest person here was already over 25. However, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Lin Feng took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and stepped forward slowly, standing in front of the microphone, feeling somewhat nervous. Yang could see that Lin Feng was a bit anxious. However, as soon as Lin Feng spoke, his demeanor changed instantly. Yang saw confidence in Lin Feng's eyes. Absolute confidence. 1 month ago, this blueprint behind me was born. A month later, we gather here. For this, we have mobilized over 3,000 top scientists and technicians from across the country, along with over 30,000 workers. And there are even more at lower levels. We are here for one goal, the space-based cannon. Lin Feng spoke while scanning the crowd. Many people's eyes began to heat up. Currently, the international situation is unclear, and we are facing a technological blockade. Why is that? Because we are not strong enough. If we possess this weapon, we will lead the world and gain absolute air supremacy. 180 days. Yes, my requirement of you is 180 days. If any of you are having second thoughts now, feel free to speak up. Rest assured, the confidentiality agreements you sign will expire after 180 days, and I guarantee that no one will threaten your safety. As Lin Feng said this, he scanned the crowd again. No one moved or spoke. Deep down, some people were skeptical about Lin Feng's timeline. However, they believed that this project would definitely be completed. Moreover, this was a 3S project. Being part of such a project was an honor. Lin Feng didn't care about their thoughts. He finally glanced at Yang, who nodded at him. Lin Feng's voice suddenly grew louder. I declare, the breakthrough plan officially begins. The entire audience applauded. Suddenly, Zhou Liming spoke up. Chief Engineer Lin, what will the space-based cannon be called? Many people nodded. This weapon needed a name. It will be our sword in space. Lin Feng said slowly, so let's call it Sky Sword. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Sky Sword, a sword that will defend the absolute safety of Huaxia space. Meanwhile, while Lin Feng and the others were vigorously constructing the space-based cannon, the land of Huaxia was not at peace. Following Wilson's orders on the Starlink, countless spies buried across Huaxia sprang into action. Their directive was simple: find and destroy the production base of Huaxia's 6th-generation fighter. They also dispatched a commander, McLean. He was a person with a background in U.S. Special Forces and had years of infiltration experience. His cover was that of an investor in a foreign-funded enterprise, with clean records in all aspects. On this day, he arrived at Donghai International Airport and met Zhu Ting, who had reported information about the 6th-generation fighter. Hello, Mr. McLean. It's a pleasure to meet you, Zhu Ting said, looking at McLean as if he were her master. McLean scanned her from top to bottom, a sly smile creeping onto his face. People like Zhu Ting were the easiest to deceive. They aspired to a sense of superiority, believing that the U.S. was a country of autonomy and equality. And with a little smear against Huaxia, they could make her serve like a dog. Your information has pleased the higher-ups. McLean spoke. And they have agreed to grant you U.S. citizenship. Really? Zhu Ting's eyes sparkled. Of course. As long as this plan to destroy the sixth-generation fighter succeeds, you will be a hero in our country. McLean's voice rose a bit. Hearing this, Zhu Ting's breathing became rapid. She hates this vast eastern land, feeling that even the air here is murky. She can't wait. Can't wait to go to that advanced and free country. She believes that is her paradise. Chapter 16. Eliminate the spy's ding. Mission triggered. Lin Feng was reading when he suddenly heard the system chime. Eliminate the spies of the Starling project. Reward will be given based on the number of spies eliminated. The system's voice was startling. After hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng was stunned for a long time, completely unaware of what had happened. He rested his chin on his hand and looked ahead. What is the Starling project? Spies? Could it be? Lin Feng subconsciously thought of Zhu Ting. Recently, because of the Tianjin incident, he had somewhat neglected Zhu Ting, as he felt that she had little value anymore. It seemed now that the situation had changed. Su Chenxi, Lin Feng called out. Su Chenxi walked in. Do you know about the Starling project? Lin Feng asked directly. Su Chenxi had mentioned that as long as Lin Feng didn't speak, she wouldn't say anything to anyone. Just as Su Chenxi was about to speak, Lin Feng added, not the satellite one. Su Chenxi shook her head. Lin Feng pondered and asked, is there a lot of espionage conflict between countries nowadays? Of course. Su Chenxi nodded immediately. Do you remember the famous Xinhong incident from a few years ago? Lin Feng nodded. The Xinhong incident was very famous. The Xinhong mysteriously disappeared, and many search and rescue teams were deployed, yet there has still been no accurate conclusion about where the plane went. But I thought there were only 8 Chinese people on board. Most were from other countries, Lin Feng said. Pausing, Lin Feng looked at Su Chenxi and asked, is this incident related to espionage? 8 people, including their family of 3. Because of this, our aircraft carrier program was delayed for almost a year. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's pupils lit up, and he said, shot down? As for who? I don't need to say, do I? Su Chenxi deep life. Lin Feng exhaled. Who else could it be besides the United States? What happened afterwards? Lin Feng asked. No evidence. What can we say? We can only swallow this anger. Su Chenxi said. Lin Feng nodded, and he became very interested in the task given by the system. The Starlink project. It seems that this project should be a spy operation. Oh, a rare guest. The bureau chief looked at Lin Feng walking in, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Lin Feng asked in confusion. I haven't angered you recently, have I? I invited you in to be on duty, but here you are, I pay you a salary, yet I end up on duty more than you. And now there are a bunch of reporters outside wanting to interview you, which I also have to handle, the bureau chief said, smoking in frustration. Lin Feng smiled and said, I really haven't had time lately. I went to Shihai Island once. Isn't that a naval base? What did you go there for? The bureau chief perked up upon hearing this. How do you know? Lin Feng smiled. Impressive, my leader. Lin Feng teased sarcastically. Quickly, tell me where you went and what you did. The bureau chief's expression was completely like that of a gossip-loving woman. Well, there wasn't much. Lin Feng said, I just want to help check on the aircraft carrier. Hey, the bureau chief laughed and said, you, a space researcher, are worlds apart from the ocean. What do you know about aircraft carriers? Lin Feng cleared his throat and said, I didn't want to go, but this aircraft carrier can't be researched without me. You're really good at bragging. What did you say? The bureau chief suddenly woke up, and in that instant, the cigarette but fell from his hand without him noticing. He stared at Lin Feng and said, You didn't bring out the blueprints for another aircraft carrier again, did you? Damn. The bureau chief suddenly seemed energized, saying, Quickly tell me, what class is it? Ford. Ford class? Ha! The bureau chief shook Lin Feng's body excitedly. As a retired naval officer, he naturally hoped the country's navy could grow stronger. Let me finish speaking, Lin Feng said. Not the Ford class? The bureau chief looked disappointed. That expert said the Ford class is like a younger brother in front of it. Lin Feng said. The bureau chief paused. Surpassing the Ford class? What does that mean? His eyes initially showed disbelief, But then he remembered the blueprints for the space-based cannon Lin Feng had presented, and he suddenly realized. I told you. The bureau chief lit another cigarette and said, my vision has always been sharp. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that he really knows how to flatter himself. He then turned his gaze to the bureau chief, who seemed to be lost in thought, and asked, when are you going to ECTV for an interview again? Take me with you. The bureau chief replied, what? You can't control yourself down there after just a few days? What kind of talk is that? Hey, are you saying that you and Zhu Ting have something going on? The bureau chief laughed. At this moment, Lin Feng scrutinized the bureau chief and said, how about this? I'll tell you a secret if you give me a raise. Hearing the first part was fine, but the latter made the bureau chief laugh and say, I don't like hearing secrets. Cut it out. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and then said, I'm telling you, don't be surprised. Say it or not. The bureau chief's attitude was very unfriendly. That Zhu Ting is not an ordinary person. Is she skilled in bed? How disgusting. Lin Feng sneered. I mean, she is a spy. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief's pupils shrank suddenly. The cigarette but fell to the ground again, and he scanned Lin Feng. How do you know? Did Su Chenxi tell you? No, she wouldn't say that. The bureau chief was shocked. Lin Feng was also shocked, seeing that he had exposed himself. The bureau chief cleared his throat and said, no, I was just shocked. How could a female host be a spy? Stop fooling me. Quickly tell me. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't believe it, seeing that he had exposed himself. The bureau chief stopped pretending and said, I knew a little earlier than you. How much earlier? About 2 or 3 years. I didn't do anything. You must be trying to test my will with a woman. Lin Feng said angrily. That's not it. The bureau chief said with a smile. It's just that both Minister Chun and I wanted you to learn a lesson since you're still young. So he wasn't a good person either. How do you speak? The bureau chief rolled his eyes and curiously asked. How do you know? I already said. She wants to seduce me. Lin Feng smiled, not explaining further, and looked at the bureau chief, saying, old man, do you want to play a big game? Hearing this, the bureau chief also smiled. Come on, tell me. Chapter 17. A treasure all over. The bureau chief discovered that he was finding more and more surprises in Lin Feng. This person could actually figure out that the other party was a spy. She approached me just to find out about the space-based weapons. Lin Feng said as he sat down. What did you say? I said that the reason you mentioned space-based weapons back then was to cover up the fact that the 6th-generation fighter was about to be put into use and was already completed. Lin Feng replied. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief laughed directly. The 6th-generation fighter is definitely under research, but it won't be that quick. Fighter jets are not something that can be developed overnight. Every upgrade involves a qualitative change. She believed it, Lin Feng said. How do you know she believed it? It's simple. The other party activated many spies, Lin Feng stated. I guess their purpose should be to sabotage the production line of the 6th-generation fighter. The bureau chief frowned in curiosity and asked, is this something Su Chenxi helped you investigate? Lin Feng paused and said, why do you ask that? It's nothing. The bureau chief was surprised. Judging by Lin Feng's expression, it shouldn't be Su Chenxi's doing. Just an ordinary agent. The bureau chief chuckled awkwardly. Maybe they just have a few more skills. Let us not talk about it then. Keeping it all mysterious, Lin Feng said, feeling curious but unable to pry more. He continued, I want to set a trap for these people to jump into. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief tapped the table. Think about it. If the other party is here to sabotage the production line of the 6th-generation fighter, they will inevitably expose many spies, and, at that time, we can catch them all at once. Lin Feng said, you mean to create a fake production line? The bureau chief understood immediately. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's much easier chatting with an old fox like you. Those scientists are quite dull. The bureau chief rolled her eyes but still said, all right, tell me your specific plan. Of course. McLean stroked her hair and said, what I say counts. Zhu Ting was ecstatic. But, McLean shifted her tone, and Zhu Ting quickly asked, but what? But, if we want to complete the task, we must first sabotage the production line of the 6th-generation fighter, McLean said. Don't we have a lot of spies? Zhu Ting asked. They can't find anything, McLean replied. Such top-notch military equipment in Huaxia must be top secret. How could they possibly find out? Zhu Ting thought about it and said, so do we have to wait until? Lin Feng, from the War Ignorance Bureau, McLean reminded. You want me to start with him? Zhu Ting asked. Exactly. If he is willing to tell you such secrets, it's because he trusts you and definitely has some feelings for you, McLean said. It should be much easier if we start from him. He probably doesn't know, right? Zhu Ting said. The War Ignorance Bureau already has a lot of information. Plus, this Lin Feng has a significant background. We can't even investigate his background. McLean said. From the looks of it, he should be the son of a big shot from a certain military region. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ting was not surprised, as this was also her speculation. You mean to let me? Zhu Ting understood that to conquer a man, the simplest method was. Miss Zhu Ting. We Chinese do not force people. Everything is voluntary, McLean smiled. Let me think. Zhu Ting exhaled, actually feeling quite unwilling. She hated this country and even more the people of this country. This kid truly has treasures all over. Chen Haidong looked at the plan submitted by the bureau chief and couldn't help but laugh. If they wanted to eliminate the spies, it would definitely be the job of the National Security Bureau. In this regard, they were the experts. The assistant beside him asked, what did he do? He told the Americans that we have successfully developed the 6th-generation fighter and are preparing to put it into production. The assistant was astonished. Chen Haidong pondered for a moment and said, have someone arranged to prepare a base in the central China region. It should look nice. What about the inside? To set up casually. Chen Haidong signed directly and said, this matter needs to be quick. Understood. The assistant quickly left. Meanwhile, Chen Haidong looked at the plan in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Lin Feng actually discovered that Zhu Ting was a spy by himself. This intelligence made him an irreplaceable choice for the National Security Bureau. Unfortunately, he had even more useful qualities for the country. At the same time, he picked up his phone and called the bureau chief. So, on the third day, when Lin Feng returned from the base, he heard the news. The higher-ups approved our plan. Great. Lin Feng was overjoyed. How's the development of the space-based weapons? The bureau chief asked curiously. Originally, he shouldn't be asking this, but after thinking about it, as long as Lin Feng was here, he wouldn't be able to clear up the matter regarding this, so he might as well gossip. The design of the space-based space cannon involves many new technologies. Although we have the blueprints, these people still need to learn, so the early stage will definitely be slow, Lin Feng explained. So that means you still have some free time now? No, Lin Feng said gloomily. Tomorrow, I need to go to Shihai Island to study the aircraft carrier situation. Shihai Island? The bureau chief's eyes lit up. Do you want to go? Lin Feng asked. Of course, that was my old base, the bureau chief said. If you want to go, just go, Lin Feng said. The bureau chief was helpless. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that it had now become an S-level secret base, and without Lin Feng leading the way, the bureau chief really couldn't get in. All right, I'll take you, Lin Feng said, amused. The bureau chief immediately became as excited as a child. As a person from the Navy, he really wanted to see what a carrier that could crush the Ford-class aircraft carrier looked like. Meanwhile, it seemed that Zhu Ting couldn't hold back and took the initiative to contact me. I'll hide for a few days and use this as bait. Lin Feng said. The bureau chief nodded, but his thoughts had already flown away. He was thinking about how spectacular the expressions of those countries, led by the United States, would be when this aircraft carrier truly made its debut. And all of this was orchestrated by his people from the War Ignorance Bureau. Although it didn't concern him, Lin Feng was indeed from the War Ignorance Bureau. Thinking of this, the bureau chief's mouth gradually twisted, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Feng, who was beside him, noticed that he was drooling and distanced himself a bit in disgust. Chapter 18. Not understanding is impressive. The next day, they arrived at Shihai Island. The area was completely surrounded by the Navy, and as Lin Feng, the bureau chief, and Su Chinsi landed on the island, a large number of soldiers immediately surrounded them. Please come in, a tall soldier said to Lin Feng while scanning the bureau chief. Lin Feng was about to walk in, but the tall soldier said, sorry, bureau chief. You need to undergo a security check. Xie Dongqing you. The bureau chief unexpectedly called out his name. Bureau chief, my good leader, you have to understand me. Xie Dongqing said awkwardly. The bureau chief was his former leader and had taken good care of him. With no other choice, the bureau chief extended his hand. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat aside, laughing and saying, what was the bureau chief like before? Hey, He was fierce. Let me tell you, he has military achievements. Xie Dongqing said, then turned to the bureau chief and added, stretch your hand a bit longer. What's the matter? The bureau chief, who was initially quite happy, shot him a glare after hearing the latter half of the sentence. Lin Feng became interested and stayed put, listening to a lot of gossip about the bureau chief until the bureau chief grew impatient, prompting Lin Feng to quickly get up. Women aren't as nosy as you, the bureau chief said angrily as he walked away. Just caring about my leader. Lin Feng replied. Have you considered that I don't need your concern? The bureau chief said. Lin Feng paused and turned to say, then you go first? The bureau chief was immediately left speechless, cleared his throat, and looked at the densely packed soldiers around, saying, what I just said was too loud. The master and apprentice, along with an unknown bodyguard who liked playing on the computer, entered the base. And the bureau chief's eyes lit up. This place used to specialize in producing fleets, and now its scale had expanded many times over, with personnel multiplying compared to before. As Lin Feng arrived, a group of people came up to him, not just one or two, but a whole bunch, lined up with notebooks in hand. Initially, the bureau chief did not understand until he heard the first person ask, Master Lin, do you think there's a problem with the structure of this power system? Lin Feng glanced at it and began to speak at length. He was very patient, and when he saw the other party did not understand, he explained it again. The bureau chief looked back and then at Lin Feng, feeling a bit more respect for him. Lin Feng was also quite patient. When he saw Su Chenxi sitting on the ground, he sat down next to her, thinking she was tackling some computer problem, only to find she was playing a kind of mini-game. The bureau chief watched with interest for a few glances, but after seeing Su Chenxi fail repeatedly, he couldn't take it anymore and said, is it really that hard? You try. Su Chenxi handed him the computer. I'll give it a shot. The bureau chief picked it up. In no time, he passed it with ease. See, it's that easy, he said with a smile. Su Chenxi squinted and continued playing while lowering her head, saying, am I really that untalented? Of course not, the bureau chief replied. You've reached this level, and you still think you have no talent? Everyone has their strengths. What about him? Su Chenxi pointed at Lin Feng. The bureau chief pondered for a moment and said seriously, don't compare yourself to a monster. It's pointless. We are still human. Nearly 3 hours later, after Lin Feng finished drinking 3 large bottles of water, he finally wrapped up. The bureau chief quickly said, hurry and take me to see it. Lin Feng stood up and led him over. Inside, the models had already begun production. What is the displacement? The bureau chief asked. About 150,000 tons, Lin Feng replied. Twice as much. The bureau chief was astonished. The most advanced Ford-class aircraft carrier in the United States only weighs 100,000 tons. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng said, actually, displacement can no longer measure the advancement of an aircraft carrier. Then what matters? Maneuverability, speed, weaponry, power systems, etc. Not everything is better just because it's bigger. Lin Feng explained. What about speed? From here to Jeonju Island, they might only be able to travel 12 nautical miles from the U.S. mainland, Lin Feng laughed. Is there such a big difference? The bureau chief was shocked. At the same time, stealth, strong defense, and offensive capabilities are its strongest points. For example, the bureau chief seemed invigorated. It can withstand the explosion power of a little boy, Lin Feng said. The bureau chief swallowed hard. Little boy was not a real boy, but a nuclear bomb, the first nuclear weapon used after its development. As for its lethality, just take a look, Lin Feng said. Naturally, it was equipped with shipborne missiles, air defense weapons, fleet weapons and surface-to-air missiles, etc. However, the most eye-catching weapon on the aircraft carrier was a heavy artillery piece, located in the center and with a very large caliber. What is this? The bureau chief asked. Before Lin Feng could respond, the weapons expert Qian Yongyuan rushed over, extremely excited. As the weapon head of this aircraft carrier, he naturally knew the power of this weapon but wanted to hear it again because he was simply too shocked. Lin Feng pressed a virtual 3D image and said to the bureau chief, press it. The bureau chief did so, and at that moment, the 3D image of the aircraft carrier lifted its head. Whoosh, charging. Bang. A dull sound echoed as a shell shot into the sky. The next second, it flew toward the simulated Jeonju Island. In the following second, the bureau chief nearly knelt down because The sea area before him no longer had any islands. One shell. One island? The bureau chief's heart was profoundly shocked. With this thing, wouldn't it be possible to knock out another's aircraft carrier with a single shot? Can it really do that? The bureau chief asked. Lin Feng smiled, but did not get angry, while Qian Yongyuan excitedly said, I have done over 3,000 simulations, using Master Lin's hypersonic railgun principles. These shells can achieve dust-level explosive power and, at the same time, the bureau chief listened, saliva nearly dripping out. He certainly did not understand, but not understanding is what makes it impressive. An hour later, the bureau chief followed Lin Feng like a fool, preparing to leave. Little apprentice, when can this big guy be built? The bureau chief asked. About 100 days. No problem. I can wait 100 days, or even longer. What? The bureau chief paused, then looked at Lin Feng with disbelief. 100 days? Do you know that developing an aircraft carrier is not like cooking? It used to take at least 100 days just to make a model. Then, what about your sky sword? The bureau chief weakly asked. 180 days. Just as Lin Feng spoke, 3 people passed by the sentry station. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief's legs suddenly went soft. Xie Dongqing quickly supported him and asked, Old leader, are you okay? No, I'm fine, the bureau chief said with a smile. After they left, Xie Dongqing looked at the bureau chief's back and sighed to the nearby soldiers. Look, our old leader used to be so fit, and now he can hardly walk a few steps without his legs giving out. Ultimately, it's a lack of self-discipline. Yeah, a lesson for all of us, comrades. Yes. Chapter 19. Star Fragment Plan. As both bases entered normal operation, Lin Feng and the bureau chief received news from Chun Haidong. The fake 6th-generation fighter jet production line was ready. The bureau chief also accepted another interview from Donghai TV. After accepting the invitation, the promotional video came along. In the past month, discussions about space-based weapons on Weibo and various forums had been heated. As for Lin Feng, he was even more popular. Some described him as the military district's little fresh meat, with a big background but little strength. After all, Lin Feng's background information was too fake, and his dating with Zhu Ting led to a rapid decline in his likability. However, this also resulted in more and more people recognizing and paying attention to Lin Feng. He didn't try to change this. First, because he didn't care, and second, because it was part of the plan. The person named McLean had been with Zhu Ting these days. The bureau chief handed Lin Feng a set of photos. Lin Feng glanced at them and asked, Have you checked? Background clear? Saying that is like saying nothing, Lin Feng replied. No one would believe that. The bureau chief smiled and said, Don't worry. Someone is already keeping an eye on him. As they chatted and laughed, the bureau chief let Lin Feng enter Donghai TV. Meanwhile, at the National Security Bureau, Chun Haidong officially announced, The Star Fragment Plan begins. I'm very pleased to welcome Mr. Lin Feng here. Welcome. Zhu Ting looked at Lin Feng with affectionate eyes. As a spy, she was naturally skilled at disguise after many years. Why didn't the bureau chief come today? Zhu Ting asked. He has a cold, Lin Feng replied. You know, at his age, it's inevitable to have some issues. Zhu Ting didn't dare to respond, thinking that Lin Feng's background was indeed substantial to speak so casually about his superior. Outside, the bureau chief heard this and couldn't help but laugh, muttering to himself, This little brat. Previously, the bureau chief mentioned that our country already had a general concept of space-based weapons, which signified a qualitative leap in our space field. Zhu Ting began the interview. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. Zhu Ting's eyes were filled with mockery. The great United States hadn't developed space-based weapons, so how could China? Ultimately, it was still to cover up the 6th-generation fighter jet. Zhu Ting's disdain was fleeting, and she continued to ask, So what do you think of our naval power? Lin Feng's expression became awkward. It's okay, you're from the Navy, just speak your mind, Zhu Ting encouraged. It's tough, Lin Feng sighed, secretly pleased. I just hope you don't ask. Many countries developed aircraft carriers with a displacement of 100,000 tons more than 10 or 20 years ago, while our country, although it has aircraft carriers, is just starting out. Our aircraft carriers are merely modified leftovers from others. He clenched his fist. She didn't think much of it. A 19-year-old young man should have no ulterior motives, so this meant it was genuine. Our country's current level might only manage to develop around 80 tons. And we lack funding, Lin Feng said. Can I take that to mean we're already developing an 80-ton aircraft carrier? Zhu Ting asked eagerly. If she got the intelligence on space-based weapons and aircraft carriers, she would certainly rise to new heights. This, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Just right? And he said, of course not. At this moment, Zhu Ting was overjoyed. Young people are just young people. They can't even disguise their expressions. 80 tons. Lack of funding. These were the keywords. This indicated that economic sanctions were still effective. Zhu Ting skillfully shifted the topic and continued to chat happily. However, the outside world exploded. Damn, is Lin Feng an idiot? Is he deliberately leaking information? He's still too young. Even as a bystander, I can see Lin Feng is lying. The bureau chief's judgment this time is off. Next time, don't let him take the stage. In an instant, the audience reacted violently, filled with anger. They described Lin Feng as a leaker and even demanded severe punishment. However, Lin Feng, the person involved, hosted Zhu Ting for dinner at the highest-rated hotel in Donghai after the interview. He carefully pulled out a chair for her, and Zhu Ting looked around and said, "Not everyone can come here. My father has a black card here." Lin Feng smiled. He snapped his fingers, and the manager immediately came over. After quickly ordering, Zhu Ting continued, "I've been looking for you these days. Where have you been?" This, Lin Feng hesitated. "Should I not ask?" Zhu Ting immediately said. She was very clever and understood the strategy of retreating to advance. "It's indeed confidential," Lin Feng replied. Zhu Ting smiled. Then her expression turned serious. She looked at Lin Feng with deep affection and said, "Lin Feng, you should feel. Wait a moment, all right? But I really missed you during your absence and was afraid you found another woman." Zhu Ting spoke with a hint of tears. "How could that be?" Lin Feng said anxiously, standing up and quickly handing her a tissue, saying, "I need to deal with the blind date arranged by my father." Zhu Ting immediately burst into tears. If Lin Feng didn't know she was a spy, he might have almost believed her. After all, her acting skills were comparable to those of an Oscar winner. As the couple fell deeply in love, they naturally began to drink. Lin Feng's face turned red as he drank, and he started to babble. "Zhu Ting, I really missed you in Qinchuan, but I couldn't come out. Wait for me. I will definitely be with you." Zhu Ting pretended to be drunk, but silently noted everything down. When Lin Feng finally slumped over the table, Zhu Ting quietly got up and texted McLean, "Qinchuan City." All of this was under the watchful eyes of the bureau chief and Chen Haidong. The latter watched Lin Feng's actions and said, "Your apprentice is truly better than you." The bureau chief smiled and replied, "We are getting old. We need the younger generation." Chen Haidong also smiled but told his assistant beside him, "Have the people over there prepare. The bait is ready to be hooked." Understood, the assistant nodded and left. The bureau chief then asked, "How should we handle McLean and Zhu Ting?" "Don't move them for now," Chen Haidong said while watching the footage, smiling. "The role of a pawn is to extract its utility value." Chapter 20. Selling out when falling behind the next day. As Lin Feng walked out of the hotel, the bureau chief sent a car to pick him up. "How was it? Enjoyable?" The bureau chief raised an eyebrow and said with a hint of meaning, "I'm interested in beautiful women, but not in this kind." Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, tossing a packet of pills to the bureau chief. "This is from Chen Haidong. If someone takes it, they will think they did something." "Ha!" The bureau chief laughed heartily, increasingly admiring Lin Feng. There were no cameras in the hotel, yet Lin Feng remained composed. Leaving aside everything else, Zhu Ting was indeed a beauty. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to enter Donghai television station, which had very high standards for appearance. "Has it started over there?" Lin Feng asked. "It has," the bureau chief replied. "Do you think they will really take action?" Lin Feng inquired. It seemed unimaginable to take action in a foreign country. "They will," the bureau chief said indignantly. "This isn't the first time they've done this kind of thing." "Good job." McLean looked at Zhu Ting with great delight. "Is it enough?" Zhu Ting asked. "Enough," McLean nodded and said, "Don't underestimate the power of our country. Once we confirm a city, we can immediately find the specific location." He spoke with a bit of self-satisfaction. Zhu Ting then asked, "What about me?" She was actually very worried, because once the production line of the sixth-generation aircraft was destroyed, Huaxia would definitely investigate. From the perspective of a country's power, it would be easy to trace back to Lin Feng. Although Zhu Ting was anxious, She understood that if she left recklessly at this time, it might impact the destruction plan. Moreover, she firmly believed in McLean's last statement. Her country was a superpower on this blue planet, and no one could compete with it. The Star Shatter operation wouldn't wrap up so quickly. Lin Feng's core work was still focused on space-based weapons and aircraft carriers. Occasionally, Lin Feng heard that there were already waves of unrest in Qinchuan City. On the fifth day, Yang called Lin Feng to come over. When Lin Feng arrived, he could see that work had officially begun here. Encountered some trouble? Lin Feng asked. Yang looked at Lin Feng with a troubled expression and said, "Come in and talk." Upon entering, Lin Feng saw Zhou Liming there, along with a scientist whose name and specialty he remembered, Dong Hua, a mechanical parts expert. "Take a seat." Lin Feng noticed their mood wasn't good and asked, "Is there a technical problem?" Yang glanced at Dong Hua, who said, "Chief Lin, it's like this. You see, for this part of the space cannon, according to the blueprints and technical requirements, it must achieve a tolerance of 0.01 m. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, these tolerances shouldn't be underestimated. A slight error could lead to a significant failure. Dong Hua continued. This process must use a 5-axis CNC machine for production. But currently our country doesn't have one. Lin Feng paused. How much? 100 million meters, Dong Hua replied. Lin Feng frowned. Just this alone was worth 800 million. He thought for a moment and said, "The other party probably won't sell." "That's right," Dong Hua said. "This equipment is only available in Country D." Lin Feng pondered for a moment and asked Zhou Liming beside him, "Can our domestic CNC machines do it?" "Just barely. But we can't predict the consequences in a space environment." Zhou Liming understood why Lin Feng asked him. "I'll consider this matter," Lin Feng said. "You all skip this part for now." "Okay," the three nodded. After Zhou Liming and Dong Hua left, Yang said to Lin Feng, "Actually, it's not just this. Is there something else?" "Yes, some raw materials are quite scarce." Yang handed Lin Feng a list. Lin Feng exhaled. Indeed, nowadays, they were not only facing technological blockades, but also economic sanctions. However, Lin Feng was aware that the current globalized economy was irreversible. Many things could be developed domestically, but the time and effort were disproportionate. Lin Feng also found the 5-axis machine in the system, but this machine required 50,000 points, which was too expensive for Lin Feng at the moment, because spending another 50,000 could buy another superweapon blueprint. Moreover, Lin Feng's current view was that if something in this world could be bought, it should be bought. After all, points are hard to come by. These outdated technologies didn't match his points. Therefore, as soon as Lin Feng walked out the door, he immediately said to Su Chenxi, "Book me a plane ticket." "Where to?" "Yanjing," Lin Feng said. On the plane, Lin Feng realized he was on a private jet, and there was another identical plane flying alongside. "Isn't this a bit overkill?" Lin Feng said. Su Chenxi didn't respond, still focused on her mobile game. After getting off the plane, Lin Feng took the special car straight to the State Affairs office. Upon getting out, he saw Zhou Chuamian personally coming to greet him. "The things you proposed are still under discussion in a meeting. Changing all this isn't something that can be done overnight," Zhou Chuamian said as he walked. "I'm not here to discuss this with you," Lin Feng said, slowly explaining the situation. At the end, Zhou Chuamian frowned and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Lin Feng replied, "I want you to see if you can contact Country D." "Contacting is indeed possible," Zhou Chuamian said, "but the cost may be high." As he spoke, Zhou Chuamian glanced at the list again, frowning deeply. At this moment, Lin Feng smiled, and Zhou Chuamian paused, asking, "Do you have an idea?" Over the years, many of our technologies have been valued by the country and treated as secrets. Lin Feng said, "Using these to exchange is too costly. Once they are gone, we will have no chance of comeback," Zhou Chuamian said seriously. At that moment, he felt that Lin Feng might be too anxious. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng said, "Think about it. If the Tianjin is born, won't our satellite technology, Beidou technology, and so on become outdated technologies?" Zhou Chuamian paused, then suddenly realized, laughing as he said, "You mean? Using some obsolete things for exchange is not a big deal." Lin Feng said, "Now being behind is not about being beaten, but rather selling out." Zhou Chuamian smiled and continued to finish his sentence. Chapter 21. Technology sale. Moreover, we are not limited to trading with just one country, but with many countries. Lin Feng showed a cunning smile and said, "Isn't old me fond of blocking us now? I wonder if his little subordinates can resist this temptation." Zhou Quanmin realized this and understood that it is very difficult to develop independently in isolation from the world. Since the situation has been established, we must rely on ourselves to break the deadlock. Of course, we should not sell favors. We should extort when necessary, Lin Feng stated. Zhou Quanmin responded, "What you said is not correct. We are friendly nations with countries around the world. Comrade Lin Feng, your ideological awareness is still lacking." Lin Feng paused and then laughed heartily. When Lin Feng left, Dong Hua arrived in Yanjing. He would serve as the technical expert for the negotiations with Country D. At the same time, Huaxia sent visit applications to over 8 countries, causing a stir worldwide, with 8 delegations departing for the 8 countries. At this moment, a good show was unfolding in Qinchuan City. Led by McLean, spies from the Starlink program gathered together, as they had figured out that the production line of the 6th-generation fighter jets was located where their map indicated. They were clever to choose this location. McLean smiled, his tone somewhat disdainful. This place was built underground in the mountains. They would not have discovered it without their fortunate coincidence. Of course, this coincidence was quite fortunate. What should they do next? A spy asked. To establish a complete production line, it will take at least 2 years. We don't need to destroy everything. Just the core technical workshop, McLean quickly replied. I will have our domestic satellite system assist us. What about the weapons? McLean waved his hand, and at that moment, sets of special forces equipment were delivered in. The next day, when Lin Feng just got up, he saw Su Chenxi, who was playing a game. Toss him a newspaper. As he caught it, he said, really, both inexperienced and loves to play. Su Chenxi ignored him. Lin Feng glanced at the newspaper, which stated, according to a report from Country D's newspaper, Huaxia and Country D have reached an agreement to cooperate on CNC machine tools and satellite technology. And the 2 countries have facilitated an investment project worth up to 300 billion, with Siemens set to produce in Huaxia to help us develop multiple machine tools. Lin Feng smiled upon seeing this and said, Country D is really impatient. Su Chenxi rarely put down her computer and said, I don't understand. Are you saying why Country D announced it? Yes. It's very simple. First, to avoid offending America, and second, to promote a certain matter. What matter? At this moment, Lin Feng took out his phone and handed it to Su Chenxi. Only then did Su Chenxi see that foreign media were densely reporting Huaxia, under technology blockade, could not hold on and actively sought a way out, even at the cost of satellite and high-speed rail technologies in exchange. Lin Feng laughed at this and said, I think those in Olmi's camp are probably even happier now. Su Chenxi lost interest in this topic and sat down to continue playing her little game. Meanwhile, across the Pacific, in the Black Palace of America, an elderly white man sat at his desk. His presence here was self-evident. Smith Plan, the leader of America, the only superpower on this planet. In this office, there was another person, Lansport, the Secretary of State. He came today specifically for the transaction between Country D and Huaxia. Should we stop them? Lansport inquired. Smith Plan remained silent, staring at a report without speaking for a long time. Do you think we should stop them? Smith Plan asked. Of course, Lansport replied. Our Asia-Pacific blockade strategy is a top priority this year. Country D's actions are clearly disrespectful to us. Smith Plan then asked, do you think these 2 technologies are valuable to Huaxia? Of course, Lansport replied. These 2 technologies are currently leading the world in Huaxia, essentially being their trump cards. Although Country D won't get the entire technology, it is still quite valuable. That's right, Smith Plan said with a smile. Huaxia has always taken pride in these 2 technologies, treating them as treasures. This time they are really cutting off a piece of flesh. What do you mean? If Country D cannot get this piece of fat meat, they will definitely throw a tantrum, Smith Plan stated. There's a saying in Huaxia, a dog will jump over the wall when desperate. We will push Huaxia to a dead end. Moreover, once technology is sold, it is gone. Lansport suddenly understood and said, you mean it's time to slaughter Huaxia? Of course, Smith Plan replied with a smile. I believe many countries are eyeing this piece of fat meat now. As long as we loosen our grip, Huaxia will continuously sell its advanced technology for survival. When they realize they have sold all their technology, that will be their day of doom. By the end, Smith Plan's smile widened. Country D, as a world leader in high-end manufacturing, possesses extremely advanced CNC machine tools. The sudden visit from the Huaxia delegation surprised them greatly. Later, upon learning that they wanted 5-axis CNC machine tools, they immediately refused. Subsequently, they tentatively discovered that Huaxia's bottom line was very low, even willing to exchange satellite technology for 5-axis machine tool technology. This made them feel as if they were dreaming. The day after the transaction was reached, they quickly published an announcement. First, to celebrate. Second, to show the world how foolish Huaxia is. Third, to test America's reaction. After a full 16 hours, under the watch of several high-ranking officials from Country D, they finally saw a document quickly transmitted. It only had one word in English: agree. In that instant, the officials from Country D were overjoyed. They all felt they had struck a great deal. Huaxia people were truly foolish, willing to sell even such technology. There was no choice. They were driven to desperation, or else it wouldn't be our turn. I heard they are negotiating with many countries. I think we should strive for more technology and squeeze Huaxia dry. Agreed, several of them said, laughing heartily. However, the louder they laugh now, the louder they would cry later. Chapter 22. The sky has changed. Is your shadow behind this deal as well? The bureau chief held a newspaper pointing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Who do you think made a profit?" "You're everywhere," the bureau chief replied in surprise. He had heard Lin Feng had gone to Yinjing and knew things were complicated, but he didn't expect it to be related to Lin Feng. After thinking for a moment, he said, "We must have lost." Then he added, "In terms of technology, how can machine tool technology compare to satellite technology?" Lin Feng laughed and said, "You're mistaken." The bureau chief asked, "How so?" "Our current 2 major projects, as well as future projects, require high-precision machine tool technology. This kind of thing is like a tool." Lin Feng explained, "You should understand the importance of tools. With this, we can definitely create more advanced satellites, high-speed trains, and so on. Don't forget, the technology for space-based weapons can be applied to other projects." The bureau chief suddenly understood. At this moment, Lin Feng asked, "Why do you have time to visit the War Ignorance Bureau today?" "Nonsense," Lin Feng said. "You only come to the War Ignorance Bureau once a month. It's a miracle." The bureau chief chuckled and said, "Well, actually, Donghai TV invited me to come on stage again, and I agreed." "What are they asking about this time?" Lin Feng inquired. "Of course, it's about the recent deal with Country D. You should meet your old flame while you're at it. Now that the Shattered Star project is nearing completion, you should stabilize her," the bureau chief replied. "Okay," Lin Feng said, biting into an apple, and asked, "How do you plan to evaluate this deal?" Without thinking, the bureau chief said, "No doubt, it's a huge loss." That evening, Donghai TV invited Lin Feng as promised. The bureau chief didn't attend again. Everyone knew that the bureau chief was cunning and that his words couldn't be trusted. In contrast, while the public might not like the honest Lin Feng, those spies and public intellectuals adored him. Basically, they believed everything Lin Feng said. After all, he appeared quite innocent. On the show, Lin Feng was dressed in a suit, which made netizens very angry. The War Ignorance Bureau is done for. Do you think this could be part of the plan? Are you stupid? Lin Feng clearly has a powerful background as a second-generation official. The netizens were arguing like a bustling market. However, Lin Feng didn't care. He could even gaze affectionately at Zhu Ting on TV. Zhu Ting looked back at Lin Feng with deep feelings, but she was actually quite disdainful. It had to be admitted that Lin Feng was indeed handsome. However, Zhu Ting only liked Americans. "Hello, Mr. Lin Feng." "Hello." Lin Feng's eyes were as gentle as the spring river water. "Mr. Lin Feng, you must have heard about the recent technology deal between Country D and our country, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Ting's eyes showed a hint of mockery. To be honest, she thought this country was too foolish. How could such an important technology as satellites be sold? "It's just a normal transaction," Lin Feng smiled and said. "The exchange of technology is quite normal. It signifies that our country is preparing to break the blockade and has very positive implications." "Could there be some insider information?" Zhu Ting asked. "Insider information?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "How could there be insider information? Could it be that some aspects of our country can't hold out anymore?" Zhu Ting continued to probe. "Of course not," Lin Feng immediately replied, But his expression became unnatural as he added, "The country is operating normally and thriving." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhu Ting felt ecstatic inside, while the netizens were in despair. This time, they didn't criticize Lin Feng. Although everyone could see through Lin Feng's poor acting skills, they got the answers they wanted. "Friends, our country is at a critical and dangerous moment." Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Regarding the country's transaction, everyone felt both heartbroken and regretful. But more than that, there was worry. Lin Feng smiled slightly. When the camera was off, Lin Feng stopped pretending and asked, "Are we having dinner tonight?" While speaking, Lin Feng seemed a bit impatient. Man's impatience. Zhu Ting was taken aback for a moment and then said, "Of course, just wait a moment while I remove my makeup." Lin Feng smiled and watched her leave until her figure disappeared around the corner. At this moment, Lin Feng's phone rang, and Zhu Ting's phone also rang. Lin Feng answered. It was Chun Haidong. "How is it?" Lin Feng asked. "Tonight, we're going to hit the mole," Chun Haidong said. Lin Feng smiled and replied, "I was just about to have dinner with the mole. The food from the National Security Bureau is equally delicious." Chun Haidong said, "You're not going to make me go catch it, are you?" Lin Feng said, "I'm just an ordinary person." Chun Haidong laughed and said, "If I tell you to go, then go. You're an ordinary person, but Su Chenxi is not." After saying that, Chun Haidong hung up. Meanwhile, in the corner, Zhu Ting only heard a sentence coming from the other side. "Action tonight." Zhu Ting trembled with excitement upon hearing this. In Qinchuan City, amidst the desolate mountains, it was pitch black. There was no moon tonight, and the sky was overcast with dark clouds, seemingly on the verge of a heavy downpour. This should have been a night for a good sleep, but some people were wide awake. McLin, accompanied by someone, stood on a distant mountain, using night vision goggles to clearly see the mountains in the distance. The bad weather was just right for their move. McLin had planned everything. This sabotage operation would attack from 3 directions. Most of the spies involved in the Starlink project had undergone Special Forces training. With the world's leading Special Forces equipment, they would surely be able to breach this production base in a short time. Furthermore, after several days of observation, they had completely grasped the guarding and rotation situation here. "Commander McLin, we are ready," someone said. McLin glanced at his watch and said, "Wait a bit longer." "Understood. Remember, you only have 15 minutes, McLin instructed. 1,000 meters away, there was a military base. If the enemy came to aid, none of them would escape. However, it was this arrangement that made McLin completely believe this was the production base for the 6th-generation fighter. As the minute hand turned to 0000, McLin immediately said, "Act." "Yes, act." The other side also shouted and then hung up. McLin felt something liquid dripping onto his body. He looked up at the sky and slowly broke into a smile, saying, "The sky has changed. It's raining." Chapter 23, just a drill, the rain poured down. And under the cover of night, hundreds of people dressed in Special Forces uniforms moved through the darkness. They not only had advanced equipment, but also explosives. They spoke not a word, communicating only with gestures. The leading American soldier raised his hand and then swung it down sharply. Subsequently, the entire combat team approached the mountains in an orderly manner. 2 kilometers away, outside a farmhouse in the deep mountains, a middle-aged couple was fast asleep when the farmer's wife suddenly said, "Old man, is there someone outside?" The farmer's wife was anxious. It was the dead of night. The farmer also heard footsteps and stared at the door like a hunter. "Knock, knock." The door was knocked. The farmer jumped up and quickly grabbed a broom. "Who?" he called out, brimming with vigilance, thinking it might be robbers. Unexpectedly, a loud yet reassuring voice came from outside. "Don't be afraid, old man. We are Chinese soldiers." Upon hearing this, the farmer still did not relax his guard until the soldier said, "You don't need to open the door. I'm here to warn you that there might be explosions in the distance later, and I hope you won't be startled." The farmer's wife, upon hearing this, became flustered and asked, "Will it be dangerous?" "No," the soldier replied. "You can rest assured." "What is going on?" the farmer asked curiously. The Chinese soldier looked into the distance and said, "It's nothing, just a drill." Soldiers from 3 directions, swiftly and disciplined, launched an assault on the production line. However, they soon realized something was off. They had advanced without obstruction and easily entered what was supposed to be a production base. They indeed saw machines inside, but these machines were from the 1960s? The leading soldier quickly sensed that something was wrong. He picked up the communicator, ready to inform McLean, but suddenly realized that the communicator had no signal. He shouted, "Retreat! No matter what, retreat is the first priority." As a soldier with years of combat experience, his instincts told him that this place was dangerous. But just as they turned around, the lights suddenly blazed bright. They froze and saw that they were surrounded by gun barrels. "There are also people. We are Chinese soldiers. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately and lay down your weapons." The leading soldier's expression was cold, but his voice carried a great deal of confidence. Without hesitation, the soldier picked up his gun. Bang! When the gunshot rang out, it signified that this battle had officially begun. In the distance, McLean heard the gunfire and smiled slightly. Based on combat power estimates, this battle would be without suspense, and he turned to prepare to leave. It was too dangerous here. McLean had come secretly just to complete his mission. As for the spies from the Starlink program, he could not care less. In his eyes, these people were not that valuable. He walked down the mountain, looking at the plane ticket in his hand that would take off in 3 hours. Thinking this, he smiled. But as he walked, he suddenly heard a strange noise. He turned around sharply and asked, "Who?" The air was still, with no unusual sounds. However, a wild cat jumped out. McLean and his assistant nervously lowered their guns, breaking out in a cold sweat. They quickly moved down the mountain. At that moment, a bright light shot towards them. In his moment of shock, McLean heard a voice. "We are Chinese soldiers." As the voice rang out, McLean realized something. He immediately took out his phone, panicking. It was a failure. This plan had actually failed. How could it fail? But the next second, gunfire erupted. He felt a pain in his hand, and looking again, he saw a smoking gun barrel peeking out from the bushes in the distance. A sniper. McLean suddenly realized that this was not an impromptu encirclement operation, but a premeditated action. This group of Chinese people had been waiting for them. There was no sixth-generation fighter, right? McLean roared. "Mr. McLean, you are under arrest." Upon hearing this, McLean prepared to raise his gun, but more gunfire rang out. The hand he used to grip the gun was shot, leaving behind a pool of bright red liquid. "Don't you understand?" said the national security agent. "Zhu Ting is one of us." "Impossible, impossible." McLean screamed madly, "Bitch. Zhu Ting, you bitch." In a luxurious private room, Lin Feng and Zhu Ting were chatting and laughing, with a table full of lavish dinner. "I think we ordered too much. It's too wasteful," Zhu Ting said. Lin Feng initially wanted to say that this might be her last dinner, so she should enjoy it a bit more. However, he said instead, "It's fine. This is nothing. The hotel staff wouldn't dare take my money." Zhu Ting smiled. She actually wanted to leave quickly, but after thinking for a moment, she still asked, "What exactly is your father?" "This." Lin Feng hesitated. "It's okay if you don't say," Zhu Ting said. "You'll know in the future." Lin Feng replied. "Tonight, I want to—" "Sorry, Lin Feng, I'm really a bit tired." "All right then." Lin Feng did not press further, just smiled, stood up, and said, "I'll see you off." "It's fine." Lin Feng stood up and said, "We will meet again." He watched Zhu Ting get into the car, standing at a distance, holding an umbrella. Zhu Ting, seeing this scene in the taxi, smiled. As they turned the corner, Zhu Ting immediately told the taxi driver, "Change route to the airport." "Miss, where to at this late hour?" the driver asked with a smile. "Are you Chinese?" the driver said in surprise. "Your Mandarin is quite standard." Zhu Ting said nothing, just looked at Lin Feng, who was still holding the umbrella in the rearview mirror, suddenly laughing and saying, "Fool." The driver, hearing this, was puzzled and muttered, "Why insult someone?" Meanwhile, Lin Feng also smiled in the dark, rainy night, when suddenly a sports car came to a screeching halt in front of him, driven by Su Chensi. "Where did you get this?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "The car was too slow. I was afraid of losing you," Su Chensi said. "I drive?" Lin Feng said with surprise. "I'm afraid I'll throw up when I get out," Su Chensi said very seriously. "That old man in charge." Lin Feng angrily got into the car, and the next second, Su Chensi slammed on the gas and drove straight ahead. Chapter 24. This country owes you nothing. Donghai International Airport, although it was deep in the night, there were still many people flowing in and out. Upon arriving here, Zhu Ting felt much more at ease. In half an hour, she would board the plane, and her life would finally resemble her ideal. She fantasized about it and smiled. Suddenly, she heard a hey from behind. Zhu Ting turned her head with some displeasure, thinking it was another fan who didn't know how to behave. However, when she turned around, she was stunned in place. Lin Feng. Zhu Ting was shocked, even thinking she might have misseen. Is the TV station sending you on a business trip again? Lin Feng asked. Yeah, I really hate those leaders. Zhu Ting quickly nodded. Haha, these people are just like that. So, am I? Lin Feng said with a displeased expression. They suddenly assigned me a task. What task? Can't say. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. I forgot you are from a military district. Zhu Ting actually wanted to leave Lin Feng, but it wasn't too convenient to leave abruptly and raise suspicion. She suddenly noticed Su Chenxi next to Lin Feng, feeling a bit curious. Su Chenxi looked refreshing, and her appearance was undoubtedly impressive, yet no one had glanced at her since arriving. Who is she? Oh. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, just a little follower, no need to pay attention to her. Su Chenxi didn't mind hearing this, and focused on playing a mobile game. The three found a place to sit down, and Lin Feng continued to chatter away. Suddenly, Zhu Ting stood up and said, I'm going aboard. You're going to America? Lin Feng looked at the boarding announcement board and said, what a coincidence, so am I. You. Zhu Ting paused, wondering what Lin Feng was going to America for. But Lin Feng took the initiative to stand up and help her with her luggage, saying, we should be on the same flight. Follow me. I'll take you through the special passage. No, that's not necessary. It's fine. Lin Feng approached an airport staff member carrying Zhu Ting's bag and deliberately said, military district, going to America. At this moment, Zhu Ting finally felt relieved. The three entered the special passage, but as they walked, Zhu Ting began to feel something was off. She said, why do I feel like this direction isn't going to the airport? You have a good sense of direction, Lin Feng said. A bit. Zhu Ting smiled awkwardly, suddenly realizing something, and exclaimed, isn't this going away from the airport? Of course, Lin Feng replied. Then, Lin Feng, stop messing around. I really have business to attend to. Zhu Ting was a bit flustered, but managed to hold it together. Lin Feng said, are you really so eager to go to America? Can it wait until tomorrow? Stop messing around. Zhu Ting continued, a bit angry. I really have work. Your work is just reporting to your American father, right? Lin Feng said with a smile. Zhu Ting was taken aback, then suddenly looked up. Her mind raced for 2 seconds, and she quickly smiled. What are you talking about? But Lin Feng took out a piece of paper and said, you've been outstanding in Huaxia since childhood. Your scholarship was provided by the state, and when you went to university, you went abroad. In just 4 years, you become a spy. Hearing the word spy, Zhu Ting's last fantasy finally shattered. She swung her hand violently, moving faster than she expected. She wasn't a special forces soldier, but she had received training. However, before her hand could reach Lin Feng, she felt as if she had hit a steel plate. She looked up and realized it wasn't a steel plate, but a hand even wider than hers. The person who intervened was Su Chenxi. Be polite. Su Chenxi, with one hand on her computer and the other blocking Zhu Ting, said, let him finish speaking. You. Zhu Ting looked at Lin Feng. She finally understood that everything was not a coincidence. She had been exposed, and thoroughly at that. I really want to ask you, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Lin Feng said. Lin Feng. Zhu Ting trembled as she spoke, considering we've slept together. Can you? Slept together? Lin Feng smiled and said, sorry, I'm not interested in a bitch. That night, you just took some medicine and blacked out. You. Zhu Ting was furious at these words, her teeth clenched. Don't you want to know how you were exposed? Lin Feng asked. At this point, Zhu Ting was indeed interested, looking at Lin Feng expectantly. She was confused. She believed she had done everything flawlessly. Just then, Lin Feng smiled and said, it was McLean. He sold you out. No, that's impossible. The moment those words fell, Zhu Ting nearly broke down. Her pupils were bloodshot, and, at that moment, her psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. But the next second, she suddenly swung her hand. She planned to seize Lin Feng as a hostage while Su Chenxi wasn't paying attention. Lin Feng sensed her movement, but didn't move an inch. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and Zhu Ting was sent flying several meters away. She clutched her stomach in pain, while Lin Feng looked at Su Chenxi in astonishment. This woman was surprisingly strong. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Feng approached Zhu Ting, who was lying on the ground, coughing up black blood. he slowly said. Zhu Ting. Zhu Ting looked up in anger. You may not love your country, but don't hurt it. As Lin Feng spoke, he stepped on her face, pinning her against the wall, his voice icy. This country owes you nothing. Remember that. After he finished speaking, he kicked her hard again. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng walked ahead, while Su Chenxi, with one hand on her computer and the other lifting Zhu Ting like a chick, followed. By the roadside, the bureau chief waited with people from the National Security Bureau. Your shoes are dirty, the bureau chief said. I did a bit of private punishment, Lin Feng said expressionlessly. The bureau chief smiled, but Zhu Ting looked at him and immediately understood. None of this was as Lin Feng had described. However, how exactly had she been exposed? She was confused, very confused. Unfortunately, neither Lin Feng nor the bureau chief would explain. They waved their hands, and she was thrown into a car by the National Security Bureau personnel. Want a smoke? The bureau chief offered him a cigarette. Lin Feng nodded. Usually, he didn't tease smoke, but today he was indeed a bit happy. An old and a young person squatted on the roadside, and Lin Feng suddenly asked, How's the Shattered Star Project? The bureau chief extinguished his cigarette and tossed it on the ground, saying, Not a single one that Xu and Ti have left got away. As he spoke, the bureau chief smiled, but a faint voice came from the side. It's not good to litter by the roadside. The bureau chief paused, coughed slightly, and said, Little Sue, it's nothing. There are cleaning ladies every day. Lin Feng smiled and said, Pick it up. She's really strong, and I definitely want to help you, because I can't beat her either. Chapter 25, The Star-Shattering Plans, Conclusion, Yanjing Report. Guomin. Chen Haidong looked up. According to his usual habit, he would have been asleep by now. But at this late hour, he still had to wait. Wait for result. How is it? The Star-Shattering Plan was a success. We arrested over 2,000 spies. Over how many? 2,001, the assistant said seriously. Haidong laughed upon hearing this, but still grumbled, Next time, don't use official jargon. Just report the numbers. We need to be pragmatic. I want to make you a little happier, the assistant said. Chen Haidong chuckled. Indeed, it was satisfying to catch 2,001 at once. The assistant continued, This time, the incident has caused quite a stir. Should we notify the media? Why? To contain the information. Are you crazy? We're openly arresting people. Why should we contain the news? Chen Haidong said. We shouldn't just not contain it. We should hold a press conference. Arrange it, Chen Haidong instructed. What should we say in the statement? The assistant asked. You. Chen Haidong thought for a moment and said seriously, After a night of arduous operations, we captured over 2,000 spies. The assistant laughed out loud upon hearing this. What are you laughing at? Chen Haidong frowned. In nothing, the assistant hurriedly said. I was just thinking it really was quite hard. Hard my foot. This time, it was like catching chickens in a cage. Hurry up. Chen Haidong waved his hand, and the assistant stood at attention and quickly left. Chen Haidong glanced at the report and said, Lin Feng, what other surprises can you give me? It's time for me to give you a surprise. The next day, when Lin Feng woke up, his foot hurt badly. Ouch, it hurts. Lin Feng looked at Su Chenxi, his face full of pain. You're a man. You shouldn't be afraid of this, Su Chenxi said while applying medicine to him. A man is still a person, Lin Feng replied. Oh. Su Chenxi put away the medicine bottle. Lin Feng rubbed his foot and said, If I had known yesterday, I would have been gentler. I was too focused on my own enjoyment. Su Chenxi rolled her eyes. When Zhu Ting was brought up, her face was bruised and battered. She almost didn't look human. Do you like hitting women? Lin Feng paused, feeling Su Chenxi's unfriendly gaze, and said, I'm not a strong man. How could I like hitting women? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was a call from base. Okay, I'll be there right away. Lin Feng hung up the phone, quickly put on his clothes, and hobbled out. Seeing this scene, Su Chenxi actually showed a hint of a smile. What are you doing? Hurry up. I hurt my foot. And you still want me to drive? Lin Feng shouted. Su Chenxi smirked and quickly walked outside. As Lin Feng headed to the Shihai Island base, Yanjing was in an uproar. The gunfight that occurred in Qinchuan City yesterday had been leaked, and it was causing quite a stir. Today, news broke that the National Security Agency was actually responsible for the incident. This immediately attracted the attention of all the media, both domestic and international, especially from the United States. In the United States, Wilson had been waiting for a day. Don't worry, sir. McLean has extensive overseas combat experience, and his task completion rate is 100%. He executed the nuclear sabotage in the Bear Country quite perfectly. The assistant noticed Wilson's concern and advised, "Understand that this could become a diplomatic dispute, even a world war." Hearing this, Wilson felt it was reasonable. Suddenly, a team member walked in and said, "Sir, the Huaxia Security Bureau is holding a press conference right now. Should we watch? Let's go." The assistant smiled. Wilson, with a hint of anticipation, said, "Quick, switch to the feed." Yinjing, thanks to the National Security Agency's advance notice, a large number of media had arrived early to wait. Deacon West was one of them. He was a special correspondent from the United States and had caused trouble at press conferences in the past. This time, he had received some information from his country, so he was very pleased. If Huaxia's sixth-generation fighter jet had truly been sabotaged, it would be a world headline news. Do you know what happened? I don't know. There were explosions and gunfights. It's unimaginable. Most Huaxia journalists were worried and discussing among themselves. After a while, Chen Haidong finally came out with his team. "It's Minister Chen. Is he personally hosting the press conference today? It must be a big deal." Many journalists immediately noticed the significance. Chen Haidong usually didn't show his face. The last time he held a press conference was when he assumed this position. "Silence!" shouted the staff, maintaining order, and the venue fell silent, the atmosphere becoming eerie. He guessed that the sabotage plan had succeeded. Chen Haidong sat down and cleared his throat. This press conference was not only of interest to the media, it had also exploded online, especially among netizens in central China, where someone had posted videos of the fire on platforms like Douyin and Weibo, with views exceeding billions. "First, I welcome all the media here. I believe everyone is here for the gunfight incident in Qinchuan City yesterday," Chen Haidong said. At this moment, a beautiful female reporter raised her hand. Such press conferences usually had a drag. This reporter was from the Yinjing news agency. After Chen Haidong gestured for her to stand, she asked, "Could you please clarify what the action yesterday was targeted at?" Chen Haidong gestured for her to sit down, scanned the audience, and finally smiled slightly. This smile made Deacon West and Wilson, who were far away, shiver. They both realized that something serious was about to happen. Then they heard Chen Haidong slowly say, "Yesterday, we received reliable intelligence and dispatched a large number of agents to dismantle a major espionage case. This is the largest espionage case since the founding of our country." As soon as his voice fell, the entire venue was in an uproar. Chapter 26 press conference. In the next moment, the entire venue fell silent, and many reporters were left dumbfounded. For a moment, almost all the media began to applaud. This was quite awkward for Dai Kingxi, as the applause sounded extremely harsh. Online, it also exploded. "Wow, amazing. Now I'm not supporting the War Ignorance Bureau anymore. The National Security Bureau is the real deal. I don't know which country's spy it is. Is there any doubt? It must be from some country." A large number of netizens were discussing this, and it quickly topped the headlines on various platforms. Meanwhile, a female reporter at the scene wisely continued to ask, "Can we know what the operation is?" "This is a spy plan aimed at sabotaging the production line of the sixth-generation fighter." Sixth-generation fighter? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. For a moment, there was a frenzy both domestically and internationally. Has our country already developed the sixth-generation fighter? When did we start test flights? When did we begin production? What can you reveal about the sixth-generation fighter? Chen Haidong's words were like a nuclear bomb detonating in the crowd, with reporters scrambling to ask questions. "Quiet," the assistant shouted coldly, and the crowd quieted down. Chen Haidong said, "As for the sixth-generation fighter, you should ask the military. Our National Security Bureau cannot speak on that." After saying this, he smiled, and the Chinese reporters below also smiled. "Of course." Chen Haidong slowly continued. "We received news in advance that spies from a certain country were attempting to sabotage our production line. So we set up a trap to capture them in advance." "How many people were captured?" "Over 2,000, Chen Haidong replied. "Over 2,000? Is that a lot?" "It's not convenient to disclose." Chen Haidong smiled slightly, while his assistant rolled his eyes beside him. "Can you at least tell us how you received the news?" That reporter's question voiced the sentiments of many netizens, including Dai Kingxi and Wilson. It failed. It actually failed. Wilson's heart was bleeding. The Starlink project had invested over 3 billion yuan in China. After all, to get others to willingly serve you, you must offer financial incentives. Now, everything has been wiped out. Furthermore, how things would develop in the future is uncertain. Wilson's face darkened, and he stared intently at the screen, wanting to know the final truth. At this moment, Chun Haidong slowly spoke. Here, I must mention a person. Everyone looked at Chun Haidong, wondering who this influential figure could be. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Chun Haidong slowly said, "The War Ignorance Bureau, Director?" Sure enough, it was the director again. The crowd had already guessed and admired the director immensely. A retired old man, achieving great merit once more. Hello, I would like to ask, regarding the director's significant contribution this time, is there any special reward? A quick reporter directly asked. But unexpectedly, Chun Haidong changed his tone and said, "That's right. It is the director's disciple, Lin Feng." In an instant, the entire venue was filled with question marks. The next second, it was as if a nuclear bomb had landed, creating a mushroom cloud in the sky. Lin Feng. It's actually Lin Feng? Isn't he the son of that big shot who supposedly can't do anything and only relies on his background? Is this true? For a moment, many people did not believe it, especially those haters online. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This Lin Feng must be relying on his father again, trying to take credit for himself. Yes, it must be like that. In an instant, the discussions exploded again. But Chun Haidong calmly said, "Here, I must mention another person, Zhu Ting. She is a spy from a certain country. During one of Lin Feng's encounters, he keenly discovered her identity as a spy and reported it to the National Security Bureau. With his assistance, we formulated the Shattered Star Plan, which led to this operation." Hearing Chun Haidong directly reveal the entire process, the doubts instantly diminished. Previously, there were indeed rumors of Lin Feng dating Zhu Ting, and everyone had said he was a playboy. Sorry, Lin Feng. I'm sorry. In an instant, the entire internet was in tears, with people rushing to apologize. It must be said that the mention of Lin Feng stirred up 1,000 waves. The top of the trending search list was the two words Lin Feng. The second was sorry, Lin Feng. According to Weibo's backend data, in just 1 minute, over 30 million people had apologized. The War Ignorance Bureau truly had no idle people. Incredible, he deliberately approached the spy, risking his life. Indeed, the winds shifted, and Lin Feng became an idol. However, Chun Haidong was unwilling to elaborate further. "Minister Chun, can you disclose which country's spy it was?" A reporter asked. "That's not convenient." Chun Haidong's expression suddenly became serious as he said, "However, regarding the actions of this foreign country, our National Security Bureau will definitely retaliate tenfold." Also, at this moment, Chun Haidong stared directly at Daikengsi, making the latter feel uneasy. The intention and implication were already very clear. Hopefully, they would remember in the future. This is the land of China, and not just any random cat or dog can come in and cause destruction. After saying this, Chun Haidong walked away directly. Daikengsi was furious, but he dared not speak and quickly left through another door. The other reporters at the scene also left one after another. Today's press conference was explosive news that had to be released immediately. Everyone knew that, after today, the name Lin Feng would become famous throughout the country. At this moment, as the person involved in the press conference, Lin Feng was busy tightening screws. "Let's just do it this way," Lin Feng said, while tightening screws, speaking to a few scientists beside him. However, the scientists seemed to not hear him and were gathered in a bunch, gossiping about something. At first, Lin Feng thought they were engaged in academic research. But as he listened, it didn't seem right. One or two of them were even shouting things like "awesome." "What are you doing?" Lin Feng frowned, thinking how these scientists also liked gossiping. However, when Lin Feng got closer, he saw all of them looking up at him with adoring eyes. In simple terms, their eyes were shining. Lin Feng swallowed hard and said, "What are you doing? I know you haven't been with a woman for a long time, but I'm a man." Chapter 27 Rise to Fame. Awesome. So impressive. Chief Lin, you're so young. How are you so amazing? Me too. Even though my son just turned 1 month old, I can already tell he's useless. A group of scientists said this, especially Zhou Liming, who looked at Lin Feng with eyes that almost wanted to fall to the ground. "What's wrong?" Lin Feng asked. "Look at this." Zhou Liming gestured for him to come over. Lin Feng walked over and saw the headline, shock. War Ignorance Bureau's Lin Feng exposes female spy. Teams up with the National Security Bureau to solve the largest espionage case since the founding of the country. Lin Feng was taken aback. Wasn't this your doing? Zhou Liming was shocked and a bit disappointed. No, Lin Feng said strangely. Didn't we agree to keep this confidential? Chen Haidong is making a fuss. Everyone was speechless upon hearing this. The only one brave enough to directly call out Chen Haidong's name was probably Lin Feng. However, they admired him even more. Lin Feng accomplished such a significant thing and didn't seek any fame, still thinking about keeping a secret. So, does that mean you really discovered that female spy? Sort of, Lin Feng replied. What about the Shattered Star Project? In an instant, everyone became curious. Is that female spy's figure really good? Everyone turned their heads and looked at him disdainfully. But the scientist straightened his chest and said, purely out of curiosity, Chen Haidong, Lin Feng. I know you're Lin Feng. Chen Haidong smiled, sat down, took a sip of tea, and asked, what's the matter? If you want to take credit, just take credit. Why mention my name? Lin Feng said, do I need to report to you when the National Security Bureau does its work? Chen Haidong said as he hung up the phone. At this moment, the assistant beside him smiled and said, it seems you're in a good mood? They must have used so many spies. They probably wanted their lives. Chen Haidong said, this great achievement must go to Lin Feng. The assistant nodded and said, but his identity is special. Being so high profile might not be good. It's fine. Chen Haidong said, look at the old man in charge. Isn't he famous? No one wants to assassinate him. As long as his identity as chief engineer isn't exposed, others won't be interested in him. Understood. The assistant realized and then asked, what should we do next? Interrogation? No need for that. Chen Haidong said, kill them if they need to be killed. After thinking for a moment, he stood up and said, I want to see Zhu Ting. Yes. The assistant hurried to arrange it. After a while, Chen Haidong arrived at the prison and saw Zhu Ting with disheveled hair and bruises on her face. Who hit you? Chen Haidong frowned. You look like a wreck. Lin Feng, the assistant said. This kid is heavy-handed. Chen Haidong scolded. Hearing this, Zhu Ting's tears flowed down. She loved beauty the most. Looking at Chen Haidong, she said, please give me a chance to make amends. I will definitely work to redeem myself. Chen Haidong frowned and looked at the assistant, saying, what do you think? Treason is punishable by death. The assistant said anxiously, Minister, you can't show mercy. No, 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 I will definitely redeem myself. Zhu Ting crawled over on her knees. Chen Haidong said gently, who could be without faults? Minister. The assistant was anxious, seeing a glimmer of hope for survival. Zhu Ting happily said, I will tell you everything I know. But the next second, Chen Haidong's words made her smile freeze instantly. If you want to redeem yourself, you must contribute. You are a professional spy. I will send you to the U.S. to gather some intelligence, and then... The assistant paused. Zhu Ting also paused, then desperately shouted, no, no. But Chen Haidong revealed a devilish smile and said, now you say no, but when you chose this path, you should have thought of this consequence. You kill me. You kill me. Zhu Ting shootet. Because of her intelligence, the U.S. had lost over 2,000 spies and would certainly not let her go. The key point is, she has no value anymore. No, no. Zhu Ting shouted, you kill me, I don't want to go to the U.S. She tried to crawl over, but Chen Haidong kicked her in the face, disdainfully saying, if you have the courage, just kill yourself. Hearing this, Zhu Ting trembled all over. Chen Haidong guessed right. She really didn't have the courage to commit suicide, even though she knew she was facing a dead end. Despairing, she looked at Chen Haidong, but he turned around and left her with a single sentence. Thank you for conveying such important information for us. Hearing this, Zhu Ting started to cry. She finally understood. From the very beginning, it was all fake. The sixth-generation fighter jets Lin Feng mentioned were entirely fictional. Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Her voice turned extremely furious, blood vessels bursting in her eyes. Hey, you guys don't know, that woman tempted me at the time. And I didn't move at all. You didn't move down there either? A group of scientists were astonished. Get lost. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, how can a man think with his lower body? Ha ha. Everyone laughed, but they admired Lin Feng even more. And Lin Feng was also full of smiles. Damn, these scientists are really making a fortune, telling a story and boasting. They actually earned 400,000 points. At this rate, he could buy another one soon. The whole story only lasted half an hour until Lin Feng's phone rang. What? You have problems over there too? Wait a minute, I'll go to Shihai Island shortly. Okay. Yang nodded with a strange expression. Once Lin Feng had completely walked away, Zhou Liming said, Old Yang. What's wrong? Can't bear to part with him? Do you know what kind of place Shihai Island is? Yang said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Liming and many scientists' eyes lit up. Shihai Island. Aircraft carrier production base. Could it be? Someone swallowed hard. Chief Lin is truly a remarkable person. Everyone nodded at the latter words. Only one person cursed and said, Chapter 28. Controlled nuclear fusion nuclear power. As the energy source for a super aircraft carrier, a simple nuclear reactor cannot provide stable and powerful propulsion. Therefore, controlled nuclear fusion is the best choice. On the plane, Lin Feng was lost in thought when he suddenly heard the system notification. Ding. Mission accomplished. Ding. The Shattered Star plan has concluded, with a total of 2,001 spies captured. Ding. Reward points, 400,200. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel delighted. Another 400,000 points. At this rate, he would be able to exchange for another super project soon. Lin Feng rummaged through the system, only to find that there was no project for controlled nuclear fusion. After thinking for a while, he became troubled. In fact, the current nuclear power technology is sufficient to meet the needs of aircraft carrier navigation. However, as projects grow larger and more numerous, energy reform is bound to begin. Relying on oil and other energy sources will not suffice. Ultimately, Lin Feng thought, controlled nuclear fusion may belong to third-level technology, so he is currently unable to exchange for it. After getting off the plane, Lin Feng walked out of the airport and thought for a moment before saying to Su Qinxi beside him, Help me contact Yinjing. I want to meet with the national nuclear experts. Yes. Su Qinxi had just nodded when a piercing scream suddenly came from the airport. It's Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked up and immediately noticed something was off. People from the entire airport had gathered around. It really is Lin Feng. So handsome. Brother Lin Feng. You're amazing, having killed so many spies. Lin Feng, I love you. Lin Feng felt a bit overwhelmed and, seeing them so crazy, smiled slightly and acknowledged them. Later, he was drenched in sweat as he got into the car. When he looked again, he found that Su Qinxi had already slipped into the car without him noticing. Damn, what did you sneak in? Lin Feng asked curiously. This woman is elusive. I don't like crowded places. Of course, I don't like them either, Lin Feng said angrily. You're my bodyguard. According to the storyline, you should be clearing the way for me. I'm an assistant. Su Qinxi corrected him, and besides, no one wants to harm you. As soon as he entered, Lin Feng saw the bureau chief dressed up quite formally and asked, Old man, where are you going? To appear on TV, the bureau chief said cheerfully. Who are you trying to fool this time? Lin Feng replied. None of your business, the bureau chief said, patting his butt and leaving, not telling him that Lin Feng had made a significant contribution this time, and he was going for an interview. He would also take the opportunity to hype up the 6th-generation aircraft. Look, it's a good thing you're with me. If you were with such leaders, you'd be in trouble, Lin Feng said, pointing at the bureau chief to Su Qinxi. However, when he turned around, he found that the woman had already vanished. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed, thinking that managing this team was getting difficult. As for nuclear matters, you should go to the Jiangnan nuclear base yourself, Zhou Quanmin said. I've already briefed them on the specifics. All right, Lin Feng nodded, a bit more awake. Also, regarding the educational reform issue you mentioned, we've held the 18th meeting, and there will be results soon. You can come to Yinjing then, Zhou Quanmin added. By the way, I want to ask you something. Go ahead, you said. With such a huge spy case this time, can we ask the U.S. for something? Lin Feng paused. This incident had caused quite a stir in the U.S. Must be panicking. If they really broke their window, it would mean the world was starting to become unstable. The U.S. daring to cause trouble in another country would inevitably have significant international repercussions. Let me think, Lin Feng said, then asked, what if they refuse to give anything? Then we blow up one of their damn military bases, Zhou Quanmin replied. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless at the sudden vulgarity, but felt a surge of pride. Today's Easter Huaxia is no longer what it used to be. The rise of Huaxia is unstoppable. As for the U.S. wanting to go to war, there's no need to fear at all. At least in the near sea, the U.S. still cannot compete with them. By the time Lin Feng headed to Jiangnan, it was already nighttime. Lin Feng, this person indeed can't hide himself very well. However, his vision is really good. He saw at a glance that Zhu Ting is a spy from a certain country. Did I guide him? There was some guidance. Otherwise, how could a young person like him see through it? Oh, the 6th-generation aircraft? No worries. We've already moved it to a safe place. In a few months, our 6th-generation aircraft will soar through the blue sky. Lin Feng sat on the plane, cursing as he spoke. I said, where did he go? He wasn't around when it was time to work, but he asked the first to take credit. He didn't genuinely blame the bureau chief. The words spoken by the bureau chief were merely to continue building Lin Feng's image. Lin Feng is capable, but still young. Therefore, what he said can be trusted. After successfully disembarking, Lin Feng headed straight to the Jiangnan nuclear base. As he entered, the total head of a nuclear base, Pan Wenguang, was anxiously waiting. Zhou Kuanmin had instructed that Lin Feng's identity should not be questioned. Just listen to him. It was an order. So when he saw Lin Feng, Pan Wenguang found it hard to believe. He knew very well that if Lin Feng were really just a 2nd-generation official, he wouldn't have such treatment. Minister Jiang, hello. Lin Feng politely extended his hand. Pan Wenguang quickly shook hands after regaining his composure. I heard before coming that this is the largest nuclear base. Now I can finally witness it. Lin Feng said with a smile. Pan Wenguang immediately felt more favorable towards Lin Feng and, looking at the base, said with emotion, it has been some time. This is our first nuclear base. As the two walked inside, Pan Wenguang said, the experts inside are waiting for you. When Lin Feng walked in, he heard intense arguments inside. These technical experts from the same industry found it particularly interesting to meet. Old Li, why are you still so stubborn? I've told you, the magnetic confinement fusion under 7th-level technology is impossible. Our equipment can't keep up. What we must first do is achieve net energy gain from fusion reactions. What you're saying is completely useless. Stop arguing. The U.S. has already implemented 8th-level technical requirements. Can't we be anxious? Whichever side masters this technology first will essentially control the next generation of technological revolution. As they spoke, they started to argue. Pan Wenguang frowned, preparing to step forward to scold them, but Lin Feng stopped him and quietly sat aside. At this time, he noticed a tall, skinny man with glasses in the corner who seemed out of place. The man looked at them with a hint of envy, but more with frustration. Who is this person? Lin Feng wondered. Just as his question arose, the system chimed in. Ding. Hidden mission triggered. Ding. Mission requirements. 1. Obtain the 7th-level controlled nuclear fusion blueprint. 2. Find and guide the gifted individual. 3. Help the gifted individual complete the 8th-level controlled nuclear technology experiment. Upon mission completion, points and controlled nuclear fusion materials will be awarded. Damn! Lin Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing the latter part. Chapter 29. The Gifted One, Jiang Cheng what? Pan Wenguang was taken aback when he heard the words damn it. Nothing. Lin Feng kept staring at the glasses-wearing man. What's his name? Lin Feng continued to ask. Lin Feng almost concluded that he was the gifted one that the system mentioned, and asked, he seems to not get along with others. Not really, Pan Wenguang replied. This person is quite talented, but his ideas are too crazy, which almost led to the entire project being scrapped. If the experiments had continued at that time, a nuclear leak or even an explosion would have definitely occurred. Pan Wenguang exhaled and said, after that, he was no longer used. Did someone die? Lin Feng asked. One person did, but it was due to radiation, and he lived for about 8 more years, Pan Wenguang said. Actually, you can't blame him because those who participated in such experiments all signed death agreements, and the state also provided them with the best compensation. Even he himself said before he passed that he never blamed Jiang Cheng. But sometimes, the hardest part is one's own inner demons. Lin Feng nodded. Mr. Lin Feng, how about we? Pan Wenguang started to speak. Lin Feng nodded again, and the two walked forward as Pan Wenguang began to introduce Lin Feng. For the next half hour, Lin Feng quietly listened to them discussing controllable nuclear fusion. However, It was essentially meaningless conversation. Finally, Lin Feng glanced at Jiang Cheng in the corner and said, "Dr. Jiang, what do you think?" Jiang Cheng paused. Although he didn't understand why Lin Feng was focusing on him, he still replied, "What these academicians have said is already the best. I have no further comments." Lin Feng noticed that there was no light in his eyes. At the end of the meeting, Lin Feng instructed Pan Wenguang to dismiss everyone and then said, "Let him stay and come with me." Pan Wenguang paused, somewhat confused, but still called him over. With him, Jiang Cheng was taken aback, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "I don't want to." He could tell Lin Feng was an outsider to nuclear technology. Jiang Cheng was willing to bow to someone more skilled than him, but he absolutely would not listen to a layman's leadership. "This is an order." Pan Wenguang was anxious, thinking, "Do you know Lin Feng's identity?" Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Do you look down on me?" "Yes," Jiang Cheng replied. Pan Wenguang's eyes widened in shock, becoming even more anxious. Lin Feng said, "What if it's a request from the state?" Jiang Cheng exhaled and said, "Aren't other academicians better than me?" After speaking, Jiang Cheng waved his hand and turned to leave. Pan Wenguang prepared to stop him and scold him, but Lin Feng said, "Give me the information on that deceased martyr." 3 days later, Lin Feng found a gravestone on the mountain behind the nuclear base. Looking around, he saw gravestones everywhere. How many scientists and technicians had poured their hearts and souls into achieving today's advanced nuclear technology in China? "I bought too few flowers," Lin Feng said. "Yeah," Su Chenxi agreed. The deceased was named Li, a technician. Pan Wenguang mentioned she was Jiang Cheng's apprentice. The two slightly bowed, and after a while, they saw Jiang Cheng approaching. Lin Feng knew he would come, because today was Li's birthday. When Jiang Cheng saw Lin Feng, he was first taken aback. But he gritted his teeth and placed flowers and a roast chicken in front of Li's gravestone, then knelt on the ground. He knocked his head repeatedly, a total of 9 times. Finally, he seemed to choke up and said, "Can you leave first?" Su Chenxi was about to leave, but Lin Feng said, "Are you afraid of us seeing your weak side? Can you leave?" Jiang Cheng roared, his mind nearing collapse. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Stop throwing a tantrum at me. You caused someone else's death and still have the face to be angry? Shut up." Jiang Cheng waved his hand. Su Chenxi frowned, preparing to help Lin Feng stop him, but was surprised to find Lin Feng easily dodging Jiang Cheng's attack with a quick turn. Although Jiang Cheng's attack was slow, it was somewhat unexpected. Su Chenxi couldn't help but take another look at Lin Feng. Usually this guy was very lazy, even complaining about being tired when getting takeout. How could he have such skills? After dodging, Lin Feng continued to smile and said, "A coward's life is nothing but hiding in fear." "Shut up." Jiang Cheng was really on the verge of a mental breakdown. He sat on the ground and cried out in pain. "You don't understand at all. You don't understand at all." Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a bit of compassion. He thought for a moment and said, "I know that if it weren't for Li, more people would have died. But the person is already dead. And don't you forget, what was Li's biggest dream?" Jiang Cheng paused. "Jiang Cheng, everyone makes mistakes. If you truly feel guilty towards her, then please help her fulfill her dream. At that time, bring her dream to meet her, and I believe she won't blame you," Lin Feng said as he tossed down a piece of paper, saying, "If you think it over, come find me here." "Will he come?" Su Chenxi looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't reply, just looked at the time and said, "If he doesn't come, then leave." "Shouldn't we persuade him? Those who work under me cannot be cowards, even if they have excellent skills," Lin Feng said seriously. "Then leave." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Su Chenxi glanced outside the door and then said, "Looks like I need to leave first." "Okay," Lin Feng nodded. Su Chenxi then walked toward the door, pushed it open, and Jiang Cheng was right outside. He entered and glanced at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng said, "Sit. What can a layman like you help me with?" Jiang Cheng said. Lin Feng's achievements and contributions were not something Jiang Cheng could insult. Lin Feng waved his hand, and Su Chenxi reluctantly closed the door. Once the door was closed, Lin Feng said, "7th level controllable nuclear technology." Jiang Cheng paused, his pupils lighting up. Lin Feng realized he had guessed correctly. He looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "You have other thoughts in your mind, don't you?" At that moment, Jiang Cheng's gaze towards Lin Feng completely changed. He felt that Lin Feng's arrival saw through his inner self, and Lin Feng knew that this moment needed a heavy blow. He threw out a card. Jiang Cheng picked it up and looked at it, instantly shocked. It read, Chief Engineer of the Super Aircraft Carrier, Lin Feng. You. Jiang Cheng exhaled, and his gaze towards Lin Feng was completely different. I'm sorry, he said, filled with sincerity and regret. And at that moment, the system chimed, ding, completed the second step of the task, successfully finding and guiding the gifted one. Lin Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this. In fact, Lin Feng was simply trying to complete the task to obtain information about controllable nuclear fusion, not knowing that Jiang Cheng at this moment would become the energy madman feared by countless people. Chapter 30. Negotiation with Giants. If you can really give me the technology for level 7 controllable nuclear fusion, I would be willing to try again. Why? Because after that experiment, I realized I was too impatient. Lin Feng thought for a moment upon hearing this and asked, is there a big difference between level 6 and level 7? Of course. Each level represents a huge difference, Jiang Cheng replied. If we continue like this, how long will it take us to research level 7? At least 3 years. Jiang Cheng said. 3 years. Lin Feng pondered. 3 years is too long. Suddenly, he had a bright idea and said, it seems I know where we can get the level 7 controllable nuclear technology. In the new gold mountain of the United States, a negotiation is taking place. One side represents China, the other the United States. This negotiation is not public, but the leaders are significant. One is Zhou Quanmin, and the other is the U.S. Secretary of State, Lansport. The delegations each have more than 10 people. Given the level of this meeting, it should be quite formal, but the meeting is as chaotic as a marketplace. You're talking nonsense. If you don't compensate, I'll blow it up. Come on, let us go down together. Zhou Quanmin slammed the table, stood up, and shouted loudly. Lansport was both angry and helpless. He had inquired before coming that Zhou Quanmin had a good temper and was easy to talk to, but he never expected him to completely change. This matter is indeed the fault of the United States because they took action. It should be known that China is not what it used to be. If other countries were to act without response, they would truly be soft and easy to bully. The U.S. side is first afraid of exposure and other countries discussing it. After all, they have a bunch of little brothers, and if something like this happens, they fear losing morale, making it hard to lead the team. Secondly, they are genuinely afraid of China going wild. After all, that is China's bottom line. Having arrested 2001 spies, there will definitely be some who are scared and betray. That's it for today. I'm hungry. I'm not discussing anymore. Zhou Quanmin patted his backside and arrogantly walked away. Lansport was furious and called Wilson, scolding him harshly, causing the assistant beside him to tremble in fear. What's going on? Lansport asked. We found Zhu Ting on a plane to the U.S., the assistant said. And then? She said she has intelligence too. What the hell? Why don't you just capture her and throw her in jail and torture her? What value does she have left? Haven't we suffered enough? Lansport yelled. Yes, yes, yes. The assistant nodded repeatedly. That night, Zhou Quanmin rubbed his temples. In fact, he and T really thought about what he wanted. He might as well just ask for big things first. For example, ask for 7 or 8 aircraft carriers, or ask for an overseas military base. Whatever. Slowly test the U.S. bottom line. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng is looking for you. The assistant came in and slightly bowed. Quick. Zhou Quanmin immediately stood up. Although tired, he felt energized upon hearing Lin Feng's name. He quickly picked up the phone, and Lin Feng's voice came through. What? Controllable nuclear fusion? No way. I think I should ask for 7 aircraft carriers. That seems more reasonable. Lin Feng was speechless but said, Actually, I don't need that many levels. Just level 7 is fine. What does level 7 mean? Zhou Quanmin was definitely an outsider in this field. Others have already reached level 8. Level 7 is outdated. Then what do we need him for? Zhou Quanmin said. Lin Feng was once again speechless. Zhou Quanmin thought for a moment, became serious, and said, Okay, I know what to do. Good. Lin Feng hung up and just happened to see that the bureau chief had appeared on TV again. This old man has so many interviews. While Lin Feng was watching a report on nuclear issues, he listened to the bureau chief's interview. At first, it was just a critique of Lin Feng, saying he was young and inexperienced. Then it transitioned into a normal interview. In recent years, our aircraft carriers have been produced like dumplings. When do you think we can develop the Ford-class aircraft carrier? The host asked seriously. The bureau chief pondered for a moment and said, "That's a bit fanciful. We've even developed the sixth-generation fighter jet. The Ford-class aircraft carrier should not be far off. That's not the same level. The sixth-generation fighter jet is a technical issue, but the requirements for the Ford-class aircraft carrier are extremely high. Its differences from ordinary aircraft carriers lie in." The bureau chief spoke eloquently, feeling immensely proud inside. When the super aircraft carrier is launched, what will the Ford-class aircraft carrier be? However, he certainly couldn't say that now. "Oh," the host responded, noticing the bureau chief's expression was not very convincing, and continued, "Let me tell you, rather than waiting for the Ford-class aircraft carrier, it's better to dream about controllable nuclear fusion." "Oh, has our controllable nuclear fusion made breakthroughs?" The host paused. "Peace, hif. The bureau chief revealed a meaningful smile, but did not speak. This tactic he learned from Lin Feng. Using the sixth-generation fighter jet to disguise space-based weapons is one thing. So using controllable nuclear fusion to disguise super aircraft carriers is also reasonable. I understand, the host smiled. He also knew that the elements of tonight's interview were sufficient to make it popular. However, Lin Feng, who was watching in front of the TV, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of hot tea upon hearing this. He turned his head and just happened to see the smug expression on the bureau chief's face. Looking at the nuclear reaction data in his hands, he couldn't help but sweat. "Old man, your mouth is really poisonous." The next day, Zhou Quanmin got up, dressed in a suit. "Handsome, right?" Zhou Quanmin asked the assistant. The assistant nodded. "Let us go." Zhou Quanmin walked while adjusting his glasses. Not only was he handsome, but he was also refined. In the conference room, Zhou Quanmin led his team inside, and on the other side, Lansport felt much more at ease seeing Zhou Quanmin's outfit today. It seemed that Zhou Quanmin would have a good discussion today, and all.Until immediately demands 7 aircraft carriers. Of course, the conditions proposed yesterday were not something a person could bring up. "Good morning, Mr. Lansport." "Good morning, Mr. Zhou Quanmin. How did you sleep last night?" Lansport sighed in relief. In fact, he hadn't slept well either. He picked up his coffee, thinking that they could have a good conversation today, but at that moment, he heard Zhou Quanmin say, "How about this? I don't want the aircraft carriers anymore. I heard your controllable nuclear fusion technology is pretty good, so let us exchange for that." Hearing this, Lansport directly spat out his coffee, staring blankly at Zhou Quanmin, thinking, "Are you here, joke?" Chapter 31. The art of negotiation. Zhou Quanmin remained calm, implying that he didn't ask for much. "Do you know what controllable nuclear fusion is?" "I know. If you know, then why say anything?" Lansport replied, "It's absolutely impossible." "Take your time to consider," Zhou Quanmin said. "There's nothing to consider. Then let's end this." Zhou Quanmin rolled up his sleeves, slammed the table just like yesterday, and declared, "If you don't want to play, I won't play either. Anyway, this time, we in Huaxia absolutely demand justice." After saying this, Zhou Quanmin stood up, gathered his team, and walked out. Lansport, witnessing this scene, was nearly driven mad. "Damn it. Can't we just have a proper meeting? It's so annoying." With that thought, he picked up his phone and scolded Wilson harshly. As they exited the conference room, the assistant glanced at Zhou Quanmin and whispered, "Isn't Mr. Lin Feng only asking for level 7? You don't understand the art of negotiation," Zhou Quanmin replied. "Level 8 is definitely impossible." The assistant said, "I know, but you have to push him to a dead end. That's how people are. They don't appreciate what's given to them," Zhou Quanmin insisted. "Should we bring it up more subtly tomorrow?" The assistant chuckled. "Boss, I get it." "You get what?" Zhou Quanmin retorted. The assistant was speechless. It was the first time hearing Zhou Quanmin speak this way. "Sorry, I just didn't adjust in time," Zhou Quanmin explained. "Bringing it down a notch allows us to add some extra conditions." Upon hearing this, the assistant suddenly understood. Experience is indeed the best teacher. The leading nuclear technology expert, upon hearing Zhou Quanmin's intentions, scoffed and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The others also scoffed. The final level of controllable nuclear technology is level 10, and each level of research requires enormous costs. The U.S. Department of Technology is under immense pressure to reach level 8. If they were to hand over this achievement, no one would accept it. Controllable nuclear technology represents the future of Blue Star. The expert said seriously. Lanceport naturally knew this and sighed. At that moment, an expert said, however, level 7 is possible. Lanceport paused. First of all, level 7 nuclear ignition is conventional ignition, similar to an artificial sun. At this technological level, it's actually not profound, the expert explained. But you know about Huaxia's learning ability. They have been stealing our technology for years. Lanceport said angrily. Let me finish. The expert said calmly. To transition from level 7 to level 8, a device called the Dolus device is needed, which Huaxia currently cannot produce. This is our latest development, and there is only one in the world. Hearing this, Lanceport still wasn't reassured and asked, Are you sure? Sure, the expert replied. Don't worry. Even if they reach level 7, they can only remain at level 7 forever. After the meeting, Lanceport couldn't sleep well that night because he had no idea what crazy idea Zhou Quanmin would propose the next day. When they met the next day, Zhou Quanmin immediately asked, Have you considered it? Damn, Lanceport thought about cursing, thinking you're crazy and I'm not going to go crazy with you. He said, This is indeed our fault, but you should have a bottom line, right? Zhou Quanmin looked at Lanceport seriously and said, If you make a mistake, you must pay the price. As they exchanged words, both sides started arguing again. After half an hour, Lanceport finally said, Forget it if you don't want to talk. Then we will give you the level 7 technology. Take it or leave it. With that, Lanceport slammed the table. At this moment, the assistant glanced at Zhou Quanmin, feeling ecstatic. They had been waiting for this sentence. Level 7 is of no use. Zhou Quanmin suddenly came out with that line. Take it or leave it. Lanceport said. As they both calmed down, Zhou Quanmin stood up and awkwardly said, I need to step out to make a phone call. Looking at Lanceport, he reluctantly and unwillingly said, Level 7 is acceptable, but Lanceport felt joy, knowing the fish had taken the bait. You need to add more money. Zhou Quanmin said, but your U.S. dollars are of no use to us. It's better to be oil, Zhou Quanmin continued. Hearing this, Lanceport also breathed a sigh of relief and said, Exactly, let's talk properly. The next morning, Lin Feng received news about Zhou Quanmin. At first, Lin Feng was ecstatic. Level 7 controllable nuclear technology meant he had completed the first 2 tasks. Now only the last one remained to obtain. When could it be transmitted? Lin Feng asked. At the same time, he found Jiang Cheng and said, From now on, establish a team for controllable nuclear fusion. I'm going to establish it? Jiang Cheng paused. Is there a problem? Lin Feng asked. Right now, I'm just a PhD. Jiang Cheng awkwardly said. This project still needs many highly qualified people. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng directly handed over a badge and said, Is this enough? Jiang Cheng paused and immediately stood still. Seeing it was like seeing that person. Who exactly are you? Jiang Cheng looked at Lin Feng, very surprised. Jiang Cheng did not speak. He just felt it was a bit strange. Lin Feng clearly did not know much about him. Yet why did he feel Lin Feng believed in him more than he did himself? I will bear all the consequences, Lin Feng continued. No. Unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng seriously said, I have avoided for 8 years, and I will not continue to avoid it. This time, I will not be a coward. After saying this, Jiang Cheng left. He headed directly to Jiangnan, determined to fight not just for himself, but for those he trusted. His intuition told Jiang Cheng that Lin Feng was sent by heaven to save him. Therefore, he could not betray this trust any longer. The first energy revolution was the steam age. The second was the electric age. Once controllable nuclear fusion is born, it will completely change human history. By then, the stars and the sea will no longer be an unattainable dream. Chapter 32 opened the door, checking the water meter. Additionally, a document has been approved for Jiang Cheng to serve as the chief engineer this time. The assistant, looking at the weary Zhou Quanmin, hesitated but still interrupted, saying, A joint letter has come from Jiangnan. They say they don't understand why Jiang Cheng is appointed as the chief engineer this time. And then, Zhou Quanmin asked. They just want an explanation, the assistant replied. After all, there are too many experts in the nuclear field, especially the older ones. Zhou Quanmin frowned. He didn't care about that. Since Lin Feng had confidence in this, he would unconditionally trust the person Lin Feng chose. Zhou Quanmin took a look at the letter and saw indeed many signatures. After thinking for a moment, he seriously signed 2 characters on it. Read. The assistant kept watching until Zhou Quanmin looked up. What's wrong? The assistant asked. Is this it? Not really. I mean, you're just going to... Go ahead. I'm tired. Zhou Quanmin waved his hand. The assistant then realized and hurriedly left. Meanwhile, in Yinjing, Chen Haidong was abruptly woken up in the middle of the night. What's going on? A secret filing has come from the Ministry of National Affairs. What level? 3S. What? Chen Haidong quickly got up and asked. What's the filing project? Controlled nuclear fusion. Damn it. Chen Haidong cursed as he put on his clothes, filled with surprise, and asked, could it be that there is hope? Leader, you shouldn't ask me about this. Who is the chief engineer for the 3S project? Speak. The one who filed it is Jiang Cheng, but what? Chen Haidong became impatient. The Ministry of National Affairs marked it as Lin Feng. Really? Damn. Chen Haidong directly cursed. Is this Lin Feng really a human? I want to say the same. Space-based weapons, super aircraft carriers, controlled nuclear fusion. Since Lin Feng appeared, he has contributed 3 super large projects. As he walked outside, the assistant continued. There is one more thing. What? Bureau chief. The assistant sent over a video. Chen Haidong exploded in anger. What to do now? So, in the middle of the night, just as the bureau chief fell asleep, he heard someone knocking at the door. Who? Open the door, checking the water meter. Get lost. It's the National Security Bureau. Only then did the bureau chief reluctantly get up, opening the door while saying, if you want to find Lin Feng, go look for him yourself. Although he is in my Bureau of War Deception, I can't control him. At this moment, an agent took out a piece of paper and said, we are looking for you. The bureau chief leaned in to take a look. He was shocked. It read, arrest warrant. Immediately after, he heard the agent say, Comrade Zhang, you're suspected of disseminating state secrets, and now we need to arrest you. You can remain silent or speak, but you have to come with us. The bureau chief directly cursed. The agent waved his hand, and the other 2 directly grabbed him, apologizing. This is the rule. The bureau chief cooperated skillfully while saying, you can arrest me, but you have to give me a reason. The agent paused for a moment and said, you really don't know? Of course not. The bureau chief suddenly understood. His face turned dark, and he said, I can't be this unlucky. I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't know. We know because the file was just established today. Then I'm innocent. No way, if it needs to be checked, it must be checked. The bureau chief thought for a moment and curiously said, since you've arrested me, I need to know who this impressive person is. The agent's expression suddenly became strange. Do I know him? The bureau chief was surprised, thinking to himself that he actually knew such an impressive person. Unexpectedly, the agent cleared his throat and, with a stranger expression, said, your apprentice. Hey, I told you my apprentice is definitely impressive. Wait, my apprentice? The bureau chief suddenly realized. With 3 apprentices, he immediately ruled out 2, leaving only 1. Lin Feng, the bureau chief realized, and without waiting for the agent to nod, he started cursing. This little bastard, he is causing me trouble again. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the bureau chief being handcuffed at the National Security Bureau. You're still laughing. The bureau chief, with disheveled hair, was furious and cursing. I came to rescue you out of kindness. Why are you still cursing? Lin Feng rubbed his ear, signaling the agent to uncuff him. Didn't you say you would tell me in advance? I've said it. The file was just established today. I don't believe it. The bureau chief was uncuffed, and although he was cursing, he looked at Lin Feng as if he were a monster. It's only been a few months, and he has managed 3 major projects. Moreover, he is the chief engineer. Absurd. Totally absurd. At this moment, Chen Haidong also arrived, looking at the bureau chief with a smile, and said, you're the first one to go in and out like this. Go away, go away. The bureau chief said disdainfully. Routine business. Chen Haidong said, coming all the way here, should I treat you to a meal? The bureau chief still looked disdainful. Not eating? Not eating is a loss. The bureau chief said. Together? Chen Haidong looked at Lin Feng. I want to go. I need to go to the Ministry of National Affairs. Lin Feng said. Chen Haidong then fell silent, knowing that Lin Feng was a busy person. In fact, he had said that Lin Feng didn't need to come. A routine visit to the bureau chief would be fine in 2 days. However, Lin Feng said he had important matters to attend to in Yinjing. After saying goodbye to the two, Lin Feng left. Chen Haidong kept staring at Lin Feng's back, sighing, "What a talent." The bureau chief chuckled and said, "Of course. He asked for my Bureau of War Deception, definitely a talent. Don't flatter him. If he hadn't wanted to stay, he would have left long ago." "So, is he still from the Bureau of War Deception now?" The bureau chief said proudly. "I know you're impressive. Hee. Your apprentice is so impressive. Aren't you going to treat us?" "Stop talking nonsense. You just said you would treat me." "Fine, I'll treat, so stingy." Chen Haidong sighed. "If I had such an impressive apprentice, I would definitely treat." Get lost. Chapter 33 Reform Conference. When Lin Feng arrived at the Ministry of State Affairs, it was already late at night. Under Zhou Chuanmin's arrangements, he found a place to stay. In fact, Lin Feng knew exactly why he was here this time. All major projects had been launched, and it wasn't just a funding issue. Reform was truly imperative. Nowadays, entertainment was all the rage in Huaxia, which was unacceptable. Moreover, the excessive pursuit of the economy and lifestyle had buried many talents. Lin Feng was determined to change all of this. Late at night, Zhou Quanmin came to Lin Feng's residence and knocked on the door. "You're not asleep, are you?" Zhou Quanmin entered and saw Lin Feng looking at blueprints. "Not yet." Lin Feng quickly stood up. "Sit down," Zhou Quanmin said. Lin Feng smiled. He wasn't in Yinjing, but Zhou Quanmin said, "He asked me to send his regards to you." Lin Feng paused and quickly stood up. He naturally understood who he represented. After some simple pleasantries, Zhou Quanmin said, "Tomorrow is the final meeting, and now there are 2 factions. Who do you think will win?" Lin Feng asked. "It's hard to say, but there will only be 13 people tomorrow, including you," Zhou Quanmin replied. "The final vote will decide everything." Lin Feng nodded, indicating he understood. After all, this was a meeting that would change the fate of the country. The next day, the sun rose, and after enjoying breakfast, Lin Feng headed to the State Affairs Hall. It was now heavily secured. Lin Feng went straight in without security checks and realized that his position was actually arranged very close to the front. Soon, people began to arrive. There were military district representatives, economic zone representatives, as well as those from technology, medicine, education, and more. 13 people in total, apart from Zhou Quanmin and Lin Feng, were the highest authorities in their respective fields. First, I want to question whether Lin Feng should be here to participate in the vote, said a representative from the education sector. Many began to whisper among themselves. Some were aware that Lin Feng's background was not simple, but top-secret matters like space-based weapons and aircraft carriers were naturally unknown to the education sector. "This matter is not up for discussion," Zhou Quanmin said coldly. The education sector was the opposition. As expected, the education sector directly said, "For such an important matter, how can you let a 19-year-old vote without an explanation?" At this moment, Li Guochang from the military district stood up and said, "My military district supports him." Li Guochang had previously participated in the decision-making of space-based weapons and naturally knew Lin Feng's contributions. "Shut up," Li Guochang, with a bad temper, shouted. "If you don't want to speak, just get lost." "You." The education sector representative was very angry, but dared not continue speaking, as he saw Zhou Quanmin looking at him unfavorably. "The meeting will begin. No irrelevant topics should be discussed," Zhou Quanmin stated. At this point, a representative from the economic zone spoke up, saying, "Personally, I am opposed. Since the economic opening, our economic development has been evident. If we suddenly reform, it could lead to economic regression, and the consequences would be severe." "I agree," said the education sector representative, raising his hand. "Me too," said a representative from the medical sector, also raising his hand. "What about facing technological blockades?" The technology sector leader spoke up, standing up and saying earnestly, "Don't forget, we once led the entire Blue Star. It was because ancient times did not value technology that we ended up. Now it's different." The economic zone representative replied, "Economic development is the hard truth. You are taking a risk, putting the entire country at risk." The education sector representative also shouted loudly. As the discussion heated up, Lin Feng remained silent. He realized that this meeting was extremely difficult. If a vote were held now, it would be 9-4. Lin Feng glanced at Zhou Quanmin, who nodded. Everyone, I would like to say a few words, Lin Feng said. Everyone looked at him, with a few showing disdain. However, Lin Feng didn't mind. He looked at everyone and slowly began to speak. I know that your struggles have not been easy. Some of you have come out of bloodshed, while others have risen from poverty. However, technology is the primary productive force. But conversely, only by liberating the productive forces can we liberate technology. Bullshit. What does a little kid like you know about economics? The economic zone bigwig was directly enraged. Shut up. Zhou Quanmin finally slammed his hand on the table and shouted, anyone who insults Lin Feng again, get out. Li Guoqing also stood up, his attitude very clear. At this moment, everyone felt intimidated. Although it was supposed to be equal, everyone understood the weight of these two individuals. Lin Feng, however, acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing, I don't understand economics. But I understand one principle. If you fall behind, you'll be beaten. Today, an opportunity lies before us. Just like when gunpowder and glass were first introduced to our land, you may look at the current landscape, but can you see the future landscape for our descendants? Our ancestors endured countless hardships, exchanging their flesh and blood for this era. I only hope that, one day in the future, our descendants will not have to rely on their bodies and blood to save the people in this land again because of being left behind. Thank you. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he sat down. However, everyone was fired up. Some were swayed, and others looked at Lin Feng with changed expressions. They realized that this young man was indeed extraordinary. Let's vote. Zhou Quanmin also recognized that Lin Feng's words had reached this point and should take the opportunity to initiate the vote. No one spoke anymore. They quietly picked up their slips of paper and began to write. Minutes later, the counting began, and Lin Feng nervously watched the box. He could actually understand these people. No matter how sharp their words were, they were all for the good of the country. One vote. In favor. One vote. Against. Against. In favor. Against. Time passed second by second, and soon everyone's breathing became tense. 6-6, one vote left. Lin Feng, Zhou Quanmin, and Li Guoqiang held their breaths. Just then, Zhou Quanmin slowly opened the slip of paper, then closed his eyes in despair. Against. It was written against. He was unwilling but still read aloud. Against. As his voice fell, the opposition side breathed a sigh of relief, and the education sector representative even laughed, saying, announce it. Zhou Quanmin wanted to comfort Lin Feng, but he saw that Lin Feng's gaze remained resolute. He thought for a moment, suddenly wanting to speak again. He knew this was somewhat against the rules, but he really couldn't help it. However, at that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Everyone paused. At this moment, who dared to push the door open? Just then, the Black Dragon Guard agents entered first, opening the doors wide. Everyone was once again shocked, then stood up. The only person who could make the Black Dragon Guard act first was that person. My vote hasn't been cast yet. A mature and powerful voice came through. Chapter 34. 8-7. As the conversation unfolded, everyone slightly bowed. Lin Feng was no exception. This person represented the glory and dignity of the country. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw an elderly man striding confidently towards him, surveying the entire room with an imposing presence that no one could rival. Zhou Quanmin directly made way, but the old man walked straight up to Lin Feng and smiled. Lin Feng paused. Hello, Master Lin. The old man extended his hand. Lin Feng was once again taken aback. Thank you for your contributions to the country, the old man continued. Lin Feng's eyes turned red as he reached out and shook his hand firmly. Everyone was moved, especially those who had just mocked Lin Feng, whose expressions changed dramatically. The old man's recognition needed no further words. Whoever insulted him just now, please step forward and apologize immediately, the old man commanded, his voice booming like thunder. Without any hesitation, a few people immediately stepped forward and bowed slightly. After the matter was settled, the old man seriously wrote 2 characters on a piece of paper. Approved. At that moment, the scene became exciting. 7-7. Such a situation had never occurred before. We are a democratic country. The old man exhaled and said, I said I would not use my power to oppress others. The opposition paused, wondering if there would be a tie today. Unexpectedly, the door opened again, and at that moment the old man smiled and stood up. Others were puzzled until they saw the door open and a wheelchair slowly appear. Everyone stood up, and Li Guocheng hurriedly stepped forward, bending down and lowering his head. "You, how did you come here?" Li Guocheng exclaimed like a child. The man in the wheelchair was elderly, with white hair and many wrinkles. He surveyed the room and said in a hoarse voice, "I should have the right to vote, right?" No one dared to speak. He was one of the top 10 generals of K country and the only surviving general. Li Guocheng scanned the room, and anyone who dared to say no would face immediate consequences. He pushed the wheelchair to the center, and the old man even took the initiative to give way. "Pen," the man said. "You could just say it," Li Guocheng replied. "Pen," the man repeated. Li Guocheng quickly fetched a pen and paper, and at that moment, the man wrote with his trembling, wrinkled hand, "Approved." At that moment, everyone swallowed hard, and no one dared to speak, until the medical staff came in, ready to push him away. "You can go." The man finally looked at Lin Feng. He tried to stand up, but unfortunately, he couldn't. He gave a military salute. Lin Feng also stood at attention and saluted, his emotions hard to calm. The man smiled and said, "The future is in your hands." Lin Feng slowly said in a steady voice, "I will do my best." The man laughed heartily and eventually left, coughing. The door closed tightly again, and the old man looked at everyone and said, 8 to 7, is there any dissent?" This time, no one spoke. However, everyone burst into applause. He spoke, and others followed suit. This time, there were no opposing opinions left, because everyone knew that having disputes in meetings was normal. But once the result appeared, everyone's goals were aligned. "Were you scared?" The old man walked alongside Lin Feng. "A bit," Lin Feng replied. "Ha, don't mind it. These old guys are like that, sharp-tongued, but everyone's goals are the same," the old man said. "I understand," Lin Feng smiled. "I heard old Joe's report. Your 3 projects are the foundation of the country, but taking on all 3 at once, can you handle the pressure?" Lin Feng was taken aback, then cleared his throat and said, "This country is not just mine. There are many hard-working scientists and workers who have contributed to this." "Indeed," the old man nodded. Thinking for a moment, he said, "Since the matter is settled, leave the rest to us. The country will be your strongest backing." Lin Feng nodded vigorously. "Thank you once again," the old man extended his hand. Lin Feng also reached out. After their hands shook, the old man left under the protection of the Black Dragon agents. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed Su Chenxi not far away. He thought for a moment and said, "You seem very familiar with this place." He also knew that staying here now meant no one had time to host him, because from this point on, a massive reform storm would begin in Yanjing and sweep across the nation. The next day, as dawn broke slightly, people got up as usual. Those who went to work. Those who bought groceries, and only some parents dropping their kids off at school noticed something strange at every school. From kindergarten to middle school and high school, even universities, many cars were coming and going. At the same time, many news channels, which were supposed to be airing news, were broadcasting the cartoon bears in trouble. What exactly happened? Some parents asked the teachers. "We don't know either." The teachers shook their heads, but they also keenly sensed that something was off. Finally, that evening, all television stations in Yanjing switched to the Yanjing #1 TV station news channel. This was a first in the whole city. "We will now broadcast an important news announcement. Starting today, our city will gradually implement educational reforms, estimating that students will learn more mathematics, physics, and chemistry, while also establishing high scholarships for those who meet the score requirements." Once the news broke, it was an explosive headline. After Yanjing, other cities gradually began to push for educational reforms. Even more exaggerated, one city announced that students who got into key universities would receive a housing unit. In an instant, the internet exploded. What about the internet celebrities? Many rushed to consult some big shots, but these big shots only indicated that they knew that orders had been issued from various places, and no one knew why the sudden reform happened. However, just 3 days later, an economist came out to voice opposing views. They believed that overemphasizing scientific education would lead to economic recession. In an instant, society was in turmoil. However, all reforms were proceeding gradually. Soon, someone discovered that due to the turmoil, prices, which were originally rising, had instead dropped. This left economists baffled, unable to come up with an explanation. Meanwhile, at the higher levels, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was overwhelmed. One group after another was dispatched, needing to host one foreign delegation after another. Chapter 35. Dealing with the dog tycoon, the scientists around him sighed, saying that if China had valued science earlier, its technology would be more advanced today. I don't know who pushed this forward, Zhou Liming said excitedly. Lin Feng smiled, and Yang beside him also smiled slightly. Others were not qualified to know, but Yang was indeed qualified. He found it amazing that such a young person could drive such a significant reform and succeed. Chief Lin, at this rate, we might finish ahead of schedule, Zhou Liming said joyfully. For the next few days, Lin Feng stayed at the base, occasionally checking on the controllable nuclear fusion project. Jiang Cheng had completed the team and sent people to the northwest desert. As for the aircraft carrier, progress was rapid, and it was predicted to be completed about 10 days early. On the 7th day, Lin Feng left the base, planning to visit the Shihai Island base. However, as soon as he stepped out, he saw the bureau chief. "Where are you going? Going for an interview? Just don't say anything foolish this time," Lin Feng said. "No," the bureau chief said energetically, smiling. "I'm going to sell something." "Sell what?" Lin Feng asked. The bureau chief squinted and whispered arms. "Isn't that the business of the Ministry of Commerce? What does the War Ignorance Bureau have to do with this? When it's time to deceive? No. When it's time to have a heart-to-heart, we are definitely needed," the bureau chief said, his expression awkward. "In this world, only true feelings can move people." Lin Feng rolled his eyes and asked, "Just tell me, who is coming this time?" "Hee," the bureau chief smiled, "the dog tycoon." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately became spirited. The dog tycoon is a nickname that represents a certain oil-rich country in West Asia, which had made a shocking deal with China in the past. "If you have time, come along. The prince of the dog tycoon specifically wants to meet you," the bureau chief said. "Don't talk nonsense. How could he know me?" Lin Feng was skeptical. The bureau chief said, "The previous Shattered Star project has spread abroad. That prince is an anti-American who was bullied by the old Americans before. He thinks you're really cool and wants you to help." Lin Feng pondered for a moment. He felt he had some responsibility for the current situation, as China had engaged in so many transactions just to stock up on resources. "All right," Lin Feng nodded and got into the car with the bureau chief. However, even the bureau chief did not expect that his unintentional invitation today would lead to the creation of a universe-class and scrupulous black merchant. Still a bit conscientious, but not much. "Hello." The bureau chief still had the aura of a leader, walking over slowly while the mayor of Donghai City started introducing the dog tycoon's people. "This is..." The mayor glanced at Lin Feng and swallowed. Actually, he didn't know how to introduce Lin Feng. However, there were still rumors that Lin Feng had a deep background. Lin Feng, a relatively young man with a headscarf, stepped forward from the crowd of the dog tycoon, extending his hand in surprise and shouting in rough Chinese. Lin Feng paused and naturally understood that he must be the dog tycoon's prince, Turkey. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng decided to reveal a little, such as how he had fooled Zhu Ting. Impressive. Turkey felt energized upon hearing this, and looked at Lin Feng with even more admiration. "Mr. Lin Feng, with your observational skills, it's a pity you're not a special forces soldier." Haha, Lin Feng smiled. As they spoke, Lin Feng led him into the exhibition area. For the dog tycoon, the most worthwhile purchases from China were military equipment. The situation in the West Asian region was already turbulent. Maintaining powerful military equipment was the hard truth. Soon, a specialist began introducing the equipment. These were all products from China's previous generation. Even so, Turkey and his group were still very happy, as these pieces of equipment were quite good. However, the money from the transaction was too little, only a few hundred billion. In the evening, Turkey invited Lin Feng to dinner, and Lin Feng agreed. "Your Chinese cuisine is as excellent as ever," Turkey praised at the dining table. However, Lin Feng saw the light of wisdom in Turkey's eyes. No one in this world is foolish. Although Turkey appeared simple upon closer thought, it was clear that a country would choose him to be in charge for a reason. "I saw Mr. Lin Feng listening to the introduction this afternoon, and your attitude was quite average," Turkey said, still with a rich smile. Lin Feng knew the game was on and pretended to be ignorant, asking, "It's naturally joyful to meet the prince today." "That's not what I mean." "Then you mean, you've seen a lot. You surely know these weapons are not the most advanced in your country." Lin Feng's expression became awkward, just right. Seeing this, Turkey was convinced of his judgment and said, Now that you can trade satellite technology with Country D, I suppose. Lin Feng's face darkened. Sorry, Turkey quickly said. It's just that our countries have always been friendly, and I just want to do my part to help you. Don't worry, the price will definitely satisfy you. Once the private room was empty, Lin Feng finally said, we do have a weapon that is ready for sale, but we are considering buyers. Turkey paused and asked, you aren't considering us? Worried about the old Americans. Lin Feng hinted. I understand. Turkey immediately grasped it and asked, what is it? Lin Feng leaned close to his ear and whispered 2 words. Turkey's eyes brightened immediately. Aircraft. Aircraft carrier? Turkey was stunned. Previously, China had spent a lot of money to build aircraft carriers, and now they were actually selling one. It seemed that China really had no way out due to the American blockade. I won't tell anyone else, Lin Feng said to Prince Turkey. It was originally not for sale, but if the price is right, we can consider it. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Prince Turkey was excited. They were in the oil business, and they valued naval power significantly. Now that China was willing to sell an aircraft carrier, they had to get it at all costs. Turkey left as if he had been injected with enthusiasm. Just as he left, the bureau chief appeared, asking, You're quite clever, hiding the aircraft carrier option beforehand. Lin Feng smiled and said, In business, it's all about mutual consent. I didn't force him. Chapter 36, We are the fat meat. Goodbye. My friend. Goodbye. Under the airport, Lin Feng and Turkey shared a warm embrace. Turkey boarded the plane with passion on his face, while Lin Feng looked at the order in his hands with excitement, as well as the system's voice. Ding! You have deceived Turkey, Prince level, reward points 200,000. Lin Feng's smile became even brighter. The bureau chief and the mayor of Donghai City were beside him, filled with shock. Mr. Lin Feng used to do business? The mayor asked. Or, maybe, the bureau chief said, wiping sweat. This time, the transaction amount reached 340 billion US dollars. According to Lin Feng, this was the price of an aircraft carrier. And other fighter jets and so on were included for free, along with a lifetime warranty for the aircraft carrier and free access to the Beidou system for satellite services. Moreover, the most exaggerated point was, in the next 2 years, China could import oil from the big dog at a 30% discount based on international oil prices. But there were restrictions. It could only be used within China. This far exceeded the high-level expectations for this transaction. The upper echelons expected the weapon sale to be around 200 billion, and the buyer was also set to be the big dog. After all, based on demand, the big dog was the richest and most willing to buy. Now they had made over 100 billion for nothing, along with the privilege of purchasing oil at a discount, which was simply a windfall for them. Why add this condition? The bureau chief asked in confusion. First, the price is almost at the upper limit. If the price of this batch of equipment were set at 500 billion or even higher, the other party might agree, but it would hurt them, Lin Feng explained. If that's the case, it would affect the friendship between our 2 countries, which is not beneficial in the long run. The other 2 nodded, recognizing that Lin Feng's considerations were correct. They did not want to engage in a one-time business. Secondly, for a consumer, when they exchange for something they cannot see, they are more likely to accept it. This deal is a win-win for us. Moreover, our reforms are imminent, and the most important thing for the country is to maintain low prices. The bureau chief and the mayor nodded again, with the latter adding, Indeed. We have worried a lot about this matter. The next day, the transaction between China and the big dog was exposed, attracting worldwide attention. Last time, China sold technology to Country D, and now it was even selling aircraft carriers. It should be noted that China had paid a huge price for aircraft carriers in the past. In an instant, media outlets from various countries rushed to report. UOC, European Social Times, the U.S. technology blockade, is starting to take effect, and China is not far from surrendering. BAC, we're about to witness the decline of a great power. This is the end of an era. Smith Plank grinned widely upon hearing the news. What on earth are the Chinese thinking? Smith Plank directly signaled his assistant to bring the champagne. Such good news must be celebrated on the spot, right? The assistant smiled and went, while Lancelot said, This signifies that our technology blockade is very effective. Smith Plank nodded. Since taking office, he had relied on a return to the Asia-Pacific strategy to secure his position. Now that this achievement had emerged, it was very favorable for his re-election campaign. Wilson, you're here. Smith-Planck said enthusiastically. Perfect timing. I'm about to open a bottle of red wine to celebrate. Celebrate what? Of course, the transaction with China, Smith-Planck said. Now everyone sees China as a fat pig, and everyone wants to take a bite. Wilson's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat unnatural. What's wrong? Lancelot asked, taking over the document. Glancing at it, and his face changed drastically. Smith-Planck also took a look, and his face turned identical. Over 300 billion, plus a 30% discount on oil purchases? Damn! The three of them turned red with anger. Buying such equipment for over 300 billion, China made a killing. In an instant, their smiles froze. Wilson also realized he had dampened the mood and said, actually, this also indirectly indicates something. The two looked at Wilson unkindly. If his next sentence did not satisfy them, he would be scolded mercilessly. China might really be at the end of its rope. Now, they have started selling equipment and technology, Wilson said. The two felt a bit better, but Smith-Planck said, but it's still too expensive. Who negotiated this? Lancelot asked. The War Ignorance Bureau and the high-level officials of Donghai City. War Ignorance Bureau? Again, the War Ignorance Bureau. Smith-Planck gritted his teeth in anger and said, what kind of department is this? The two dared not speak, and only the assistant excitedly walked in with the champagne. Upon entering, he noticed the strange atmosphere, swallowed hard, and weakly asked, Sir, should we still drink this champagne? The transaction with the big dog caused quite a stir, and many countries began to focus on China. For example, Country A. This country also wanted to buy an aircraft carrier and offered 50 billion. In response, the Chinese Foreign Affairs Department directly hung up their call. Country A was very angry, saying China was arrogant and did not know its own situation. Additionally, there was another major country eyeing China's goods. This country was Kangaroo Country. They learned from Country A's lesson, realizing that although China was declining, it still had its bottom line. However, as a lackey of the U.S., they wanted to be submissive while obtaining China's technology. Therefore, they specifically sent the country's second-in-command, Ryan, to come. After receiving this news, the Chinese Foreign Affairs Department contacted Zhou Quanmin overnight and received instructions. Meet. Thus, in the dead of night, the negotiation trio, Lin Feng, the bureau chief, and the mayor of Donghai City met again. Although Kangaroo Country was not a good thing, they had many resources. The mayor slowly spoke. His eyes filled with hatred and greed. The bureau chief also said, the higher-ups said this time we can be ruthless and make a one-time deal. Lin Feng pondered. Kangaroo Country had been hostile to them in recent years, committing all sorts of misdeeds with the support of the U.S. Now that the other party had come to their door, they naturally had to extort them well. What should we do? The mayor asked. Let them disembark and arrange a regular hotel for them to stay for a few days first. The mayor paused and asked, what if they run away? If they run away, they run away, Lin Feng said arrogantly. Right now, we are the fat meat. We are not afraid of no one wanting to take a bite. Chapter 37, Selling Fifth-Generation Fighters. The mayor suddenly realized and thought to himself that Lin Feng was indeed clever. Nowadays, what China sells are all top-secret weapons or technologies, and many people are eager to obtain them. Does your Kangaroo Country want it or not? So, when Ryan arrived in Donghai City and saw the group of middle-aged women dancing in the square, he was completely dumbfounded. Patience. We received news that China is selling fifth-generation fighter technology, which is very important for us. It's certain that China doesn't look favorably upon us. But not outright rejecting us is a good sign. I think you should be a bit more humble. Once you buy it, you can turn against them and vent your anger then. He thought about it and felt it made some sense. He said angrily, all right. Thus, he called the mayor 3 days in a row, but the mayor kept saying he was busy. It wasn't until the 4th day that he finally met the mayor in person. The mayor smiled and didn't even bother to apologize for his absence. Ryan was angry but had no choice. He could only play the subordinate role and said, it's fine. I could take this opportunity to see the sights of Donghai City. Saying this made Ryan feel guilty because he hadn't seen any sights in the past few days. Just the dancing women. However, what he didn't know was that that area was arranged specifically for that purpose and didn't actually have those dancing women. I didn't know you came this time. Ryan was on the verge of tears and said, I heard that China is selling equipment and technology, so I came here with sincerity. In simple terms, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that the higher-ups said that the fifth-generation fighter technology can only be sold to one country, the mayor sighed. That doesn't contradict anything, Ryan replied. The conflict lies in the fact that there are already countries negotiating. Who? Well, it's inconvenient to say. The mayor said, the bureau chief and Mr. Lin Feng are currently in talks with him. Upon hearing that negotiations were ongoing, Ryan became anxious. If it got sold off, it would be over. Can you help me contact them afterward? Ryan felt like he was really acting like a subordinate now. The mayor hesitated and said, I'll try my best. After saying that, the mayor left with a remark to wait for his news, not even mentioning lunch. Ryan watched him leave, gritting his teeth in anger. By nightfall, it was time for the square dance again, and Ryan was numb from the deafening sounds of Phoenix Legend. He even felt like he could sing along. Sir, should we change rooms? The assistant asked. We can't change. What if they can't find us? Ryan replied. The assistant suddenly understood, looking at Ryan, who was gloomily sitting on the windowsill, wondering if Ryan would end up depressed. But then the mayor called. They agreed to meet? Yes, they're coming right away. Ryan was overjoyed and rushed over. However, he found that it was a shabby barbecue stall. Hello. Ryan forced a smile as he saw Lin Feng and the other two sitting there. Welcome. The mayor was still very polite, standing up while eating and introducing this. This is Ryan. Ryan's expression changed, but he held back and said, Ryan. Yes, the mayor realized. Please sit. To avoid an awkward atmosphere, Ryan said. I've heard that Donghai's barbecue is quite good, and I've been wanting to try. Suddenly he paused, realizing that the plate was left with only bamboo skewers. At that moment, Lin Feng spoke up. Mr. Ryan must have finished eating by now. Ryan was actually a bit hungry, and he wanted to speak, but heard Lin Feng say, we're a bit pressed for time. At this point, Ryan didn't dare to say anything. He glanced around and said, is it appropriate to discuss this level of transaction in such a setting? It's fine. Lin Feng smiled and said, just quote a price. Ryan thought for a moment and held up one finger, 100 billion. At that moment, Lin Feng smiled. The bureau chief smiled, and the mayor also smiled. Ultimately, the bureau chief, acting like a big shot, stood up first and said, we have things to attend to. We'll leave first. Ryan paused, and the mayor wanted to leave too, but Ryan held him back. Is this price too low? Ryan asked. If you had said this earlier when you came, I wouldn't have arranged a hotel for you. Wasting time, the mayor said disdainfully as he walked away, leaving Ryan in a state of confusion. This price is quite high, okay? That night, Ryan was filled with anger and couldn't sleep. Connecting with people back home, many legislators, upon hearing the situation, cursed China for being greedy. All right, cursing aside, we must buy this fighter technology. The opportunity is rare. Someone said. Only then did everyone wake up. Olmi was unwilling to sell them the fighter technology, and now this was an opportunity. If we continue negotiating, we might suffer a huge loss. Ryan remained silent. Next, they spent another 3 hours discussing the maximum amount they could accept. This time, they switched to a nice restaurant, and when Ryan walked in, the three of them were eating and drinking inside. Ryan came after finishing his meal, so he felt confident. However, as soon as he sat down, Lin Feng said, Mr. Ryan, do you look down on my food? Ryan was taken aback and quickly laughed. No. He wanted to say he was full, but then he remembered that Chinese people often say that dining is a good time for business discussions. So he changed his words and said, I just am not used to using chopsticks. I was careless. Lin Feng smiled and said to the waiter, Waiter, bring a knife in. After a while, the waiter came in with a kitchen knife and said rudely, Boss, this is the only knife we have. What do you mean? Lin Feng stood up angrily and said, I'm hosting a distinguished guest here. Are you causing trouble? The waiter also had a bad temper and said, This is the only knife we have. Take it or leave it. Lin Feng was furious and was about to throw a punch, but the bureau chief and the mayor quickly held him back. In the end, Ryan hurriedly said, This knife is fine. This knife is fine. Really? Lin Feng then put his fist down. Really fine. Ryan smiled, though inwardly he was bleeding. So, the atmosphere at the dinner table was still okay, aside from the occasional clatter of the knife. 100 billion is too little. 500 billion would be more appropriate. 500 billion? Mr. Lin Feng, don't joke around. I'm not joking. That is too high. Lower it. You can't afford 500 billion, but you have resources. We can forego the money. Lin Feng revealed a sly smile and said, To be honest, Others are offering 300 billion, plus a lot of oil. Chapter 38, Super Doubling Reigns almost cursed. Thinking to himself, with such a high bid, why don't you sell? After saying that, he intended to leave, but Lin Feng added, however, we already have plenty of oil, and we have a 30 discount coupon, so we don't want his. Upon hearing this, Reigns was actually half convinced. However, if it really reached 500 billion, it would be terrifying. According to their previous predictions, 100 billion would be enough. Now it had increased fivefold. Our technology is unique in the world, sold to just one country. Lin Feng said, you should think about it. Business is about mutual agreement. I, Lin Feng, don't like to force others, right? Yes. The military officer and the mayor nodded quickly, sweat dripping in their hearts. This Lin Feng really is a crafty businessman. They thought extorting 3 times was good enough, but Lin Feng suddenly demanded 5 times. And others were really considering it seriously. When the military officer saw that he was leaving, he asked, do you think he fell for it? They definitely can't come up with 500 billion. Lin Feng replied, but if they trade resources, they will definitely be willing. The military officer and the mayor smiled, then heard Lin Feng say, how are the talks with other countries going? All around 100 billion, the military officer said. Then let them not announce it first. Wait until we sign, Lin Feng said. At this moment, the mayor and the military officer both laughed heartily, saying, we must not let them get angry. After that, the 3 stood up to pay the bill and prepare to leave. The young waiter, while escorting them out, eagerly asked, Lin Feng, how is my acting? Back at his residence, Lin Feng was also tired. But at that moment, the system suddenly chimed. Ding! You tricked Reigns vice national level. Reward points 500,000. Lin Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this. The system chimed, which meant Reigns had taken the bait. He thought for a moment and called the military officer. What is up? The military officer, awakened and quite displeased, was already feeling sleepy, and this brat was making it hard for him to rest. I'm going to the northwest tomorrow. Reigns agreed, and the next steps are up to you, Lin Feng said. Okay. The military officer drowsily agreed, but felt puzzled. How did Lin Feng know the other party agreed? He decided to stop thinking about it and went back to sleep. Beep, beep, beep. In the Northwest nuclear base, urgent alarm sounds rang out, and people hurriedly fled to safety. After a round of testing by the technicians, it was finally confirmed to be a false alarm. We can't do this, someone said. Yes, Jiang Cheng, you are too impatient. At this rate, we will all be buried with you. Everyone pointed fingers at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng remained silent, but his heart began to feel confused. At night, Jiang Cheng was alone in the studio, reflecting and unable to sleep for a long time. He wondered if he was on a wrong path, until there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Jiang Cheng couldn't figure out who it was, but still opened the door. Upon opening, he saw Lin Feng and Su Chenxi standing outside. You. Jiang Cheng looked at Lin Feng, his eyes vacant. He had already learned about Lin Feng's contributions. The chief engineer of a space-based weapon. He trusted himself unconditionally, but the answers he provided left him unsatisfied. I heard about today's events. Lin Feng stepped inside and said, did I really make a mistake? Jiang Cheng asked. Lin Feng sat down and said, when Einstein proposed his first theory, no one believed him. People only trusted authority, thinking his theory contradicted authority. But what happened later? Jiang Cheng paused, but his pupils still dimmed as he said, but I'm not Einstein, right? Lin Feng nodded. You're not Einstein, you are Jiang Cheng. You don't need to become Einstein. You are you. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng suddenly realized, with me and the backing of the country, what are you hesitating for? Lin Feng said, controlled nuclear fusion is originally a planetary level, even a civilization level technology. If it were that easy for you to succeed, would it even be your turn? Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng finally regained his confidence, saying, thank you, Chief Engineer Lin. Lin Feng smiled, patted his shoulder, and looked around, saying, do you remember what this place is? Jiang Cheng nodded seriously. I know, it's where our first atomic bomb exploded. No. Lin Feng smiled. In the future, this will also be the place where Blue Star's controlled nuclear fusion succeeds for the first time. Jiang Cheng's pupils shook, and Lin Feng received a system prompt. Ding. You successfully ignited Jiang Cheng's fighting spirit. Reward points 600,000. 600,000? Lin Feng was astonished and then looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. To know, it took so long to trick a vice-national level like Reigns for only 500,000, yet he just had to encourage Jiang Cheng a bit and got 600,000. This Jiang Cheng is not simple. The next day, Jiang Cheng got up and held a meeting. The meeting could be simply summarized as, if you don't want to stay, you can leave. After the meeting ended, those who left could only be described as terrifying. This place was already in the northwest desert, with a harsh environment, and after yesterday's failure, many people began to distrust Jiang Cheng. Many of the older generation left even more. Lin Feng saw this and didn't say anything, but simply smiled. At this moment, at the international airport in the capital of Kangaroo Country, Reigns got off the plane, also smiling. He really missed the air here, missing his homeland. No, Reigns said firmly, I need a tweet first. As he spoke, he quickly took out his phone and crafted a lengthy 2,000-word essay, complete with images, lost in thought. After writing so much, he certainly needed a good title. Finally, a light bulb went off in his head, and he directly titled it, Huaxia, a friendly major country? Ridiculous. Is this how you treat distinguished guests? After finishing, he sent it directly, and he even had his assistant contact Twitter's official team to ensure they gave a high traffic, because Reigns really wanted to vent this frustration. A 500 billion loss. And also, the crazy legends still echoing in his ears along with the image of that woman dancing in his mind. Lin Feng, you are dead. Huaxia, you are dead. Reigns said fiercely, vowing to tarnish Huaxia's reputation. Chapter 39, the final interpretation, right belongs to Huaxia. So, before Lin Feng could get up, he received a phone call. Did you really do it? Zhou Quanmin asked. Did you sign the order? Lin Feng countered. Yes. Zhou Quanmin said, you actually did such a cruel thing, making people stay in low-grade hotels and eat barbecue and dine at restaurants? Well done. I want to do this for a long time, Zhou Quanmin said. But I'm a person of status. It's not appropriate. Lin Feng was speechless and asked, you call me early in the morning just to ask this? No, they are condemning us now. I want to let you know not to worry, Zhou Quanmin said. I never worried. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm actually curious about how you all will face this. Zhou Quanmin was speechless, thought for a moment, and said, it's simple. We won't admit to this matter. It's purely slander. Less than an hour after the tweet from Ryan, countries led by the U.S. quickly joined in to mock Huaxia's rudeness. In no time, the incident stirred up a storm. Within half a day, this matter had become a hot topic internationally. Until a tweet appeared. Not at all, I'm treated very well in Huaxia. Just look at this roasted lamb leg in my hand, and the state banquet. The envoy from Bandits country showcased gourmet food, luxury hotels, and news of high-level receptions. This post didn't take long to gain traction, with other countries following suit. At the same time, there were as many as 9 countries negotiating in Huaxia. Moreover, they all spoke in unison, saying that the treatment in Huaxia was very high class. Mr. Ryan, I believe you, but if everyone is treated so well, could it be because you look ugly? Upon seeing this, Ryan was furious. He thought for a moment and decided to use personal attacks, announcing in the name of the country, congratulations to us. We've completed the transaction for 5th-generation fighter technology with Huaxia. The news broke, and the world's internet exploded again. Huaxia was said to be selling aircraft carriers, satellites, and technology. Is it preparing to sell the country? Laughter erupted once more. Just half an hour into Ryan's smugness, he saw a news article pushed out. 500 billion for 5th-generation fighter technology. Is it worth it? Technology is priceless. When the statement came out, many people agreed, but soon Ryan, who thought he had the upper hand, saw the bombshell news. Bandits announced that it had completed a cooperation project agreement with Huaxia for 5th-generation fighter technology at a cost of 100 billion. Hearing this, Ryan exploded. It should be noted that when Lin Feng mentioned the uniqueness, they offered such a high price to monopolize it. Now Huaxia could actually trade with other countries? Ryan knew that this matter could completely destroy Huaxia's international credibility and directly attack Huaxia for breaching contracts. As the situation escalated, everyone prepared to side with Ryan. But Zhou Quanmin surprisingly took the stage personally to speak. Mr. Ryan, our cooperation with Bandits is just that, cooperation. Do you understand what cooperation means? It means we helped them build it. Ryan was stunned upon hearing this, thinking to himself that he spent $500 billion and didn't he help build it, while others spent $100 billion and got help. Who are you trying to fool? Ryan sneered. How could your kind of cooperation not involve technology leaks? Then there's no way around it. We can only say that the technicians from Badong have strong learning abilities. We can only accept defeat, Zhou Quanmin sighed. I will report this to the WDO. No problem, go ahead, Zhou Quanmin said. Just look at the last line on the last page. Ryan paused, quickly flipped through, and finally found that the last line read, the final interpretation right belongs to Huaxia. FCK. Ryan cursed, ultimately shutting down the live dialogue. He knew he was about to become a joke. As expected, Ryan was indeed mocked by the whole world. Not only did he sell high, but he also revealed it himself. This was truly comical. Lin Feng was really ruthless, even adding such a line, and Ryan hadn't discovered it yet. Zhou Quanmin was in a great mood, sipping tea and laughing as he spoke. According to the report from the mayor of Donghai City, during their transaction, Lin Feng took a call, pretending to be contacted by a buyer, and Ryan glanced at it and signed directly. The assistant laughed and said, there's still a year left. It just finished not long ago. The assistant said, Mr. Lin Feng will definitely be able to get it next year. Who would dare to stop him? At this moment, Zhou Quanmin said seriously, do you think it's possible to advance it? Just for him? The assistant was surprised. Is he not worthy? Zhou Quanmin spoke. But the assistant immediately shook his head. Once he thought of Lin Feng's contributions, he felt it was completely reasonable. The reason was, the construction of the aircraft carrier had accelerated. Huaxia had already sold the aircraft carrier, and the military district was an urgent need. So a large number of workers were dispatched. Moreover, Huaxia's aircraft carrier technology was already good, and the blueprints provided by Lin Feng were very precise. With Lin Feng's guidance, the core technology had basically been completed. According to the current progress, it would only take 46 days to complete. Deputy Chief Engineer Lu Guangming looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded, standing on the ship, and asked, have you fixed the places I asked you to change? Yes, Lu Guangming said. If controllable nuclear fusion can really be achieved, we can install it immediately. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, but Lu Guangming's gaze was somewhat hazy. Could controllable nuclear fusion really be completed? Boss Lin, what should we name this aircraft carrier? Lu Guangming asked. Lin Feng, that is absolutely qualified to name it. Lin Feng thought for a moment and pondered, let's call it Tianzhou. While Huaxia accelerated the construction of the aircraft carrier, Ryan was becoming more and more angry. How could he swallow this anger? After pondering for several days and nights, a revenge plan formed in his mind. The next day, a handwritten plan from Ryan was sent directly to the White House in U.S. Chapter 40. Southern Sea Exercise Black Palace, Southern Sea Military Exercise. Smith Plang was taken aback upon reading this. The Southern Sea, an area of the Huaxia Nation, had been highly regarded by them in recent years. Going there would undoubtedly not be simple. Currently, Huaxia is weak and has been selling its resources without any bottom line, far from what it used to be. Taking this opportunity, we can also test Huaxia's bottom line. Additionally, I hope you can help us quickly build a production line for Huaxia's 5th-generation aircraft, so we can showcase our strength during this exercise. Seeing this, Smith Plang asked Ramport, what do you think? This is clearly Ryan's personal vendetta, trying to pull us in. Ransport replied, but isn't it effective? Are you planning to agree, sir? Ransport paused. Of course, Smith Plang said, I have been contemplating such actions. Here's what we'll do. You contact several other countries, especially those in the surrounding maritime areas. Ransport swallowed hard. A military exercise in the Southern Sea would surely cause an uproar in Huaxia. However, Huaxia is indeed not as confident as it used to be, nearly exhausting its national resources. So, touching the tiger's fangs isn't out of the question. Yes, in the following days, many countries came to Huaxia one after another, announcing completed transactions. The projects they reached were either technological or weapon-related. Most of the contracts were exchanged for resources, especially in terms of oil. Since Lin Feng signed the agreement with the big dog, oil prices have plummeted. As for the kangaroo country, they mainly exchange for soybeans and grains. Therefore, in the near future, national prices were somewhat under control. This was because the country had introduced substantial policies to support technology, not just in education. but also many technology companies received subsidies. At the same time, some companies or individuals tried to exploit the loopholes in national policies to defraud money, as such things have been seen before. However, no one expected that this time the country did not let it go unchecked and even struck back hard. In an instant, society was in an uproar because everyone could feel the determination of the nation. However, people began to notice one thing. The economy of society was regressing. Initially, it was a portion of people. Later, even some elitist classes felt it. Under such circumstances, the economic zone departments mobilized a large amount of manpower to simulate how long Huaxia could last under this condition. Later, their conclusion was 2 years. When Lin Feng received this news, he didn't think much of it. It was somewhat incredible that Huaxia, after so long a development, could only last 2 years. However, one must know how many people Huaxia has. Being able to last 2 years already indicates that Huaxia's foundation is quite solid. At the same time, he had accumulated enough points to exchange for the next superweapon. According to Lin Feng's thoughts, he initially considered heavy firepower, such as missiles. Later, when Zhou Quamin agreed to sell 5th-generation aircraft technology, Lin Feng realized that 6th-generation aircraft must be prioritized. After all, the 5th-generation aircraft technology was sold to the distasteful kangaroo country. Super Fighter, Level 2. Lin Feng thought for a moment, ultimately gritting his teeth and directly choosing to exchange. The next day, Lin Feng arrived at the aircraft development base and was unexpectedly surprised to see Qin Ru. Hey, senior sister. Lin Feng had quite a good impression of this beautiful senior sister. Since Qin Ru was not a first-tier technician, she could not enter the space-based project. Lin Feng. Qin Ru was taken aback upon seeing Lin Feng and quickly ran over. Shoo. Qin Ru hurriedly made a shushing gesture and said, "You should leave first?" "What is wrong?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. "Is it illegal for me to come here?" Just as Qin Ru was about to speak, she suddenly saw an old man approaching from behind, and her expression changed drastically. After all, nowadays the atmosphere was not good, and many such situations had arisen. "Miss, you wouldn't want your secret to be known by your husband, would you? Miss, don't you want to get rich?" "Wait." Lin Feng frowned, revealing a hint of killing intent, and saw that the old man said, "Little Ru, who is this?" Lin Feng's pupils widened, looking at Qin Ru with righteous indignation, saying, "Don't worry, with your junior brother here, no one dares to bully you." Unexpectedly, the old man behind him turned into several old men who began whispering among themselves. Then their expressions changed, and they charged out. "Run!" Qin Ru's face turned red with anxiety. "Don't be afraid, Lin Feng thought for a moment and glanced at Su Chenxi, saying, "My bodyguard is quite capable and will protect you." Su Chenxi rolled her eyes, while Qin Ru anxiously pushed Lin Feng, saying, "They are coming for you." "Hee. Hello. Senior, your beard is so handsome." Lin Feng was surrounded by a group of old men, barely managing a smile. He was puzzled. Was this his first time meeting these old men? Why did they look as if he had killed their mothers? "You're Lin Feng," the leading old man said, revealing a toothless grin as he spoke. "Teacher, he isn't." Qin Ru quickly interjected. "Shut up." The old man glared at Qin Ru and said, "Go aside." "Teacher." Qin Ru is anxious. "Little Ru, behave." An old man next to her spoke in a gentler tone. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm not acquainted with a few seniors. It seems we don't have much enmity, right?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng scanned the others and suddenly realized, every generation of aircraft updates requires tremendous effort. Not to mention, the 5th-generation aircraft technology was a leap forward, completed under the blockade of the United States. It can be said that the 5th-generation aircraft have reached the world's top level. In ancient times, what you did would be considered treason. The old man was getting angry as he spoke, but unexpectedly, Qin Ru's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly and loudly said, "Teacher, don't say any more." In Qin Ru's view, in Huaxia, no one had the right to criticize Lin Feng, let alone insult him. Lin Feng was the chief engineer of Huaxia's space-based weapons, and his status and contributions far exceeded those of this group of people. He was also getting angry. He knew that selling this thing was not something Lin Feng could decide. However, they just wanted to vent. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, Seniors, listen to me. Out with the old, in with the new. As soon as he finished speaking, several old men's faces darkened, and a few old men slightly revealed killing intent. A soldier can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. This person sold their lifelong efforts, and he still shows no remorse, which is utterly despicable. Chapter 41, Sixth Generation Fighter, You're Looking for Death. The leading old man was furious. He was Liu Jiantong, the chief engineer of China's fifth-generation fighter, and Qin Ru's teacher at the military academy. He had just calmed down, but Lin Feng actually dared to say this, which was infuriating. Su Chenxi naturally wouldn't let them act recklessly, but Lin Feng quickly stopped her and continued to smile, saying, "Think about it, when we produced the fifth-generation fighter, didn't we also sell the fourth-generation fighter? How can it be the same? You just said it. We have produced the fifth-generation fighter." Liu Jiantong raised his fist and said, "We don't even have the concept design of our sixth-generation fighter yet. If you sell it this early, aren't you just giving away this technology to others for nothing?" The other old men were also fuming. They initially just wanted to scold Lin Feng a bit, but now they were also considering taking action. This person really didn't know how to speak. Lin Feng saw this and still managed to smile, saying, "I just said, at your age, how can you still not keep your cool?" Liu Jiantong finally erupted like a volcano. This guy had provoked him again and again. It was simply unbearable. But just as he was about to strike, Lin Feng quickly took out a design blueprint and placed it in front of them, smiling and saying, "What if I tell you that I have a design blueprint for the sixth-generation fighter in my hands?" In the western United States, here lies the largest fighter production base in the United States. Countless aircraft upgrades have been completed here. However, no country has known about it to this day, because this fighter base is hidden next to the infamous Area 51. Area 51 is rumored among the public to be an alien research base. However, no one has reached a conclusion yet. At this moment, Lanceport was standing here, looking at a bright blue fighter shell with a smile. Since the production of the fifth-generation fighter, the sixth-generation fighter has been the core of competition among countries. However, upgrading a fighter is not that simple. Every breakthrough must show a numerical change. The qualitative change of the American sixth-generation fighter is stealth, speed, and destructive power. Once completed, it will be able to break through the interception networks of all countries on Blue Star, including satellites in the sky. The chief engineer beside him confidently told Lanceport. Upon hearing this, the latter nodded in satisfaction and asked, "How long will it take to start test flights or production?" "Within a year." The chief engineer said emphatically, "It absolutely won't exceed a year. We have produced the sixth generation. What use do we have for the fifth-generation fighter?" The chief engineer was puzzled. Isn't it the kangaroo country asking us for help? They just want to showcase it at the upcoming South Sea military exercises and irritate those Chinese people a bit. Lanceport said with a smile, "This is not difficult. How much did they pay us?" The chief engineer took a glance and said, "This amount." Lanceport made a gesture of 3 fingers, and the chief engineer, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh and said, "The kangaroo country got scammed by China and now wants to be scammed by us too. Actually, they could slowly work on it once they got the blueprint. They just can't swallow this anger, but they brought it on themselves." Lanceport smiled and thought for a moment before saying, "However, being able to irritate China is also excellent. How long do you plan to take? Can it be completed in 40 days? That's enough." The chief engineer said, "With the blueprint and our previous foundation, this is just assembly line work." When Lin Feng finished speaking, the old men still hadn't reacted, but Qin Ru's pupils shook. The paper and lines of this blueprint were too familiar to Qin Ru. The previous space-based weapons blueprint looked just like this. "Don't." Liu Jianong naturally didn't believe it, and even reached out to tear it up. Lin Feng didn't care. After all, such blueprints could be exchanged directly in the system. But Qin Ru rushed up like a gust of wind, directly grabbing Liu Jiantong's hand, saying, "Teacher, don't tear it. It's real. It's real." Qin Ru said earnestly again, "Impossible." Liu Jiantong and the engineers nearby didn't believe it. Who would believe this? The most outstanding aircraft manufacturers in China are here, and you're telling me this person brought a blueprint for the sixth-generation fighter? Get lost, Liu Jiantong said. Qin Ru was anxious and helpless. She quickly shot a pleading look at Lin Feng, who then put away his playful thoughts and said, I'm right here. You can take your time to look before you act. No rush. After all, you can't beat me. My bodyguard. Lin Feng thought for a moment and added, You. Qin Ru was really exasperated. Can't you speak properly at this time? Lu Jiantong finally put away his fist and took a look at the blueprint. At first glance, he thought, What is this? On the second glance, he realized, This is. On the third glance, he exclaimed, What the hell? This is Lu Jiantong's psychological process, shaking with excitement in an instant. Seeing this scene, Qin Ru quickly went to support him. Lu Jiantong, however, stared intently at Lin Feng. The shock on his face hard to conceal, and he said in a trembling voice, Where on earth did this come from? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to be like this. This can't even be called the 6th generation. It could go straight to the 7th generation. Inside the base, several old men gathered together, discussing aircraft. Outside, Lin Feng and Qin Ru were sitting together, gossiping about the past. Aren't you working on missiles? Lin Feng asked in surprise. What about the bureau chief? Lin Feng said. He brought me in. Qin Ru also expressed her gratitude. Oh. Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked, What are your thoughts on missiles? You still have thoughts about missiles? Qin Ru paused, her eyes revealing anticipation. Oh. Qin Ru was disappointed, but froze for 2 seconds before getting excited and saying, Yeah. What's wrong? You also made the aircraft carrier blueprint? Qin Ru's pupils widened, looking at Lin Feng as if she were looking at a monster. Chapter 42, the fourth project. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that Qin Ru was unaware of the existence of aircraft carriers. It wasn't that he didn't know about confidentiality agreements, but he subconsciously felt a sense of closeness towards Qin Ru, thinking of her as a senior sister from the Bureau of War Deception. Confidentiality, senior sister, Lin Feng said. Qin Ru nodded repeatedly, her gaze at Lin Feng filled with more emotion. She understood that Lin Feng regarded her as one of his own. At this moment, Qin Ru suddenly realized, I think I understand why the country has started selling technology. Lin Feng paused, looking at Qin Ru with some surprise. It was indeed rare for her, as a technical personnel, to connect so many dots from this information. No wonder the bureau chief had taken a liking to her back then. Qin Ru then turned to them and said, It's a pity that they will probably only be able to see the products of this generation. Lin Feng fell silent. Age had always been the greatest limitation to human development. With the cycles of life and death, even the most brilliant scientists would pass away, or perhaps lose their vigor due to old age. While they were talking, Lu Jiantong approached them, bowing seriously and saying, I'm sorry. A group of elderly academicians behind him also bowed their heads. Lin Feng quickly said, Aren't you making me feel embarrassed? He hurried to help them up and asked, How about the aircraft design? It's very good, but there are some parts. Lu Jiantong said, looking troubled. Some parts are completely incomprehensible, even though I have studied fighter jets my whole life. Lin Feng said, I can explain the parts you don't understand. The most important question now is whether we can start production. Of course we can, Lu Jiantong said excitedly. Then the reporting will be up to you, Lin Feng said. He thought for a moment. Due to the accelerated aircraft carrier project, he didn't have time to make a trip to Yanjing, so he would leave the rest to them. That evening, Lu Jiantong took a direct flight to Yanjing and immediately went to find Zhou Quanmin. Oh, a rare visitor, Zhou Quanmin said, quickly getting up when he saw Lu Jiantong. Zhou Quanmin placed great importance on scientists, not to mention that Lu Jiantong was the chief engineer of the 5th generation fighter jet. The two shook hands, and Lu Jiantong looked around and said, Can we talk now? Those who can get close here have all been strictly vetted. Zhou Quanmin paused, then understood something and said, Could it be that the 6th generation fighter has a lead? Only then did Lu Jiantong cautiously take out a set of blueprints and said, Super 6th generation. Zhou Quanmin was taken aback, then overjoyed, saying, Is this for real? Am I able to deceive you? Over 10 of our fighter jet experts have verified it. Lu Jiantong said, Great, that's wonderful, Zhou Quanmin said happily. It seems we won't have to wait for Lin Feng. Wait for Lin Feng? Lu Jiantong asked, confused. It's like this, Zhou Quanmin explained. It was Lin Feng who proposed selling the 5th generation technology. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Quanmin said, You know who Lin Feng is, right? I know. Lu Jiantong nodded, surprised, and said he proposed this. He said that the outdated ones should be sold off to make way for new ones. Zhou Quanmin thought for a moment and said, Don't be angry with him. I'm not, Lu Jiantong said. How could he dare to be angry with Lin Feng? He admired him too much. After finishing, Zhou Quanmin pondered for a long time and said, "Forget it. I'll tell you something, but you mustn't tell anyone." Lu Jiantong intended to explain that there was really nothing between him and Lin Feng, but he heard Zhou Quanmin say, "Our country has an SSS project, and he is now the chief engineer." 3S project. Lu Jiantong was shocked. "I can't disclose the specifics," Zhou Quanmin said. "This matter is classified. Rest assured." Lu Jiantong said, his pupils failing to hide his shock as he swallowed hard, and said, "He's only 19 years old. Genius cannot be measured by age," Zhou Quanmin said, signing again and adding, "This matter is settled. You will be the chief engineer responsible for the development of the 6th-generation fighter." "Me?" Lu Jianong shook his head repeatedly. "If you don't do it, then who will?" Zhou Quanmin asked in surprise. At this moment, Lu Jiantong said, "Lin Feng. You see, are you still sulking? I told you. He isn't someone who takes shortcuts," Zhou Quanmin said. But Lu Jiantong said very seriously, "This set of blueprints was brought to me by Lin Feng." "What?" Zhou Quanmin stood up immediately, stunned for a few seconds before saying, "Damn, this kid," and he didn't even tell me when he finished. "You just swore," Lu Jiantong said. Zhou Quanmin signed again while asking, "Did you hear that?" "Maybe," Lu Jiantong said. "No, not at all. Leader, my good leader. It's not that I don't have time, it's just that I'm busy with the aircraft carrier project. I really don't have time to wait for you. So I just let old Lu handle it," Lin Feng quickly explained. "You better be," Zhou Quanmin said. Lin Feng smiled wryly. "Currently, several aircraft carriers have started to be delivered. How long can you take over there?" Zhou Quanmin asked. "When is the delivery date for the last aircraft carrier?" 33 days from now, Zhou Quanmin said. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Zhou Quanmin was anxious because he knew that the maritime power of Blue Star was extremely important. The ocean occupies 70% of Blue Star, and many things in the air cannot be done like in the ocean. The reason the United States is a superpower on Blue Star is that their maritime strength is stronger than the sum of the rest of the world. "If we allocate manpower, we should be able to speed it up," Lin Feng said. "But we still have to ensure quality," Zhou Quanmin said. "That is for sure." Lin Feng smiled. At this moment, in a secret processing plant in a coastal city in the east, 10 5-axis machining centers were being transported away again. Something's not right. "Supervisor, this factory was naturally the super factory for 5-axis machining centers in collaboration with Country D. In the previous transaction with Country D, they would provide the production line for 5-axis machining centers to Huaxia and gradually transfer the technology to Huaxia over the course of a year. So initially, the 5-axis machining centers were made by people from Country D. However, soon this group of people from Country D realized something was wrong. In just 2 months, the Huaxia people had requested the production and transport of 35-axis machining centers from here. It should be known that not all parts are better when they are more refined. Only extremely important parts would use such machining centers. The Huaxia people, it seemed, loved to mess around, and it was estimated that they were even using such parts to produce cars. Hey, using such parts for a low-level product like cars is too extravagant, right? Anyway, the Huaxia people had started selling everything, and social unrest wasn't far off. It seemed we were about to witness the fall of a great nation, and we must not offend the Americans. The two laughed as they spoke. While a few Huaxia porters passing by heard them, they broke into a cold sweat, unsure of what to say. They were national-level confidential personnel and really wanted to ask this group of people from Country D, is space-based weapons, super 4-class aircraft carriers, nuclear testing devices, and super 6th-generation fighter jets really low-level products. However, they had to thank these people from Country D. If it weren't for their 5-axis CNC machining centers, they really wouldn't have been able to start so many projects simultaneously. After thinking for a moment, they said, "Thank you for your hard work." The people from Country D smiled even brighter upon hearing this, repeatedly saying, "That's what we should do." Chapter 43, Is He Here to Make Jokes? On May 1st, which is the Labor Day holiday in Huaxia, working people rarely enjoyed a short break. Zhou Quanmin also planned to take a few days off because long-term social reforms had led him to browse through a large number of documents every day. However, just as he was taking a break, during lunch, a phone call came in. In addition, there were also Li Guocheng from the military region and others. What happened? Zhou Quanmin asked. He noticed that there were not only many people, but each person's face was dark. "Take a look," Chung Gung said as he pressed a button. And the National Affairs Department hall immediately displayed a projection. Zhou Kuan-min looked up and saw a press conference from the capital of the United States, Washington. The person hosting the conference was Lanceport. For the peace of Blue Star, to combat threatening terrorists, and to strengthen military exchanges with allied countries. We have decided to conduct a 3-day military exercise starting on June 6th in conjunction with 7 other countries. The media present felt sleepy upon hearing this, as such exercises have been conducted many times before, until Lanceport's next sentence came out. This military exercise will take place in the South Sea. As soon as the words were spoken, it stirred up waves of controversy. Everyone knew that the South Sea was the most valued maritime area for Huaxia. Why choose the South Sea? Haven't we always conducted military exercises in international waters? Which countries are participating this time? What is the purpose? What troops and equipment will be involved? In an instant, questions arose one after another, but Lanceport did not elaborate, only responding with one phrase: no comment. Seeing this, Zhou Qianmin's face darkened, and his expression gradually turned to anger. How arrogant! Li Guocheng slammed the table. This matter absolutely cannot be tolerated, Chen Geng also said. Zhou Kuan-min sat down, but remained silent. The two were anxious, but Zhou Kuan-min said, "Sit down first." The two gritted their teeth and reluctantly sat down. "This incident has happened, and it was clear that the other side was provoking us," Zhou Kuan-min said. "I think it is related to our recent reforms." Upon hearing this, the two suddenly realized the other side must have considered us easy targets. June 6th is about 36 days away. Chung Gung counted the days and said, "Just in time, this date is a few days after we deliver our last aircraft carrier to the big dog." With this, everyone immediately understood the malicious intentions of the United States. Huaxia only has 3 aircraft carriers, and now they have sold all that can be sold. When the time comes, without an aircraft carrier, how can we deter them? What are we afraid of? Zhou Kuan-min smiled and said, "Have you forgotten why we sold them?" As soon as the words came out, the two suddenly realized. Right, the super aircraft carrier. Lin Feng's super aircraft carrier. Can it be completed in 36 days? Chen Geng asked. Yes, Zhou Kuan-min replied. Lin Feng has already discussed this matter with me. Great, Li Guocheng said. Let's see who dares to come then. Not so fast. Zhou Kuan-min looked at Chen Geng and said, "You guys in the Foreign Affairs Department should strongly oppose and condemn it." Understood, Chen Geng smiled. This kind of thing was exactly what their Foreign Affairs Department was best at. However, in the past, it had always been just talk. This time might be different. What if they really don't listen to advice? Li Guocheng looked at Zhou Kuan-min with expectation. In the evening, countries like Cherry Blossom, Kangaroo, and Stick announced that they would participate in this 8-nation military exercise. In an instant, the eyes of the world were focused here. The South Sea is Huaxia's maritime area. If they really go there, it is unknown how Huaxia will respond. What else can they do but protest a bit in the Foreign Affairs Department? But no, they will fully deliver the aircraft carriers by June 3rd, and by then, they won't have even one left, and there will be no deterrence. I feel like the timing they chose is too coincidental. Netizens from around the world were eagerly watching, but most of them were waiting for a joke from Huaxia. As expected, after the announcement from countries like Cherry Blossom, Chen Geng began his performance on behalf of the Foreign Affairs Department. In light of this 8-nation military exercise, our country expresses strong protest. We have contacted the 8 countries through phone calls and letters. If they insist on participating and executing it, the consequences will be borne by them. Huaxia absolutely will not allow foreign forces to intimidate us. Those who offend Huaxia, no matter how far, will be punished. In light of this, netizens from various countries were even more amused. All along, this was the impression they had of Huaxia's Foreign Affairs Department. Protest, condemnation. This time, they did not expect any change. After all, when Huaxia has no aircraft carriers left, how can they deter or punish? Is he here to make jokes? On Twitter, someone edited a funny image of Chen Geng, garnering countless likes and comments. Lin Feng had not yet woken up when Zhou Kuan-min bombarded him with phone calls. "I'm awake," Lin Feng said. "What kind of serious person sleeps at this hour?" Zhou Kuan-min said. Lin Feng said nothing. He knew what had happened and said, "Leader, you should calm down. You're just here to ask for answers. Then hurry up Zhou Quanmin said. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, I can guarantee normal launching and normal operations. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quanmin's heart, which had been tense, relaxed, and he said, I have one more question. Zhou Quanmin paused, thinking to himself that he hadn't even asked yet. But Lin Feng said, the main gun of my Tian Zhou is not a joke. Zhou Quanmin couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. This was the answer he wanted. Leader, Lin Feng asked, I have a question. What if they really come? Lin Feng did not finish, but the next question would undoubtedly be, do we fire or not? It is blood. Such a level of weapon must be tested after completion. Chapter 44. Is this what you call a cannon? Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. What he feared most was that those in charge above lacked the courage. It seems now that he had worried too much. China has never been short of warriors. This country can be poor, it can be backward, but if it loses its fighting spirit, that would be the beginning of decline. This news not only caused a stir globally, but also sparked intense reactions domestically. In today's internet age, the speed of propagation is incredibly fast. Olmi is going too far. I heard that this idea came from the kangaroo country. It's infuriating. It's over. All our aircraft carriers and weapons have been sold. Now they're even more fearless. Major social media platforms exploded, and for a moment, everyone began a hunt for the culprits. After all the noise surrounding the incident, a retired soldier posted a video and tagged the Southern Theater Command. The video was simple, only 8 seconds long. The soldier cleaned his military uniform, hung it on a clothes rack, then stood straight and saluted, saying, Report, I am ready. Once this video was released, it immediately ignited the entire internet. At the same time, a large number of veterans responded on major platforms. Many people realized that this behavior should not lead to infighting, but rather to unite and give their all. For a moment, the headlines on all major platforms echoed a single phrase, condemnation, protest. Everyone felt dejected. They felt that their fervor had been betrayed. Can they really just watch helplessly as they come? Some were furious. Lin Feng was currently focusing all his energy on the super aircraft carrier. However, he was not on Shihai Island. He was currently in the vast northwest desert, but not in the area where Jiang Cheng had stayed. Nearby, staff from the Shihai Island base were present. Among them was Qian Yongyuan, a weapons expert. Today, they were about to test the power of the aircraft carrier's dust cannon. The equipment adjustments had been completed. Chief Engineer Lin, we can start soon. Qian Yongyuan's eyes were dark like a panda, but he was still full of energy. Lin Feng didn't exploit his labor. Qian Yongyuan said he was so excited he couldn't sleep. Let's get ready then. Lin Feng checked the time and assessed the weather. Just then, several military vehicles drove up outside, apparently with some significance. Curiously, Lin Feng walked outside and saw a middle-aged man get out of the car, dressed in military uniform. This person was Li Guocheng. What brings you here? Lin Feng approached. Li Guocheng had firmly stood by his side back then, and being a hero from the battlefield himself, Lin Feng felt both polite and respectful toward such a person. I heard you were going to conduct an experiment and couldn't sleep. Li Guocheng seemed very friendly upon seeing Lin Feng, saying as he walked, I spoke with Guo Lao before coming here. He was very excited and said he also wanted to come see. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng frowned and said, this desert is dry and has bad weather. How can he come here in his condition, right? Li Guocheng replied. So this time I came prepared to shoot some video for him to see. You don't mind? Do you? Don't call me General Li. I'm not worthy of that. Lin Feng smiled wryly. You definitely are. Li Guocheng laughed heartily. Let me tell you, the old men who opposed you before, after hearing about your deeds, each one praised you. But these old men are stubborn, especially that one involved in education. Lin Feng chuckled and said, you could just call me Lin Feng. Then let's keep it casual. Li Guocheng nodded, feeling even more admiration for Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng laughed and said, you're putting the pressure on me, haha. Li Guocheng laughed loudly. You know it's true. Let me tell you, old Zhou seems calm on the surface, but he hasn't been able to sleep these days. It's already arranged. Li Guocheng said with a strange expression looking at Lin Feng. Related to me? Lin Feng was surprised. Your leader, Li Guocheng said again. Ready, Chief Engineer Lin. Qian Yongyuan came over, first nodding to Lin Feng, then to Li Guocheng. Lin Feng also felt a bit nervous and said, then let us begin. Chief Engineer Lin gave the order. The dust cannon's first test begins. All departments prepare. Technical department, received. Logistics department, received. Countdown 10 seconds. 10-9. Listening to the countdown, Li Guoqing's smile gradually faded. The reason he came here was not merely out of curiosity. More so, it was due to deep-seated disbelief. He did not want to witness the failure of the next battle, and what Lin Feng described to him seemed almost unbelievable. One shot. Can one shot really solve it? 2-1 fire. Whoosh. Accompanied by a flash of fire, and then a loud bang. Lin Feng's mouth slightly curved upward, but Li Guoqiang was staring intently. The speed was incredible. He saw a flash of light streak across the sky like a meteor. However, when the shell landed thousands of meters away, there was no sign of any disturbance. Failed. Li Guoqing's heart tightened. If it failed, the consequences would be extremely severe. Just as he was feeling disappointed, suddenly there was a loud boom. Following that, a massive cloud of dust rolled in like a sandstorm, with a large amount of flying sand sweeping toward them. The logistics department immediately took measures to protect the base, and the dust completely obscured everyone's view. Li Guoqiang was shocked. The power looked terrifying. He couldn't wait to get to the computer to see the first images from the satellite. However, when he arrived, he found Qian Yongyuan and other technicians swallowing hard. He leaned closer. At first glance, he was stunned. At the second glance, his pupils dilated sharply. At the third glance, he directly cursed. What the hell? You call this a cannon? Chapter 45. It's fine. He will take action half an hour later. Li Guoqiang excitedly prepared to leave. However, at this moment, his eyes were a bit dazed. Lin Feng just smiled and said, "Without this thing, how dare you sell your aircraft carriers?" Haha, that's true. Li Guoqiang patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "You kid, I didn't misjudge you back then. But I heard from Elder Yang that you once opposed me." "That's nonsense," Lin Feng said. Li Guoqing's expression changed, and he said nervously, "That was because I didn't understand you. Now that I understand you, let me tell you, I have a daughter who looks pretty good. What do you think?" Li Guoqing added. Lin Feng was speechless, while Li Guoqing laughed heartily and walked away. Qian Yongyuan came over and asked, "Chief Lin, I think we can implement it now." At 7 p.m., Li Guoqiang got off the plane in Yanjing and headed straight to the residence of the elder. At the same time, he called the bureau chief. "We can proceed," Li Guoqiang said. The bureau chief understood immediately and said, "It seems this little rascal didn't disappoint you." "Haha, you'll know soon," Li Guoqiang smiled as he hung up. Although the bureau chief wanted to see it immediately, he knew it wouldn't be long now. Several days had passed, and there were less than 30 days left until June 6th. So, the bureau chief quickly edited a post on various social media platforms, along with a map of Huaxia, with a simple message, "Huaxia, not a single drop less." As soon as the message was released, the entire social network exploded. Although many people were still very worried about how Huaxia would respond to this crisis. If the other side really came, just talking wouldn't be enough. Show me. The elder, who wasn't in good spirits, perked up at this moment. Li Guoqiang pressed play. The elder watched it once, but had no reaction. Li Guoqiang thought he must be stunned. He played again. However, the elder still didn't react. Li Guoqiang was about to press play for the third time when he was stopped by the elder, who said in a puzzled voice, "Guoqiang, you've always been reliable in your work. How could you make such a low-level mistake?" Li Guoqiang was confused. "You played the wrong video, didn't you?" The elder said discontentedly. Li Guoqiang paused, then burst into laughter, saying, "Elder, you didn't see it wrong. It's this one." The elder was momentarily stunned, then almost stood up, looking at Li Guoqiang incredulously, and said, "What did you say?" Just this." "Yes," Li Guoqiang said firmly. Good. The elder, after reacting, actually burst out laughing. Li Guoqiang also laughed along. He understood the shock in the elder's heart. Back then, they came with little more than rifles, and now they had never seen such weapons. America, since the announcement of the military exercises in the South Sea, the reputation of the Black House had skyrocketed. According to surveys, Smith-Planck's approval rating also suddenly soared. For this reason, Smith-Planck was very pleased, as this would be very beneficial for his next campaign. "This time we bet right," Smith-Planck said. Beside him, Lanceport asked, "Which warships do you plan to send for the exercises?" "Bring 2 of the 3 aircraft carriers over," Smith-Planck said, "and the one that's in secret research. Let's not showcase it." "Understood," Lanceport said with a smile. Currently, Huaxia's fifth-generation fighter jet production line is also progressing rapidly, and it will soon be available for Kangaroo Country. That's good. In the meantime, make sure to inquire about the situation in Sakura Country. Also, Smith-Planck thought for a moment and said, Wilson, do we have any news from Huaxia? This time, the Starlink program suffered severe losses, but Huaxia still had quite a few spies. However, the cost was much higher. Wilson explained the situation in Huaxia. Smith-Planck also agreed with this assessment. Although the South Sea is near Huaxia, the distance is still quite far. While fighter jets have extremely high speeds, the current endurance is a huge problem. The existence of aircraft carriers not only consolidates naval power, but also strengthens Air Force capabilities. Who would have thought Huaxia would be so vulnerable? I thought our competition had just begun, but it seems to have already ended. Lanceport laughed heartily. Back then, even the strong predecessor of the Bear fell apart and disbanded. Smith-Planck said, this shows that we are the eternal empire. On May 25th, there were still 11 days until the exercises. Lin Feng and the bureau chief rarely teamed up to accept an invitation from Donghai TV. Since the last time Zhu Ting's identity was exposed, Donghai TV had undergone major restructuring and most of the staff had been replaced. The new host, Han Ruoxin, was also a beauty, but she seemed a bit inexperienced. Hello, Han Ruoxin greeted. Hello. The two looked up awkwardly. The reason for inviting you both this time is mainly to talk about the military exercises, Han Ruoxin said. As soon as this was said, the audience paid great attention. Even though almost a month had passed, this was still the hottest topic. The bureau chief had a smile on his face, but didn't speak. He now understood that the audience trusted Lin Feng more. After all, Lin Feng looked younger. However, those who were familiar with Lin Feng knew how cunning he was. After all, the bureau chief almost ended up drinking tea at the National Security Bureau for the third time because of him. This topic is a bit sensitive, Lin Feng said awkwardly. It's fine if you want to talk, go ahead. A brief mention will do, Han Ruoxin said. I think they don't dare. Right now, they're just bluffing, Lin Feng said. After all, the South Sea is our near sea, not a place they can come to casually. What if? If. Han Ruoxin said cautiously. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief pretended to frown. Lin Feng also frowned. At this moment, everyone could see clearly, and they thought to themselves that it was bad. It's over. The expressions of the two betrayed them. If the other side comes, does Huaxia have no countermeasures at all? After a slight disguise, the bureau chief forced himself to calm down and pointed at Lin Feng, saying, It's fine if it really comes to that. You will take action. Chapter 46. Line's grudge. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. The bureau chief was really being unprofessional. Haha. Han Ruoxin laughed and said, The bureau chief is really humorous. Some audience members laughed, while others cursed. Everyone thought the bureau chief was trying to lighten the mood, but boasting in such a situation. Just a second-generation official. You all can't just keep criticizing. Lin Feng helped us catch a bunch of spies. So if you have the ability, why don't you step up? Exactly. For a moment, everyone started arguing. Only the bureau chief was sweating. Why didn't these people believe him? When the time comes, Lin Feng really would take action. However, afterward, the bureau chief's remark that it was nothing and that he would take action went viral. Naturally, Lin Feng became the target of mockery first. At that time, I want to see how he acts. A second-generation official is just a second-generation official. The discussions erupted. However, those who knew the truth behind the scenes were different, especially the group at the West Sea Island base, who worked even harder. With the whole internet mocking their chief engineer, everything had to be done perfectly. They all knew that without this 19-year-old chief engineer, the Tianzhou one wouldn't be born. This led to a collective demand for free overtime. Supervisor, do you look down on us who serve tea and water? And I'm not even asking for money. Why are you complaining? The supervisors of various units were sweating, but this undoubtedly helped the Tianzhou one be completed quickly. Meanwhile, time was gradually approaching, and the wealthy Prince Turkey from Doghouse returned to Huaxia, personally hosted by Lin Feng. Hosting such a prince naturally meant a lavish meal, and after a while, Turkey dismissed the others. Lin Feng knew Turkey must have something to say. Lin Feng, thanks to you, we have an aircraft carrier, giving us absolute initiative in the Sibo Bay. Turkey said gratefully, his eyes reddening as he added, "But I feel sorry for you." "Why do you say that?" Lin Feng asked, confused. "Actually, we know your predicament, but Olmi has instructed us to be on time to receive the aircraft carrier otherwise," Turkey said apologetically. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a bit emotional. "I'm very sorry," Turkey continued. "Now our higher-ups have decided not to offend old me." "I can understand." Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Prince, can you do me a favor?" "What kind of favor?" Turkey asked as he picked up his teacup. Half an hour later, Turkey and Lin Feng walked out the door, both red-faced as if they had just had a heated argument. Coincidentally, a reporter captured this moment. Later, an unknown person leaked that Lin Feng requested Turkey to delay the receipt of the aircraft carrier, but Turkey flatly refused, leading to a fallout at the dinner table. This news exploded online. It truly showed that Huaxia was at the end of its rope. Indeed, Huaxia could actually request reinforcements from my Indian neighbors. "I heard that the fleet of the empire on which the sun never sets has already set sail." People from all over the world knew that if the naval exercise in the South Sea succeeded, then the prestige Huaxia built over decades would vanish. Time moved to June 1st, with 5 days left until the military exercise. A scientific expedition team departed from the U.S., crossing the Atlantic, and arrived in D country. This team was led by a high-ranking official from the U.S., but upon landing, they were not welcomed by D country. It must be mentioned that D country still had a bit of conscience. This time, they did not participate due to a previous deal. "If you really don't consider this, our higher-ups will be very unhappy," the high-ranking official boldly declared, vaguely threatening. The people from D country heard this and dared not express their anger. This scientific expedition team came for one thing: satellites. In a previous transaction between D country and Huaxia, there were data regarding satellite system positioning. This data was classified as top secret at the time of signing. This meant it could not be leaked. If D country handed over this data, it would not only violate the agreement, but more importantly, the U.S. possessed extremely advanced satellite technology, and they would then be able to grasp all of Huaxia's satellite data and information. Simply put, all of Huaxia's satellites in space would have the opportunity to be laid bare before the Americans. They had already been defeated, just like the former Soviet Union. "Why do you have to do this?" the high-ranking official continued to threaten. Upon hearing this, D country finally nodded. They were very helpless. However, if Huaxia truly fell then, D country had no need to offend old me. On June 2nd, they secretly completed this transaction without anyone knowing. Meanwhile, rumors circulated internationally that the fleet of the empire on which the sun never sets had arrived at the Ma-Chijia Strait in Singapore and was temporarily staying there. A few hours later, someone released images confirming the presence of the fleet from the empire on which the sun never sets. In an instant, all attention shifted back to the east. In Kangaroo Country, at their famous eastern port, a large fleet gathered. They were preparing to set sail towards the northern hemisphere. However, they were still waiting for their fighter jets. More precisely, they were waiting for the batch of fifth-generation fighter jets produced by the Americans. Shortly after, an aircraft carrier slowly approached, and Lines saw it from a distance. He was overjoyed. Previously humiliated and paying such a high price, he finally got this batch of goods. However, it was certainly expensive, but it was all worth it. When the aircraft carrier docked, a colonel from the carrier came down and said, "Mr. Lines, we are here to deliver the fighter jets. Thank you very much. The shipping fee." The colonel smiled slightly and said this. "Wasn't the shipping fee included?" Lines paused, not understanding what this meant. The colonel said slowly, "The initial contract only stated production was included, but did not specify shipping fees." Lines glanced at the fighter jets on the aircraft carrier, thinking that the Americans were truly heartless. However, it was a situation he couldn't back out of. If he didn't pay the shipping fee, that definitely wouldn't deliver the fighter jets. Fine. Lines gritted his teeth, feeling like he was losing a lot. However, he secretly cursed Huaxia in his heart. If it weren't for wanting to take revenge on Huaxia, they wouldn't have been in such a hurry to get the fighter jets produced by the Americans. It's all your fault. He vowed to make Huaxia pay a bloody price. Chapter 47 Super Aircraft Carrier set sail. June 3rd at a port in the eastern region. A transfer ceremony is taking place for an aircraft carrier. This is the last aircraft carrier of China, soon to be delivered to a foreign power. On board the warship, the Chinese soldiers gaze at the familiar vessel with envy. However, warriors cannot shed tears. The Chinese captain raises the flag and slowly steps forward, handing the keys to Turkey. This is China's first aircraft carrier, and now it is to belong to another country. Moreover, the crisis for China has arrived. Where should they go from here? Should they, like in the past, watch fishing boats guard the waters? That would be too ridiculous. One must understand that without the protection of an aircraft carrier, the waters are as exposed as if they were laid bare before others. The captain sighs. He cannot comprehend why the country would do this. At first, they spared no effort to build an aircraft carrier, but now they're selling it so easily. Who came up with this idea? Meanwhile, at the port of Shihai Island, there is jubilation. Before them is a massive aircraft carrier undergoing its final tests. Once the tests are completed, a launch ceremony will be held. When Lin Feng arrives, he notices the area is still quite empty, with not many people present. Lin Feng scans the surroundings and sees many people gathered by the fence. He asks, why aren't they allowed in? There are too many people, and since it's the launch ceremony, there will be. Qian Yongyuan replies. But Lin Feng seriously says each one of them has contributed, even if it's just a single screw for this aircraft carrier. Upon hearing this, Qian Yongyuan's pupils widen as he focuses intently on Lin Feng's eyes. He realizes Lin Feng is not just putting on a show. He is genuinely serious. I'll take care of it, Qian Yongyuan says excitedly as he walks outside, opens the door, and shouts, comrades, Chief Engineer Lin has allowed you to come in. The crowd pauses. Many of them are basic workers from the port, and they understand that during such an important launch ceremony, being able to observe from a distance is already quite good. What are you waiting for? Don't you want to go in? Qian Yongyuan says, noticing their hesitation. Chief Engineer Lin said, this aircraft carrier carries the hard work of every one of you. Hearing this, the crowd finally reacts. Long live Chief Engineer Lin. Someone shouts, and a group rushes forward. Qian Yongyuan, seeing this scene, is overjoyed and follows behind. However, once they rush in, the cheering immediately stops because thousands of people on board are conducting the final tests. Report, external inspection is good. The first report comes in, followed by others. Report. Hull inspection is good. Report. Instrument inspection is good. Report. Equipment inspection is good. Report. Wiring inspection is good. Hearing this, many people begin to swallow hard. The total number of inspection reports for the aircraft carrier reaches 488, and just reading them out takes a considerable amount of time. Lin Feng sits there, observing Qian Yongyuan's hands trembling. Next comes the weapon inspection. As the powder cannon differs from modern shells, Qian Yongyuan traveled across the country to learn how to create it. In the end, he achieved such results. Nervous? Lin Feng smiles. A bit, Qian Yongyuan admits. Because if we fail, it means we cannot prevent that military exercise. Lin Feng exhales and nods. Qian Yongyuan's nervousness is not without reason. After about half an hour, someone finally rushes up to the top of the aircraft carrier and shouts, report. The last item, firepower data monitoring. Good. Whoa. At this announcement, the crowd erupts into cheers. Some embrace each other in excitement, while others wipe away tears of joy. Qian Yongyuan nearly collapses to the ground. But Lin Feng supports him. You did great, Lin Feng says. Thank you, Chief Engineer Lin. Qian Yongyuan wipes his tears. At this moment, a military whistle suddenly sounds from behind, and everyone instinctively makes way. Li Yuanzong, the first commander of the Chinese Navy, approaches. Now, he can only walk with the aid of cane. Step by step, he walks forward, gazing at the colossal vessel before him, his eyes reddening. In fact, during the early days of the nation, there was an incident in the South China Sea. Back then, we fought using fishing boats and dilapidated merchant ships. Now, Li Yuanzong's face, lined with age, evokes deep emotions. A man steps out from behind him, approaching slowly and saluting. His name is Yu Shengming, one of the naval marshals. This time, he has come to personally execute and participate in the upcoming battle. Marshal, I will not fail in my mission to defend our maritime territory. Lin Feng nods. At this moment, Yu Shengming steps forward, salutes, and says to Lin Feng, thank you, Comrade Lin Feng. At this, everyone feels a tightening in their hearts, realizing that all their efforts over the past months have been worthwhile. Yu Xingming turns to Lin Feng again and says, please. Lin Feng hesitates. Yu Xingming smiles. I believe it would be more meaningful for you, the chief engineer, to unveil it personally. Lin Feng, to some extent, represents them all. Lin Feng nods, stepping forward to the aircraft carrier. Standing there, he looks down, placing his hand on the unveiling cloth switch. After a slight pause, he slowly presses down. In the next second, a red cloth suddenly falls away from the aircraft carrier's hull. Four massive characters gradually appear. Tianzhou number 1. Following that, a large flag of China unfurls. At that moment, everyone below bursts into applause. Lin Feng breathes a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift from his heart. At this moment, Yu Xingming loudly declares Naval Special Operations Team, 8th Division, all personnel, board the ship. Yes, the soldiers march toward the vessel in a grand manner. There are many of them, but they move quickly. Once everyone has boarded the aircraft carrier, Lin Feng prepares to disembark and says to Yu Xingming, it's all in your hands now. Lin Feng smiles, saying nothing more, and walks down. At this moment, Yu Xingming checks the time and announces, Tianzhou number 1, set sail. Chapter 48 live broadcast Binglu Fei Navy Base on the East Coast as the Tianzhou 1 headed towards the South Sea. A large number of warships surged into the base here, led by 2 ships flying the Union Jack, the USS Tullus and the USS Domino. Both of these are Ford-class aircraft carriers, participating in this naval exercise in the South Sea. These 2 carriers are equipped with a large number of advanced 5th-generation fighter jets, heavily armed frigates, and countless heavy firepower, along with nuclear submarines for escort. It can be said that these 2 carriers represent the core naval power of the United States. Not long after, Lyons arrived with the fleet from Kangaroo Country. As the second-in-command of Kangaroo Country, he actually didn't need to come. However, he requested this time because he had long anticipated this scene. The humiliation from China had haunted him in nightmares. The familiar Phoenix legend, the familiar ant dancing, and that shabby hotel. Plus, Lin Feng's smile and arrogance. All of this had become a shadow in his life. Long time no see, Your Excellency Lyons. A soldier from U.S. approached. Lyons was taken aback for a moment, but smiled. It was 5-star Colonel MacArthur. This person is a well-known hawk, always adopting a strong stance towards China. I can't believe you came in person, Lyons quickly said. To be awarded 5 stars in the U.S. military, one must have significant military achievements or exceptional insight and bravery. MacArthur was the 5-star colonel who participated in the killing of the super-terrorist Osama bin Laden. This has always been one of my goals. This eastern country must not rise, MacArthur said seriously. Lyons nodded and asked, what's the plan now? It's simple. MacArthur drew 3 points on the map and said, at that time, we will gather from 3 directions. From the north, the fleet led by Sakura Country will head straight south. From the south, the fleet led by the empire on which the sun never sets will head north. And we will set off from here, ultimately forming a straight line of 3 points. Good. Lyons was pleased to hear this. Suddenly, he noticed many people behind who were not in military uniforms. They held cameras instead of guns. What is this? Lyons wondered. Reporters, MacArthur replied. Lyons was somewhat puzzled. Usually, military exercises take confidentiality measures. At most, there would be a press conference beforehand or information released afterward, stating that they had conducted military exercises in XX place and achieved success. China has started selling equipment like crazy in recent months, which to some extent indicates their gradual decline. We want the whole world to see this scene, MacArthur said with a smile. This is also a decision made by our great leader. Wow. Lyons couldn't help but be overjoyed upon hearing this. This will definitely have a better effect. Let's wait a bit longer. There are still 2 days. MacArthur, having heard about Lyons's experiences, smiled and said, the fortune of this eastern country has only a couple of days left. With only 2 days remaining, discussions within the country began to heat up. The things posted by the military advisor on social media had already garnered over 1 billion shares and likes. It could be said that any rumors from outside would be relayed to the country immediately. I heard the 8 countries are ready. It's over. If they really come, where will our dignity be? Urgent report. Latest news. They even brought reporters. Damn it. Do they really want a live broadcast? This is too much. Why hasn't TR military said anything yet? It's driving me crazy. Why not just drop a nuclear bomb? Don't think about it. It's impossible to drop a nuclear bomb. The domestic atmosphere was chaotic. As time drew closer, the rational voices dwindled. The military advisor occasionally glanced at the news, lying on his chair, lost in thought. At that moment, when he saw the door open and Lin Feng's figure appear, he quickly got up and asked, "Thirsty? Not thirsty. Hungry? Not hungry. How to curse?" Lin Feng smiled and sat down directly. The military advisor still poured tea and offered water, saying, "How is it?" "What do you mean by how is it?" Lin Feng asked knowingly. It's about the aircraft carrier," the military advisor said with anticipation. He knew Lin Feng was going to host the aircraft carrier's launch ceremony, so he had been waiting. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Look at my expression." The military advisor was overjoyed. He clenched his fist and said, "Good, good, great." Then he turned and asked, "So the person who came out is?" "Marshal Yu Shengming," Lin Feng said. "He came personally?" The military advisor's expression became even more joyful. Lin Feng asked, "How is this person? If the country sends him out, it basically proves their determination," the military advisor said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng understood what kind of person Yu Shengming was. The military advisor then sighed. "If I weren't retiring, how great would that be?" "Forget it. Look at your belly," Lin Feng said. The military advisor looked down, then embarrassedly adjusted his pants, ultimately saying seriously, "A fat man can also be a good general. Strength is not determined by body shape. Okay? Why do you talk with such an American flavor? Should I have the National Security Bureau check on you?" Lin Feng laughed. "Get lost, you little bastard." After the military advisor finished speaking, he directly took away the tea he had just poured and drank it. "That's my tea." Another day passed, and the media from India broke the news that they witnessed the aircraft carrier acquired from China passing through their waters. Once this news broke, the world was in an uproar. This message basically confirmed that China did not have enough naval power to threaten this military exercise. At the same time on this day, NCC, UOC, and BAC simultaneously announced that they would participate and broadcast live throughout the entire event. This news exploded in the crowd like a bomb. A live broadcast of the military exercise was unprecedented. They really wanted to see China embarrassed. Originally, that was the goal, so I'm not surprised. From now on, China's international status will be compromised. Sigh, it seems there really is no one in the world who can shake the position of the United States. Meanwhile, when this news was released on the southern island, a medium-sized plane landed, carrying 3 reporters. However, these reporters were all from China, the old Huaxing agency, Yanjing TV, and TVCC. These 3 television stations are also core media in China. "What are we doing here?" Zhang Xiao, a reporter from Yanjing TV, landed and looked at everything unfamiliar around him. "This is a naval base, but why are they here?" Chapter 49, Fire at Me inside the naval base. Yu Shengming was reviewing the operational sea area map when a communications officer walked in and said, "Marshal Yu, the reporters have arrived." "Good," Yu Shengming nodded. As he sat down, he saw reporters from 3 different agencies enter. "Marshal Yu," exclaimed Hang Feiwen, a reporter from the old Huaxia news agency, surprised. He knew that Yu Shengming rarely left Yanjing. Why was he here now? The other 2 reporters, upon realizing Yu's identity, swallowed hard. "Don't be nervous. I invited you here to ask for your help," Yu Shengming said with a smile. "Help? We wouldn't dare say that. Just give us your orders," Hang Feiwen quickly replied. The other 2 nodded eagerly like chicks. "Actually, if you hadn't boarded the plane yet, I wouldn't need you. Since you're here, we'll proceed with the plan, as usual," Yu Shengming said. The 3 reporters were puzzled, but Yu Shengming didn't elaborate. In fact, it wasn't just the Americans who had prepared reporters. They had also organized their own. The higher-ups had only one goal. After tomorrow, no one would dare to invade the seas of Huaxia again. Therefore, they needed to report extensively on this matter. However, they didn't expect the Americans to have everything ready for them. "Do you know where this is?" Yu Shengming asked. "Yes," Hang Feiwen thought for a moment and replied. "Are we going to use missiles to threaten from here?" "No," Yu Shengming said. "Missiles could be intercepted, and since we're near shore, we will confront them head-on." "Confront head-on?" The 3 were confused. "How do we do that? We don't even have an aircraft carrier. Are we really going to go over in fishing boats?" Half an hour later, the 3 reporters were almost on their knees. What was this in front of them? A brand new aircraft carrier with completely unfamiliar equipment. On the deck were rows of fifth-generation fighter jets and a large cannon. An aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier. A super aircraft carrier. Marshal Yu, Han Fu-Weng, seemingly a military enthusiast, lost control of his expression until he turned and saw Yu Shengming, quickly saying, "I'm sorry. I'm just too excited." "It's fine," Yu Shengming smiled. "What is the tonnage of this aircraft carrier? Why don't I see any escort ships? And when was it built? Do we have this kind of technology?" Hang Feiwen bombarded Yu with questions, sounding less like a qualified reporter. He couldn't be blamed. Besides being a reporter, Hang Feiwen was a military fan and had been following this event on Weibo for a month. He felt very pent up, and seeing this enormous aircraft carrier made him ecstatic. Yu Shengming didn't mind and explained its tonnage is about 1.5 times that of the Ford class. As for the escort ships, it doesn't need escort ships. Upon hearing this, Hang Feiwen's pupils dilated in shock. It doesn't need escort ships? An aircraft carrier that doesn't need escort ships? The TVCC reporter Chen Dongdong asked in confusion. "What do you mean it doesn't need escort ships?" "This means that this aircraft carrier has absolute self-defense capability." Hang Feiwen looked up and asked in disbelief. Does our country have this kind of technology?" Deep down, it was even widely recognized that American aircraft carrier technology was leading globally. After all, their naval power was vastly superior. "This is classified," Yu Shengming said seriously. "It's simple," he continued. "You are reporters, and I want you to take up your weapons and fight alongside us." Our weapons? Their weapons were just their cameras and microphones, right? The next day, dark clouds loomed over the South Sea as if it were the end of the world. There were no fishing boats or merchant ships passing by because a month ago, people already knew there would be an 8-nation exercise on June 6th. At 6 in the morning, General MacArthur stood on the high deck of the USS Tellys, looking down at the fleets from various countries and loudly proclaimed, "Set sail. Head towards the South Sea." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 reporters from the television stations began to broadcast live. "Hello, this is NCC Reporters Frontline Report. We are at the eastern base of Benlafai, and we are ready to set sail. I am a UOC reporter. I am a BAC reporter. We can see that we have deployed 2 Ford-class aircraft carriers." And the camera immediately focused on the aircraft carrier and the figure of 5-star General MacArthur. The 3 television stations quickly attracted over 1 billion viewers worldwide. There's really a live broadcast. This is too damaging. How can Huaxia survive this? I expect their Foreign Affairs Department will issue a statement soon. As expected. At the moment the news was broadcasted, Huaxia's Foreign Affairs Department immediately held a press conference. The Minister of the Foreign Affairs Department banged the table and shouted, "I advise the 8 nations to consider the consequences. This is Huaxia's sea area, and it is not to be infringed upon. I reiterate, this is not a warning." At the same time, diplomatic letters were sent to the 8 countries. In the Black Palace, Smith Plank sat there, glanced at the diplomatic letters, and casually tossed them into the trash. Smith Plank laughed heartily. His assistant, understanding the situation, immediately brought over champagne. He knew that the 2 high-ranking officials would be in a great mood, enjoying the live broadcast. On screen, the NCC reporter shouted, "Oh, friends, according to the positioning, we have officially entered the South Sea region." The camera shifted to the sky, where a trio of aircraft appeared, bearing the Huaxia flag. Simultaneously, a voice began to communicate with the aircraft carrier via radio. "Please listen carefully. This is Huaxia's sea area. Please evacuate immediately. I repeat, this is Huaxia's sea area. Please evacuate immediately." The communications officer nearby, upon hearing this, glanced at MacArthur and Ryan, but unexpectedly, MacArthur snatched the communicator. The 5-star general shouted, "We will not retreat. If you have guts, fire at me." Chapter 50, The Most Advanced Aircraft Carrier. When MacArthur's voice was broadcast, it not only reached the aircraft's communicator, but was also transmitted directly to billions of viewers around the world through cameras. The most excited were the Americans. No wonder he is a 5-star general. Ha, look at their planes. The camera focused on the aircraft in the sky, only to see China's warplanes making a beautiful arc before turning away. Upon hearing this, MacArthur disdainfully said, "Humph, I thought they would shout a bit more." But it turns out they backed down so quickly. This live broadcast was not available domestically. However, the world as a whole There is no wall that is completely impenetrable. Social media, short videos, etc. In fact, some people even publicly broadcast it on live streaming platforms. This scared the platforms, and major ones like Douyin hurried to prepare orders to take down this content. Weibo was even more panicked, as all the trending topics were about this incident. But at that moment, a message came from above. Major platforms should adhere to the right of free speech and should not impose restrictions. When this was said, all the platforms were stunned. Such matters are extremely sensitive, and those in charge are usually very cautious. This time, it was still a disgrace. Many platforms were confused, but since the higher-ups actively issued such a statement, they did not dare to violate it. Thus, those people became even more frantic, and there were indeed live broadcasts on major platforms. I couldn't take it anymore. Damn, this is driving me crazy. MacArthur, I can't stand it. I need a smoke. I'm not watching anymore. I'm going to drink. Sigh. I feel like today is the end of the world. The Chinese crowd was very frustrated. At first, they fantasized about some decisive action from above, but all they waited for was a few verbal warnings from 3 fifth-generation fighters. But what good is a verbal warning? If talking could stop crime, what do we need police for? China is doomed. On Weibo, a celebrity with over 30 million fans directly issued such a statement. In no time, the comments exceeded 10 million. In the waters of a southern archipelago, Tianzhou, one was stationed above, just 3 nautical miles away from the military exercise site. As they sailed along, the 3 reporters, including Zhang Xiao, were shocked, especially Chun Dongdong. She was slightly prone to seasickness, but she felt no discomfort during the journey. Not only that, but the speed was astonishing to them. The other 2 were novices, but Hang Feiwen was not. He told the 2, the speed of this aircraft carrier is outrageous. In simple terms, it's too fast. It's not like an aircraft carrier at all. They also had mobile phones, and at this moment, they could see countless messages flying in from the domestic front. Some even began to criticize the higher-ups for their incompetence. Hang Feiwen was anxious as he saw Yu Shengming still sitting there drinking tea. So he walked over and asked, Marshal I, anxious? Yu Shengming smiled. Han Feiwen not that. Sit down and drink tea. Everything is under control, Yu Shengming said with a smile. Hang Feiwen sat down, thought for a moment, and said in confusion, I have a question. Go ahead. The radar system of the United States is very powerful, and they have satellites to assist them. Why can't they detect Tianzhou 1? Very simple, Hang Feiwen said. They are not worthy. Hearing this, Hang Feiwen was slightly surprised, but more excited. What does this represent? It means that this aircraft carrier has extremely high stealth capabilities? Terrifying. So terrifying. Does China really have such technology? Which big shot developed it? Why don't we set off now to stop them? Hang Feiwen said eagerly, if we set off now, they will definitely be afraid when they see Tianzhou. That is your second question, Yu Shengming chuckled. Hang Feiwen awkwardly smiled. But Yu Shengming suddenly had a serious expression, saying, Afraid? Is simply retreating enough? Are you satisfied with that? Some people want to know fear unless there is bloodshed. Upon hearing this, Hang Feiwen and the others immediately understood. This was a murderous intent. A naked, murderous intent. It is conceivable that if the other party does not pay a price this time, they will not leave this place. While speaking, the 5th-generation fighters in the sky quickly flew by, simultaneously transmitting a message. Report. Warning ineffective. Warning ineffective. Upon hearing this, Yu Shengming finally stood up. In the distance, the sea was dark, and the sky was overcast with dense clouds that still lingered. However, Rhines was in a good mood. Now, the fleets of various countries were gradually approaching as displayed on the radar. Among them, the fleet from the northern Sakura country was slower, as they had no aircraft carrier. Only the so-called Maritime Self-Defense Force. Therefore, they were very patient in waiting. According to the process, the tellies would fire the first shot of the military exercise, followed by the takeoff exercises of the 5th-generation fighters from the United States and Kangaroo Country. This scene was what Ryans looked forward to the most. Using China's own 5th-generation fighters to perform exercises in their waters. How mocking would that be? Hurry up, Sakura Country. Ryans eagerly anticipated. At this moment, the Sakura Country, under the leadership of Zhuamu, was heading towards the target sea area. Suddenly, someone shouted, Report, An unidentified object seems to have appeared in the distance. Zhumu quickly looked through the binoculars, but there was nothing at all in the binoculars. Damn it, there's clearly nothing. Zhumu cursed. The soldier bowed his head, not daring to speak. Zhumu said, "Hurry up, Colonel MacArthur is urging us." He felt very anxious. The South Korean and Sakura countries are derogatorily referred to as the subordinate nations of the old America, lacking even military autonomy. Now, the old America was telling them to go east, and they absolutely dared not go west. With their not weak speed, they finally drove into the designated waters. The radar of the distant tellies also detected the fleet of the Sakura country. The tellies truly lived up to being one of the most advanced aircraft carriers in the world, with such a developed radar system. NCC reporters quickly flattered. Next, we will fire the first shot of the military exercise. As soon as the words fell, a shell shot into the sky, and NCC reporters immediately praised. This is the main gun of the tellies, known as a small nuclear bomb, with an explosive range equivalent to 8 football fields. As they spoke, the shell flew into the sea, creating a towering wave. The sea water continuously rolled in, layer upon layer. Terrifying. The old American Navy is too terrifying. For the next 50 years, it will still be their world. The world's netizens were shocked and sent out praises. Chapter 51, The Truth, lies only within the range of cannons at this moment. The request from the general of Kangaroo Nation was heard in his ear. "Lord Rains, we are ready and can take off at any time. We now request your command." As the general spoke, Rains glanced at the sky and said, "Take off." Yes. At that moment, above the sky, the 5th-generation fighter jets from the United States had already taken off. An NCC reporter stated, "What we can see on screen is that the 5th-generation fighter jets from the United States have taken off. This generation of fighter jets has been modified and is also referred to as the 5.5 generation. Wait, what is this? Isn't this China's 5th-generation fighter jet? Oh no, this belongs to Kangaroo Nation." The reporter, being quite seasoned, immediately heightened the drama. This statement instantly caused the global audience to erupt in cheers. "Ha, this is unbelievable. Too funny. Kangaroo Nation really knows how to annoy people." It was clear that Rains was seeking revenge for the previous grievances. Some countries were happy. Some are watching the show. However, as Chinese people, they tightly clenched their fists. This was truly a very infuriating matter for them. Other countries used their technology to build their fighter jets and conducted military exercises in their waters. One can imagine how humiliating this was. Some Chinese people could no longer stand it. "Damn, I can't take this anymore. If I keep watching, I might stop being patriotic." "Me too. What's the use of anger? We simply cannot threaten them." Major forums were buzzing with activity, with many people signing petitions and the like. Unfortunately, this was completely useless and couldn't even stir up the slightest wave. One could imagine how the world would view China after today. These 3 days would undoubtedly become the most disgraceful days since the founding of the country. Only a few people sat there, waiting for the most exciting things to unfold. Among them were Lin Feng, the bureau chief, and Su Chenxi sitting together, watching the images on the screen. The bureau chief also glanced at the time and said, "It's time. The clown should step down." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I am reminded of a saying. What? Dignity lies only on the edge of the sword, and truth lies only within the range of cannons." The bureau chief smiled. Meanwhile, above the sea, the third wave of performances from the 8-nation fleet was about to begin. Next to appear would be 2 aircraft carriers sailing side by side, followed by a fleet of warships. This could be said to be the highlight of the day, as they would also showcase the firepower of the aircraft carriers. This scene was what everyone was looking forward to the most. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're about to see is the performance time of the aircraft carrier fleet. The 2 top aircraft carriers on this planet will showcase their true firepower. As the words fell, the 2 aircraft carriers swiftly moved forward, with a large number of fighter jets and escort ships immediately taking off. But at that moment, a voice came through the screen. "We are the Chinese Navy. You're in Chinese waters. You have entered our territory without permission, which constitutes an infringement. Please withdraw immediately. Repeat, please withdraw immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." The sudden appearance of the naval voice left everyone stunned. Most of the comments were sarcastic. "Puffed. These monkeys are back again. Chinese people are really funny. Just let them fly around for a bit, and then they'll be gone. Bear the consequences? How will we bear them? Not only did the audience think this way, but MacArthur even gestured for the reporter to point the camera at the sky. However, this time, they did not see the fifth-generation fighter jets soaring in the sky. Everyone was taken aback. If the planes didn't come, then where did the voice come from? The camera shifted to the surface of the sea, and some people even began to laugh. China does not have aircraft carriers, so they can only use destroyers to defend their waters, but destroyers are like younger siblings in front of aircraft carriers. However, the sea was still empty. Haunted? Just as everyone was puzzled, MacArthur shouted, "What a trick! I still say, if you have the ability, come out and bomb me." Hearing this, the whole world was in an uproar. MacArthur was indeed one of the most powerful hawks in the United States, and his speech was truly imposing. But just as his words fell, suddenly a huge splash arose in the distance. Everyone looked over, because the wave was simply too high. As they looked up, they were instantly shocked. A massive object was speeding toward them from the distant sea. Yu Shengming, dressed in military uniform, scanned everything in front of him with sharp eyes. His expression was resolute and angry. What is this? As the crowd was confused, the screen just happened to capture the Chinese national flag. China's? China actually has an aircraft carrier. The crowd was in an uproar. Every time China built an aircraft carrier, there would be a grand announcement. Why was this aircraft carrier built secretly this time, without any leaks? The camera shifted again to reveal the 4 characters on the ship's body. Tianzhou number 1. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Tianzhou. This aircraft carrier truly deserves this name. Report. Urgent report. We actually have a hidden aircraft carrier. Damn, it's really big. Haha, it's really F-King big. What class is this? Does anyone know? Everyone, don't get too excited. An aircraft carrier isn't just about size. You also need to consider its configuration. In China, people began discussing animatedly, but the suddenly appearing object truly delighted them. Dianfo numero uno. No wonder the country was willing to sell the aircraft carrier. However, what they were worried about now was whether this aircraft carrier was just for show and not useful. Also, could one aircraft carrier really threaten this coalition of 8 nations? At this moment, above the sea, both sides looked up at each other, and the military exercise temporarily halted. MacArthur surveyed this suddenly appearing behemoth, and to say he wasn't surprised would be a lie. But just after a moment, he burst into laughter. China has indeed gone down the wrong path. An aircraft carrier isn't better just because it's bigger. Size doesn't equate to strong combat power or strong defenses. Instead, the bulkiness and difficulty in concealing its defenses will be their biggest vulnerabilities. Therefore, please withdraw immediately. I will say it one last time, Yu Shengming said. MacArthur and Rain stood together, with the former saying, "What if I say no?" Upon hearing this, Yu Shengming smiled slightly, while MacArthur arrogantly declared, "The military exercise continues." As his words fell, the fighter jets continued to take off. The artillery fire continued to roar. And Yu Shengming's smile amidst the thunderous artillery fire on the sea was infinitely magnified. He gently raised his hand and looked at the dark clouds in the sky, saying it's going to get windy and rain. Chapter 52, damn it. Yanjing, Golden Dragon Hall. The old man sat there, focused on correcting something. At this moment, Zhou Quanmin hurriedly walked in. The 2 black dragon guards beside him glanced at Zhou Quanmin before allowing him to pass. Once inside, the old man looked up and asked, "Is there news?" "Didn't he listen to the advice?" Zhou Quanmin replied. Hearing this, the old man smiled slightly and said, "So, what do you think we should do?" Zhou Quanmin responded, "Isn't that what I'm asking you?" The old man stood up, and Zhou Quanmin quickly stepped forward to support him. Noticing that the old man had been working for quite a while, the old man gestured for him not to, straightening his back and saying, "Who is the person we sent out this time?" "Yu Shengming." "Old Yu," the old man smiled, taking a moment to collect himself, and said, "Actually, did you need to ask that?" Zhou Quanmin paused. We are all soldiers," the old man continued. "When the territory of our country is invaded, what should soldiers do?" Zhou Quanmin suddenly understood and said, "I get it." But then, the old man slammed the table and said, "That great man once said, 'Strike first to avoid 100 retaliations.' If a fight is necessary, then we must fight without any hesitation." Understood. Zhou Quanmin saluted and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, the old man suddenly said, "Quanmin, I want to be able to take any calls or messages in the next couple of days, especially. The old man added, from other countries. Got it. Zhou Quanmin smiled and stepped out, closing the door behind him. On board the Tianzhou 1, the deputy commander stood there, waiting for Yu Shengming's orders, until he heard Yu Shengming say, since they have an attitude, let's beat them until they don't. The deputy commander paused, thought for a moment, and asked, should we request further instructions from above? No need, Yu Shengming replied, staring straight ahead. We are soldiers. The primary duty of a soldier is to defend the homeland. Hearing this, the deputy commander and the soldiers behind him were shaken. Go, Yu Shengming commanded. Everyone pay attention. Activate the dust cannon. Damn it. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. Yes, damn it, MD. The nearby Zhang Xiao and others were stunned. They were really going to fight. However, they found it strange that Yu Shengming allowed them to film but not to livestream. Why was that? Did he not want to reveal the secrets of the Tianzhou? Just as they were pondering this, a soldier's voice came through. The dust cannon is starting adjustments. Data is normal. Charging. Reporting data. All preparations were complete, waiting for the final command. The deputy commander relayed the final words to Yu Shengming, who raised his head. To his surprise, he saw the tele ship. Commander, should we reconsider? The deputy commander was shocked. This shot would surely frighten them. However, he didn't expect Yu Shengming to be so bold. After all, that was one of old Mi's hard-earned aircraft carriers. Moreover, there were 5-star colonels and the second-in-command of Kangaroo Country aboard. Yet, Yu Shengming raised a finger. A second later, he lowered one. The deputy commander swallowed hard. This was a countdown. A countdown. The deputy commander didn't ask any further questions. As a soldier, his primary duty was to follow orders. I have a bolder idea, Lane suddenly said sneakily. Hearing this, MacArthur's smile began to twist. The reporters nearby thought Lane's was being too cunning. Drive them into the waters of Huaxia. MacArthur also revealed a devilish smile, picking up binoculars and a communicator, saying, to the carrier of Huaxia, please immediately withdraw from the military exercise area. If there are any repercussions, you bear the consequences. As he finished speaking, the world audience erupted. They had been immersed in the surprise of Huaxia's sudden appearance of an aircraft carrier. They did not expect MacArthur to be so arrogant, actually daring to drive them away. Suddenly, everyone's expressions turned incredibly interesting. Would Huaxia really leave? MacArthur picked up his binoculars, wanting to see Yu Shengming's expression, to see the anger of this naval general. But he was disappointed. He saw no expression from Yu Shengming, only that hand counting down to 3. 3? What does that mean? He looked again and saw a massive cannon muzzle. What does this mean? Dare to attack us? Do you dare? Yu Shengming, do you dare? Huaxia, you wouldn't dare. MacArthur sneered. He didn't believe that anyone in this blue star dared to actively attack their superpower fleet. The previously fierce bear country didn't dare, and now Huaxia. Even less likely. Please leave immediately, MacArthur shouted loudly. Just at that moment, Yu Shengming's fingers had just finished bending. He turned to the 3 reporters and said, start the live stream, because from now on, we'll rely on you to broadcast. The 3 reporters swallowed hard, suddenly understanding. The next second, flames erupted. A shell shot out from the enormous cannon with a loud bang. It was dozens of meters above the sea surface, but it traced a long flight path above the water. No, it should be said it carved out a deep chasm hundreds of meters deep in the ocean. It was as if the sea had been horizontally sliced open by it, leaving a long, fiery trail. This is Hang Feiwen, a military enthusiast, immediately noticed this and pointed the camera downward, muttering, what the hell kind of cannon is that? Beep, beep, beep. Incoming shell. Incoming shell. Suddenly, alarms blared on the tele ship. MacArthur and Lanes were both startled. They fired. They really fired? After a moment of shock, MacArthur quickly said, don't panic, intercept. Then, counterattack. MacArthur's expression was not angry, but rather overjoyed. In the current international situation, the one who strikes first has no reason. However, if he strike first, he would be pleased. The camera just happened to capture his devilish smile. Chapter 53, Dust to Dust. Earth to Earth MacArthur was full of confidence because the Teles was the strongest in defense. That is why he stayed aboard this aircraft carrier. The military advisor in front of the television also grew tense, mumbling, "Break through, it must break through." However, Lin Feng beside him just smiled. Breakthrough? If it was just about breaking through, then it wouldn't deserve the title of a super aircraft carrier. Interception initiated. Unable to intercept. Unable to intercept. Activate the defense system. Activated. Initiating counterattack system. Activated. When MacArthur heard unable to intercept, he was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. At such a close distance, it was indeed hard to intercept. He wasn't afraid. He ordered the fleet to prepare for impact and had a large number of fighter jets take off directly. This time, he intended to sink this newly built aircraft carrier from Huaxia right in this sea area. He looked up just in time to see the fiery projectile flying towards them like a meteor. The waves were hundreds of meters high. At that moment, a strong sense of unease gripped MacArthur as a soldier's instinct kicked in. Something was off. That projectile was wrong. MacArthur swallowed hard. In the next second, the projectile struck the tellies at lightning speed. The hull began to tilt sharply, and the telly's famous three-tier defense net activated. But in the next moment, everyone was filled with despair. They saw that the defense net on the tellies was like a thin sheet of paper, ultimately turning to ashes. Just as the audience wished to continue watching, a sizzling sound rang out. Only those watching domestic official platforms like Yinjing TV saw the sudden switch in the broadcast. Dear viewers, I am reporter Hang Feiwen. I will bring you a live broadcast from the front line of the Southern Sea defense battle. Anyone who dares to step onto our territory will meet this end. As the voice fell, Hang Feiwen looked into the distance. He had to admit that he was stunned by the scene before him. He saw that the projectile did not penetrate the opponent's aircraft carrier, but exploded directly. The flames burned fiercely on the surface of the sea. However, there were no fragments. No wreckage. How could this be? Hang Feiwen then realized something. The power of this shell was destruction, explosion, and annihilation. Hang Feiwen recalled the saying, "Dust to dust, earth to earth." This is, Hang Feiwen exaggeratedly swallowed, saying, "A dust cannon?" Silence. A deathly silence. In the entire sea area, only the sound of towering waves could be heard. In the explosion zone, a massive whirlpool was continuously spinning. All surrounding aircraft carriers, fleets, and fighter jets could hardly believe it at this moment. The American soldiers were frantically calling for their tellies. However, all they received was the silent sound of the sea. Some attempted to use seawater detectors to see if the tellies had sunk, but they saw nothing on the radar. No wreckage. Impossible, this can't be happening. The captain on the Dalmilo saw this scene and turned to glance at the distant Tianzhou No. 1. That huge hull, that massive cannon, that gigantic national flag. In that moment, the captain truly understood. This Tianzhou No. 1 was not some inferior aircraft carrier, but a super aircraft carrier. Before he could react, he was drenched in cold sweat, because the dust cannon had turned its muzzle towards them. At the same time, Yu Xingming's resolute voice rang out again. "I am the Navy of Huaxia. Now please evacuate. If you do not evacuate, I would be happy to assist you. Just like just now." At that moment, the eight-nation alliance present broke out in cold sweat. Yu Xingming turned his head, looking at the fighter jets in the sky, and said, "Activate the radar cannon, dispatch the fighter jets, and shoot down all the Kangaroo country's fighter jets." Yes. Crazy, this world is crazy. Damn, we actually hid such an impressive aircraft carrier? Who can give me a slap and tell me this isn't a dream? Hey, MacArthur just said to fire at him, right? I've never seen such a request in my life. Awesome. This is what an aircraft carrier is. What is the tellies? Trash. Those who were originally watching the live broadcast, but suddenly interrupted, received news of the domestic radio broadcast and rushed over. When they saw this scene, everyone was left in shock. Powerful, satisfying, and so damn refreshing. The audience went wild. The camera also captured Yu Xingming's last words. Shoot. Shoot them all down. These clowns, what right do they have to be arrogant in their seas? This is their sea. If they don't roll away, they can stay here forever. Retreat, retreat. The captain of the Dalmilo woke up and shouted loudly. A soldier beside him, however, said angrily, "We just sank an aircraft carrier. Are we just going to let them go?" The captain slapped him and said fiercely, "Wake up. Don't you understand? Even if all the fleets join forces today, they cannot shake this monster. That is an aircraft carrier several times more advanced than ours. The soldier woke up, and, at this moment, all fleets began to retreat from the area in disarray. Yu Shengming and all the Huaxia soldiers stood on the ship, watching the retreating warships and the kangaroo country fighter jets being shot down. At this moment, the dark clouds suddenly dispersed a bit. An array of sunlight refracted on the surface of the sea. Just right, it shone on the graves of 5-star General MacArthur and Rains. They came here and will forever remain here. Black Palace Smith Prong and Rainsport stood up the moment the Tellies disappeared. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that the Tellies was gone just like that. They couldn't believe that Huaxiao really dared to attack them. Incredible. Really too unbelievable. In the next second, Smith Prong shouted loudly, "What are you waiting for? Call the highest authorities. I need an explanation from them. I need them to pay the price. Hurry up." He looked up at the sky. The sky hadn't changed. But he understood that the world's sky had changed. Chapter 54. Chinese Soldiers. No coward's Lansport was crouching in front of the phone, dialing one call after another. Unanswered. If they did pick up, they were too busy to talk. "Get their ambassador here right away." Lansport nearly roared. Someone immediately went to do it. However, they soon found out that the ambassador stationed in me claimed to have a high fever and couldn't meet anyone at all. This left Lansport completely dumbfounded. How dare China be so resolute? Aren't they afraid? Not only Lansport, but the entire Blue Star, including the Chinese populace, was surprised. Is China really unafraid? At this point, no country had made a statement. However, the video of the disappearance of the Telly ship had already been played countless times online. The world seemed calm on the surface. But everyone knew that beneath this calm lay a turbulent undercurrent. The Tianzhou, one quickly arrived at the South Island base, and 3 reporters disembarked from the aircraft carrier. For them, this would be the most unforgettable experience of their lives. Given their media work, they were particularly sensitive to the situation. As they were disembarking, Hang Feiwen couldn't hold back any longer. He glanced at Yu Shengming and said, "Marshal Yu, may I ask a question?" "Go ahead," Yu Shengming replied. "Are we really prepared to face everything?" "No," Zhu Shengming responded. The 3 of them paused. That person said before, "How long we fight is not up to us. But them old Americans, how long they want to fight, we will fight." There are no cowards among Chinese soldiers. The 3 of them felt their blood boil upon hearing this. They saluted and then turned to leave. Before exiting the base, Hang Feiwen thought for a moment, opened Weibo, and edited a few words. There are no cowards among Chinese soldiers. 6 hours later, some began to sense that the storm was about to start. After all, even if those above remained still, the media below was anything but. Western media began to attack China fiercely, demanding an explanation while promoting a war narrative. Everyone knew that this incident could potentially become the spark for World War III. Meanwhile, the Chinese populace was extremely excited. After experiencing a low point of disappointment, they were now all exhilarated. However, the underlying worries amidst this undercurrent were also unavoidable. Thus, in these 6 hours, the military received invitations from hundreds of media outlets, with some offering exorbitant sums. Not going? Lin Feng smiled. The military leader smiled wryly. It had to be said, he was now truly a social media celebrity. When he initially posted "China cannot lose even a bit," he was now regarded by many online as a prophet, with the belief that he surely knew the inside story. "There's still no news from above," the military leader said. "No one knows how the wind will blow." Lin Feng nodded. The complexity of this matter was certainly not as simple as a child's game. Right and wrong, in the great power game, seemed less significant. Whichever side's fist was hard enough was the real truth. "Let's go with this one." The military leader finally chose a media outlet and said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked and nodded. Now was the best opportunity for him to start frantically racking up points. However, the work group at the Shihai base was already in chaos. This group of technicians was celebrating. After all, it was their manufactured weapons that defended their country's dignity. At 7 p.m. Yin Jing time, a country finally stood up. The leader of Kangaroo Nation held a press conference, inviting media of all sizes. "China must give us an explanation." This time, Kangaroo Nation suffered heavy losses. They had painstakingly spent a high price to procure 5th-generation fighter jets from the United States, all of which were destroyed by China. Moreover, they also lost a second-in-command. Such a significant issue was not just about the economy, but also about dignity. Kangaroo Nation began to promote the idea that China maliciously instigated war and created international disputes out of thin air. They stated that they would use the International Federation to impose a comprehensive blockade on China. As soon as this press conference concluded, it was immediately reported widely. Some noticed that the leader of Kangaroo Nation had his fat shaking while speaking. However, everyone knew that his words were as empty as flatulence. With the United States not speaking up and China remaining silent, any word from other countries would have little impact. Thus, the media turned their guns, waiting for the real storm to arrive. Finally, 3 hours later, Lansport began to speak. He held a press conference that attracted a large number of media outlets. According to statistics, the media present covered almost 90% of the nations on Blue Star. Lansport, dressed in a suit, looked visibly unwell. "Mr. Lansport, I would like to know how you evaluate the storm that broke out today. Mr. Lansport, are we prepared for war? Mr. Lansport, did you anticipate today's outcome?" As soon as he walked in, he was bombarded with questions from reporters. Before the press conference, I would like to first represent myself, our nation, and our military to offer a moment of silence for Colonel MacArthur. Many reporters immediately sensed a shift. It seemed that the attitude of the United States was quite clear. They never took a loss. Having lost an aircraft carrier and a 5-star general, how could they possibly swallow this grievance? "We were only using their waters for military exercises. We did not maliciously instigate war. Moreover, they cut off all communication channels afterward. Friends, this Blue Star is peaceful, and everyone hopes it remains peaceful. However, some do not allow it. Now, we will no longer be tolerant. From the moment I arrived here, our Pacific Fleet has already set sail from Jeonju Island, heading east." Upon hearing this, everyone paused. What did Lansport mean by this? Was he planning to open fire to make the other party speak? After finishing his words, Lansport stood up directly and said, "This is our last chance for China." With that, he left immediately. As soon as he left, major media outlets rushed to transmit the contents of the press conference. With titles almost identical, "Is World War III about to arrive?" Chapter 55, The Calm Before the Storm at the press conference. Lin Feng and the chief sat there looking dignified. The host was excited, as he hadn't expected the chief to agree to their invitation. "Chief, was our proactive attack this time premeditated?" the host asked. At the same time, it was also a choice made out of necessity. The host quickly agreed and continued. "Can you reveal the background of the Tianzhou one?" Upon hearing this, the chief glanced at Lin Feng, who was snickering and rolled his eyes. "This kit, now that the Tianzhou one has been made public, it should be fine to say a bit about it." The host continued to press. He knew this was hot news. The Tianzhou one. The chief was trying to formulate his lines. He should say, trying to figure out how to deceive. The Tianzhou one is indeed a project that has been in preparation for a long time. In fact, the initial space-based weapons and the 6th-generation aircraft were merely a cover for its true existence. The chief's words were shocking. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at this. "As expected of you, leader. You're really good at making things up. However, it did seem reasonable." "So that's how it is," the host said, looking enlightened, and asked, "When did the preparation for Tianzhou one begin?" The chief thought for a moment and said, "It's been almost 3 years." 3 years to build it? The host was astonished. The audience was also in an uproar. "We truly are infrastructure maniacs to build such a huge aircraft carrier in just 3 years. What is the point of size? The key is its advanced capabilities." Exactly that one shot. Awesome. This conference attracted many military enthusiasts. Recently, there have been heated discussions about the combat effectiveness and power of Tianzhou one. However, it goes without saying that taking down the Tellies was a huge deal. In the end, when they saw fleets from other countries retreating in disgrace, they couldn't have been more satisfied. Tianzhou one has become the hottest topic in global military discussions. Now, the chief actually said it could be built in 3 years. The chief nodded, feeling guilty, actually sweating. He wanted to tell everyone that it was built in less than 100 days. Moreover, the person who built it was sitting right next to him. However, the host didn't have time to notice the chief's expression and continued to boast about how terrifying the infrastructure mania was. After bragging for nearly 20 minutes, the host changed the subject and asked, can you tell me about the general construction process of Tianzhou? 1. If convenient, could you reveal the chief engineer? The host knew this was a sensitive topic and quickly added. The chief smiled and said, this is definitely inconvenient. But I can tell you the chief engineer. The host was taken aback, thinking this should be classified information. Unexpectedly, the chief pointed at Lin Feng and said, the chief engineer is him. Lin Feng rolled his eyes upon hearing this. The chief truly has a sense of humor. The host naturally didn't believe it. The audience treated it as a joke. Only Chun Haidong, who was watching the live broadcast, smiled. The chief's move was quite clever. Now that Lin Feng's status was extremely high, it actually made things safer. After all, the conflicts between the two nations were too complicated now. Both open and covert battles were unavoidable. Let us talk about the final topic, the host continued. How do you judge the upcoming situation? Are you talking about the two-country situation? The chief retorted. Yes. Lin Feng rolled his eyes again. This old guy was scared, having been invited to drink tea by the National Security Bureau twice. But Lin Feng was different. Who would dare touch him now? Mr. Lin Feng. The host looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Lin Feng was known to be an honest person online. What he said might not be true, but his expressions were definitely genuine. I don't think a major war will break out. Why? I believe the nuclear bomb is the greatest invention of this era. As long as this thing exists, Blue Planet won't see a third world war. Because once it breaks out, it will be a fight to the death. No one will survive. Lin Feng said incisively. The host nodded. This insight was indeed reasonable, and he continued to ask, what do you think the international situation will be like next? Very simple. It will form a bipolar struggle, Lin Feng said. Like the former Soviet Union and the old America? Pretty much. Then do you think we have anything besides naval power that can compete with them? Well, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of awkwardness, and said, of course we can. We are very strong in other areas too, such as space, fighter jets, chip development, etc. Don't worry. We are not afraid of America at all. When he said, don't worry, he pretended to swallow lightly. The chief smiled inwardly. Fake. Too fake. Across the Pacific, in America, Lanceport was staring intently at the television. In fact, he would never actively watch an interview video of the chief. However, now, there was no one from the high levels of Huaxia speaking out. To be honest, if it came to a real fight, Lanceport genuinely wouldn't dare. Because, in fact, they were in the wrong. After all, they had entered their waters this time. However, this grudge cannot go unchallenged. Just when he was feeling drowsy and increasingly irritated, he suddenly heard Lin Feng's words, and his eyes turned. Indeed, if a real fight broke out, the final outcome would inevitably be the destruction of the world. But what if there was another way? Nowadays, the way of warfare is no longer proven by cannons. National strength, consumption capacity, and various other factors. Lanceport had a very good idea in his mind, and he quickly stood up and walked towards the White House. He was very excited, because he had finally thought of a solution to this matter. At this moment, Smith Plan was also troubled, as the media's calls were overwhelming. Seeing Lanceport come in, he shouted angrily, "Have you thought of a solution?" "I have," Lanceport replied. Smith Plan paused, then heard Lanceport continue. "Haven't we been waiting for Huaxia to act?" Chapter 56. The Isolated Island Plan, what does it mean? Smith Plank asked in confusion. Lanceporter said, this time, Huaxia has taken action, and we will firmly bite down on their intention to provoke war. First, we will kick them out of the world system. Upon hearing this, Smith Plank's pupils brightened. War indeed cannot solve problems. However, if we can take this opportunity to obtain some things. First, their aircraft carrier technology. Second, if they refuse, we will expel them from international organizations, as well as the World Economic Organization. As Lanceporter said this, Smith Plank also revealed a brilliant smile. Ding. Successfully deceived Lanceporter, Vice State level. Reward points 800,000. Ding. Successfully deceived Smith Plank, State level. Reward points 1,000,000. Lin Feng, while speaking, suddenly heard this prompt and was momentarily stunned. Interesting, these two Americans are actually watching their seminar. The unexpected windfall made Lin Feng overjoyed. He hadn't expected that these Americans would believe it. But it is indeed true. Nowadays, Huaxia is lagging behind in many aspects. Moreover, The key is that Blue Star is globalized, with most of the initiative and control in the hands of the super empire, America. Just as Lin Feng's seminar ended, Zhou Quam Ing finally came out to speak, and he forcefully held a press conference. 8 countries openly invaded our waters. We first conducted diplomatic persuasion, condemning them. Yet they still refused to repent. That day, we repeatedly persuaded them, informing them of the pros and cons, but the other side provoked us time and again. Ultimately, our Navy was forced to act with the Tianzhou No. 1. This is not a misunderstanding. Here, I demand an explanation from the 8 countries. After saying this, Zhou Quam Ing left. The media both at home and abroad exploded. Huaxia was bold enough to blow up another country's aircraft carrier, killing a 5-star colonel in Orion. Now, Huaxia also demands an explanation. This to some extent shows that Huaxia really has confidence. Thus, netizens were fervently discussing. It's so satisfying. Yes. Why should we give an explanation? This incident is clearly in our favor. Come on, let's fight. I'm not afraid anymore. Anyway, my salary is only 3,000. I'll sign up for the battlefield. Everyone knows that after this press conference, a storm was already unavoidable. The clash between these two great powers of East and West might be inevitable. However, whether it will take the form of military confrontation or silent warfare remains unknown. City, America, as the political center of this superpower. The economic prosperity is undeniable, with skyscrapers and bustling traffic. However, the citizens of City noticed something unusual today. The entire city was under a state of martial law. Mainly, the road from the airport to the Black Palace was tightly sealed off. Occasionally, people saw convoy after convoy heading towards the Black Palace from afar. From morning to night, it was a continuous flow. People knew something big was happening. Inside the Black Palace, Smith-Planck sat there, looking at the plan in his hands. This was the plan he and Congress had worked on for a day and night, finally completed. Today, they invited major powers from around the world, except for Huaxia, to come here, even including the consistently confrontational Bear Country. Sir, they have all arrived, the assistant said. Who should we talk to first? In fact, most countries did not need persuasion, mainly 3 countries. Smith-Planck said, Bear Country, India, and the big dog. The assistant nodded, then curiously asked, hasn't India always been quite obedient? This matter has to start from when the 5 permanent members tricked them. Smith-Planck said. The assistant immediately understood and chuckled awkwardly. India has always had a dream of being a major power and wanted to join the Council of the World Union Organization. Later, the 5 countries in the Council of the World Union Organization took turns to harm India, with one person voting against them each time. Then let's start with Bear Country. Smith-Planck said. Yes. The assistant walked out toward the reception room. At this moment, the ambassador of Bear Country, Yevsky, was waiting there. In fact, he did not know why Smith-Planck was looking for him today. However, it was obvious that it was related to Huaxia. Sir wants to invite you for a private meeting, the assistant said to Yevsky. Yevsky paused, thought for a moment, and then stood up to follow. When he came, the emperor of Bear Country had already instructed him not to agree to anything Smith-Planck said. After all, Bear Country and Huaxia are bound allies. Yevsky walked into the hall, and Smith-Planck and Lance Porter stood up to greet him, shaking hands. Long time no see, Yevsky said. The 2 exchanged smiles. After a few pleasantries, the 3 went straight to the point. Let's get straight to the point. Smith-Planck said to Yevsky, I hope you can cut off all economic ties with Huaxia. Are you serious? Yevsky thought for a moment and smiled. That's impossible. Yevsky certainly understood that a country like Bear Country would not benefit from leaning towards either side. Moreover, the old Americans have never had much credibility. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, Lance Porter continued. Our request is, of course, beneficial. Lance Porter directly mentioned the word benefit, which was already quite blatant. You say, Yevsky maintained a calm expression. We will lift the economic blockade on Bear Country. This sounded unappealing, Yevsky said, but in fact the temptation was very strong. Since the disintegration in the 1990s, Bear Country's economy has been stagnant. Later, it was severely blocked, leading to a very awkward situation today. This was undoubtedly a consequence of the old Americans' blockade. In addition, we plan to provide over $2 trillion U.S. dollars in economic aid to you over 3 years. Lance Porter said, $2 trillion. Upon hearing this, Yevsky finally wavered. 2 trillion over 3 years is undoubtedly a huge fortune for them. At the same time, we will welcome you back into Blue Star, into globalization, and invite you to join the South organization. You don't want to live in poverty anymore, do you? Lance Porter said with a smile. He could see that Yevsky was wavering. This temptation was indeed too great. In the face of the country, there are no allies. Everything is about interests first. If others are not swayed, then the benefits are not enough. Sure enough, Yevsky stood up and said, I need to discuss this with my superiors. No problem. Smith Plank stood up to shake hands. Yevsky also extended his hand, and it was at this moment that his peripheral vision caught sight of the cover of the plan on the table, which read, The Isolated Island Plan. Chapter 57. The ace spy Lance Port personally saw off Yevsky, while Smith Plank took a glance at the plan on the table. He deliberately let Yevsky see it. The Isolation Island Plan is a metaphor. This isolation island refers to Huaxia. Geographically, Huaxia is not an island nation. However, Blue Star is already integrated. Their current plan is to completely isolate Huaxia from the rest of the world, making it a true island on Blue Star. This is similar to the self-imposed isolation during the Qing dynasty. While Smith Plank was lost in thought, Lanceport walked in and said, The representative from the A3 country has arrived. Rest assured, there will definitely be a place for you, Smith Plank assured the representative from the A3 country. The representative left with a beaming face. For them, the dream of becoming a great power is very important, and they have always wanted to replace Huaxia's position in the world. They in the A3 believe they have the capability and strength to do so. The two men smiled at this scene. The A3 country is still easy to fool. Next came the Dog Big House. The representative of Dog Big House scanned Uncle Tutum from Turkey. The relationship between Dog Big House and the U.S. is already good, so the meeting went quite pleasantly. However, when it came to the point, Tutum shook his head repeatedly. We have already completed this transaction with Huaxia last time. If we break it, we will be in breach of contract, Tutum said. His implication was that it wasn't that they didn't want to break it, but breaking it would harm their credibility. We will compensate you for this part, Smith Plank said. But think about it, we are in the oil business. If we don't keep our credibility, who will dare to cooperate with us in the future? Tutum replied. Smith Plank and Lanceport immediately found themselves in a difficult position. They really had nothing to offer Dog Big House. Dog Big House was not short on money. It lacked high-end technology. However, they were not willing to compromise on this technology. I can only say that under the premise of you providing the benefits you just mentioned, we will continue to fulfill the contract with Huaxia for this transaction, which is only 2 years, Tutum said. 2 years is not long for a great power competition, is it? Tutum said this with a sense of helplessness. He knew that they had already made up their minds to make Huaxia a world island. If they continued to resist, after dealing with Huaxia, the old U.S. would not let them off. On Blue Star, survival is always a standard for a country's leadership. All right. Smith Plank stood up to see him off. The reason they valued Dog Big House so much was that they were a player in the oil market. If they could cut off oil transactions with Huaxia, it would be a significant restriction on Huaxia. After all, oil is the lifeblood of modern nations. I think we can meet the higher-ups of PENTAGON, Lanceport suggested. Why? If we can't cut off from a source, then we'll cut off along the route. Lanceport replied. Smith Plank immediately understood. Soon, they contacted the higher-ups of PENTAGON, but the other party directly said, Sorry, sir, that's impossible. Smith Plank frowned. PENTAGON had always been their subordinate, very obedient, so why were they being rejected outright now? Unexpectedly, the other party continued. If we block it, they'll bring Tianzhou, one over and fire a shot. How can our small country withstand that? After saying this, they hurriedly hung up the phone, leaving an awkward Smith Plank and Lanceport. They keenly realized that the Isolation Island plan was not that simple. Bring Wilson here, Smith Plank said. Yes. Lanceport immediately went out and soon brought Wilson back. The three of them sat down to plot. It was absolutely impossible to get Huaxia to hand over Tianzhou, one now. But the origin of Tianzhou, one must be clarified. We need to expedite the execution of the Isolation Island plan. What you Huaxia group need to do is, Smith Plank scanned Wilson, find out the mastermind behind Tianzhou 1 preferably. Find their chief engineer. Wilson nodded. The super aircraft carrier Tianzhou 1 was too shocking. Its origin is still a mystery. Therefore, it is indeed necessary to find it out. Most of the spies from the Starlink plan are gone. Do you still have manpower? Lanceport asked. If we want to investigate this kind of secret, relying on numbers is useless, Wilson replied. I do have a trump card in hand. It seems it's time to activate him. Outside, the wind howled, and Lin Feng was quietly writing the plan in his residence. He was unaware of the Isolation Island plan. However, he understood that the competition between Huami was inevitable. Therefore, Huaxia's technological reform must be accelerated. First is the energy issue. Controlled nuclear fusion must be accelerated. Lin Feng also didn't know how Jiangxing was doing. Secondly, it's the high-end refined technology field, such as chips. Now, Lin Feng already had quite a few points in his hands. After all, he had been deceiving people for years, accumulating many points. Suddenly, he stopped writing and stood up. Su Chenxi, who was playing games nearby, glanced at him. He saw Lin Feng pick up the phone and first called Yang in. Old Yang, come over tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you. The second call was to Qian Yongyuan. The third was to Lu Jiantong. After that, Lin Feng turned to Su Chenxi and said, no one is allowed to come in here tomorrow. What about the bureau chief? Su Chenxi asked. Lin Feng ignored her and just sat down, his expression becoming more serious. By the next day, 3 national-level academicians arrived at the War Ignorance Bureau at the same time, and they were all surprised to see each other. Yang, Old Yang, Qian Yongyuan, and Lu Jiantong were astonished to see Yang'an. They didn't know about the space-based weapons. But Yang'an was aware of the aircraft carrier and the 6th-generation fighter jet. Upon careful thought, Yang'an represented the space field, Qian Yongyuan the ocean field and weaponry, while Lu Jiantong was the core expert in the fighter jet field. As the 3 of them lamented Lin Feng's immense influence, they also felt a weight in their hearts because they knew that their chief Lin had called them over today for anything but simple matters. Usually, these 3 were giants. Chapter 58, Unexpected Guest. Lin Feng was very happy to see 3 people arrive. The 3 big shots nodded repeatedly. Yang'an sat down and said, Old Qian, the aircraft carrier you built is incredible. One shot can produce such power. Hey, whose credit is that? We all know in our hearts. Qian Yongyuan rolled his eyes. Lu Jiantong laughed heartily beside them. Lin Feng poured them tea and said, you 3 old men shouldn't laugh at me. Without you and those hard-working technical staff, these things wouldn't even be possible to build. The 3 men said nothing, but they all understood that technology is the core of science and technology. Without Lin Feng, their hard work would be in vain. You called us here today, what's the matter? Yang'an asked. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, what do you think about technology and the economy? The other 2 nodded. Lin Feng continued, so what do you think are the shortcomings of our Huaxia's technology sector? The 3 men looked at each other, wanted to say something, but hesitating. Finally, Qian Yongyuan spoke up, I'll say it. When we were assembling the aircraft carrier, I realized that the limited regionality led to extremely low efficiency. For example, for a curved part, I need to order it from a machinery factory thousands of kilometers away. Not to mention the transportation time, just the manufacturing time and efficiency is a problem. If it weren't for this, the aircraft carrier could have been completed 10 to 20 days earlier. The other 2 nodded, and Yang'an said this problem has actually existed for a long time, but it can't be solved. It's time we solve it, Lin Feng said. Everyone paused, then saw Lin Feng mark 3 points on the map. In Yanjing, a 50-year-old man sat there, looking at the person who walked in with surprise and furrowed brows. Wilson, the head of the Huaxia group, actually came here. It should be noted that this is Huaxia. Zhang Yuankai is one of the big shots in the Western Military District. From any perspective, they shouldn't meet. Aren't you afraid of death? Zhang Yuankai said. Given the current tense atmosphere between the 2 countries, Wilson's arrival here, without being monitored, must be a secret entry. We haven't gone to war yet, so I think we shouldn't resort to violence just by meeting, Wilson said with a smile. Zhang Yuankai frowned upon hearing this. You should leave. I'm here to find you. Why should I leave? Wilson said cheerfully. Zhang Yuankai became thoroughly angry upon hearing this and prepared to order him out, but then heard Wilson say March 6, 2007 Yanjing incident. Zhang Yuankai froze for a moment, his body stiffening, but quickly recovered and said, I don't know what you're talking about. In the past, you sold information to foreign countries to get ahead. I don't need to say much about that, Wilson said. I don't know what you're talking about, Zhang Yuankai repeated. Wilson stopped playing dumb, knowing that without evidence, someone like Zhang Yuankai wouldn't admit to anything. He tossed out a document. Zhang Yuankai took it, and his expression changed. He looked at Wilson, and instead of getting angry immediately, he calmly said, "Sit." Once they sat down, Zhang Yuankai looked at Wilson and said, "I want to know how you obtained this." "The assassin I sent out to clean up this person happened to be short on money," Wilson replied. "Your spies really are everywhere," Zhang Yuankai pondered. Wilson smiled. "What do you want?" Zhang Yuankai asked. "I want to know how the Tianzhou one was built, and—" Wilson looked at Zhang Yuankai and said, "Who is their chief engineer?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" Wilson was surprised. "The confidentiality of a super aircraft carrier is so good?" "I really don't know," Zhang Yuankai said. "Since this project was established, it has never come to my hands. However, I have inquired from aside, and the person who created this miracle should be someone with merit in Huaxia." "A newcomer?" Wilson was surprised. "Yes," Zhang Yuankai said also. "We should have another super project." "What is it?" "If I knew, I would tell you directly," Zhang Yuankai said. "This is all I know. If you insist on exposing me, then feel free." "What benefit would I have in doing that?" Wilson smiled and said, "Exposing you might ruin you, but I would gain nothing." "Then what do you want?" "Find out who the person behind this is, or perhaps find out what this super project is." Zhang Yuankai frowned. He was already at a high level, but this person or this project was at a much higher level than him. It can be known that the country would definitely protect him tightly. "How can you guarantee that what happens next has nothing to do with me?" "I can't guarantee that," Wilson said, "but if you don't act, you will definitely have trouble." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuankai suddenly smiled. Wilson continued, "But if we can solve one of these two problems, do you think I would still threaten you? By then, I will be grateful to you." Zhang Yuankai thought for a few seconds and finally slowly raised his head and said, "All right, it's settled." The 3 points Lin Feng drew were 1 in the central region, 1 in the western region, and 1 in the eastern region. Space, ocean, and army bases. Lin Feng spoke, and the 3 elders were all dumbfounded. The 3 points Lin Feng marked were equivalent to a city. "Do you think we still can't overcome such technical requirements now?" Lin Feng said. Yang was startled. "However, establishing these 3 large bases requires a lot of funds, personnel, and energy. We are currently in a crisis, and I think investing in such a large project is not very realistic," Qian Yongyuan said. The other 2 also nodded. Looking at the confused 3 men, Lin Feng continued, "Don't you understand yet? The era has changed. The world today can no longer be peaceful." Chapter 59, National Medal. The Black Palace. Smith Planck never imagined that the island plan would be so difficult to implement. During the dissolution of the former Soviet Union, the United States was a rallying point. At its peak, the Gulf War in the 1990s showcased the power of modern warfare to all countries on Blue Star. Since then, the United States has been a rallying point, creating multiple small groups and organizations. He believed that the current United States was still the same as it was back then. However, this time, when inviting many countries to discuss the island plan, he found that things were not so simple. Even the more compliant countries in Western Europe raised different conditions. For example, Country D. This made Smith Planck very irritated. Just then, a person appeared at the door. Smith Planck looked up, and his expression changed. He glanced at his assistant, signaling him not to let anyone in, and then stood up, surprisingly polite, and said, "What brings you here?" The person in front of him was not simple. Every country has a group of people behind the scenes who influence the entire nation, even if they have never appeared in public. They're known as the National Think Tank. The person in front of him was Barry Eric, the head of the National Think Tank. The think tank is most famous for 2 operations in the 1970s, linking the US dollar to oil, which officially established the economic status of the United States. Eric's most outstanding operation was the blockade of the former Soviet Union. By exerting pressure through the United States, he forced major oil-producing countries to increase oil production, ultimately leading to a collapse in oil prices, which further caused the economic collapse of the former Soviet Union and its eventual dissolution. Eric adjusted his glasses and looked at Smith Planck, saying, "I know you have worries, so I came over." Smith Planck rubbed his temples and replied, "This is not within your scope of service. My responsibility and existence are to consolidate the superpower status of the United States. How could it be unrelated to me?" Eric smiled and said, "To defeat the enemy, one must first understand their weaknesses. Smith-Planck replied with frustration. China is like a cunning rabbit. When we focused our attention on the Middle East a few years ago, they began to develop secretly. They're no longer as easy to bully as the former Soviet Union. They have a complete industrial system, partners, and a chain of interests. They even secretly built super aircraft carriers. To be honest, even I can't grasp their true strength now. Everything is uncertain. Eric stated, economics is the hard truth. The problem is that the current Blue Star economy cannot do without China. Smith-Planck said, many countries are no longer under our control. There is nothing in this world that cannot be separated. As long as the interests are sufficient, even a mother can be sold. Eric sneered. If they refuse to sell, it means the money isn't enough. Smith-Planck said coldly, do you think we can give every country $2 trillion like we did with the former Soviet Union? That's impossible. Our economy would collapse first. Eric replied, then what do you think should be done? Controlled nuclear fusion, Eric answered. Smith-Planck hesitated. Just yesterday, controlled nuclear fusion entered the 9th level of experimentation and achieved success. This means they are just one step away from mastering controlled nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion is known as a milestone of planetary civilization. It means that if this technology is mastered, there will be infinite possibilities for the future. Energy is the core of machines. At this point, Smith-Planck rejected, are you planning to use this as a condition for the alliance? That's impossible, because it is too important. Our goal is to ensure that we always maintain our super status on Blue Star. Who do you think, besides China, can challenge us? Even if we let Country D and Sakura Country participate, do you think they can achieve anything? They're already under our control. Eric said. Smith-Planck suddenly realized. There will definitely be a price. Eric said, but as long as the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, everything is worth it. Golden Dragon Hall in this highest hall of the nation. There are no luxurious decorations, but a solemn atmosphere prevails. On the walls hang photos and names of generations of heroes. Lin Feng stood here, scanning each person. Just a few hours ago, he arrived in Yanjing and was informed by Zhou Quanmin to wait here. However, after waiting for an hour, he still hadn't seen anyone. Lin Feng was not in a hurry until footsteps were heard. He turned around and was taken aback. He saw an elderly man standing at the door. What brings you here? Lin Feng hurried over. However, the old man remained silent. He shook his feet and saluted. What is this? Lin Feng was puzzled. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to the country can receive this. Lin Feng swallowed. He was a normal person, and upon hearing this, excitement surged in his heart. Zhou Quanmin slowly walked over, holding a tray. The old man slowly picked it up, took 2 steps to Lin Feng's front, adjusted his collar, and said, Comrade Lin Feng, in light of your identity, this award will not be known to anyone besides us. I apologize for the secrecy. I understand. Lin Feng nodded. Comrade Lin Feng, at this moment, I officially represent the country to award you the highest honor of China. Lin Feng saluted again. At this moment, there were only 4 people present. However, this moment would undoubtedly become a historic moment for China. There is no doubt about it. Chapter 60, the establishment of the AO organization after the awards were completed. The elder left. Chen Haidong also departed. When Zhou Quanmin was about to leave, he was stopped by Lin Feng. Did you come up with some black technology again? Zhou Quanmin asked expectantly. Lin Feng replied speechlessly, Leader, I'm just a person. Is that so? Zhou Quanmin looked at Lin Feng and said, Haha, just joking. Lin Feng was once again speechless. Zhou Quanmin said, Go ahead, what is on your mind? Lin Feng then shared what he had previously discussed with Yang, Un, and the others. After listening, Zhou Quanmin frowned. Is it difficult? Lin Feng asked. So, we still need to wait. Wait for what? Controlled nuclear fusion, Lin Feng said. Once this is completed, the construction costs will be significantly reduced. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quanmin questioned, There hasn't been any movement from Jiangcheng. Are you really sure it can be completed? Moreover, this technology is not simple. We at Blue Star have been researching it for so many years. Lin Feng smiled and said, You don't believe me? Zhou Quanmin was momentarily speechless. The person in front of him was not just an employee of the War Ignorance Bureau. He was the chief engineer of the space-based cannon, super aircraft carrier, controlled nuclear fusion, and 6th-generation fighter jets. What's wrong? I feel like you're always in a meeting. Zhang Yuankai was very troubled. Although his rank was high, Accessing such classified information was difficult for him. First, he had to get past the National Security Bureau. He understood Chen Haidong. He was cautious in doing things, and the National Security Bureau had many eyes. If he was exposed, Zhang Yuankai would undoubtedly be doomed. Chen Haidong usually appeared easy to talk to, but if he weren't decisive, he wouldn't have reached his current position. During the days since Wilson left, Zhang Yuankai had been investigating. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any clues. This information wouldn't have mattered in the past, but the timing was too special. Someone of Zhang Yuankai's identity would definitely know about it. However, this time, he was completely in the dark. The latter said, "Where'd he go?" Reporting, Zhou Quanmin casually found an excuse. They had once been comrades and were familiar with each other. However, Lin Feng's identity was something that absolutely should not be known by him. Zhou Quanmin was well aware of the consequences. In fact, the National Security Bureau was currently strictly monitoring everyone who knew Lin Feng's identity, including the bureau chief and Qinru. "Is there something?" Zhou Quanmin poured him some tea. "It's just been half a year. They can understand." "Why?" "We're currently planning a military base, and we might need your help later," Zhou Quanmin said. "Military base?" Zhang Yuankai was surprised. "What does this have to do with our military region? This time is different. The target is too big." "How big?" "Comparable to a city." "That big?" Zhang Yuankai was extremely astonished. "Yes," Zhou Quanmin replied. In fact, there was nothing wrong with sharing this plan, because if such a large base were to be constructed, it would be impossible to keep it a secret. Moreover, Zhang Yuankai would definitely know about it. "Let's not mention it." Zhou Quanmin trusted this former comrade deep down. "It seems the country is making a big move," Zhang Yuankai said with excitement. "Huh." Zhou Quanmin just smiled, and Zhang Yuankai continued. "The last time I saw the super aircraft carrier, I was so excited. I really wanted to go on board. With your identity, you can arrange it yourself." Zhou Quanmin smiled. "Forget it. I'm a landlubber. What would I do there?" Zhang Yuankai stood up and said, "I'm leaving now." "All right." Zhou Quanmin nodded, standing up to see him off. Once Zhang Yuankai left, the assistant saw Zhou Quanmin's smile quickly freeze and asked, "Is something wrong?" "Old Zhang gets seasick," Zhou Quanmin said. "He used to feel nauseous just thinking about boats." "Maybe he really is too excited," the assistant said. "Perhaps." Zhou Quanmin rubbed his temples and said, "Help me call the people from the economic zone." "Okay." Lin Feng arrived at the vast northwest desert again. Since he had decided to go down this road, he had to first research controlled nuclear fusion. "You're here," Jiang Cheng said, sporting two large dark circles under his eyes. Lin Feng noticed that there were significantly fewer people here. The last time he visited, the place was packed, but now it looked sparse. Jiang Cheng rubbed his eye bags and said, "We're preparing for the 108th experiment. Are you feeling unconfident?" Lin Feng asked. Jiang Cheng opened his eyes and asked, "Why do you say that?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "Don't worry," Jiang Cheng said with a tired smile. "I'm not a child anymore." Lin Feng smiled. Undoubtedly, the 108th experiment also ended in failure. In the evening, to let everyone relax, Jiang Cheng decided to take a day off and have a barbecue for the whole base. Lin Feng and Jiang Cheng sat together, watching TV while drinking and eating barbecue. Jiang Cheng said, "Do you know what strengthened my resolve?" "What is it?" "It was that shot you fired at Telly's." "I didn't fire it," Lin Feng said with a wry smile. "Without you, that shot wouldn't have been fired." Jiang Cheng said sincerely, "I think the person who could make that shot must have good judgment." "Huh?" Lin Feng was astonished, then burst out laughing. Jiang Cheng also laughed heartily. At that moment, the TV channel suddenly switched directly, and an urgent news report appeared on the screen. Latest international news. The United States, along with 18 other countries, has established the AO, a stand for the United States, O stands for other countries, organization to jointly develop controlled nuclear fusion. At the same time, the United States calls for and welcomes more countries to join. Chapter 61. People can lie, but data cannot. When Lin Feng saw this piece of news, he frowned. Here it comes. The actions from the United States have begun. Previously, Lin Feng had considered many routes from the perspective of the United States. However, he did not expect the opponent to be so ruthless as to bring out controllable nuclear fusion. It is imaginable that controllable nuclear fusion is a revolutionary energy reform, akin to the steam engines of the past and the subsequent oil and electropower industries. once controllable nuclear fusion is truly achieved, a significant change in the world will be inevitable. There's pressure now, Jiang Chang said as he put down the bottle. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The AO organization is undoubtedly aimed at China. Moreover, with the lure of controllable nuclear fusion, the countries that join will come in a continuous stream. At that time, China will be completely isolated from the world, becoming a continental island. In the Bear Country, the emperor of the Bear Country, Rofsky, looked at the silent crowd before him, hesitating. Simply put, it is time to choose a side. The Bear Country is different from other nations. They cannot just casually join one side. The United States was once their greatest enemy and still is. China is their ally in terms of interests. However, there are certainly historical grievances between the two sides. I think we shouldn't join, a congressman said. Not to mention that the United States has no credibility. We are destined to not be on the same side as them. But are we on the same side as China? Someone questioned. What lies before us is a great development opportunity, with ample funding and the chance to participate in the research of controllable nuclear fusion. The crowd fell silent. Everyone understood the pros and cons unexpectedly. After a few seconds of silence, someone slammed the table and said, "Once the United States deals with them, it will be our turn. Do you even know what controllable nuclear fusion means?" Another person also slammed the table, not backing down. In every energy revolution, if a country does not participate, then there's only one outcome. Have you forgotten the Qing dynasty? It once led the world, and what good did it do? In an instant, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Falling behind means being beaten. However, the United States and the Bear Country have always been at odds, and they will not be on the same side in the future either. After talking for a while, there was still no conclusion, and everyone could only look at the emperor. They all knew that the final decision would be made by Rofsky. In the past, it was he who revitalized the Bear Country after its disintegration. Though it is not as powerful as it once was, it is gradually becoming stronger. The meeting lasted for several hours and was finally coming to an end. Rofsky finally spoke. "All right." Everyone quieted down, looking at Rofsky. "Advisory team, what do you think?" Rofsky looked at the chief advisor, sitting beside him. "If this were the strongest period of China, I would not recommend joining AO. Because the United States has wolfish ambitions and will certainly make a move against us in the future," the chief advisor slowly said. However, just recently, China underwent a transformation, which was to recover the economy and fully develop military industry. They are following the old path we took before disintegration. According to our data prediction, their economy is bound to collapse within the next 3 years. Under the coercion of AO, at most, 1 year. Upon hearing this, the meeting room was in an uproar. Nowadays, everyone knows that development is the way to go. Can this be trusted? Someone asked. Of course. What about their super aircraft carriers? Another person interjected. I suggest we wait. But the chief advisor smiled and said, data does not lie, and opportunities will not wait. Once we refuse the United States, we will be isolated together with them. Trust me, our advisory team never views matters through personal feelings. We only look at the data. In the Golden Dragon Hall of China, it is highly probable that the advisory team of the Bear Country will suggest they participate in the AO organization. A young man in a suit and glasses stood respectfully before the elder. How is the probability calculated? The elder asked. The young man replied, probability is data. People can lie, but data cannot. The elder smiled and said, you people from the advisory team always talk about data. Your father was the same. The young man smiled slightly. Do you still oppose the reform? Of course. Even with the emergence of the Tianzhou one, I don't even know of its existence. The young man said. The elder continued to ask, so why are you here to see me? The 3 large bases absolutely cannot be built. Once they are, in less than a year, our economy will collapse beyond recovery, the young man said. What do you think should be done instead? We need to endure for a few years, just like the Bear Country. The AO organization cannot be flawless, the young man replied. I will consider it, the elder said. Not consider, but it must be done this way, the young man said seriously. Your father didn't teach me how to do things, the elder said. The young man paused, quickly standing up straight and bowing, saying that's not what I meant. The elder waved his hand and said, go. The person you want to meet is waiting for you outside. I want to meet someone? The young man was confused but still bowed and walked out. His name is Li Xiang, 29 years old, chief advisor of China. His predecessor was his father. However, he is not here solely because of his father. He is a true analytical genius. He successfully resolved the financial crisis of 2008 and managed several subprime crises. His resume is hard to fit onto a single sheet of paper. He went outside and only saw 2 black dragon guards and a very young man. Li Xing already understood who the elder wanted him to meet. It must be the mysterious figure from recent events, the creator of Tianzhou, one, the initiator of the reform, and the proposer of the 3 major bases. He waited for a long time without seeing anyone until Lin Feng appeared before him. Lin Feng extended his hand. You, Li Xiang, chief advisor. Lin Feng slowly introduced himself. Li Shiheng's mouth dropped open in surprise. The person he imagined meeting was at least over 40. Where's the person I want to meet? Li Xiang still did not believe it. It's me, Lin Feng said. Li Xiang was no longer calm. He suddenly looked into the distance and saw Su Chenxi sitting by the flower bed, intently playing a game. At that moment, he truly confirmed Lin Feng's identity. You want to see me? Li Xiang asked. Director Zhou asked me to find you. Lin Feng handed him a notebook and said, This is the design plan for the first base. He requires you to conduct reasonable data analysis and planning without causing significant economic disruption. Li Xiang frowned and said, I do not agree with this proposal. Lin Feng was taken aback. Therefore, I will not do this task, Li Xiang quickly said. My task is to maintain the stable development of the country, not to engage in reckless reforms time and time again. Lin Feng rubbed his forehead, sweating slightly, and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Li Xiang. I am not seeking your opinion, but rather informing you. Li Xiang Baozha. Informing? Did I hear that wrong? I heard Lin Feng say as he walked away, You are not irreplaceable. Chapter 62. Mission accomplished. Controllable nuclear fusion look. Chen Haidong handed a report to Zhou Quanmin. Zhou Quanmin took a glance, laughed heartily, and said, Lin Feng has guts. What kind of person is Li Xiang? A genius. A data genius. However, in Zhou Quanmin's view, he has a significant flaw, which is that he always believes in data. In this era, believing in data is a good thing. However, blindly trusting data is not acceptable. If the older generation of that era had completely believed in data and not in miracles, this country would not exist. They won't have conflicts, right? Chen Haidong said. That won't do. They are both pillars of the nation. I believe Lin Feng won't care about this. He doesn't have time to care. Zhou Quanmin replied. Li Xiang is different. Chen Haidong said, You know, he has had a smooth journey all along. So, he needs to be given a wake-up call. What do you mean? Lin Feng is right. He is not irreplaceable. Zhou Quanmin said as he buried his head back into work, adding, Lin Feng is. In a residential building in Yanjing, a man sat there leisurely drinking tea. At that moment, he saw Li Xiang storming in and was slightly taken aback, then smiled without saying a word, closing his eyes to continue enjoying his tea. His name is Li Xinzong, Li Shiheng's father and the head of the previous generation's think tank. However, this position is too demanding. The usual term is from 28 to 45 years old. Once past this age, one must step down. This is an unwritten rule. After a while, he heard Li Xin cursing, but Li Xinzong remained unfazed. After waiting for a long time, he heard the sound of someone banging on the table. And Li Xinzong finally stood up and walked to the door. Dad! Li Xiang heard the knocking and quickly put away the documents on the table. Although Li Xinzong is qualified to know, confidentiality is confidentiality. Li Xiang, although angry, would not violate the rules. Are you troubled? Li Xinzong did not even look at the table. It seems someone said something unpleasant to you. He looks down on our think tank. Let me guess. Li Xinzong thought for a moment and said, It should be that chief engineer from Tianzhou, right? Li Xiang paused, but was not surprised. Li Xinzong's intelligence is extraordinary. He can easily guess everything. Yes. Li Xiang nodded. Li Xinzong did not ask who it was. He simply said, What did he say to you? Li Xiang told the truth. After listening, Li Xinzong laughed heartily. Dad! Li Xiang was furious. However, Li Xinzong's smile suddenly froze, and he said, Xiang. Kneel down. Li Xinzong said coldly. Li Xiang was confused. What's going on? Kneel down. Li Xinzong said again. I refuse. Although Li Xiang said this, he still knelt obediently. Since I can't figure it out beforehand, let's just kneel like this. Li Xinzong finished speaking and walked away, telling his mother as he left. No need to prepare dinner for him tonight. Hearing this, Li Shiheng's eyes turned red. However, he still knelt. Moreover, the pen in his hand kept moving, constantly calculating the funds needed to establish a base and the possible consequences. He just didn't understand why his father, who always emphasized benevolence, would suddenly resort to punishment. He also didn't understand what he did wrong. In the night of the Northwest, the sound of sand and dust blowing was everywhere. He had gotten used to it. However, it was not the weather that was too harsh, but the burden on his shoulders was too heavy. He had inquired through someone that Lin Feng was under tremendous pressure, continuously fighting for funding for him. If it were someone else, this experimental base would have been shut down long ago. After all, each experiment incurs significant economic losses. What exactly went wrong? Jiang Cheng was puzzled. Clearly, all the data was correct, yet the final result was wrong. What does controllable mean? It means ensuring absolute safety. The 8th and 7th levels are two qualitatively different levels because they hinge on the word controllable. As long as it is completed, it will be a leap from a fish to a dragon. Jiang Cheng stood up, planning to take a drag on a cigarette. He looked up at the sand and dust in the sky, the stars and the moon, and suddenly paused. I have been wrong from the beginning. Jiang Cheng slapped his head. The term controllable does not mean forcibly controlling, but rather letting it happen naturally. The power of nature is the source of all things. Jiang Cheng suddenly realized, excitedly heading to the experimental base. At this moment, the guarding staff were somewhat surprised, but heard Jiang Cheng say, "Wake everyone up. They just got off work. Hurry up." When everyone tiredly gathered, Jiang Cheng immediately said, "Remove all the new machines. We will switch to the old machines." Everyone was confused, and some were ready to question him. What are you messing around with at this late hour? However, under pressure from Jiang Cheng being the person in charge, no one dared to say much. Jiang Cheng's last two sentences energized them. "Everyone, just hang in there a little longer. This is our last experiment. I'm begging you." Many were moved to tears. For many of them, the reason they stayed was not because they trusted Jiang Cheng, but because they saw that he was genuinely trying hard. They perked up and began to operate according to Jiang Cheng's instructions. After 3 hours, a reactor was successfully prepared. Jiang Cheng was breathing heavily when someone beside him said, "Dr. Jiang, I senti this too dangerous." "I have no way out, Xiao Su," Jiang Cheng replied. The person named Xiao Su paused, and Jiang Cheng added, "I can't always let Lin Feng carry me." As he spoke, Jiang Cheng shouted, "Ignite." Everyone hastily retreated to the radiation control room. Moreover, no one spoke. Everyone stared intensely at the long screen machine. Beep beep. ZZZZE. On the screen, the reactor began to show changes. Controllable nuclear fusion refers to controlling the speed and scale of nuclear fusion under certain conditions to achieve safe, continuous, and stable energy output. Suddenly, the data spiked sharply, causing panic among the crowd. And Jiang Cheng's psychological defenses also broke, because this meant that his final attempt had failed. He instinctively closed his eyes, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He didn't know how long it had been when he suddenly heard a shout, "Dr. Jiang, Dr. Jiang." Xiao Su pushed him hard. Jiang Cheng opened his eyes and saw Xiao Su ecstatically saying, "It's stable, it's stable." Jiang Cheng wiped away his tears and looked over, and instantly felt as if he had come from hell to heaven. The radiation-proof hall erupted in cheers. In Donghai City, Lin Feng was sound asleep in his room when he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Ding! Hidden task completed. Ding! Reward points. 800,000. Ding! Reward. Controllable nuclear fusion data has been issued. Lin Feng was overjoyed, jumping up and saying, "Jiang Cheng, you are indeed a genius." He got up dressed, and as he walked past the hall, Su Chenxi, who was sleeping on the sofa, did not open her eyes and said, "Where are you going?" "Northwest." Lin Feng replied as he walked. "Jiang Cheng has completed it." Su Chenxi paused and got up as well, but she looked completely puzzled. Just a moment ago, Lin Feng was clearly fast asleep. How did he know that he had completed it in Jiangcheng in the Northwest? Chapter 63. Chief Think Tank Lin Feng set off for the Northwest, while Li Xiyang was still kneeling in the study. His knees had turned red. But he remained there until late at night when Li Xincheng came over, looked at Li Xiong, and said, "It seems you still haven't figured it out. I don't think I'm wrong. Where's the mistake?" "Can I say?" Li Xiong asked. "I've already consulted Minister Zhou," Li Xincheng said. Li Xiong exhaled and said, "I think the other party knows nothing. They just built a Tianzhou one. Specialization is key. In this aspect, we are professionals." Hearing this, Li Xincheng's expression turned worried, and he said, "Son, I want to give you a beating right now. Is it really that hard to acknowledge others' excellence?" Li Xiong was taken aback. "They just built a Tianzhou one?" Li Xincheng's voice became agitated and irritable. "Do you know what Tianzhou one represents? However, it also brought enormous trouble to Huaxia. So, does that mean we should give up and hide forever? No, it's just that the time isn't right yet. We don't have the strength to confront old me yet. So, will we be ready?" "One day, we definitely will be," Li Xiong said. "You are truly beyond saving," Li Xincheng roared. "What is there to fear in being poor?" When Mr. Lu Sun abandoned medicine for literature, it was because he began to understand that a nation's dignity is more important than anything. A nation can live in poverty, but once dignity is lost, it's gone forever. Our Huaxia has never lacked passionate men. Li Xiong stood there in shock. Li Xincheng continued. "He was right. You are not irreplaceable. Do you really think you are the best young person? No, you are not. You're not as good as those young people who have joined the military or those in ordinary jobs. The so-called think tank is just a job. You are not irreplaceable, but they are. When the day comes that a great enemy attacks, what drives them away is not your data, not your pen, but the rockets and cannons they built." After finishing, Li Xincheng stood up and said, "Resign. You have lost the qualification of chief think tank." When Lin Feng arrived in the northwest, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Jiang Cheng was somewhat astonished when he saw Lin Feng. "What brings you here?" Jiang Cheng asked in surprise. "What? You didn't plan to inform me?" Lin Feng looked at the revelers and smiled. "Of course not," Jiang Cheng replied. "It was just late at night then, so I didn't think." Jiang Cheng wanted to ask how Lin Feng found out, but after thinking, he refrained and excitedly led Lin Feng to the machine, eagerly introducing the reactor situation for nearly half an hour. By the time he finished, his mouth was a bit dry. However, Lin Feng listened quietly, and when he finished, he said to Su Chenxi, "I require no one within 100 meters. "Okay." Su Chenxi responded with one word and walked out. Jiang Cheng paused, not understanding what Lin Feng intended to do. Is he going to kill someone? Unexpectedly, Lin Feng took out a large pile of documents from his briefcase and handed them to him. "What is this?" "Take a look and ask me if you don't understand," Lin Feng said. His eyes scanned the documents, and the next second he was frozen. He saw the words controlled nuclear fusion on it. This is... He quickly flipped through it. Level 1. Level 2. Level 10. How is this possible? Where did Lin Feng get level 10? He turned his head, shocked, and looked at Lin Feng, wanting to say something but stopping. "You say, Director Lin, you were testing me, right?" Jiang Cheng was not angry, but rather happy. Sir Lin Feng said, sweating. He was still thinking about how to find an excuse to fool Jiang Cheng, but this guy had found the excuse himself. "I understand." Jiang Cheng nodded seriously. "It will happen," Jiang Cheng said. "This credit will be theirs." On the third day, Lin Feng appeared in Yanjing. Since he had obtained controlled nuclear fusion, this project needed to start. Because controlled nuclear fusion could change too many things, they had to seize the time. However, before meeting Zhou Quanmin, he first encountered two people, Li Xincheng and Li Xiong. "Hello, I am Li Xincheng." Li Xincheng stepped forward and extended his hand. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. "Previously, Xiong offended you a lot. I hope you can forgive him," Li Xincheng said respectfully. Lin Feng glanced at Li Xiong, but found that Li Xincheng directly pulled him over. Li Xiong exhaled, somewhat unwillingly lowering his head. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing. I am now in charge of the think tank again. For any subsequent matters, you can come to me," Li Xincheng said. "Very good." Lin Feng made a gesture of invitation, walking and saying, "Actually, I don't mind the attitude, but now the country needs time." Upon hearing this, Li Xincheng had the thought of giving Li Xiong another beating. Look how understanding Lin Feng is. "I've calculated the budget plan and overall coordination," Li Xincheng said. Lin Feng took it, glanced at it, and said, "If we use traditional energy, How much will it cost? Building an intelligent city will cost about 300 billion US dollars. There are precedents abroad. According to the budget, building such a base should fall between 20 trillion to 30 trillion Huaxia coins, and additionally, regular maintenance and energy circulation will probably cost nearly 200 billion Huaxia coins a year. Pausing, Li Xinxiong said, "From the perspective of construction cost, it's too expensive." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Let's go inside and talk." In the National Affairs Hall, Zhou Quanmin had already been waiting inside. Lin Feng leaned over to Zhou Quanmin's ear and whispered something. Zhou Quanmin's pupils suddenly dilated, then said to the Li family father and son, "You two go out first." At this moment, both of them paused. Li Xinxiong quickly nodded slightly and walked outside. Li Xiong, however, was somewhat displeased. He had nothing to say. But Li Xinxiong had spent his life plotting for the country. What was there that he couldn't know? Unexpectedly, Li Xinxiong's serious voice came again. "If even I don't know, then it must be an SSS-level secret." An SSS-level secret? What kind of secret could he possibly have in hand? Chapter 64. Mike Arthur's Revenge Plan. Is this true? Zhou Quanmin's expression could even be described as insane. Controlled nuclear fusion. Can it really be achieved? Although Lin Feng had confidently guaranteed it before. Controlled nuclear fusion has been in development for so many years, with so much funding spent, yet there is still no result. Isn't it only at level 8? Zhou Quanmin asked. "No, it's all the technology," Lin Feng replied. "That's why I'm here to get your approval." Additionally, the construction of the base can be delayed. Once controlled nuclear fusion can be utilized, the cost of constructing the base will be significantly reduced. Good. Zhou Quanmin nodded happily, not even looking at the documents again, and signed directly. By the time Lin Feng put the documents away, Li Xinxiong and another person walked in. The four of them sat down, and Zhou Quanmin asked Li Xinxiong, "What do you think of the AO organization?" The AO organization is terrifying. In fact, many countries have been trying to break away from American control in recent years. This time, the Americans have invested heavily, which will lead to one thing. Many countries, for the sake of may willingly bow down and give more to the Americans. In fact, they cannot control all countries, Zhou Quanmin said. They don't need to. On Blue Star, weak countries have no status and no right to speak. They only need to manipulate the great powers and strong nations, Li Xinxiong said. Everyone fell silent for a moment, and Li Xinxiong continued. "From what I know about the Americans, retaliatory actions will begin soon." And Lin Feng, "You should be careful. True Pig Island, as one of America's most important military bases in the Pacific, has long stationed a large number of warships, aircraft carriers, and soldiers. At this moment, a secret transaction is taking place here. Country D initially opposed joining the American alliance because its development in recent years has been quite good, and China is still their largest trading partner. However, with the Americans using controlled nuclear fusion as a bargaining chip, Country D had no choice but to join. Now, the representative of Country D is about to present them with the data from the last transaction with China. This includes some satellite technology from China, coordinates, as well as the precise location and defense capabilities of the beta system. "That's all," the representative of Country D said. "We understand." Lanceport took the data, smiled, and said, "Compared to controlled nuclear fusion, what is this?" The representative of Country D chuckled. Lanceport's words are reasonable. Controlled nuclear fusion, that level of planetary civilization technology. If they truly participate, the limitations of human civilization will no longer be confined to Blue Star. However, what do you intend to do with this? The representative of Country D asked. "Do you really want to know?" Lanceport replied. The representative of Country D awkwardly smiled, and then heard Lanceport say, "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough." After saying that, Lanceport quickly walked outside. 10 minutes later, this pile of data arrived directly at the space base in the western United States. At the same time, a secret plan was officially announced to commence. This plan is named Mike Arthur's Revenge Plan. Eastern Space Base Yong'an sat there, watching the giant device in the distance. This is the main part of the Sky Sword. Now, over 100 days have passed, and the Sky Sword is about to enter the final assembly phase. At this time, it's time to confirm some things, such as the time and location. According to Lin Feng's design, the launch of the Sky Sword can ignore weather conditions and other influences. However, out of caution, Yang decided to choose a day with good weather and high visibility. The second and most important element is the flight trajectory. Every satellite or object that orbits blue star has a flight trajectory. This trajectory is extremely important. It must not collide with others, and its propulsion must also be designed accordingly. The Sky Sword's device is very different. It is a device that provides an overview of the entire blue star. This is unprecedented. Therefore, the selection of this trajectory must be done with extreme caution. Lin Feng approached, and Yang quickly stood up, saying, "It's ready." Yang felt this way naturally because the entire development cost of the Sky Sword is only 1% of the Beidou system. What does this mean? It's important to note that space-based weapons are 1,000,000 times more advanced than the Beidou system, with built-in positioning systems. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been willing to sell Beidou's data and materials directly to Country D. There are indeed many things orbiting Blue Star. Lin Feng glanced around and said, "Over the years, every country has wanted to seize a bit of space, so naturally, everyone has launched something up there," Yang said. "Should we start the simulation now?" The technicians are ready. The technicians pressed the switch. Beep, beep, beep. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A fireball shot up into the sky on the screen, then began to search. Scanning the Blue Star area has begun. Scanning the outer space orbital frequency has begun. Gravitational calculations have begun. Lin Feng watched as the light point jumped continuously tens of thousands of times before starting to shrink. It is locking onto the final position. Beep, beep, beep. Locking completed. Star coordinates. G1430. When the words fell, the entire hall was filled with strange expressions. "Is there a mistake?" someone asked. Lin Feng was curious and asked, "Is there a problem with this star mark?" "What?" "The moon." Yang began to explain. "This star mark is not suitable for launching satellites. Not only because of the influence of tidal forces, but also due to the gravitational effects between the moon and Blue Star." "Then let us simulate again," Lin Feng said. He didn't quite understand these things. Subsequently, the staff simulated again. However, time and again, by the sixth time, the results still showed G1430. "What do you think?" Yang asked. "The Sky Sword can definitely ignore these factors. I'm curious as to why this location is the most suitable." Lin Feng looked up at the moon in the sky and said. Yang said nothing. The starry sky is mysterious. It is also something that humanity reveres, because currently, humanity has not yet reached the ability to venture into the stars and seas. Chapter 65, The First Lottery, after discussing for 30 minutes. Lin Feng finally made the decision to launch according to this star mark. "When will the specific launch time be set?" Lin Feng asked. "A month later." Yang said, "The assembly time should be 25 days. Lin Feng nodded and said, "This is not urgent, unlike an aircraft carrier." "That's right." Yang said with a bitter smile, "I'm just anxious. After all, this is a historic moment." In fact, it wasn't just Yang. Everyone at this base was anxious, especially after witnessing the power of the super aircraft carrier created by Lin Feng. They had even higher expectations for the Sky Sword. Just as Yang and the others were preparing for the final touches on the space-based weapon, a plan was underway at the launch base in the western United States. In front of them were 7 massive missiles. These are the latest surface-to-air missiles developed by the United States. The air here refers to space. For a long time, whether it was China, Russia, or the US, they had all been promoting their ability to strike targets in space. However, there were not many who had truly put this into practice or had done so before. This missile had been under research since 2008, and finally, it was completed today. Over the years, it had gone through more than a decade of development. Initially, it was named the Ross Cruise missile, but yesterday, it received a new name, the Tellus missile. This name was given by the military bigwigs in the U.S. One reason was to commemorate the Tellus ship that lay silent in the Southern Sea. The second reason was for revenge. The MacArthur Revenge Plan, simply put, was to take down the 7 main stars of the Beidou system. This was to vent the anger from the U.S. and defend its dignity. As for whether this would provoke China, they had never considered it. First of all, the Tellus missile was different from other missiles. Its flight speed was twice that of previous missiles, claiming to be able to break through all anti-missile systems. Additionally, it had very strong stealth capabilities. To put it simply, None of the three major systems, Beidou, GPS, and Galileo, could detect its exact location. In other words, even if it was fired, China would not be able to find evidence. The military bigwig, Plosin, suddenly smiled. He and MacArthur were once close friends. Therefore, he was determined to take revenge. Lansport naturally did not oppose it. He was even a bit excited. The Southern Sea exercise indeed put them in a weak position. However, if they could take down the opponent's satellite this time without leaving evidence, then China would have to swallow this indignity. When could the plan be executed? Lansport asked. In 48 days. Plosin said fiercely, it only needs 48 days. Lin Feng had the rare opportunity to rest for a few days. It must be said that he had saved quite a lot of points. During this time, he had appeared on television several times, raking in millions of points, plus tasks and other sources. Little by little, he had accumulated 8 million points. This amount was quite substantial. Therefore, Lin Feng was considering how to use it. In fact, currently, level 2 weapons did not attract Lin Feng much, especially after he obtained the technology for controllable nuclear fusion. Lin Feng's ambitions were gradually growing. Space-based weapons ensured the safety of space. Super fighters secured airspace safety. Super aircraft carriers protected maritime safety. Thus, the environment for China was already sufficient. If one were to insist that something was lacking, it would be land weapons. However, the consumption of resources in the past 100 days had been very severe. Simply put, people's quality of life could be compared to before, but many knew that once these resources were exhausted, the country's economy would fall into decline. It seemed that a war between the two countries was inevitable. Lin Feng rubbed his head. He understood that if they did not rely on military force to break through all this, they would fall into a situation of social turmoil. Lin Feng searched the system and found that there were no mech-type equipment. Lin Feng felt helpless and quickly searched the system. There were indeed a shocking number of level 2 equipment. However, there was nothing that Lin Feng wanted. Lin Feng's goal was to find something suitable for rapid combat and with great power. Mechs were actually the best fit, but there was no such option at level 2. Just as Lin Feng was pondering, he suddenly saw an option under firearms. Super sniper cannon. What is this? Lin Feng curiously examined it. This sniper cannon was different from other level 2 weapons. It was actually glowing with red light. The description read, a lightweight, portable weapon. Lin Feng became interested and noticed that there was even a video. When Lin Feng clicked in a watch, he was completely awakened in the next second. Outside, Su Chenxi only heard Lin Feng shouting. What the hell? You call this a lightweight weapon? 8 million exchanged. Lin Feng was delighted. Although it was expensive, the effect was really top-notch. However, Lin Feng was still curious as to why it was glowing red. Just as Lin Feng exchanged for the super sniper cannon, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. You have exchanged for the super sniper cannon, level 2 blueprint. Ding. Your points expenditure has reached 5 million. Ding. You have gained a lottery opportunity. Ding. Would you like to draw? If the host refuses, you will receive a refund of 500,000 points. Zulmana. Lin Feng was about to say who would refuse a free lottery, but upon hearing this, he was somewhat tempted. Refund 10. Points are hard-earned. Moreover, Lin Feng had vowed that he would never be involved with gambling or drugs in this lifetime. However, how could points lottery be considered gambling? Lin Feng grinned, and without hesitation, he chose to draw. Although he felt pained about losing 500,000, what if there were good things in the lottery? As soon as the words fell, the system flashed with light, and the lottery items began to appear before Lin Feng. Thank you for your patronage. Probability 50 Black Star Missile. 30. Said to be able to cause destruction to planetary-level objects. Super Mixed Race Beauty. 19. 9. Average ability, but beautiful. When Lin Feng saw this, he felt something was off. How could the system's probabilities be like this? The Black Star Missile is already at the Interstellar level. It's not as good as a beauty? Hidden reward, 0. 1. Hidden reward, generally unattainable for ordinary people, extremely low probability. Lin Feng was speechless, thinking the system was really a dog, even a 0. 1 probability could be given. 500,000 was destined to be a loss. Lin Feng sighed. According to probability theory, the chances for thank you for your patronage and the mixed race beauty were nearly 70. The probability for the Black Star missile was 37-3, nothing to say. As for the hidden reward, forget it. Lin Feng had walked this road for so many years and had never picked up a penny, let alone having such luck. Chapter 66, Hidden Reward. Evolvable mech begins the lottery. Lin Feng pressed the lottery button, his eyes shining. Although he knew he didn't have such luck, the gambler's psychology still made him look forward to it. In the first round, the wheel spun quickly, making Lin Feng's eyes blur. It wasn't until the next few rounds that he could see clearly. The spinning slowed down significantly. Lin Feng stared intently at the Black Star missile. Getting this would be great. As he saw it slowing down, Lin Feng noticed that the pointer seemed to be landing on a mixed-race beauty. I'm not a lecherous person. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, he saw the pointer suddenly stop. Lin Feng felt uncomfortable. Sure enough, it was the mixed-race beauty. Sigh, it could be considered a decent choice. Lin Feng thought to himself, but then he heard the system make a sound, like the celebration of fireworks. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a hidden reward. Lin Feng paused, squinting his eyes using his 5.2 extreme vision to see that the pointer had slightly deviated towards the last hidden reward. Just a tiny bit, but it covered the hidden reward option. However, because its weight was too small, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. He looked at the description of the hidden reward. Generally, people cannot obtain this. Lin Feng was overjoyed and said, I forgot, I haven't been in a class since kindergarten. Indeed, people in class 1 don't have good luck. Lin Feng felt his heart racing. What could the system's hidden reward be? Lin Feng was incredibly excited. In his understanding, the system was extremely powerful. And if something could be called a hidden reward, it should be remarkable. In his contemplation, the system indeed chimed. Ding! Obtain mech. True damage. True damage. Lin Feng was stunned. Who came up with this name? Usually, mechs should have a powerful name, like Optimus Prime or something. Lin Feng looked at the introduction and saw it wrote, a mech that looks ordinary, but is actually extraordinary, can evolve. It possesses powerful penetration power, and the higher the evolution level, the stronger its penetration ability. A super technological creation, origin unknown. Current level, level 1, has basic invisibility ability, can be activated by thought. Equipped with weapon, super revolver. Lin Feng was speechless. This introduction was as good as none. After familiarizing himself a bit, he confirmed that it could indeed be activated by thought. He saw a faint red light appear, with numbers flickering on it. This mech was indeed advanced. Lin Feng was still quite shocked. His understanding was still grounded in materiality, but this mech had clearly dematerialized. Lin Feng looked at his left hand, and indeed a revolver automatically appeared. After all, it was a level 1 product. The mech was advanced, but the gun was a bit lacking. Lin Feng thought to himself, lifting the revolver and letting out a long sigh. He thought, the revolver is a relic from the last century. Its power is just SOSO. Even if this one has a super prefix, how strong could it be? Lin Feng put away the revolver and excitedly examined the mech, asking, System, how can this mech be upgraded? Ding! The conditions for purchasing upgrades will appear in the form of tasks or an open shop. Lin Feng felt relieved at this, as he knew he wouldn't have enough points to upgrade anyway. Lin Feng spent some points to purchase attributes, then called Zhou Quanmin. What is up? It's late at night. Are you interested in working on a project? Lin Feng said with a smile. Zhou Quanmin perked up at once, no longer feeling sleepy, and asked, what kind of project? A sniper cannon. What is that? Don't worry about what it is. This thing is the cheapest and doesn't cost much. That's good, let us do it. Zhou Quanmin happily put on his clothes, knowing that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Black Palace currently. There are 33 member countries in AO. Lanceport stood there reporting to Smith Prong. Among them, there are 55 countries waiting for approval. Hearing this, Smith Prong couldn't help but smile. The original intention of forming AO was to isolate Huaxia as an island. If the supply chain could be completely cut off from Huaxia, then according to the think tank's predictions, Huaxia would not last a year. These 33 countries have close ties with Huaxia and are all major powers. If they don't agree, then just sanction them together, Smith Prong said. In fact, this is very unfavorable for them, because the bear has the widest resources, while Huaxia has a complete industrial system. Once the bear does not participate, Huaxia is likely to last 5 to 10 years. However, The AO organization cannot last that long, because this organization is based on American interests. Once the time exceeds 5 years, the cost will be too high. The bear's hesitation is certain. Lansport said, "They are worried that after we deal with Huaxia, we will turn against them." Just as he finished speaking, an assistant hurriedly walked in. "What is the matter?" "The ambassador of the bear country, Yevsky, requests an audience," the assistant said. Both of them were delighted. A late-night visit likely meant good news. After a few minutes, Yevsky sat down and immediately said, "The emperor has made it clear that he does not trust you." Smith Prong frowned. 2 trillion must be paid within a year. "And starting tomorrow, the blockade against us must be lifted," Yevsky said. The two felt delighted after hearing this and said, "No problem." After that, Smith Prong stood up and said, "Please send my regards to the emperor." "Certainly," Yevsky said as he left. He knew he had a lot to do. Tomorrow will be a day of world upheaval. Once the bear joins the AO organization, Huaxia will be doomed with no chance of recovery. "Awesome." Qin Yongyuan looked at the blueprints Lin Feng handed over and said. Lin Feng asked curiously, "Aren't you installing cannons on the aircraft carrier? What does this have to do with you?" "As long as it's related to firepower, it concerns me." Qin Yongyuan smiled, looking at the blueprint for the super sniper cannon, and wondered, "But this thing is so light, can the recoil really be borne by a person?" Chapter 67 My country needs me, you don't believe me? Lin Feng asked. "Of course not." Qin Yongyuan hurriedly replied, "I'm just curious. Perhaps Newton can't handle it." Lin Feng said. Qin Yongyuan laughed heartily, knowing Lin Feng was joking. "Don't worry, this research isn't like aircraft carriers. It will be wrapped up quickly." Lin Feng nodded. Breaking news. The emperor of the bear country, Lovsky, announced joining the AO organization. At the same time, he announced the severance of diplomatic relations with Huaxia. Lin Feng's heart sank upon hearing this. Li Shiheng's speculation had come true. The bear country couldn't resist the temptation and joined the AO organization. This was a severe blow to Huaxia. First, the two countries had always had close ties and shared a common enemy. Second, their resources complemented each other perfectly. Immediately after this news, there was another report. The Black Palace of the United States expressed welcome for the bear country's entry into the AO organization and lifted all economic sanctions against it. Additionally, the U.S. stated it would restart the global structure, turning India into the world's factory while making large-scale investments in the bear country. This news was rather meaningless, essentially a pipe dream from the U.S. Lin Feng sat down, wide awake. At that moment, Li Xinzong's call came. It started. How much time do you need me to buy for you?" "How much time can you buy?" "Half a year, or at most a year," Li Xinzong said. "A year." Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked, "Do you believe me?" "No, because data analysis shows it's not credible." "But," Li Xinzong smiled and said, "I believe in miracles." After saying that, Li Xinzong hung up. Li Xiong, sitting nearby, was stunned. A 29-year-old young man didn't believe in miracles, yet his elderly father still did. The bear country's announcement caused an uproar worldwide. "It's over." This truly shook many nations. Indeed, the allies that Huaxia had painstakingly built would likely all dissolve. There's no way around it. The temptation of controllable nuclear fusion is too great. Sigh. The decline of Huaxia has become a foregone conclusion. Online users were in heated discussions. The bear country's entry was like delivering the final blow to Huaxia. In fact, if Huaxia and the bear country united, many nations wouldn't waver. However, once the bear country withdrew, Huaxia would inevitably be left to fight alone. At this moment in Yinjing, Zhou Quanmin was leading a high-level meeting. Following the bear country's announcement, over 20 countries declared the severance of diplomatic relations with them. They all knew that the national crisis had arrived. If so many countries cut ties at the same time, resources would become a problem. "Actually, we can still support ourselves for a year," but the Minister of Economic Zone said, "The main issue is the instability of people's minds." Many nodded in agreement. Social unrest was what they were most worried about. According to statistics, a large number of people were fleeing abroad, especially the wealthy, fearing that there would be no good days left in Huaxia. The customs are currently working hard to seal off, but if this situation continues, "I'm afraid it will lead to riots," said the Minister of Customs. Additionally, in urban management, many people couldn't find jobs. Basically, the meeting was one-sided, with everyone listening. Zhou Quanmin, Li Xinzong, and Li Xiang sat there quietly listening until Li Xinzong suddenly spoke up. Xiang, what do you think? Li Xiang paused, thinking he was just there to observe, having been stripped of his position as chief advisor. He exhaled. Deep down, he still couldn't understand why everyone supported Lin Feng's proposal. But Li Xiang was the kind of person who wouldn't give up. He was willing to solve problems because he loved this country, just like his father. He stood up and said, "Open the customs. Anyone who wants to leave can do so." Everyone was taken aback. "If we do that, we will lose a large number of talents." Someone raised a concern. "What about the funds? We are basically entering a planned economy era. So having more talents and funds is useless." Li Xiang said seriously, "Forcibly keeping these people here when their hearts aren't in it will only cause destruction." "I agree." Li Xinzong also raised his hand. He looked at Li Xiang with appreciation. The reason he stripped him of power wasn't because he thought he was incapable, but because he believed he needed some pressure. "Secondly, we need to give them enough confidence and stability in thought," Li Xiang said. "Through the media, we should widely publicize that this is the hardest time for the country, the most difficult time for the nation. But we haven't lost yet. Our ancestors stood up under the pressure of great powers. We can surely do the same." As his words fell, the whole room erupted in applause. After the meeting, Zhou Quanmin held a press conference announcing the lifting of restrictions. In an instant, society was in an uproar. As expected, after the restrictions were lifted, a large number of people rushed abroad, primarily driven by business interests. Meanwhile, the economic zone announced a stock market circuit breaker, with no set date for recovery. Finally, major media platforms began to announce patriotic propaganda. In such an environment, society appeared even more turbulent. However, there was a group of people whose resolve was gradually strengthening. In City N of the U.S., a bespectacled Chinese man sat on the sofa, watching the flashing news on the screen. According to statistics, Huaxia has lost a large number of businessmen, scientists, and talents, with a number exceeding 10 million. One can imagine that this is a disaster for Huaxia. Among the names on the list are their richest individuals. The top 10 tycoons have nearly all fled. The downfall of Huaxia has become a foregone conclusion. In response, several countries announced the opening of ports, welcoming their arrival. The man frowned deeply. His name was Yi Shuessen. He graduated from the most prestigious university in the U.S., Tru's University. His intelligence and talent were well known in the U.S. As he frowned, his wife approached and asked, "What are you looking at?" "It's because the research atmosphere in the country back then was too twisted," Yi Shuessen replied. "So now, with society so turbulent, will there be a better environment?" His wife asked. "Of course not," Yi Shuessen said seriously, "but my country needs me now." Chapter 68. Space-based weapons completed. With society in such turmoil, one person is particularly happy, Zhang Yuankai. Clearly, he must help the United States find the mastermind behind this. But how to find him? On ordinary days, it would be difficult for Zhang Yuankai to have the opportunity. However, now that personnel movement is high and social unrest is rampant, he has a chance. Zhang Yuankai understands that his opportunity has come. The person he wants to find must be in Yanjing. On the very day he sets out, two things are happening on the other side of the Pacific. The first is that the Tellus missile has been fully assembled and is waiting for the final launch. "Are you ready?" "Yeah." His mentor, Charles, looked at Yi Shuessen with great confusion. He left, taking his wife with him. "Next, you will be responsible for the security of the Eastern District Research Base," Zhou Quanmin said to him. "I remember the Eastern District is responsible for ordinary production lines, right? When did it need such a large military force to maintain order?" Zhang Yuankai smiled, having keenly noticed this issue. The Eastern Military District has never been a highly confidential area, and the research area is even at a normal level. "You don't need to worry about that," Zhou Quanmin said. "Your task is to ensure its safety." Zhang Yuankai responded affirmatively and exchanged positions with the former security chief, Director Qin, the next day. During the handover, Zhang Yuankai probed Director Qin, but the other party only smiled and said nothing. Naturally, Zhang Yuankai wouldn't press for details, so he began to take charge of the security work here. It could be seen that, apart from the outer circle being a military district, there was also a protective circle inside that belonged to the National Security Bureau. This couldn't help but make Zhang Yuankai even more curious. Could it be that besides the super aircraft carriers, there are even larger project undertakings here? Zhang Yuankai's eyes lit up. Nowadays, he doesn't care about leaking any state secrets. He just wants to stay alive. This is just like back in the day. He observed here for a few days and identified a key figure, Yang. He knew that this person was a leading figure in the space sector. Therefore, Zhang Yuankai speculated that this must be a project related to space. Until one day, he saw two people, the bureau chief and Lin Feng. These two were not strangers at all. The bureau chief, a well-known scammer online. Lin Feng, a second-generation official with a very strong background. No one knows how big his background really is. How could the Bureau of War Deception come here? Zhang Yuankai knew the bureau chief and had cooperated with him before. I'll tell you, don't talk nonsense when you go in, or I want tea taken next time, Lin Feng said seriously. You brat. The bureau chief frowned. If it weren't for his eagerness to see the appearance of the space-based weapon, he wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. At this moment, Zhang Yuankai approached and greeted them enthusiastically, saying, Old Zhang, long time no see. Oh, old Zhang. The bureau chief laughed heartily. Is it you? Just transferred here, Zhang Yuankai said. After speaking, Zhang Yuankai glanced at Lin Feng and heard the bureau chief say, Let me introduce you, my apprentice Lin Feng. I know, Zhang Yuankai said with a smile, young and promising. Uncle Zhang is joking, Lin Feng smiled, showing no interest in their conversation. After a while, Lin Feng looked at the time and said, It's time to go. Zhang Yuankai did not ask the bureau chief what they were going in for. However, he still did a little analysis. The existence of the Bureau of War Deception is to fool others and hide big projects. Therefore, it could be confirmed that there must be a big guy hidden inside. With this thought, Zhang Yuankai became energized. He looked up and saw Yang and coming to greet them, which made Zhang Yuankai have other speculations. That is, this project is about to be completed and ready for use. Otherwise, Yang and Wu Ti have come to personally welcome these two mouthy fellows. In fact, Lin Feng and their arrival today was indeed for the final assembly ceremony of the Tianjin. Interestingly, this base had specially prepared a screw for Lin Feng, which he could simply screw on. When Lin Feng entered, everyone applauded. Lin Feng and the bureau chief saw the fully assembled Tianjin. However, it didn't look like a sword, but rather a crystal-shaped, diamond-like, round object. From all sides, it was hard to tell that this was an offensive weapon, whereas the space-based cannon that was promised. The bureau chief asked curiously. Everyone burst into laughter. The bureau chief was not embarrassed. After all, he certainly didn't understand this thing, so he was not ashamed to ask. What else could he do? In other words, if I stand here and you want to hit me, you can achieve precise strikes by providing coordinates? The bureau chief was shocked. Of course, Yang smiled. The bureau chief was astonished, looking at this beautiful machine in front of him, saying, Space-based weapons, terrifying indeed. Yang turned to Lin Feng and said, Chief Lin, please. Lin Feng looked over and saw a group of people lined up waiting for him. Actually, saying it was to screw in a screw was just pressing a machine switch, and the screw would automatically screw in. He gently pressed it, and the machine began to spin rapidly. Everyone watched that screw intently. Click. Finally, with a click, it marked a definitive completion. The space-based cannon Tianjin is officially completed. A large number of staff at the scene were moved to tears, and Yang said expectantly, I really want to test its power. Olmi has only dared to use soft tactics against us, never bold ones. Because decades ago, they lost. Chapter 69 Execution Plan. MacArthur, after a brief silence, Yang said, Since it's completed, prepare for launch. Huh? You're just going to launch it like this? The commander asked, puzzled. What else is there to do? Yang replied, confused. Aren't you supposed to prepare a bit? Like checking the weather and airspace restrictions. The commander said, Oh, looks like you know something, leader, Lin Feng teased. Get out of here, the commander said. Looking at Yang, am I wrong? Yang smiled and replied, Chief Lin's technology can easily overcome those issues. The commander looked at Lin Feng in awe as they walked outside and saw the rocket being loaded and ready. To avoid attracting attention, we chose the most ordinary rocket. Yang explained. Lin Feng nodded. The Tianjin already had strong flight capabilities and could even fly autonomously. The next moment, Yang said to the launch team, Prepare for launch. Yes. Beginning preparations. Loading is started. Fuel is ready. Testing rocket data. Rocket data is normal. A total of 3 stages. Requesting launch command. Upon hearing this, Yang turned to Lin Feng, who looked up at the Tianjin loaded onto the rocket and seriously said, authorize launch. Tianjin. Yes. Launch. Team 1 acknowledged. Team 2 acknowledged. Starting ignition countdown. 10. 1 ignition. Boom. With a loud bang, countless staff members below were brought to tears. The Tianjin was a 3S level project classified as top secret. Therefore, even the launch was very low-key. It could be said that if there were no wars in the future, the Tianjin might remain hidden indefinitely, and they might never be known to outsiders for their participation in this research. Lin Feng also looked up as the Tianjin slowly ascended, and moments later, it was just a small black dot. First cosmic velocity, second cosmic velocity, entering space. Everyone was intently watching the screen. 20 minutes. It would take only 20 minutes to fly from here to the G1430 star mark. Under the watchful eyes, they saw the spherical Tianjin steadily land on the G1430 star mark. Suddenly, the entire venue erupted in cheers. It succeeded. It succeeded. Many people embraced each other, and Yang also shed tears. Lin Feng patted his shoulder, while the commander looked completely bewildered. Was it really this simple? Isn't a space-based weapon supposed to be a super sci-fi weapon? How could it succeed without any setbacks? Outside the door, Zhang Yuankai was smoking when he suddenly heard a loud bang. He immediately walked outside and saw the rocket soaring into the sky. Zhang Yuankai paused. What is this? He didn't understand technology, but his intuition told him this might be what he was looking for. Without thinking, he took out his phone and snapped a photo. At the same time, he opened his computer, entered a website, and sent a message along with the image. After finishing everything, Zhang Yuankai let out a breath, feeling somewhat uneasy. Was it the anxiety of betraying the country? Or, Zhang Yuankai wasn't sure, but he was anticipating the surprise from the U.S. If the U.S. could let him off the hook because of this, that would be best. Just as he was lost in thought, footsteps approached. Zhang Yuankai quickly closed his computer and saw that the commander and Lin Feng were standing outside the door. All done? Zhang Yuankai asked. All done, the commander said, getting ready to leave. Zhang Yuankai greeted the commander, saying, no tea before you go? Next time for sure, the commander smiled. Lin Feng also greeted him before they left. Once they were far away, the commander said, Zhang Yuankai seems much more enthusiastic than before. He wasn't like this before? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Of course, the commander replied. He used to be quite aloof. Maybe the loneliness in the desolate areas of the West got to him. That is for sure. The National Security Bureau has its reasons for existing, the commander said. Don't think Chen Haidong is nice to you. Let me tell you, Chen Haidong is very secretive and ruthless. If it weren't for you saving me last time, I probably would have lost a few pounds to get out. So, I'm your lifesaver. Why is your attitude still so bad towards me? Lin Feng said. Stop interrupting. The commander rolled his eyes and said, in any case, don't underestimate anyone. Those who can enter the upper echelons are not simple people. And you? Lin Feng teased. Me? The commander thought for a moment, then patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, aren't I lucky to have you? My good apprentice. Lin Feng rolled his eyes in disdain and quickened his pace. Where are you going? I'm going to find Academician Xian. Lin Feng waved his hand and walked away. Brat. The commander smiled helplessly and straightened his chest, making his exit. What he said was true. Nowadays, he wasn't just an ordinary person. It was simply because he had an extraordinary apprentice. U.S. Western Space Base. The sky was blue, with no clouds in sight. Lanceport and the base commander, Pro-Sun, stood there, looking up. They weren't looking at the sky, but at the 7 missiles in front of them. The weather's really nice, Pro-Sun said. Such weather is suitable for killing. Lanceport. After saying that, they both laughed. Lanceport stood straight and said, Colonel Pro-Sun. Yes, Pro-Sun immediately stood at attention. Black Palace, no. 98565 confidential document. You are now granted operational authority to execute plan. MacArthur. Yes. Pro-Sun excitedly took the document, saying, I've dreamed of the day I could take action against them. I never expected this moment to really come. Lanceport sneered. The hatred from the South Sea will naturally not just pass. I'll go prepare now. Prosen turned and walked toward the launch department, saying, all personnel in position. The MacArthur plan begins. In an instant, the large base swiftly sprang into action. At the same time, the U.S. Space Department and Air Management Bureau began to enforce airspace restrictions over the western region. Half an hour later, Lanceport and Prosen stood at the back of the base, both looking at the large screen displaying the star marks. Beta system, 7 of them, a total of 7. Preset targets completed, preparing to lock on. This time, we can't leave any traces. There's an old saying in Huaxia, a cornered rabbit will bite. Don't worry. This time, even if it gets desperate, it can't bite anyone. Prosen smiled and said, start fueling. As soon as he finished speaking, Lanceport's heart tightened. Fueling meant that the plan was about to enter its most critical moment. Just as they were waiting for the fuel to be injected, Wilson arrived. He brought the rocket launch images taken by Zhang Yuankai. What is this? Wilson, not understanding technology, came to the Western Space Base to ask the experts. Chapter 70. The destruction of Beidou, where did it come from? Prosen understood some technology, but not much. He didn't expect that you could find someone of this level. Prosen and Lanceport immediately took it seriously, with the former calling in experts from the entire space base. Like satellites. Ordinary satellites. Finally, an elderly expert spoke up. He was of high rank and had absolute authority at the U.S. Aerospace Agency. Ordinary? Wilson didn't believe it and said, you need to take a closer look. The old expert was a bit irritated upon hearing this and said, there are only a few types of launch vehicles in China, and this one is an outdated model belonging to their first generation of products, nearly obsolete. To put it bluntly, even India can develop rockets of this level now. Although China is not what it used to be, how could they possibly use such a rocket to launch something important? And what could this diamond-shaped object be? A weapon for killing? The 3 of them were instantly silenced by his words. The old expert spoke with reason and evidence, making it convincing. After this group of experts left, Lanceport said to Wilson, don't be anxious. I suspect Zhang Yuankai is in a hurry. He is eager to achieve results and break free from our control. Wilson thought this made a lot of sense, but still angrily replied, Zhang Yuankai seems unreliable. Such things are classified. And he even edited a lot of text claiming it was launched from a secret base in the east. Don't be angry, Prosen said. Your arrival is just in time to witness history. Wilson was stunned, looked up at the 7 missiles, and joyfully said, is it completed? Prosen didn't speak. Instead, a voice came from the front. Fuel injection completed. Ready to launch. Prosen glanced at Lanceport, who nodded slightly. Prosen then said, launch. Received order. Telly's missile ready for launch. Target locked. Beta satellite. Lin Feng was indeed with Qian Yongyuan. This old academician was truly a weapons enthusiast. Let me tell you, I researched sniper cannons back in the day. We experienced the super strong modern weapons of the U.S. and fell into a state of firepower phobia. You know, we are heading towards becoming very powerful. We actually have many weapons that the U.S. doesn't have. While speaking, Qian Yongyuan said to Lin Feng, so assembling this sniper cannon shouldn't be difficult. It's just that the materials are scarce, and the production costs are likely to be high. It's fine, Lin Feng said. I'm not thinking about arming every soldier in our country. That would be terrifying. Ha! Qian Yongyuan laughed heartily. After his laughter subsided, he held his assembly parts and said, I'll go test the data first. Go ahead, Lin Feng, not being an expert in this area, simply said be careful. Don't worry, after so many years of studying weapons. My foresight for danger is beyond your imagination, Qian Yongyuan said with a smile, waving goodbye to Lin Feng as he left. Lin Feng then asked, can we use phones at this base? Apple won't work, but Huawei's will, Qian Yongyuan replied. And the signal is very good. After hearing this, Lin Feng prepared to take out his Huawei VIP Diamond version. He turned a glance at Su Chenxi, who was seriously playing a game, but unexpectedly, this woman seemed to have eyes in the back of her head and said, my computer is domestically produced. Lin Feng broke out in a sweat. However, just as he opened his phone to check the news, he saw the signal drop from 5 bars to 1. Lin Feng paused, wondering if Qian Yongyuan was speaking ironically. He turned to Su Chenxi, who was still joyfully playing, and asked, aren't you lagging? I'm connected to Wi-Fi, Su Chenxi said. Lin Feng sweated and asked, "Where did you get the password? Did you forget? I'm also a hacker." Impressive, Lin Feng said, sweating, and handed his phone to Su Chenxi. In a short while, she connected successfully. However, what darkened Lin Feng's face was that this Wi-Fi was also unusable. Or maybe. Su Chenxi looked at her own disconnected network and thought it might be Lin Feng's fault. So, she said seriously, "Could you step back a bit?" In fact, it wasn't just Lin Feng. There were severe network fluctuations happening all over China. However, many people noticed that navigation was unusable. Location services were down. In an instant, a large number of calls were made to companies like Amap and Baidu Maps. "System error, please wait." In fact, they had no choice but to say this, because their backend had no issues at all. If both the positioning and navigation systems malfunctioned simultaneously, there was only one reason. The Baidu satellites had encountered problems. However, they didn't dare to say it. Nowadays, within China, the GPS system had long been discontinued, and only the Baidu system could be used. At this moment, not only these mapping companies were in chaos, but society as well. At the South Island Space Department, the highest level alarm system had already been activated, because at noon, while everyone was happily working, suddenly the alarm sounded loudly. This alarm was the first of its kind since the establishment of Baidu. Soon, someone discovered that their satellites had suffered damage. In an instant, the entire base went into a state of high alert. At this very moment, all personnel were working hard to re-establish contact with the Beta satellites. However, what left them in a cold sweat was, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't reach the master star of Baidu. "What's going on?" The base leader's eyes were red. If something went wrong, he probably wouldn't be able to keep his position. "Speak," the leader nearly roared. After a long silence, just as the leader was about to slam the table in anger, a technician weakly said, "In this situation, it's highly likely that the master star has suffered severe damage." Or even what? "It might have disappeared," the technician said. "Disappeared?" The leader was dumbfounded and quickly asked, "How many are there? And how many can still be used?" An old technician beside him sighed and said, "7. All 7 are gone." Chapter 71, Revolver Toy? Beijing, the sudden event threw the space department into chaos. Yang and Zhou Quanmin both attended the meeting to listen to the report. It was highly likely that it was an attack. The simultaneous disappearance of 7 main stars had an almost zero chance of error. After the technical personnel from the South Island base finished speaking, he was about to sit down, but before he could even settle, an expert spoke up. "Did you all hear that? An attack, an attack. Who could possibly attack us?" As he said this, everyone exchanged glances. Who could attack? Who was capable of it? The implication was clear. China already had a very strong defense and monitoring system for the Beta satellites. And this time, they hadn't even captured the source of the attack. The only country capable of such a feat was the United States. "Damn, those Americans!" An old expert stood up and shouted angrily. He was one of the developers of the Baidu system and had devoted his entire life to it. Naturally, hearing that it had been attacked made him furious. "We also attacked them," someone said angrily. "Now the key is evidence, evidence." Another person chimed in. "Do we have missiles that can bypass their monitoring?" As he spoke, they all looked towards the missile department. Among those involved this time was Lin Feng's senior sister, Qin Ru. As Qin Ru felt everyone's gaze on her, she slowly shook her head. It had to be admitted that to bypass the opponent's monitoring, the missile speed must exceed twice the speed. Currently, even the most powerful Eastern Express couldn't achieve that. Are we just going to swallow this anger? The old expert's hands trembled with rage, and he shook as he stood. The crowd fell silent. At this moment, Yang Yin and Zhou Quanmin exchanged glances. In their eyes, there was no silence, only a smile. And surprisingly, Yang Yin's eyes even held excitement. However, both of them were old foxes, skillfully hiding that excitement. Zhou Quanmin spoke first. "Enough noise. The most urgent thing now is to maintain social stability." The crowd continued to be silent, but an old expert said, "Without the positioning system, we can't proceed with many things. How can we stabilize? Then let's use other means." "Other means? Like from Western Europe? Aren't we under sanctions from the AO organization? Western Europe definitely won't allow us to use the Galileo system." "Don't worry," Zhou Quanmin said. "Trust me, we will recover soon. Let's disperse the meeting for now." Everyone was puzzled, but given Zhou Qianmin's position, if he dared to make such bold claims, then it was clear that China was in disarray. Once everyone else left, Zhou Qianmin and Yang stay behind. The latter said, "Can't we just say we have contingency plans? It can also boost morale." "You don't understand," Zhou Qianmin replied. "The Tianjin is classified. We don't need to make it public. Moreover, if we reveal this, the Americans will definitely misunderstand it to be true. And then there will be infighting among the Western European allies." Yang's mouth twitched as he said, "You politicians really have dark hearts. It's better for us scientists. We have no schemes." "What did you say?" "Nothing." Yang smiled and said, "That minister are we." "Of course," Zhou Qianmin replied. "The Tianjin was built at such a great cost, not just for show." "Yes." Yang was extremely excited, saying, "I'll discuss this with Chief Lin right away." Zhou Qianmin nodded. "Yes, we should discuss it. I haven't even decided where to strike yet." Lin Feng was truly speechless. "Chief Lin, are you listening to me?" Yang's voice trembled. "Old Yang, you seem very excited," Lin Feng said. "No, how could that be? The Beidou satellites were attacked, and I was once involved in it, so naturally I'm filled with grief and anger." Yang tried to mask his emotions. "Is that so?" Lin Feng smiled wryly, choosing not to pursue the topic. "I'm handling some matters with Academician Qian. I'll find you again when I go to Beijing tonight." "All right." Yang couldn't hide his excitement anymore. Lin Feng put down his phone and looked at the positioning software on his device, realizing it had indeed failed. He rubbed his head and said, "Why did the Americans choose to attack now of all times?" No wonder old Yang is so excited. What excitement! Just then, Qian Yongyuan walked in. Lin Feng saw that Qian Yongyuan was covered in black, even smoking, and his hair was a sight to behold. Qian Yongyuan wiped his head and said, "Damn it, I underestimated the power of this initial test sniper cannon. I nearly lost my life." "Aren't you always good at reading situations?" Lin Feng laughed. "You're still laughing." Qian Yongyuan threw down his items and turned to leave. Lin Feng asked, "Where are you going?" "To take a shower first." "Why not wait and wash later?" "I need your help." "No way. I have a cleanliness obsession," Qian Yongyuan said as he really walked away. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. After all, they were probably still discussing how to respond in Beijing. A few minutes later, he saw Qian Yongyuan come out clean and said, "What did you want my help with just now?" Lin Feng then took out a revolver and handed it to him. "This toy has a good material," Qian Yongyuan said. "Ah!" Lin Feng was sweating. Hearing the word toy was indeed uncomfortable. However, what Qian Yongyuan said was correct. A revolver, in terms of modern weaponry, truly was a toy among toys. Lin Feng came here to say that the upgrade of the mecha might not be so fast. So he wanted Qian Yongyuan to upgrade and modify this revolver. At least upgrade it to the level of an automatic pistol. "Help me modify it," Lin Feng said. "No need to go through so much trouble. I'll give you one. I have plenty of guns here." Qian Yongyuan was preparing to get a weapon. "I just like this one." Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to explain further. Upon hearing this, Qian Yongyuan immediately understood and said, "Wow, I didn't expect you, Chief Lin, to be so young yet so sentimental. All right, I'll help you modify it. It will definitely match many weapons. I'm telling you, I'm a firepower expert, not just a name." Lin Feng nodded as Qian Yongyuan picked up the revolver and left again, saying, "Wait for me 5 minutes." After leaving, Qian Yongyuan returned to the firepower testing room. The guards outside said, "Academician Qian, be careful. The fire from earlier has just been put out, and there is still a lot of smoke inside." "It's fine." Qian Yongyuan patted his shoulder and said, "I'm going to test a revolver. It's very safe." Chapter 72. The counterattack of space-based weapons. The guard soldiers felt relieved as soon as they heard it. Revolver. What era was that from? He didn't understand, but didn't ask much and let Qian Yongyuan in. Qian Yongyuan happily passed by the newly created ruins testing room and switched to a new one. After speaking, he raised his gun, aimed ahead, and said, "Bayou Ka." He pressed the trigger. He expected to hear a bayou, but instead, he heard boom. At that moment, he realized, and at that moment, he panicked. Damn it. How could something that Lin Chief Engineer produced be so simple? I'm such a fool. Success. All 7 satellites have been shot down. At the western base of the United States, everyone cheered with joy. Launching 7 missiles at once and shooting down 7 satellites at once represented a milestone technological breakthrough for U.S. missiles. Currently, Chinese society is in turmoil, and there is no news blaming us. Wilson also immediately received such intelligence through his spies. Without evidence, how can they accuse us? Upon hearing this, Prosun disdainfully said, based on their usual practices, they will probably just condemn and hint. The two smiled at each other. Now that the isolated island plan has taken shape, who would care about your Chinese outcry? Colonel MacArthur, you can rest in peace. Prosun looked ahead with deep emotion and saluted. The others followed suit and saluted as well. After the salute, Wilson looked at the time and said, I have to leave. I still need to deal with Zhang Yuankai's matter. It's fine. Zhang Yuankai is currently in a difficult position, and this time he rushed to send the intelligence over, which further indicates that he is eager to achieve results, Prosun said. That's true. Wilson laughed heartily, made a gesture, and then left. Prosun nodded. After everyone left, he had someone open a bottle of champagne, sitting there quietly enjoying the moment when the 7 satellites exploded, again and again. What a spectacular space fireworks show. Ahem. Who? Are you okay? The guard nervously pulled Qian Yongyuan out from the pile of stones. Hearing this, Qian Yongyuan became even angrier and said, I almost lost my life. What do you think? Didn't you say this was just a test of the revolver? The guard soldier asked in surprise. Aye. Qian Yongyuan had no words to express his frustration. He couldn't reveal Lin Feng's secrets. After thinking for a moment, he said, none of your business. The guard soldier wasn't angry, knowing that Qian Yongyuan had that kind of personality and meant no harm. He was usually quite nice to the people at the base. After successfully pulling him out, Qian Yongyuan brushed off the dust, and the soldier asked, do you want me to call an ambulance? No need. Qian Yongyuan looked around and asked, where's my revolver? Here. The soldier picked it up from his side and handed it to him. Out of professional military conduct, he took it, aimed it briefly, but having never seen such a thing, unexpectedly, Qian Yongyuan hurriedly said, don't shoot, it's dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Hey, it's just a revolver. How dangerous can it be? The soldier said disdainfully, I've been a Special Forces soldier before. Hello, Special Forces. Qian Yongyuan rolled his eyes and said, can you give me back the revolver now? The soldier laughed heartily and handed it to Qian Yongyuan, who hurriedly left with it. At this moment, Lin Feng was playing on his phone when he suddenly saw the door being pushed open. Catching a glimpse, he immediately got up and said, who are you? Ahem. Qian Yongyuan brushed off the dust and said, me. How could this happen? Lin Feng asked with great concern. You. Qian Yongyuan angrily said, how can you still have the face to say that? You told me in advance that this revolver was not an ordinary item. It nearly got me killed. Lin Feng was speechless and said, I really didn't know. He was also surprised. He had never tried this thing before. After hearing Qian Yongyuan's description and going to the scene to take another look, he was shocked himself. You call this a revolver? Qian Yongyuan seriously questioned. Lin Feng looked at the ruins and broke out in a cold sweat. According to what Qian Yongyuan said, these testing sites for firepower were specially crafted, not only in terms of hardness, but also with explosion-proof features. But, maybe, when Lin Feng arrived in Yinjing, it was already very late at night. In his mind, he wasn't thinking about revenge against the U.S., but rather about the real damage to the Mecca. An ordinary revolver could produce such powerful effects. If it were upgraded in the future, Lin Feng couldn't imagine. Stop looking, it's a holiday. Chun Haidong said. Today is her day off, and this bureau will personally protect you. Lin Feng didn't ask much. It seemed that these people were unwilling to say much about Su Chenxi. The two arrived directly at the Ministry of National Affairs, where most people had already gathered. Besides Yang and Lin Feng, there were also Zhou Quanmin and Li Guocheng. Can we confirm that it was done by the U.S.? If we get it wrong, that would be bad. Someone said, this can be confirmed in the Tianjin. Lin Feng said, Tianjin has this function? Everyone was surprised. Tianjin can replace satellite positioning and monitoring. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to achieve precise strikes, Lin Feng explained. Everyone was ecstatic, but Lin Feng then said, by the way, Minister Zhou, has the positioning system been integrated into Tianjin? It's already prepared to be activated. Zhou Quanmin pointed to Yang Un and said, Academician Yang is personally executing it. That's good, Lin Feng said as he sat down. Just say we're using Europe's Galileo system. Bang! Before Lin Feng finished speaking, the cup in Yang's hand fell directly to the ground. What is wrong, academician Yang? Lin Feng asked. Yang looked at Lin Feng a few times and weakly said, Nothing. Nothing. Zhou Quanmin was sneaking a laugh and whispered, Academician Yang. How is Lin Feng's heart? You political people really have dark hearts. It's better for us scientists. We have no schemes. This was the exact wording of Yang and didn't T want to bother with him, and said, Let us discuss where strike. Unexpectedly, Li Guocheng jumped in and said, The Black Palace. Chapter 73. If we're going to strike, let's strike something expensive. Everyone was sweating. The Black Palace could be attacked. But if they did, the Americans would definitely retaliate fiercely. It would inevitably lead to a nuclear war. Not necessarily, Zhou Quanmin said, although I also really want to strike. The crowd fell silent and then exchanged knowing glances, bursting into laughter. How about we take down their GPS? An eye for an eye, Li Guocheng suggested. Yang Yin and Zhou Quanmin both agreed. However, Lin Feng did not nod. Instead, he was deep in thought. What do you think? Zhou Quanmin asked. Even if the American missile system has made significant progress, how can they be sure that these 7 satellites are the main stars of Beidou? Lin Feng questioned. You mean? The only country we handed this data to is Country D, Lin Feng said. Everyone suddenly realized. Most likely, Country D had given this data to the Americans. After all, Country D was one of the first countries to join the AO organization. Then let's take out all of Country D's satellites, Lin Feng proposed. The group did not object. When the agreement was signed, it was stipulated that Country D could not leak data, and now they were the ones violating the agreement first. What about the Americans? Zhou Quanmin asked. Wherever the grudge originated, let it be destroyed there, Lin Feng replied, mainly because GPS is too cheap. Upon hearing this, everyone was sweating again. They all knew that these 7 missiles were launched from the American space base on the West Coast, which was also an important military base for them. Such an act was not much different from bombing the Black Palace. The only difference was the nominal justification. Moreover, building such a massive space base cost far more than the Beidou system. If we're going to strike, let's strike something expensive. It's also a warning for them, Lin Feng said, looking at them. What do you all think? While Lin Feng and the others were troubled about what to attack, the Americans were waiting to see the joke unfold. However, the anticipated joke did not materialize. For instance, they were waiting for Huaxia to hold a press conference to denounce the Americans. They were expecting Huaxia to send a diplomatic letter condemning the Americans. They were also looking forward to seeing Huaxia fall into chaos due to the lack of a positioning system. But nothing happened. The first 2 could be understood because Huaxia had no evidence and could only swallow their anger. However, they could not understand the third. Less than 24 hours after the 7 main stars of Beidou were hit, satellite positioning actually resumed. In response, the official explanation was the Beidou system experienced a malfunction and temporarily used another country's system. Another country? Ransport was puzzled. What other country could it be? Upon hearing this, Ransport suddenly realized GPS, Beidou, Galileo. These are the only 3 systems on this blue planet capable of doing this. Although the Russian system also existed, it was not practical due to its outdated technology. Based on their tests, the system that Huaxia was currently using was so smooth and accurate, it had to be the latest development. So, it must be Galileo. These Western European countries are truly vampires, taking so many resources from us while secretly trading with Huaxia. Ransport said angrily, Sir, we absolutely cannot tolerate this. Of course, Smith Plong said, picking up the satellite phone and dialing the leader of the Western Alliance, Lewis directly. What? Huaxia is using our positioning system? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lewis was immediately surprised and in denial. Lewis, when you joined the AO organization, you signed an agreement, and what you're doing now is a violation of that agreement. Smith Plong said loudly. Mr. Smith, we really haven't done anything, Lewis quickly replied. After joining the AO organization, they announced a severance of diplomatic relations with Huaxia, even losing their largest trading partner. For these days, they had strictly prohibited any civilian trade with Huaxia, let alone something this significant. The positioning system is a major project. It can't be true, Lewis insisted. You know it's a major project. You've definitely made a lot of money from it, right? Mr. Guizhang, we really haven't. I was just speaking metaphorically. Stop it. You just want to stand on both sides, Smith Plong said angrily. How about this? If you disconnect now, there is still a chance. It really isn't us. Lewis was exasperated and had to repeat himself. Fine, you say it's not you, right? Then open the central server, and I'll send someone to check. That's impossible. Galileo involves our Western European security issues. Feeling guilty, are we, Lewis? Smith Plong repeated. Please disconnect immediately. This is not a request. It's an order. An order? Upon hearing this, Lewis also became angry, saying, does the United States really think it's invincible? When Lin Feng arrived at the Sky Sword Control Center, he brought the bureau chief with him. To be honest, the bureau chief now resembled a country bumpkin, clamoring to come see the excitement. If you keep looking at me like that, you won't get paid this month, the bureau chief said, maintaining his dignity and often threatening Lin Feng with his salary. For the sake of money, Lin Feng had to concede. As he was about to walk in, he saw Zhang Yuankai checking a man dressed in a suit. Who is it? The bureau chief asked as he approached. But as he got closer, he was astonished, saying, Mr. Yi Shuesen. Can I go in now? Yi Shuesen asked. Of course, Zhang Yuankai nodded. The bureau chief and Lin Feng did not need to be checked. They greeted Zhang Yuankai and followed him inside. Who is that? Lin Feng did not recognize Yi Shuesen. He is a top Chinese scientist in the U.S. They compare his value to half a division, the bureau chief said, giving a thumbs up. What research is he doing now? Lin Feng asked. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng secretly developed a bit more fondness for him, regardless of whether he was talented or not. At least, he did not forget his roots. As the three of them walked at a distance, Yang and hurriedly approached from the front. When he saw Yi Shuesen, he smiled happily but still walked over to Lin Feng and said, everything is ready. Lin Feng nodded. Aye. Yang paused, turned to look at Lin Feng, and then forced a smile. Damn it. You say who is bureaucratic, don't mention Lin Feng. Now the country can do without you or me, but Lin Feng must stay here. Lin Feng actually felt even more fond of Yi Shuesen and said, since Mr. Yi has just arrived, why not go in together and watch a grand fireworks show? I don't like watching fireworks. Yi Shuesen turned around and was about to leave, saying, take me to my residence. I'm tired. He thought this was a welcome party for him. Yi Shuesen, did not like such things. Yang was caught in a dilemma. Lin Feng was inviting you out of goodwill, treating you like one of his own, and you misunderstood him. Senor Yang, I'm sorry, Yi Shuesen continued. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped forward, he stopped because a faint voice from Lin Feng came from behind. The Americans shouldn't have space-based weapons, right? Chapter 74, he really will take action, Sky. Space-based. Yi Shuesen had to admit that he hadn't spoken in Chinese for a long time. He felt that he must have heard it wrong. So, with his spirit and attitude, he stepped into the Tianjin Control Center. At first glance, it was simple. Simple didn't refer to the environment, but rather to the area and other aspects. The area was small, and there were few devices. According to Yi Shuesen's years of experience, this couldn't possibly be an advanced equipment command center. At the second glance, it was strange, although there was a projection device. Yi Shuesen was actually able to see a complete and extremely high-definition image on it. Yi Shuesen suddenly remembered something. When he had just disembarked, he had heard about Beidou. Presumably, this was the sub-control center of the Galileo system that had been traded with Western Europe. Such a center could only observe, but not control. He thought for a moment and said, can I take a look? The technician glanced at Lin Feng, who nodded. As Yi Shuesen walked forward, he said, I have studied the GPS system, but I have never encountered Galileo, so I'm a bit curious. Upon hearing this, everyone in the base fell silent. Some people had already started to stifle their laughter. In fact, some even laughed out loud. They were all scientists and very rigorous, generally not prone to laughter. Unless they really couldn't hold it in. Yi Shuesen heard their laughter, but didn't think much of it. He sat down and immediately noticed something different. Simply put, the image was too ultra-clear. To put it another way, if the GPS image in the high state was ordinary, then the image he was seeing now was ultra-clear. No, it should be at the ultra Blu-ray level. Of course, this was just a metaphor. If you looked at this image, you could even see other people's nose hairs clearly on the ground. Yi Shuesen realized something was wrong and still said, Galileo is actually this advanced. This time, many people couldn't hold back their laughter, and someone asked, Mr. Yi, do you think Galileo can be this advanced? Ye usan soudainly réalise it. If Galileo had such technology, then how could the United States not know? This is, while speaking, Yi Shuesen remembered Lin Feng's words. Space-based weapons? No, it couldn't be. Yang stepped forward and said, that's right. What is in front of you is the first space-based weapon of China. As soon as the words fell, Yi Shuesen was taken aback. Space-based weapons? China. His motherland already had space-based weapons? That couldn't be. You have to know that in his impression, although China's space technology had made great progress, there was still a certain gap compared to the United States. Really? Is it true? Yi Shuesen became excited. This was not just patriotism. It was also the spirit of a scientist. Yang nodded vigorously, and Yi Shuesen looked at Yang and with a changed expression, asking, Senior Yang, how long did it take to manufacture this weapon? 180 days, Yang said. The eyes of everyone suddenly became strange. And just as Yi Shuesen was wondering if he had misspoken, Yang hurriedly pointed at Lin Feng and said, Come, let me introduce you. Yi Shuesen frowned. He had heard of Lin Feng, who had a strong background. However, he felt very disgusted by such people. I am not the chief engineer of Tianjin. He is, Yang said. Yi Shuesen paused, and in an instant he suddenly stood up and said to Lin Feng, You are insulting science. A few minutes later, Yi Shuesen looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. What energy theorem? Global satellite navigation theory. These are things he had never even heard of. A communication came from the military asking if they could start. Someone said. Yi Shuesen quickly stepped aside, his heart pounding violently. What he was about to see would be the real combat scene of space-based weapons. He glanced at Lin Feng, intending to apologize, but saw that Lin Feng was busy. Is the coordinate confirmed? Lin Feng asked. It's being confirmed. Please wait a few seconds. A few seconds? Yi Shuesen was dumbfounded because he saw that this was not a pre-locked target, but real-time. Target locked, 32. All D country satellites have been locked. Target locked. West Coast Space Base. All data completed. Waiting for the final attack. Wait, Yi Shuesen shouted. He couldn't have heard wrong. Locking 33 targets at once. And attacking the West Coast Space Base of the United States? Is there a problem? Lin Feng asked. No. Although Yi Shuesen was confused, he understood. He was the newcomer. Lin Feng turned to the staff and said, Tianjin, activate. Yes, Tianjin activated. The staff pressed the button, and only Yi Shuesen's mind flashed with the video he had seen online before. It's okay. He will take action. He looked at Lin Feng, and at that moment, he suddenly realized he really would take action. The commander this time did not deceive the world. D country Space Department, as a defeated country, their situation was already awkward, and the military was greatly restricted, especially in the space field, which was particularly difficult. However, as time passed, and with the rapid development of D country's economy, their space endeavors began to take off. This was also why they were willing to spend such a high price to trade with China. They were truly willing to spend a fortune on space technology. Just a few days ago, they successfully launched the RAM-7 satellite, relying on satellite technology traded from China. According to D country's plan, RAM-7 would be the first of a new generation of satellites, and they would subsequently connect all D country satellites to form a local space network. Today, RAM-VI's data was normal. The staff reported to the person in charge behind them. The person in charge smiled with joy upon hearing this. As long as they got through today, they would pass the verification period and confirm the success of RAM-7. But just as his smile remained bright, suddenly the screen in front of him went black. Power outage? But this was the Space Department. How could there be a power outage? Moreover, the equipment on the table was still glowing. Immediately after, a beeping sound echoed throughout the base. Report. Our space satellite has gone completely dark. What? Chapter 75, The Might of Space-Based Weapons. Yi Shuesen's face was filled with shock. Locking onto 32 satellites at once was not the key point. The crucial part was that the Tianjin could actually strike simultaneously. Such technology was unheard of. Yi Shuesen didn't dare to say much. As a top scientist who had returned from abroad, he felt like a country bumpkin. However, he couldn't help but ask one more question. Are you really going to attack the West Coast space base? Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng replied, Isn't it the case that the Americans just want to leave no evidence behind? I'll attack your base and see if you can find any evidence. Yi Shueson swallowed hard as he saw the technicians press the button again. At the same time, on the screen, the diamond-shaped round body opened up once more. Tianjin, activate. All he could see were those crystal-like lenses flashing with light. In the midst of the flickering, countless light points shot forward. After moving about 100 meters, the rays merged into one. At the same time, a beam of light quickly smashed into the atmosphere. However, its direction was not aimed at the sky above the United States, but at China. Just at the moment it entered the atmosphere, the beam immediately changed, becoming a massive fireball. And it turned. Yi Shueson had to admit at this moment that he was indeed a country bumpkin. What kind of technology was this? Only Yang En and others were in shock. This was an enhanced, evolutionary version of the Qian Lao ballistic. This was the super technology left behind by their ancestors in China. At the West Coast Sky Base, Prosin was packing his luggage, his expression joyful. Tomorrow he was going to the Black Palace for an award ceremony. Just then, a celebration party had ended in the base. He looked at his packed backpack and was about to head out when he heard someone shout, "What is that?" Prosin quickly ran outside, only to see a brilliant light burst in the sky. No, it was a raging fireball. What was this? Prosin didn't quite understand, but he keenly sensed that this was a crisis. Intercept, intercept, he shouted loudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt his skin burning. Yes, his clothes had already begun to catch fire. He looked up at the sky, and the last thought that flashed through his mind was, divine retribution? He still couldn't comprehend. It didn't matter anymore. This world would no longer have anything to do with him. Outside the West Coast, countless Americans saw the night turn into day. They witnessed the fireball in the sky. Many recorded it. Immediately afterwards, a tremor shook the ground. Then, a massive fire mushroom rose into the sky, completely engulfing the West Coast military base. In no time, someone uploaded the video online. The next second, it spread across the globe. Gulp. Yi Shueson couldn't believe it. The technicians in the base also found it hard to believe. The former was incredulous that Lin Feng dared to attack the West Coast space base and the power of it. Are you sure this isn't just throwing a nuclear bomb at them? However, this kind of precision strike was terrifying because it completely covered this base. The nearby small hill and even a road were untouched. The latter was a mix of surprise and excitement. With such a powerful weapon, they had participated in it. It was worth it. This lifetime was truly worth it. Only Lin Feng quietly watched the burning fireball, but his attention was diverted to another area the next second. It was pitch black there. Even the Tianjin satellite system couldn't see clearly. What a strong interference. Lin Feng was slightly surprised, as the Tianjin monitoring system should be at a super blue star level. However, he still couldn't see the area next to this military base clearly. What was this place? Lin Feng was unsure and turned to ask Yi Shueson, "What is this place?" Yi Shueson paused, looked over, and then said strangely, "Area 7, a place that seems to exist, yet seems not to exist. What are you going to do?" The First Lady was awakened by Smith Plan beside her. Smith Plan hurriedly said while getting dressed, "Something big has happened. I must go out." Although the First Lady had complaints, she was also surprised. She watched Smith Plan rush out, and the assistants and bodyguards outside had already prepared the car. Air Force One was ready. "Sir, it's still unclear." Smith Plan had no time to elaborate and hurried on Air Force One, heading towards the West Coast. When he landed, he saw that Lanceport had already arrived. "It's all gone?" Smith Plan asked. "All gone," Lanceport said with a pained expression. "This is one of our 3 major space bases. What about the data and technology?" "Some technologies are gone, but most can be found elsewhere," Lanceport said. "This is a small blessing in the midst of misfortune." Smith Plan fell silent. "A small blessing?" Smith Plan pondered for a moment and then asked, "Have you found out what it was?" Currently we can't find out," Lanceport said awkwardly. Such an attack was unheard of. Describing it as fast, accurate, and ruthless was not an exaggeration. Just as they were engulfed in an awkward atmosphere, an expert rushed over and said, "Sir, the investigation results are out." "What is the outcome?" "The explosion's traces resemble that of a cannon." What? A cannon? Both of them were stunned. While cannons are powerful, their range is extremely limited. Then hurry up and check the surrounding area. We've already checked. There's simply nothing to be found, the expert said. And do you really think a space base could allow such a huge cannon to appear without being detected? The two fell silent. According to the monitoring network of the West Coast Space Base, such a situation was impossible. So the question arose, how did the attack come? The attack was directed at the space base, the expert continued. Why do you say that? Because the explosion's range exactly matches that of the base, not a bit more, not a bit less. The expert's expression revealed a hint of fear. Precise explosion? Is this for real? He wished he had misread it. Targeted at the base? Lansport thought, and suddenly two words flashed in his mind. China? The answer flickered by and then disappeared. China. How could it possibly possess such power? Chapter 76, Divine Punishment. It's understandable that Lansport first thought of Huaxia. The reason is simple. Just yesterday, there was a precise strike on Huaxia's beta system here. However, it's too unrealistic. Not to mention how Huaxia managed to do it. Does Huaxia really have the guts to retaliate? Moreover, directly bomb one of their space bases? He thought for a moment and made a phone call. Who did he call? Smith. Prang asked. Wilson. Lansport replied. Smith. Prang's mind flashed with several question marks. ISNT Wilson, the head of the Huaxia team? What does it have to do with him? While pondering, he heard Lansport say, Do you know about the West Coast base? I don't know. Now you should wake up and check whether Huaxia is related to this matter. After Lansport finished speaking, he hung up the phone. However, Smith. Prang immediately asked, Are you thinking too much? Lansport thought for a moment and said, There's a possibility that Huaxia brought Tianzhou, one near the West Coast, and attacked us. At once, everyone was awakened. Wilson, who was already irritated from being woken up, had to complete the task assigned by his superiors. However, as soon as he opened the internet and saw the entire news, he swallowed hard. This should be the most serious incident since the 9/11 event. Lansport thought for a moment and sent a message to Zhang Yuankai. 30 minutes passed, and Yi Shuessen was still in shock. He couldn't understand why an attack similar to a laser would turn into a fireball after entering the atmosphere. Why would the fireball curve? What? There were countless questions. Yi Shuessen came to his senses and quickly extended his hand, sincerely saying, I was reckless before. I'm very sorry. I shouldn't judge a person by their age. Admitting a mistake is his character. Lin Feng smiled and said, I don't care about that. Lin Feng was serious, as he recognized Yi Shuessen in his heart. Welcome to join us. We have gained another talent in the Space Department, Lin Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuessen scratched his head like an ignorant student and said, But I don't understand anything like the anti-gravity system you mentioned. It's okay. We don't understand either. We are all learning together, Yang said. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuessen's eyes widened. So, it turns out Lin Feng is the only one in this base who understands all the technology? After a moment of astonishment, his eyes became wild. Not only could he serve his beloved motherland, but he could also learn top-notch technology. Meanwhile, Yang looked at the news popping up on the internet and asked, Chief Lin, do you think the U.S. can guess that it was us? It doesn't matter, Lin Feng replied. Since they struck first, they must consider the consequences. The internet exploded with news. If it were a military base of another country that was bombed, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this was the U.S. At one point, the U.S. blocked all media, but there are no impenetrable walls in this world. In this age of exploding information, news quickly spread across the globe. Hey, did you see the footage? I heard this video was slowed down 10 times to see clearly. It's terrifying. What kind of attack is this? I heard the initial judgment is artillery. Nonsense. Can artillery have such power? It looks more like an airstrike to me. Do you think the U.S. has done too many bad things and is facing divine punishment? At once, the term divine punishment became the focus of discussion worldwide. This made the U.S. extremely awkward, as they had to find a scapegoat, just like during the 9/11 incident. But who should they find now? Equally awkward was Zhang Yuankai, who felt it was absurd when he received Wilson's message. He doubted that Huaxia attacked their space base. But now Huaxia doesn't even have its satellite system. They're still borrowing from Europe, so how could they launch an attack? While he was distressed, he saw the bureau chief and Lin Feng walking out. To be honest, he was really curious if these two people from the Battle Oversight Agency were really okay. What were they doing here all day? Old John want to smoke? The bureau chief was in a very good mood, handing out cigarettes to anyone he saw. No, I'm at work, Zhang Yuankai smiled. The bureau chief chuckled. He wanted to boast about what he had just seen. However, the bureau chief was very discreet internally. He wouldn't say what shouldn't be said, even in front of the closest and most trusted people. Next time, the bureau chief put away the cigarette. And Zhang Yuankai instinctively smiled and said, "Did you see? Just now, the U.S. was bombed at a Western base. Is this true?" The bureau chief immediately pretended to be clueless, even needing no time to react, and said, "Which one?" "The space base. The one of the 3 major bases in the U.S.? The bureau chief was overjoyed. Zhang Yuankai saw this and felt a little deflated, also breathing a sigh of relief. If the bureau chief didn't know, it meant it was highly likely unrelated to Huaxia. The bureau chief continued to excitedly chat with him for a few more minutes, while Lin Feng maintained a calm expression. After the bureau chief and Lin Feng left, the former said, "Old Zhang probably couldn't imagine that the people who bombed this base were right in front of him." Lin Feng didn't think much about it. He only found it strange. Zhang Yuankai gave him the impression that, even though the U.S. had a military base bombed, why did Zhang Yuankai seem unable to be happy at all? At this moment, on the other side, Wilson was anxiously waiting for news. According to the information, Tianzhou 1 had not left port. There was no other channel that heard anything related to Huaxia. Seeing this, Wilson breathed a sigh of relief and quickly called the Black Palace. The call was answered by Lansport. "I understand. Okay, that's it." Lansport hung up the phone and exchanged glances with Smith. "Prang, not Huaxia. There are pros and cons. The good news is that Huaxia really isn't that terrifying. The bad news is, where the hell did this attack come from?" Lost in thought, Smith. Prang suddenly slammed the table, startling Lansport. "Tell Western Europe that if they don't stop trading with Huaxia and cut off the Galileo system, they should wait for our revenge." Lansport swallowed hard, the corners of his mouth twitching. He thought Smith. Prang had thought of something, but unexpectedly, he was looking for a punching bag. "Right away, Smith." Prang's voice continued, filled with grief and anger. Chapter 77. The body double plan that night. The high-ranking officials in the United States couldn't sleep. The high-ranking officials of the Euro Union also couldn't sleep. A phone call from Lansport left Lewis feeling extremely uncomfortable. No matter how he explained, the other party simply wouldn't believe him. Thus, Lewis could only convene an emergency meeting of the Euro Union. However, the most important person from Country D, Beckler, was completely unresponsive and seemed to be preoccupied with something else. This made the meeting very awkward, as Country D was a crucial representative of the Euro Union. But it was hard to blame Beckler. He was barely keeping himself safe as all satellites in his country suddenly went dark. How could he have time to attend a meeting when he couldn't even figure out what was going on? If we were to open Galileo for their investigation, what face would we have left? But they just wouldn't believe it. What could Lewis do? The meeting revolved around discussions of dignity and the threats posed by the United States. Ultimately, Lewis felt helpless and turned to the group of advisors sitting on the edge. This group possessed the clearest minds and the best perspectives within the Euro Union. My suggestion is, the chief advisor Hicks, sitting at the front, began to open it up to the United States. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Many people began to flush with anger, preparing to argue. "We cannot lose this opportunity. I will not participate in your decision. I will only tell you the pros and cons. And never go against the data." Yinjing late at night, Zhou Liming stayed in his room, feeling very uneasy. This was no ordinary place. It was the National Security Bureau. In Zhou Liming's understanding, those who entered here were mostly traitors. Not long after, Chen Haidong arrived, accompanied by the bureau chief. Seeing Zhou Liming's nervousness, he smiled and said, "Don't be nervous." "How can I not be nervous?" Zhou Liming replied with a bitter smile. "My dad said that I must never become a traitor." Chen Haidong laughed heartily and pointed at the bureau chief, saying, "He has been brought in by us twice, and he's still fine, isn't he?" "Just keep quiet if you can't speak properly," the bureau chief said, his face reddening. Ignoring him, Chen Haidong turned to Zhou Liming and said, "The reason we called you here is to ask you one thing. Are you willing to become Lin Feng's body double? Ah. Zhou Liming paused, his face instantly turning crimson. Don't misunderstand. We're not insulting you, but Chen Haidong quickly explained. He had inquired about Zhou Liming's character and knew he had a strong sense of pride. You think? Zhou Liming still said excitedly, am I worthy? Didn't you say your pride is strong? The bureau chief began to slowly explain the situation to the curious Zhou Liming. Chen Haidong listened from the side. The gist of the matter was that they were worried about Lin Feng. After the appearance of Tianzhou 1, there would inevitably be a large number of spies coming to inquire about Lin Feng. Lin Feng's identity was highly classified, but there were no walls that could not be breached in this world. If information regarding space-based weapons were to leak, those spies would become even more terrifying. To address this, the bureau chief devised a decoy plan to find a body double for Lin Feng. We can all die, but Lin Feng cannot. The bureau chief said in conclusion, we know this is a humiliating task. If you don't want to, just keep it a secret. I am willing. Unexpectedly, before the bureau chief could finish, Zhou Liming immediately agreed. The bureau chief paused. You're right. We can all die, but Lin Feng cannot. Zhou Liming said, moreover, I am truly willing to die for Commander Lin. As they spoke, both the bureau chief and Zhou Liming were deeply moved, while Chen Haidong coughed violently and said, can you two show some respect for me, the head of the National Security Bureau? The two looked at him. Did I ask you to die? I just want you to be a body double. Chen Haidong said, the people we prioritize protecting in the Bureau have never made mistakes. Zhou Liming felt a sweat. However, this plan does not need to be executed for now. Chen Haidong said, looking at Zhou Liming. If the United States notices the situation with the space-based weapons, we will activate you. At that time, I will wait for your call. Zhou Liming replied earnestly. No need. Chen Haidong clapped his hands, and, at that moment, two muscular men appeared. He said, as long as they come looking for you, it means the plan has begun. After that, Chen Haidong added, don't worry. I won't let you die. I just want to catch those spies and operatives trying to harm Lin Feng. Okay. Zhou Liming got up and left with the bureau chief. After walking a few steps, Zhou Liming quietly said, Bureau chief. Yes? Should I write a will? Could you keep it for me? Ah. The bureau chief was taken aback and heard Chen Haidong cursing behind him, talking about trust between people. What is this? Lin Feng was writing and drawing at his desk. Love letter. The bureau chief casually placed it in a drawer, saying, Lin Feng didn't ask further. He was unaware of the body double plan. If he knew, he would definitely oppose it. The bureau chief walked over to see what Lin Feng was writing, only to find 4 words, space deep sea. What does that mean? The bureau chief asked. Areas of human undeveloped territory. Lin Feng pondered. It refers to space and the deep sea. I accept space, but what's so great about the sea? The bureau chief said. Think about it. How much of Blue Planet is covered by oceans? Lin Feng replied. Of course, space is undoubtedly the future direction for humanity. The bureau chief immediately thought of controllable nuclear fusion and couldn't help but feel a bit more anticipation. In his lifetime, would he really be able to see the true landscape of space? While they were conversing, a major event occurred between the U.S. and Europe. American scientists monitored the Galileo system and ultimately discovered a significant problem. The positioning services from Huaxia were indeed not provided by Galileo. Didn't the beta system take it down? A scientist questioned, feeling that this Eastern giant was becoming increasingly mysterious. Chapter 78, Military-Industrial Chain. The next day, when Zhou Liming woke up from his bed, he saw 2 muscular men beside him. You guys. Zhou Liming was startled. As he gradually woke up, he thought, how did these 2 get in? Zhou Liming got up and pondered. It seems that the U.S. has discovered something. Currently, the U.S. has checked the systems in Western Europe, and the replacement plan has officially started. The muscular agent on the left said, Academician Zhou Liming. You still have a choice. No need. Zhou Liming said while putting on his clothes. The safety of Chief Lin Feng is indeed crucial. No one knows how many spies from other countries are in this nation. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 agents suddenly stood at attention and saluted. Speaking in unison, Comrade Zhou Liming, thank you for everything you have done for the country. Zhou Liming took a deep breath and said, I have only one request. Speak. Don't tell my wife and children. And Zhou Liming paused for a moment before saying, Chief Lin. The two men paused, then nodded. Zhou Liming took a breath. The reason for not telling Lin Feng was truly Zhou Liming's pride acting up. He revered Lin Feng and would even be willing to die for him. However, Zhou Liming was also a genius scientist. He had his own dignity and absolutely did not want others to know that he had become someone else's substitute. Because if that person were not Lin Feng, Zhou Liming would never agree to this task. The U.S. has gone crazy. Zhang Yuankai was not far from going crazy himself. Wilson took a risk to call directly and inform Zhang Yuankai that he needed to accelerate the action. Do you know that with every step I take forward, the danger increases and Chun Haidong's National Security Bureau is like a hawk? Zhang Yuankai nearly roared. You have no idea when he might notice me. I don't care, Wilson said. Zhang Yuankai's face darkened, but upon careful thought, he realized it was true. Wilson didn't care about his safety at all. I need the answers to these secrets. If you can find one, you can free yourself. Wilson threatened bluntly. If you are of no use to me, why should I keep you? Moreover, you deceived me last time. Zhang Yuankai explained with frustration. That really was a high-level base. Otherwise, how could someone of my level not get in? What was launched that day could really be a secret. Enough. Wilson completely dismissed him, saying, Remember, you don't have much time left. Beep, beep, beep. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuankai directly removed the card and crushed it in his hand. He paced back and forth, having been reluctant to take risks because those people from Huaxia were not simple. Back in the anti-Japanese war, their underground organization was a terrifying existence for the enemy. It was time to move forward. Zhang Yuankai knew. He took a step forward, bringing himself closer to death. But he had no other choice. In recent days, the international situation has been unpredictable. The think tanks of the Bear, Western Europe, and the U.S. have started to take action to cut off Huaxia's resource supply chain. First, the Bear completely severed trade with Huaxia. They gathered a large amount of resources using capital, including rice, soybeans, vegetables, and so on. These think tanks understood that to bring down a country, one must start from the people's livelihood. At the same time, they dispatched a large number of trolls to promote the theory of national regression on Huaxia's internet. So when Li Xing arrived at Li Xinzong's study, he saw Li Xinzong frowning deeply. Many small countries were willing to provide us with resources before, but now they have all been threatened by them. Li Xinzong said, although the Bear is not acting voluntarily, they ultimately stand on the side of interests. Li Xiang sat down and said, Dad, can I say something? Of course. Li Xinzong nodded. Li Xing might not be mentally mature enough, but he was strong when it came to this. Don't they like to buy people with money? Then let us contact more countries. Li Xiang said, the U.S. will definitely pay the price to win over these countries, which will increase their burden. Pulling the enemy to self-destruct? Li Xinzong paused and then laughed heartily. They won't self-destruct, but we can stab them in the back. Li Xiang said, Good, this matter is up to you. Li Xinzong said, Dad, but I... Li Xiang was taken aback. But I'm no longer the chief strategist. Go ahead. Li Xinzong waved his hand, watching Li Xiang leave. He thought of Lin Feng and this country. In fact, it was already showing signs of decline. Due to a lack of productivity, a large number of people were unemployed and could only rely on state relief. Resources had also begun to become scarce. Right, the super nuclear submarine. Lin Feng assigned it to Luo Shui as if it were an ordinary task. Luo Shui was sweating upon hearing it. As one of the heads of the super aircraft carrier project, with the second carrier currently under construction, Lin Feng suddenly handed him another blueprint. Is there a problem? Lin Feng asked. No. Luo Shui didn't know what to say. Aircraft carriers represent supply, support, and naval power. Nuclear submarines represent underwater control and single-target attack capabilities. After discussing in detail, Luo Shui left with the blueprint, while Lin Feng looked at the overwhelming negative news and began to think. At this point, the plan needed to be fully implemented. Huaxia needed a large amount of resources. Continuing to delay was not a solution. Lin Feng could not always explain so much to Luo Shui like this time. To achieve Lin Feng's vision, a complete military-industrial chain was of utmost importance. With this in mind, Lin Feng called Li Xinzong, but unexpectedly, it was Li Xiang who answered. Hello, this is Li Xiang. Li Shiheng's attitude was much better. Lin Feng didn't say much and just asked, "Do you think selling equipment can exchange for resources?" You. Li Xiang was furious upon hearing this. This spendthrift, what technology does he want to sell again? He looked at Li Xinzong's unfriendly gaze beside him and still patiently said, "Selling equipment technology can indeed break the blockade, but it's only temporary." "Thank you for your answer." Lin Feng hung up directly. This. Li Xiang was speechless, thinking, "Can you at least show some respect?" After hanging up, Lin Feng directly called Zhou Chuamian. "What do you think?" Zhou Chuamian asked. "What characteristics does our country have?" "Vast land and abundant resources, but with a large population, low per capita, and a large area." "But, are you reciting a text?" "Leader, who is the largest arms dealer in the world now?" Lin Feng asked. "The U.S. Is it profitable?" "No doubt." Zhou Chuamian only said 2 words. "The arms business is highly lucrative," saying, "Didn't you sell before? Then why can't this role be yes?" Lin Feng said. Zhou Chuamian paused, and then remembered something. "Right? Why can't this role be Huaxia?" Chapter 79. Unlocking Level 3 Mall Task in the Ministry of National Affairs. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. Besides black-hearted, they couldn't think of another word to describe him. Lin Feng was truly black-hearted, splitting technology to sell at level 5 and only selling at level 1 for half a year. He even wanted to run promotional activities like buy one get one free. The most black-hearted thing was that he made Zhou Quanmin call D country to ask if they wanted help building satellites. "Isn't that a bit unethical?" Zhou Quanmin said. "Are you not heartless?" Lin Feng replied, "Then let the bureau chief make the call." The bureau chief rolled his eyes, thinking, "Why don't you make the call?" Zhou Quanmin immediately said, "I am never merciful to the enemy." At this moment, Lin Feng turned to Li Xiang and asked, "Do you have a way to raise the price of the equipment?" "In line with my thoughts." Lin Feng nodded and said with satisfaction, "Then this matter is handed over to you." Li Xiang was speechless, thinking to himself that he was a strategist, not a seller of equipment. Moreover, could you let me finish my sentence? After the meeting adjourned, everyone began to prepare for their tasks. For example, Li Xiang really went to do his homework. As for Lin Feng, he directly made a call to a big client in West Asia. Prince Turkey, long time no see. Turkey had a deep fondness for Lin Feng. "Is our aircraft carrier useful?" "Very useful. Do you want any other ships?" "For example, a frigate. We are currently running a promotion, buy one get one free." Lin Feng, "I'm sorry, I mean no harm, but the Americans." "I understand," Lin Feng said. "I didn't say I would sell directly to you. I could sell to your neighbors, let them change the label design, and then you can trade later, right? Is that even possible?" Turkey was extremely surprised. Can it really be played like this? However, the neighboring country of Afghanistan had always been at odds with the Americans and had not joined the AO organization this time. Think about it. It's business, no pressure, but this promotional event is really a good deal. Lin Feng sighed and said, "Let me tell you, if it weren't for our difficulties, this stuff would absolutely not be sold. We also have hidden preparations for selling nuclear submarines, but only for VIP internal clients." "That's right. I'm talking about you, our friend." After hanging up, Lin Feng picked up the phone again and called Kangaroo Country. "The death of Ryan has nothing to do with me. And since he's dead, why are you still thinking about him? This time I'm calling to ask if you want a 5th-generation fighter production line. We can sell it at half price. This is also because we feel too guilty and want to compensate you." Lin Feng hung up the phone and turned to see the bureau chief, rolling his eyes. The bureau chief thought that Lin Feng's mouth was truly terrifying. "By the way, are you really planning to offer a 50 discount buy one get one free?" The bureau chief asked in surprise. "What do you think? Labor costs don't count. Wasteful." Lin Feng said in an educational tone, "First raise the price, then offer a discount. Haven't you ever shopped on Double 11? He, the bureau chief, was a serious military man. "Take me with you." Lin Feng stood up. "Weren't you saying you were busy?" "Now I'm free," Lin Feng said with a smile. The bureau chief didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking, but since he said he was going, he naturally took him along. In fact, Lin Feng had plans in mind. Currently, Level 2 equipment was gradually becoming complete, and to move forward, he needed to unlock the Level 3 store. But how to unlock it? The first thing Lin Feng thought of was the point system. Previously, the system hinted that spending 5 million would allow for a lottery draw. So perhaps there was a mechanism within the system. Spending. Like most unscrupulous merchants, As long as you spent a certain amount, you would unlock certain privileges. Therefore, Lin Feng believed that perhaps the condition to trigger the level 3 mall was this. As of now, Lin Feng had already reached 8 million in points consumption due to purchasing super nuclear submarines and other equipment, so he needed to earn points again. Just as Lin Feng and the bureau chief were laughing and walking out the door, the system beeped. Ding. Task triggered. Danger, danger, danger. Are you crazy? Lin Feng's mind actually echoed the sound. Ding. With the help of this system, the host has learned to analyze this system, and hereby receives a reward. Ding. Unlock level 3 mall task. 1. Capture Super Spy K. 2. Spend 66 million in the points mall. 3. Find super energy material. Yan. K. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. The 3 tasks looked simple, but they were actually quite difficult. Super Spy. Spending. And what's super energy material? He had never even heard of it. Hey, are you leaving or not? The bureau chief had walked far, sitting in the driver's seat and asking. Lin Feng walked while sizing up the bureau chief. What's up? The bureau chief felt a bit scared. He felt Lin Feng was looking at him like a fat sheep. It's nothing, Lin Feng said. Leader, you seem to have gained weight recently. Saying this, Lin Feng started calculating in his mind. First, to get millions of points, the bureau chief was a very good target. His leader had already been tricked into giving over 2 million points, yet there was still no exhaustion prompt. You have to know, someone like Yang and would receive a prompt of exhaustion after reaching 2 million. So, this leader was truly a big fat sheep. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt he should be a bit nicer to this fat sheep. Leader and asked, Leader, how can you sit in the driver's seat? Let me do it. Get lost. The bureau chief said, stepping on the gas to start. He had sworn never to ride in Lin Feng's car again. They were anxious. Lanceport laughed upon hearing the report from Kangaroo Country. Half price? Buy one get one free? Has Huaxiao really become like this? Kangaroo Country had grievances they couldn't express. The Americans were actually a big pit. The last time they helped them produce, they charge a high price. This time, when Huaxia said they would help them establish a production line at half price, they were genuinely tempted. However, they held back. After all, Kangaroo was a loyal lapdog of the Americans. However, at this moment, in the southern part of the South China Sea, the lapdog Pojiaxin encountered a problem. Tianzhou No. 1, carrying equipment, had to pass through here. Pojiaxin controlled the most important shipping lane, and the Americans had always made them refuse Huaxia's merchant ships. However, this time, it was not a merchant ship, but a super aircraft carrier that had taken down the tellies. I'm sorry, our shipping lane is broken. Pojiaxin's leader, Li Wenxiong, was closing his eyes and telling lies. However, Yu Xingming from Tianzhou No. 1 didn't have such a good temper. He pointed to the dust cannon and said, either open it or never open it again. Although my aircraft carrier doesn't consume oil, I'm in a hurry to deliver goods. We are kind businessmen, customer first. Chapter 80. Huge transaction in the latest international news. China and Hanfu have completed a massive transaction involving multiple sectors and various equipment. On this day, the international network erupted with excitement, as this was the first major news after China was sanctioned by the AO organization. The hot topics included the Pojiaxin Sea incident and why Hanfu, not a resource-rich country, has such financial power to trade with China. As for the Black Palace, it was in an uproar. The Pojiaxin threat incident has proven one thing. America's maritime security can no longer be guaranteed. After all, China possesses the most advanced super aircraft carrier in the Blue Planet. Furthermore, Lanceport swallowed hard and said, Hanfu told Kangaroo Country that they have a 5th-generation production line that can be sold at half price. ISNT this, just China switching spokespersons to continue selling goods? Smith Plank quickly said, Sanctions, we must sanction. We have always sanctioned Hanfu. Lanceport said speechlessly, then let other countries not buy from there. Smith Plank remembered something. The member states of the AO organization only requested not to trade with China, but did not prohibit trading with Hanfu. It was already too late. Lanceport said, according to the intelligence agency, the big dogs over there have purchased over 500 billion worth of equipment, and D Country has a share? Smith Plank was stunned. There's no helping it. Their satellites had problems, Lanceport said. They are under great pressure domestically. At this moment, Smith Plank banged the table and said, tell District 7, we want a super aircraft carrier. It's time to revive our maritime dominance. The next day, the United States held an emergency press conference, informing everyone that purchasing equipment from a Hanfu was not allowed. However, it was too late to say anything. The items sent by China were basically sold out. Moreover, this intermediary country, a Hanfu, unexpectedly received some aircraft technology and quite a bit of equipment. Therefore, this was a win-win-win business. Internationally, people praised the person who came up with this idea as a talent. There were even rumors that the production line for fifth-generation aircraft was secretly sold to a country, but a Hanfu did not disclose which country it was. Half price, half price. The leader of Kangaroo Country, Brandon, was very annoyed because this time they stuck to the so-called principles, only to have other countries profit from it. How could he not be envious? That very night, Brandon unexpectedly received a call from Zhou Quanmin. What's the matter? Brandon answered, but his attitude was not good. No, I want to tell you that the fifth-generation production line has been sold to a country in Huizhou. Zhou Quanmin said quickly. Upon hearing this, Brandon frowned. China is really cunning. About your killing of lanes. Half price. After Zhou Quanmin finished speaking, he directly hung up. Now, it was Brandon's turn to feel uncomfortable. The other party wasn't asking him to buy. It was up to him whether he wanted to buy or not. But who could resist the temptation of half price? He thought for a moment, got up overnight, and made a call to Congress. Buy. Everyone else has bought it. Why can't we buy? Lanes is dead. We can't let the Americans trick us again. Taking advantage of China's goods being sold cheaply, of course, they had to take a big bite. Li Xiang stared at the transaction list in shock. Lin Feng is truly a talent. He actually managed to sell the equipment, even to D Country and Kangaroo Country. Moreover, it was sold at a premium. No, these resources are for building the 3 major bases, Lin Feng said. Now public sentiment has started to wane. Li Xiang said loudly. So, you think distributing these things will solve the problem? Lin Feng replied. Li Xiang fell silent. This is indeed a root problem, not a fundamental solution. You can go now. I'm tired. Lin Feng suddenly waved his hand. Li Xiang was furious, thinking this is my office, okay? I forgot this is your office. Lin Feng said nonchalantly as he stood up, not even offering an apology. Because recently, his mind was not here, but on the mission. Super spy. Points. Super energy. Not to mention the latter. Where should he go to catch spies? This task is absurd. Since I awakened the technology system, can I have some tasks related to science? Ding. Do you want to cancel the task? Lin Feng's mouth twitched, thinking this broken system still has a temper. Su Chenxi. Su Chenxi rarely looked up. You're a spy. You should know how to catch spies, right? What is the training process like? Very simple. Su Chenxi replied seriously. Lin Feng was delighted, thinking it's no wonder she is a super agent. First, catch the spy, then determine their identity, and finally capture them. Su Chenxi continued to speak earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face darkened. Thinking, when did you learn a joke? Aren't you supposed to be an IC spy? Is your persona collapsing? But Su Chenxi remained cold and serious. To find a spy, you must understand what they want. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly understood. Bait. Only, how could he know what Super Spy K wanted? In deep thought, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up as he realized something. Zhang Yuankai was not in a hurry. As someone who has experienced great storms, Zhang Yuankai understood that being anxious was useless. The most accessible place for him was the Tianjin Command Center, although he still couldn't get in. But he understood the principle of proximity. First, he could rule out Yong'an, because Yong'an only excels in the space field. The super aircraft carrier could not have come from him. Moreover, he was getting old. He locks onto targets every day, and with each lock, he starts to rule out others, because those who enter are basically technicians from the Space Department. Zhang Yuankai has basically confirmed that this should be a space base. It should also be related to a mysterious positioning system. Could it be that the thing he launched before was the new generation satellite positioning system? Zhang Yuankai began to analyze seriously. Soon, he was delighted. He thought this might be the correct answer. He continued to explore until one day, he finally discovered that there was someone different in the base. Zhou Liming. This young scientist had an unclear background, only said to have been transferred from the southern island. The southern island, close to the sea, produces aircraft carriers. Zhang Yuankai's suspicion was not only due to the other party's origin, but more importantly, he discovered two super agents were hiding beside Zhou Liming. Only a meticulous person could notice them. And he, Zhang Yuankai, was that meticulous person. Chapter 81. 3-year payback. When the full resource acquisition of the 5th-generation fighter jet line was completed in Kangaroo Country, the United States finally announced that they would spend $1 trillion to produce 3 super aircraft carriers. Moreover, the assembly of these 3 super aircraft carriers had already begun, utilizing cutting-edge technology. They knew that if things continued this way, it wouldn't work. Right now, Huaxia is just lying low. You can sanction them, but anyone who dares to obstruct their maritime activities will face artillery fire. The Black Palace believes that only by regaining control of maritime transport can they completely blockade Huaxia. So, early in the morning, the bureau chief saw Lin Feng watching the news. The bureau chief felt deeply moved, thinking that a patriotic young man like Lin Feng must be very angry right now. It's okay, you've done your best. The bureau chief tried to speak in a senior's tone. I'm proud of you. I was thinking, since they are producing aircraft carriers, why not sell some technology from Tianzhou 1 to them? Lin Feng said. The bureau chief's pupils contracted, thinking, have you gone mad from doing black market business? He said seriously, the United States is our enemy. Lin Feng was sweating and didn't explain. In fact, an enemy is definitely an enemy. However, enemies can also do business. Lin Feng thought that when the 3rd-level mall was unlocked, equipment like super aircraft carriers would be outdated. Moreover, it would be great to do business with the United States while fighting against them. Huaxia could win twice. A win-win. The bureau chief didn't know Lin Feng's thoughts, but he knew that Lin Feng would never do anything that would result in a loss. He said, I have to attend a seminar to discuss the 3 major bases you planned. Are you going? Lin Feng nodded. After the last transaction, Zhou Kuanmin united the 5 major regions to hold a press conference, announcing the establishment of the 3 major bases. The current discussion in the country was extremely high. Welcome, Bureau Chief, Mr. Lin Feng. The host greeted them at the seminar. The two nodded, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the host said, in the 15th 5-year plan announced by the country, there is the construction of 3 major bases. What does the Bureau Chief think? The Bureau Chief pretended to show a troubled expression. This expression was very familiar to both the Bureau Chief and Lin Feng. If it can be said, say it. If it cannot be said, you can ignore it. The host said, all right. The Bureau Chief said, I know that the 3 major bases are time-consuming and labor-intensive projects. But now our country is under sanctions and technology is blocked. Building the 3 major bases can provide huge job opportunities. Also, the 3 major bases are just to ensure our security issues. As the Bureau Chief spoke, he was holding back laughter inside. What job opportunities? What security guarantees? It was all fake. When he discussed it with Lin Feng before, the little rascal had said, I didn't think so much. I just believe that gathering military factories together can produce equipment faster. Then, there will be more things to sell. Hearing this made the Bureau Chief want to hit someone. Back then, Lin Feng had confidently painted a bright picture for Zhou Kuanmin, saying we can't just look at the present. We must prepare for the future. Of course, now Zhou Kuanmin had also become corrupted, upon hearing that Lin Feng planned to use it for business first. He would surely be the first to raise his hand in agreement. Mr. Lin Feng, what do you think? The host asked Lin Feng. The Bureau Chief's words were hard to discern between truth and falsehood. However, Lin Feng's words were clear. Lin Feng didn't expect the host to ask him. He thought for a moment. Having deceived the audience for so long, his conscience was uneasy, so he decided to speak the truth to calm the military's mind, saying, don't worry, the country has plans and goals. The cost of building the 3 military bases is not high, and as soon as Lin Feng's words fell, they became hot news 5 minutes later. Lin Feng is truly talented. He should transition to being an economic expert. Does he know how much it costs to build 3 bases like super cities? That's it. I feel like we're following the path of the former bear country, placing too much emphasis on military industry and neglecting people's livelihoods. Netizens commented, nowadays, people are no longer attacking Lin Feng or demanding he withdraw from the War Disinformation Bureau. After all, Lin Feng had previously caught spies, and Lin Feng would speak the truth. In the eyes of this group of netizens, Lin Feng was just a kid without much scheming. At this moment, as a kid, Lin Feng felt quite speechless. Usually, when he deceived them, they really believed it. This time, when he finally spoke the truth, they didn't believe him. Forget it. Anyway, he gained 100,000 points for nothing. Lin Feng was extremely happy. He was not far from 66 million points now, but there was still no news about the spies, or Yin. Have you heard of Yin? Lin Feng asked Jiangcheng. The assembly of controllable nuclear fusion was already nearing the end. It just needed some time and testing before it could be put into use. This is also why the 3 major bases were put on the agenda. Lin Feng was speechless and explained, I'm asking if you've heard of new energy materials? For example, something more powerful than nuclear materials. Is there something more powerful than nuclear energy in this world? Jiangcheng asked in surprise. Lin Feng knew he had asked a foolish question. However, upon reflection, the super energy materials were given by the system. How could they possibly know? Work well. Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder, deciding to skip the super energy topic and focus on capturing the spies first. He had thought it over carefully, since the system had hinted about the super spies. It must be related to him. Lin Feng, should be the bait. However, Lin Feng didn't want to expose his identity. The reason was simple. Although he had a super capable agent for protection and an advanced mech, assassinations from foreign countries are intangible and no one can guarantee 100% safety. Thus, a perfect plan must be devised, using himself as bait but capturing them before the other party could relay the information. The U.S. military industry was starting to ramp up aircraft carrier production, preparing to restore its hegemonic status. However, one issue still troubled them, the unsolved mystery of the West Coast base. Where did the explosion come from? How did the attack happen? Lanceport was almost tearing his hair out, trying to figure this out. Suddenly, he remembered something Wilson had said. In a picture of an ordinary rocket carrying a satellite. Lanceport got up to find Wilson, and one of Wilson's words stunned Lanceport. Zhang Yuankai had indeed emphasized that he was guarding a highly classified secret base. Upon hearing this, Lanceport immediately got up and hurried to the Space Department. Chapter 82, Capture Plan, Super Spy K found. In the U.S. Space Department, a group of scientists was frantically searching. The space around Blue Planet is vast, and finding such a satellite is like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, with the U.S. GPS system and orbital theories, they eventually located this unique satellite. It was very ordinary. An elderly scientist glanced at it and remarked, "Nothing remarkable." Wait. Suddenly, a young scientist quickly stepped forward and typed rapidly on the keyboard. At that moment, the image suddenly zoomed out infinitely, followed by a line directly connecting Blue Planet and the Moon. G1430. All the scientists were in an uproar. What's strange about it? Lanceport asked. This star marker is located between the Moon and Blue Planet, making its position special, the scientist explained. Our country conducted a technical test on it in 1976, and it only operated stably for 3 hours. In 2008, we tested the satellite again, and the result was less than an hour. Surviving between the two celestial bodies is very challenging. After hearing this, Lanceport's pupils dilated sharply. Doesn't this mean that what Zhang Yuankai said might be true? Thinking of this, Lanceport asked, "Can we identify what it is?" The scientist pondered for a moment and replied, "Based on its appearance, it should not be an offensive weapon." This statement was as good as saying nothing. After contemplating for a few seconds, Lanceport said, "Shoot it down." Zhang Yuankai had been paying attention to Zhou Liming since he first noticed him. It is known that the U.S. needed 100% accuracy, so it was necessary to prove that Zhou Liming was the mastermind behind it all. However, from Zhang Yuankai's perspective, the probability was very high. He had secretly sent trusted confidants to investigate Zhou Liming's background, and the information showed that Zhou Liming had studied a field related to hulls. This investigation result left Zhang Yuankai both shocked and pleased. In the past, it would have been a joy for Huaxia to have such a cross-disciplinary genius. Unfortunately, he no longer belonged to Huaxia. He thought for a moment and sent the result directly to Wilson. Kill him. In fact, he had guessed that the Americans would not let him go so easily. However, he really wanted to break free from the Americans' endless control. Impossible. Zhang Yuankai knew that it was time to negotiate. He was the most capable and easiest person to approach Zhou Liming. However, his confidence would not help him kill Zhou Liming because they were all soldiers. Therefore, he could only take matters into his own hands. 3 days from now, someone will pick you up in the southern border of Huaxia. Just follow him, and you will be able to fly smoothly to the other side of the Pacific, Wilson said. Why should I trust you? Zhang Yuankai responded. Because you have no other choice, Wilson replied. In this blue planet, do you think there is anywhere that Huaxia and the U.S. cannot infiltrate? Since your past has determined that you cannot survive in Huaxia, then the U.S. is your only option. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuankai directly hung up the communication. Although he was very reluctant to admit this fact, it seemed he really had no other choice. However, he would not go to the U.S. across the Pacific. Instead, he would choose to sneak into other countries. Because Zhang Yuankai knew that as long as he completed this task, the Americans would really not move against him again. He sat down, lit a cigarette, looked at Zhou Liming's photo on the table, and said softly, Zhou Liming, don't blame me. It's your bad luck. Huaxia, don't blame me. I just want to live. Since this spy is coming for me, what can I do to lure him out and discover him at the first moment? Lin Feng pondered for a long time, but still could not find solution. He couldn't just go around saying he was the mastermind behind it all. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The other party may not only be looking for him, but also something else that they might be anticipating. Information, data on space-based weapons. With this in mind, a plan gradually took shape in Lin Feng's mind. Su Chenxi, can you help me with something? Su Chenxi remained silent until Lin Feng leaned close to her ear and whispered a lot of things, causing her brow to furrow tightly. This is a plan, Lin Feng said. Su Chenxi still did not speak. Forget it, I'll find someone else. Lin Feng did not press her. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, he heard Su Chenxi say, I want a new version of a laptop. Just as Lin Feng was finalizing his plan, Lanceport arrived in Sakura country aboard the aircraft carrier Shield 1, carrying the Teles missile. The U.S. has 374 bases worldwide, and this military base in Sakura country is one of the largest, housing numerous troops and very advanced weaponry. The Prime Minister of Sakura country, Ueda Jiro, had long been waiting on the shore. After Lanceport disembarked, the two shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. I don't know if you're here this time for, Ueda Jiro asked tentatively. He had seen a huge transport machine carrying something. It seemed to be a missile. You don't need to worry about that, Lanceport said. Although Sakura country appears to be an independent nation, its military power is completely controlled by the U.S. Lanceport was right. He didn't need to report to Ueda Jiro. The reason for choosing Sakura country this time was that Lanceport remembered the West Coast space base. If it turns out to be true, it would be better to choose another country. Sakura country is a very good choice. If everything turns out to be true, the retaliation from Huaxia would only fall on Sakura country. Ueda Jiro, standing next to him, couldn't read minds. Had he known, he would have certainly been furious on the spot. However, he could only be angry. Facing their American father, they had no choice. Lanceport stood by the sea, watching the Teles missile being transported to the base, then looking at the nuclear-contaminated water drifting by the shore, and then gazing up into space. His expression grew anxious. If it is true, then things would become terrifying. I hope I'm just overthinking. After several hours, news finally came from the military base. Sir, all launch procedures have been completed. May we start the launch? Sir, do you need to wait for you? No need, Lanceport said flatly. Understood. Once the communication ended, Lanceport also saw the soldiers in the base pressing the launch device for the Teles missile on the large screen aboard the aircraft carrier. Lanceport looked to the right, where he could still see the Tianjin satellite quietly orbiting Blue Planet. Minutes later, the Teles missile appeared, rapidly locking onto Tianjin at a very high speed, charging forward. Lanceport's mind had already envisioned the upcoming scene. This seemingly harmless satellite would vanish into space under the strike of the Teles, becoming cosmic dust. Chapter 83, Public Revenge. Bombing the Sakura Nation Tianjin Command Center. Beep, beep, beep. Most of the staff were enjoying the delicious afternoon tea when suddenly the alarm sounded, and feedback information was received immediately. We have encountered a missile target lock. There are 5 minutes until the strike. After data analysis, it was determined that the missile could not break through the Tianjin defense system, but it might cause slight interference. Now, what should we do? The person in charge of the base immediately called Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was having a meal, and upon hearing this, he became interested. Most likely, the other side had discovered something unusual about Tianjin and was planning an attack. However, according to the current technology of Blue Star, the West Coast attack should not be able to detect Tianjin. Either the United States has a monitoring system that is beyond his imagination, or Super Spy K. Counterattack, Lin Feng said. If we counterattack, the space-based weapons will be exposed, the person in charge replied. I never intended to keep the space-based weapons a secret. Lin Feng said, this is the United States testing our space-based weapons. I want them to know. Testing is fine, but testing could lead to demise. Yes, the person in charge asked, should we retaliate as we did last time? An eye for an eye? Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked, were they launching from this time? The person in charge glanced at the data, momentarily stunned, and then said, Sakura Nation. Lin Feng was also taken aback by this answer. Sakura Nation? An unexpected response. The Americans really are vicious. Wait. Without hesitation, Lin Feng said, since it's the Sakura Nation, let's expand the strike range a bit. Huh? What do you mean? Lin Feng replied, don't miss such a good opportunity. The person in charge immediately understood, smiling. Don't worry, I will avoid their nuclear power plants. In 10-star range, 8-star range. As the distance closed in, Lansport couldn't help but clench his fists. The Telly's missile approached the 1-star range like a flash of lightning, and Lansport finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it had struck the West Coast base, then such a high-tech weapon should have reacted long ago. But just as Lansport's relief was still on his lips, the scene changed. Suddenly, all the lenses of Tianjin opened, and in an instant, countless red lasers surged towards the Telly's missile. The super-speed Telly's missile instantly turned into debris. Lansport and all the experts and military personnel watching this scene widened their eyes. What is this? Is this a weapon from Huaxia? The scene wasn't over. After the red lasers shattered the missile, they quickly coalesced into a beam of light and surged towards Blue Star. At that moment, Lansport could hear his own heartbeat. He saw that the massive beam transformed into a huge fireball upon contact with the atmosphere. It was just like the heavenly punishment that struck the West Coast military base. Look, shouted a soldier standing outside the aircraft carrier. Lansport stepped out, feeling an overwhelming brightness. He saw the fireball in the sky, coming like a meteor, moving countless times faster than the Tellys. No wonder the experts said it resembled artillery. Lansport swallowed hard. Everyone was swallowing hard. No one spoke, all quietly watching this visually shocking scene. Seconds later, a loud boom resonated. Flames, smoke, instantly enveloped that piece of land. Huge flames intertwined with seawater. The Sakura Nation's coast before them was truly a sea of fire. Lansport knew that the most terrifying thing had happened. In an instant, news of the Sakura Nation encountering heavenly punishment exploded online. The specifics were unclear, but the Sakura Nation was hit harder. I heard it was somehow the work of the United States. Opinions varied widely. Some said there was a nuclear leak in Sakura Nation, while others claimed the U.S. military was conducting tests at the base, leading to a massive explosion. Only the United States and Huaxia knew the truth. Zhou Quanmin called Lin Feng afterward, saying, "Why didn't you report it?" "Time is of the essence," Lin Feng replied. "Are you sure this isn't public revenge?" Zhou Quanmin asked. Lin Feng paused, and in an instant, both burst into laughter. Lin Feng asked, "Has the United States condemned us yet? I think they should be considering this issue. Once they say it, it would indirectly help us increase our influence," Zhou Quanmin replied. Lin Feng smiled. "Actually, we can also say it ourselves." "Huh? What do you have in mind?" Zhou Quanmin asked. At this moment, discussions were indeed ongoing in the Black Palace about this event. However, their progress was nowhere near as fast as Zhou Quanmin imagined, as their scientists were still debating what kind of weapon it was. Railgun or satellite missile? "I believe it's an illusion attack. It's a very strong GPS system. When we attacked it, they immediately launched missiles from within Huaxia." They argued incessantly, until a young scientist stood up and said, "This is a space-based weapon, something we have longed for but could never obtain." The United States has also been researching space-based weapons, but the programming is too complex for them to complete. According to plans and budgets, To create a mature space-based weapon, at least another 30 years of research and development is needed, costing countless resources. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Super aircraft carrier. Space-based weapon. The huaxia that once crossed the river while touching there, but had now become so terrifying? Smith-Plang and Lansport could not care less about these discussions. Whether it was a ground railgun, a missile, or a space-based weapon, they were pondering whether to inform the whole world about this news. Just then, the door creaked open, and Smith-Plang looked up. In the next second, he suddenly stood up and said to everyone in the room except Lansport, "You all get out." Standing outside the door were 7 men in suits, but these 7 men had English and Arabic numerals printed on their suits. Zone 7. Chapter 84, Area 7. Hades Project. Smith-Plang took a deep breath. Everyone said that on Blue Star, the power of the American president was the greatest, capable of managing his own country and even intervening in the internal affairs of other countries. However, only a few people knew that within the United States, there were places beyond the reach of Smith-Plang. Area 7, a mysterious base. In the archives of the National Affairs Council, there were no further records about it. Even during the term of the Black president in 2008, he nearly faced a fatal disaster while investigating the secrets of Area 7. For a long time, Area 7 had rarely made appearances, but each time it did, it brought extremely advanced technology. For example, supercomputer chips. For example, Ford-class aircraft carriers, and so on. However, the most shocking truth was still the moon landing. At that time, the Apollo moon landing program was simply impossible to achieve. According to the technology level of 1969, under normal technological development, it was completely impossible to execute this plan. A middle-aged man walked in, appearing to be around 50 years old, but looking almost like he was 30. "You can call me Hades," the man said slowly. Smith-Plang was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't Hades the name of the Western god of the underworld? "This is just a pseudonym. In Area 7, there are no real names," Hades said. "It's like why the original plan was called Apollo. It was because those who came out of Area 7 were referred to as Apollo." The two suddenly realized. Hades walked in and then slowly sat down. Smith-Plang was very excited because, in his eyes, Hades was the savior of this predicament. "I already know all the circumstances. The explosion at the West Coast Space Base awakened us. Space-based weapons are not frightening." As soon as he said this, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Space-based weapons are not frightening. This implies that Area May 7th have even stronger weapons. China is different from the former Soviet Union. They have a long history and possess extraordinary intelligence. If the United States wants to regain its hegemonic status, there must be a war between China and the United States. Hades looked at them and continued, "Our arrival is not only to help you regain the hegemony of the Blue Star Empire. More importantly, it is for this plan in my hands." Hades handed it over, and Smith-Plang took it to flip through, only to see the cover labeled Hades Project. When he opened the first page, his expression changed dramatically. The bureau chief, dressed in a suit and looking presentable, was about to accept an interview today to reveal a piece of news. China will be responsible for the explosion in Sakura country. China has already obtained space-based weapons. Therefore, the bureau chief was very excited. In fact, to gain the first opportunity to speak, the bureau chief begged Lin Feng for 2 hours. However, just as he was about to take the stage, a staff member next to him said, "Have you seen? The United States held a press conference condemning us and announced that we, China, have space-based weapons." "What?" The bureau chief was stunned upon hearing this. The United States said it? Based on their previous speculations, the United States was very likely to conceal this information. The bureau chief took out his phone and indeed saw a flood of trending news online. Surprising. Our country has space-based weapons. The United States revealed it themselves. The dragon rises. Our country actually possesses space-based weapons. In addition to the press conference from the United States, there is also an official video uploaded by the United States. This system is space-based weapons and all the footage of the counterattack by space-based weapons. In just half an hour, over 3 billion views worldwide. However, the vast majority of countries chose to remain silent. Only 2 countries spoke out. The first was naturally the United States, and the second was Sakura country. Sakura country went insane, frantically attacking China, demanding an explanation. The bureau chief thought for a moment and decided to call Lin Feng. Have you seen it? What? Lin Feng replied. The United States announced this news themselves. The bureau chief said. Lin Feng was taken aback. He called over a technician from the Tianjin base to open the news, took a glance, and said, "This is indeed unexpected. Is there some conspiracy?" The bureau chief was worried. Lin Feng didn't speak. He was also contemplating. The United States announcing this matter was entirely harmful without any benefit. Why would they disclose it? Sure enough, the host immediately asked, "Bureau chief, hello. You must be aware of today's hot news. I remember you said some time ago that our country has been researching space-based weapons." As soon as this was said, netizens were also shocked. When the bureau chief said it back then, who would believe it? Now it has actually come true. The bureau chief felt awkward. He didn't know he was bragging back then. I remember, this kind of secret should belong to the top level. Isn't this a leakage of information? Or did you communicate with the higher-ups beforehand to deceive the enemy? The host touched a sore spot. The bureau chief felt even more awkward, thinking, couldn't you change the subject? Must you mention my painful past? However, the bureau chief was still the bureau chief. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "That's right, this is part of the plan. It is also the mission of our Bureau of War Deception." That's all the information. Lin Feng pointed to the materials on the ground and said to others, "Take them to the designated location. This information is bait to lure out the super spy K." Understood, the staff said. Lin Feng, having some rare free time, sat down to rest. Just as he took out his phone, he saw a piece of news. The D-country Foreign Ministry condemned China as shameless for using space-based weapons to destroy their satellites. And they want to return the satellite production line and technology they purchased from us. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. "It's very simple," Lin Feng said. "I ask you, did D-country purchase the satellite production line from us?" "Well, it seems not." Everyone paused. The last time they sold equipment was in a transaction completed with the country, and China was not involved at all. So, whoever they bought it from, they should go find them. Moreover, they have announced their severance of relations with us. Why should we care about them? Lin Feng said with a smile. However, those who can stand up and speak now indicate they have firmly sided with the United States. Those who remain silent are quite different. Chapter 85. Brother Lin Feng is really impressive in the Bear Country. Smoko. The entire Luo Palace was silent. The meeting lasted for half an hour, but they remained silent for the entire duration. Among them, the most awkward was their chief strategist, Joyce. He had confidently claimed that the data wouldn't lie, only to find out that Huaxia actually possessed space-based weapons. Isn't that something only found in sci-fi movies? Thus, they felt quite embarrassed. They all understood very well that in today's era, whoever masters the most advanced technology can lead the entire blue planet. The emergence of super aircraft carriers and space-based weapons should raise their alarm. I don't think this means the future belongs to Huaxia. Joyce refused to admit defeat, saying, "The current blue planet is still under the control of the United States. We just managed to lift the economic sanctions. Look at our GDP growth last season. Do we really have to wait until Huaxia points cannons at us to realize what is happening?" It was evident that some advocated for breaking away from the AO organization and befriending Huaxia, while others supported continuing to lean towards the United States. For a moment, opinions were divided. Joyce said a very insightful line. "Even if we can maintain our friendship with Huaxia, we are neighbors, so our relationship with them won't be too good. Because of the United States' presence, our relationship with them won't be too bad either. But what if the United States falls? Let's not forget that historically, we have taken a lot of their land." Joyce's words were undeniably lethal. He was a strategist with a high IQ and understood the psychology of these people well. Upon hearing this, Lavsky frowned, clearly in agreement. At that moment, a special agent entered and said, "Your Majesty, we have a call from the Black Palace." Lin Feng stood outside the window, looking at the distant mountains and forests. There was the Space Command Center of the Sky Sword, which was about to move. However, the move was just a facade. Lin Feng had seriously considered one thing. If the United States wanted to find the Sky Sword among the vast array of satellites, they had to know of its existence. Therefore, they must have known information related to the Sky Sword in advance. For instance, its appearance. Given this situation, It was easy to imagine that the other party must be aware of this base's existence and may have even seen the Sky Sword launch. All of this wasn't derived from his analysis, but from Su Chenxi. This woman, who came from a background in special operations, had a quick and delicate mind. At this moment, she was walking towards the base with an air of confidence. Lin Feng. As soon as he approached, Zhang Yuankai stepped forward to speak. In fact, he wasn't particularly interested in Lin Feng. He was waiting here to have more contact with Zhou Liming. Who is she? Zhang Yuankai scanned Su Chenxi. Since the perimeter had been taken over by the National Security Bureau and the military, Su Chenxi had hardly entered the inner area, as her identity was to remain hidden to protect Lin Feng. My girlfriend, Lin Feng smiled and said. Very beautiful. Zhang Yuankai also smiled, but he wasn't surprised. Lin Feng's background must be significant, so it wasn't surprising for him to find such a beautiful girlfriend. However, he was surprised that Lin Feng could bring her in. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Lin Feng went inside. The second level was occupied by the National Security Bureau personnel. Lin Feng simply said, "My people," and the National Security Bureau immediately allowed them to pass. Zhang Yuankai was slightly astonished to see this scene. Lin Feng's authority was surprisingly vast, even allowing him to bring outsiders into the place. My father said that this data transportation operation is fully entrusted to me, Lin Feng said, blinking vigorously. Meanwhile, Su Chenxi bit her lip, seemingly unwilling. Acting skills, Lin Feng whispered. You promised me a brand new laptop, Su Chenxi also whispered. Lin Feng nodded, and then he heard Su Chenxi grit her teeth again, using an extremely unnatural voice. Brother Lin Feng is really impressive. That evening, Zhang Yuankai lay back in a chair, staring ahead. What was he thinking about? The future. Lin Feng's appearance had shown him a glimpse of the future. If he could obtain information about space-based weapons, he might not even need to risk assassinating Zhou Liming. Or he could hand Zhou Liming over to the Americans for assassination. Zhang Yuankai believed that if he brought this information to the Americans, he would surely gain immense wealth. Initially, he had thought about killing Zhou Liming because he knew that the data guarded by the National Security Bureau couldn't possibly be accessed by him, Zhang Yuankai. However, Lin Feng's words today had given him a surprise. Lin Feng, this man known as the biggest official second generation in Huaxia, possessed privileges beyond ordinary imagination. More importantly, he was young. Young people engaging in such matters often didn't think things through. So, no problem. Wilson, hearing the surprise, said, if you can really steal this information, I will give you a new identity and a fortune. I swear by my name, Wilson. Deal. Zhang Yuankai thought for a moment and continued, I have given you Zhou Liming's residence. Tomorrow is my only chance to act. If I make a move, it will definitely startle the snake. You must act at that moment. No problem. Wilson smiled and said, good luck. Good luck to us both. Zhang Yuankai hung up the phone and quietly stared at the dark night sky outside. He knew it would be hard to sleep tonight. The next day at dawn, when he arrived at the base, he saw that the National Security Bureau personnel had already begun transporting the data, and Lin Feng was indeed acting as the person in charge. Zhang Yuankai smiled slightly and walked over. He, Zhang Yuankai, was a very meticulous person. He didn't know Lin Feng's character, but he knew that young people generally love their girlfriends. At that moment, 2 American agents had secretly gone to Lin Feng's residence, preparing to capture someone, Su Chenxi. Su Chenxi was somewhat skeptical. How could the enemy act according to what he said? She sat there, playing the piano for the whole morning. After all, her public identity was that of a music student. She felt a bit bored until she heard footsteps. She was slightly taken aback, then continued to play with a calm expression. Outside, the 2 American agents glanced at the photo in their hands. A refined, beautiful girl. At first glance, she seemed to have no strength. The muscular agent on the left said, it's her, while the one on the right said, actually, one is enough. Why send 2 people? Chapter 86 Exposure. Super Spy, good morning. Lin Feng greeted Zhang Yuankai. Good morning. Zhang Yuankai looked around and smiled. I'm here as the outer guard force assisting with your transfer. Thank you. Lin Feng replied politely. He had neither doubts nor trust in Zhang Yuankai. To Lin Feng, even these National Security Bureau people were not to be fully trusted. After all, the super spy K could reach this system, indicating a significant identity. At the very least, He must have access to some core secrets. We all serve the country. Zhang Yuankai said. Serve the people. Lin Feng smiled. Right? Zhang Yuankai slapped his forehead, saying, Look at my memory. Lin Feng glanced around and said, Sitting here doesn't seem feasible. As he spoke, he took out a cigarette and offered it to Zhang Yuankai. Do you smoke? Zhang Yuankai paused and replied, Isn't it inappropriate to smoke during a mission? It's fine. Lin Feng said in a tone of a spoiled rich kid, I'm responsible for it. Zhang Yuankai smiled and took it, saying, I'll smoke after the mission. Whatever you like. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. The two sat there, watching the people coming and going, when suddenly Zhang Yuankai said, This mission is not simple. Just look at the scale. Indeed. Lin Feng laughed. Once this mission is completed, I'll be golden. Hearing this, Zhang Yuankai couldn't help but smile and asked, Your father is. But he quickly realized something was off and added, I'm just asking. Lin Feng didn't mind and smiled back. At that moment, Zhang Yuankai's phone rang. He picked it up, glanced at it, and answered it directly. He said okay twice before hanging up. He didn't notice that when he hung up, Lin Feng's action of smoking paused for a moment, and his eyes even squinted slightly. He smiled and said, Uncle Zhang, you still like to speak English. Zhang Yuankai looked around and laughed. When talking to Americans, of course. I speak English. Lin Feng pretended not to have reacted, but the shock in his heart was immense. He thought the super spy, K, was merely someone in this guard team, or perhaps someone from the base. He never expected that this spy had reached Zhang Yuankai's level. No wonder the system had to personally name him. What do you mean? Lin Feng was still playing along and said, We are at odds with the U.S., and you still have contact with them? So what? Zhang Yuankai sneered. Are you a spy for the U.S.? Lin Feng frowned, preparing to feign great anger when he heard Zhang Yuankai casually looking into the distance and saying, Lin Feng, your girlfriend's name is Su Chenxi, right? Lin Feng was taken aback and hadn't reacted yet when Zhang Yuankai said now. She is in my hands. So, are you reporting me, or do you want your little girlfriend's life? Lin Feng recalled his saying. On the surface, he looked furious, but inside he was very pleased. Because everything was going according to his plan, Su Chenxi was successfully captured, and he was being threatened as planned. Beast! Lin Feng exploded in fury, like a young man who had lost his composure. His hand reached out, ready to beat up Zhang Yuankai. But Zhang Yuankai remained unfazed and said, If others find out, I might die, but your girlfriend will definitely die. TSK, such a beautiful little girlfriend. Just then, a National Security Bureau person happened to pass by and walked over to ask, Mr. Lin Feng, is everything all right? It's fine. Lin Feng immediately reined in his expression and said, I'm just exercising. The agent didn't react much and simply said, We can start the transfer soon. You're on vehicle number 1. Got it. Lin Feng nodded. This information, Zhang Yuankai said, You have such big ambitions. Do you know this is information on space-based weapons? Lin Feng's pupils dilated as he scolded. Do you know you are a soldier of Huaxia? Zhang Yuankai smiled and said, If I could, who would want to betray their country? I have no choice. Betrayal is betrayal. Where do all these excuses come from? Lin Feng sneered. Zhang Yuankai didn't care. It was precisely Lin Feng's reaction that aligned with his assessment of Lin Feng, a young man with little scheming but a significant background. Now I give you 2 choices. Zhang Yuankai said to Lin Feng, First, report me. The National Security Bureau people are right next to us. Second, copy the resources inside for me to take. Then I'll let your girlfriend go. Everything will be done discreetly, and you 1T bear the blame. You're threatening me to betray my country. Lin Feng said coldly. You know this is a threat. Zhang Yuankai smiled and said, I believe that even if it is discovered later, with your father's position, he will definitely ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng appeared to fall into deep thought. Zhang Yuankai was shocked. No wonder he was the biggest official second generation online. He could really do this? After all, this was a crime of treason. Once in the car, Lin Feng sat in the back seat, and Zhang Yuankai followed, as Lin Feng requested. Since Lin Feng was the overall commander, everyone had to follow his actions. I prepared a place 500 meters ahead where we can complete the copying and replacement. Zhang Yuankai said. This car had excellent sound insulation. and the driver in front couldn't hear the conversation in the back at all. When they arrived at the place, Lin Feng said, "Stop." Immediately, a National Security Bureau person ran over and asked, "What happened?" "Get these materials inside first," Lin Feng said. The agent said, "This doesn't comply with the rules. This is a temporary arrangement from above." Lin Feng said expressionlessly, "Do we need to inform you of everything?" "Of course not." The agent, showing professionalism, followed orders and had someone take the materials inside. Inside, Zhang Yuankai's people were also arranged to copy the materials. However, the people inside could only copy and had no idea what it was about. Half an hour later, a pile of materials was stacked there, and Lin Feng said, "Are you satisfied now?" "Yeah, now our transaction is complete," Lin Feng said. "Of course not." Zhang Yuankai looked at Lin Feng with a hint of a smile and said, "With your significant identity, you'll just happen to be my amulet." Chapter 87. The dead will not speak secrets. Su Chenxi was firmly restrained in the room by two burly men. Her innocent and fearful eyes made them hesitate a bit. However, as American agents, they couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. In fact, they were even considering whether to do something else with such a beautiful girl. With such thoughts, they were ready to act, especially since they were agents who usually suppress their desires. The key was that Su Chenxi was just too beautiful. They exchanged glances and slowly approached Su Chenxi. "What were you doing?" Su Chenxi asked, looking pitiful. "Don't be afraid," the two agents said with greedy and lustful eyes, stepping closer to her. Su Chenxi felt even more terrified and said, "Don't come any closer. Don't worry, we're very capable, and we will definitely satisfy you," they said, finally unable to hold back any longer. At that moment, Su Chenxi suddenly broke into a smile. The two men paused. Could it be that this seemingly weak woman was also a woman driven by desire? Thinking this, the man on the left turned in surprise, reaching out to grab Su Chenxi's shoulder, only to find his hand caught in an iron grip. Crack! The man looked up, unable to scream, as he met Su Chenxi's cold gaze and heard her calm voice. "I told you not to come over." The two men were simultaneously shocked. A woman could crush their bones with her bare hands? What kind of strength was this? By the time they regained their senses, Su Chenxi's fist had already swung toward them. The room was soon filled with agonizing cries. Eventually there was silence, and all that remained was the sight of Su Chenxi walking out, pristine and unblemished. What does Lin Feng want to do? Chen Haidong listened to the agent's report. He had to pay attention to everything about Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had not explained anything beforehand, only leaving a message: "Don't interfere with what happens next." Chen Haidong felt a headache coming on when an agent said, "Suddenly, many strangers have arrived at Academician Zhou's residence." "How many?" Surrounded, the agent replied, "That's a lot." Chen Haidong immediately snapped to attention, walking while saying, "Can you ensure Academician Zhou Liming's safety?" "Yes," the agent confidently replied. Chen Haidong insisted, "We must leave a live captive." While they were speaking, a fierce gun battle had already erupted at Zhou Liming's house. Zhou Liming sat inside, listening to the gunfire outside, feeling extremely anxious. He knew that implementing this decoy plan would undoubtedly bring danger. However, he was willing to try, because if this person was not him, it would be Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was too important for this country. "Don't worry, no one will get in," an agent reassured him. Zhou Liming nodded, but as an unarmed scientist, he was still immensely worried. "Set off," Lin Feng said to the people outside. "Okay." The National Security Bureau agents nodded. At that moment, Lin Feng added, "When the time comes, you will personally deliver these documents to Academician Yang, and aren't you going?" The agent paused. "I have something to do," Lin Feng said coldly. The agent realized this was against the rules, but didn't dare to say more. Once the convoy left, only Lin Feng and Zhang Yuankai remained. "Let's go, we should set off too," Zhang Yuankai said. "Okay," Lin Feng said expressionlessly. As he got into the car, he remarked, "How do I ensure Su Chenxi's safety? She poses no threat to me, so I won't kill her," Zhang Yuankai replied. "And you? Where will you go?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course, I will take these things and leave here," Zhang Yuankai replied as he started the car. However, what he didn't know was that at the same time he started the car, another vehicle was following behind. In that car was Su Chenxi, as Lin Feng's guardian. Her mission was to protect him, even though Lin Feng had told her that he would be fine. Su Chenxi could disobey orders because her direct command was not from Lin Feng. Her direct command was an order. When she came to Lin Feng's side, the order she received was she could die, but Lin Feng must not. Watching the car move slowly, Su Chenxi really wanted to take action. However, she thought Lin Feng must have some plans. After all, Lin Feng had done so much. If it was just to capture Zhang Yuankai, that was not his style. While she was trying to maintain her distance, Lin Feng and Zhang Yuankai were conversing. Why be a traitor? You don't need to know. Zhang Yuankai replied without explanation. You're leaving anyway, what can't you say? Lin Feng pressed. Zhang Yuankai thought for a moment and said, have you heard of the 306 Yinjing incident? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, I've heard a bit. It was said that Zhang Yuankai had captured a traitor who had sold information within the military. It was that incident that propelled him to his current position. But the truth was that information was sold by me, and I framed him with a scheme created in collaboration with Sakura Country. Who is he? My other competitor, the only one, Zhang Yuankai said. After so many years, I've almost forgotten his name. Because you don't want to bring it up, Lin Feng said. Because mentioning it makes you uncomfortable, Zhang Yuankai replied. Maybe. Zhang Yuankai smiled bitterly and continued, I actually don't understand why there are so many places to get rich. Yet your father arranged for you to go to the War Ignorance Bureau. Do you really want to know? Just a little curious, Zhang Yuankai said, looking ahead. We're almost there. After speaking, he got out of the car and retrieved the bag from the back, which contained a pile of documents. What is your plan? Lin Feng asked. Zhang Yuankai thought for a moment and replied, hand over these documents to the Americans in exchange for wealth and freedom. And then, Lin Feng pressed. Why do you think I still have a plan? Zhang Yuankai laughed, then said, indeed, there's another plan. What is it? Lin Feng asked. Zhou Liming. Lin Feng paused. He's the one behind this, isn't he? Hearing this, Lin Feng's pupils constricted, his killing intent rising as he became anxious. Did you go after Academician Zhou? It seems it really is him, Zhang Yuankai said, looking at Lin Feng with a smile. You being anxious now is useless. When I made my move, they also acted. Lin Feng's expression gradually turned grim. Zhang Yuankai laughed heartily, suddenly raising his hand, revealing a gun that had appeared in his hand at some point. His shadowy face was filled with murderous intent as he said, Do you know why I told you? Lin Feng remained expressionless. He knew that someone like Zhang Yuankai had long since lost all boundaries. Promises were not to be trusted. Because, Zhang Yuankai said slowly, the dead will not speak secrets. Chapter 88, The Impossible Truth. At the moment Zhang Yuankai raised his gun, Su Chenxi, who was above the mountains, had already pulled out her own gun. Although she was 100 meters away, she was confident she could kill him with one shot. However, she was worried that with Zhang Yuankai's reflexes, he might fire immediately upon hearing the gunshot. Unexpectedly, she heard Lin Feng say, Don't shoot. Su Chenxi paused. Who are you talking to? Zhang Yuankai asked, confused. Lin Feng continued to speak, as if to himself, saying he can't die yet. Who are you talking to? Zhang Yuankai shouted, beginning to panic. At that moment, he pulled the trigger. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, Su Chenxi leaped up like a rabbit, her anxiety and unease prompting her to raise her gun instantly. She wanted to kill Zhang Yuankai. However, the next scene shocked her and made Zhang Yuankai swallow hard. They both saw the bullet seemingly controlled, hovering in front of Lin Feng. This scene wasn't overly spectacular, but it had a powerful visual impact. Superpower? This was the first thought that flashed through the minds of the spy and the top agent. Zhou Liming sat anxiously, the gunfire alternating between dense and sparse, until the door was pushed open. He jumped up suddenly, extremely nervous. At that moment, a voice from outside called out, Academician Zhou. It's safe now. Zhou Liming glanced at the two muscular agents beside him, still shaken. It's safe now, the agent confirmed. Zhou Liming swallowed hard, as he detected a strong smell of gunpowder and blood. Just then, Chun Haidong entered with several agents, surveying the surroundings before saying to Zhou Liming, You've worked hard. Zhou Liming closed his eyes and nodded slowly. You can't leave yet, Chun Haidong said. There are bodies everywhere outside. You're an ordinary person, and you can't handle this. I'm afraid it will leave you with psychological scars. Zhou Liming swallowed again, touched by Chun Haidong's thoughtfulness. After a moment, he asked, How many people? At least 100. From what we can see, 100. Zhou Liming exhaled, saying, "You really think highly of me." After thinking for a moment, he added, "No, it should be said that General Lin is really too important." Suddenly, Zhou Liming raised his head and said, "What if?" Chen Haidong paused. "Announce that I'm still alive? Are you crazy?" Chen Haidong was shocked. "Because as long as I'm alive, their target won't be Lin Feng." Chen Haidong looked at Zhou Liming's serious expression and fell silent. He knew this was very unethical. It was unfair to Zhou Liming. However, just like the orders Su Chenxi received, she could die. They all could die. But Lin Feng couldn't. Clang. The crisp sound of metal falling echoed. Who are you?" Zhang Yuankai looked at Lin Feng, finally realizing something was wrong. He picked up his gun, wanted to shoot wildly, but the next second, he turned and ran. He knew that against a superpowered individual, ordinary weapons were useless. Lin Feng, however, had no intention of pursuing him and simply said, "Let's get to work." Hearing this, Su Chenxi rushed toward the direction Zhang Yuankai had fled. After a short while, Lin Feng heard 2 gunshots. About 10 minutes later, Lin Feng saw Su Chenxi returning, dragging Zhang Yuankai with her. His hands and feet were bleeding, and his expression was extremely pained. "Stop the bleeding, he won't die." Su Chenxi seemed to be in a bad mood. Lin Feng glanced at her and remembered that he hadn't informed Su Chenxi about the mech. When Zhang Yuankai fired, she must have been very worried. "Sorry," Lin Feng said. Su Chenxi didn't respond. She simply dropped Zhang Yuankai on the ground and stepped on him. Zhang Yuankai winced in pain, feeling both frustrated and confused. "Yes, apologizing to you. Why are you stepping on me?" At that moment, Lin Feng bent down and coldly said, "Are you surprised?" Zhang Yuankai was not just surprised. He was utterly stunned. He understood that this second-generation official in front of him was definitely more than just an ordinary official. This was a setup. "What did you start to suspect me?" "I never doubted you," Lin Feng replied. "I doubt everyone." Zhang Yuankai suddenly came to his senses and looked at Lin Feng, asking for the second time, "Who exactly are you?" Lin Feng sat on the ground, lighting a cigarette, and said, "I'll interrogate you. That is for the National Security Bureau to handle." Kill me, Zhang Yuankai shouted. "Falling into Chen Haidong's hands will be worse than death." Lin Feng was indifferent. At that moment, he picked up a bag of documents and said, "I won't care about you anymore. I have things to do." "What things?" "Deliver this bag of documents to the U.S., Lin Feng replied. "This?" Zhang Yuankai was puzzled, and then suddenly realized this bag of documents is fake. "True and false," Lin Feng said. "The Americans should believe it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuankai looked at Lin Feng as if he were a demon and said, "Whose plan is this?" "What do you mean by asking this question?" "Yes, this must be Zhou Liming's plan," Zhang Yuankai said. Fortunately, he is dead." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng frowned and pulled out his revolver. He admitted it. At that moment, he had the urge to kill. Just then, Su Chenxi put down her phone and slowly said, "Don't worry, Academician Zhou isn't dead." That was part of the plan. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that the National Security Bureau had concealed some matters from him. "Congratulations, you survived," Lin Feng said again, lifting the bag of documents. But Zhang Yuankai looked at Lin Feng in terror. "Zhou Liming isn't dead? Why isn't he dead?" He had too many unknown answers. Lin Feng looked at his pitiful expression and thought for a moment before saying, "If you can't figure it out, just hold it in. I want to tell you, your capture is just part of the plan. Now, I need to execute the other half of the plan." After saying that, Lin Feng took the bag of documents and left with Su Chenxi. Having spent so much effort, it was naturally not just to capture Zhang Yuankai. Zhang Yuankai quietly watched their figures fade away, listening to the sounds of the National Security Bureau's vehicles nearby. Suddenly, a bold thought flickered in his mind. Could it be? Not Zhou Liming, but him. Zhang Yuankai found it hard to believe. However, at that moment, his intuition told him it was true. Because when Lin Feng and this identity completely overlapped, all problems surprisingly unraveled. He recalled a saying, "When all other possibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth." Chapter 89. Have you ever seen an exploding engine? Chen Haidong arrived. When he got out of the car, he saw Zhang Yuankai lying on the ground, and, after thinking for a moment, he immediately stepped on him. "Are you still human?" Chen Haidong was very angry. Zhang Yuankai's level was extremely high. As long as he was willing, it was equivalent to giving all the defenses and information of the West to the United States. You have to know, that was border defense. Zhang Yuankai's hair stood on end because he knew that Chen Haidong's arrival was just the beginning of a nightmare. Get him captured, don't let him die, Chen Haidong said disdainfully. Zhang Yuankai stared at Chen Haidong and said, "Is it true? Who exactly is Lin Feng? Why is there a dog barking?" Chen Haidong said. The agent next to him, who was holding Zhang Yuankai, immediately punched Zhang Yuankai in the abdomen, causing him to spit blood and dry heave in pain. Once Zhang Yuankai was put into the car, Chen Haidong asked, "Where are those two little bastards?" Chen Haidong was very angry. How could Lin Feng hide such a big scheme from him? Chief Lin said they went to deal with the Americans, an agent said. The agent thought for a moment and said, "Are you sure?" Chief Lin and Sue. Chen Haidong turned his head. The agent quickly said, "Yes, it should be taught a lesson. Next time I will definitely inform you in advance." Lin Feng looked at Su Chenxi and said this. Su Chenxi still ignored him. Lin Feng also knew that this time he indeed did not think things through, but he had conducted tests. Ordinary firearms could not break the defense capabilities of the real damage mech at all. Just when Lin Feng was thinking about how to coax this sulking agent, he unexpectedly heard Su Chenxi take the initiative to say, "It's okay, I can understand. Superpowered individuals do need to conceal their identities." Lin Feng was speechless, thinking to himself that she was overthinking it. He said, "This is a mecha, not a superpower." "I know," Su Chenxi still said, "it cannot be known by outsiders." Lin Feng was completely speechless and simply lazily decided not to explain, because a set of transparent mecha indeed felt incredible. The scientists couldn't believe it, let alone an agent like Su Chenxi who only played small games. The two of them simultaneously looked through binoculars at the front, where a transaction was taking place. An agent disguised from the National Security Bureau was handing over a large bag of documents to this agent. "Where is Zhang Yuankai? He said he wouldn't come. He doesn't trust you." This agent, upon hearing this, was convinced and tossed a bag of money to the National Security Bureau agent, then picked up the bag and said, "How can I guarantee the authenticity of this thing? You can wait for the news or verify it yourself." After several dozen minutes, he seemed to finally get the answer and said, "Good." The National Security Bureau agent took the money, asked nothing, and left directly. This transaction was considered completed. Lin Feng saw this scene and breathed a sigh of relief, while Su Chenxi said, "What will happen next? A part of this information is real, but there is one place modified in the engine assembly." "How is it modified?" Su Chenxi, rarely curious, asked. At this moment, Lin Feng showed a teasing smile and said, "Have you ever seen an engine that can explode?" National Security Bureau stopped cursing. Chen Haidong covered his ears. The two agents beside him quickly turned their heads, not daring to look at this scene. The person cursing Chen Haidong was Lin Feng. However, it was not just them here. There was also Zhou Liming. Similarly, Zhou Liming was also being scolded mercilessly. "Who else knows?" Lin Feng asked. The bureau chief, Chen Haidong, was not a good friend and directly sold out the bureau chief. "Damn it," Lin Feng swore directly. However, Zhou Liming felt very moved upon hearing this. He said, "Chief Lin, this was my voluntary action." "Voluntary my ass." Lin Feng turned around and began to curse him again, starting from the fertilized egg to family. Zhou Liming did not dare to lift his head. Everyone was sweating. "It has already happened. Now as long as I continue to use this identity then," Zhou Liming boldly said. Lin Feng frowned. "I agree with this," Chen Haidong said. Although Lin Feng was unwilling, as long as he could stay alive safely, they were indifferent. "What do you mean a vote, right?" Lin Feng said. "Yes." Chen Haidong recalled that this was the National Security Bureau. "Good." Lin Feng raised his hand and glanced at Su Chenxi beside him. Chen Haidong also stared at Su Chenxi. Unexpectedly, Su Chenxi actually raised her hand along with Lin Feng. Chen Haidong swept his gaze again toward the two agents beside him. Those two agents saw Chen Haidong's glance and immediately prepared to speak. But Lin Feng glanced at Su Chenxi again, and she immediately understood, directly throwing the two agents out. There was no way. These two agents couldn't fight against Su Chenxi. This, Chen Haidong, and Zhou Liming were sweating. It's unfair. It's unfair. Chun Haidong shouted loudly. Two. Lin Feng squinted with a smile and said, how about this? Let's see who comes in first. If he raises his hand, he is with me. If he doesn't raise his hand, he is with you. Good. Chun Haidong nodded, thinking that this was the National Security Bureau and still his territory. After 3 or 4 minutes, they heard the bureau chief's voice slowly coming. Hey, you two, why are you standing at the door like wooden blocks? Who bullied you? As the voice fell, the door was pushed open, and the slightly plump figure of the bureau chief appeared at the door. Chun Haidong was delighted because the bureau chief would definitely agree to this plan, but unexpectedly, Lin Feng at this moment took out a revolver from somewhere and aimed it directly at the bureau chief. Chun Haidong and Zhou Liming were shocked, but they saw the bureau chief, this old man, directly raise his hands and said, Disciple, let's talk properly, put down the gun. I know it's not good to hide it from you, but the result is good. Lin Feng smiled, while Chun Haidong and Zhou Liming angrily looked at the bureau chief, cursing, damn, what are you doing? Spineless. How can you curse like that? You have no quality. U.S. Black House. Now Smith and Prong were very excited, looking at Wilson in front of them. Zhou Liming is dead, this information. Wilson said, is the data on space-based weapons, and we have verified it. You have made a great contribution. Smith Prong personally stood up and patted Wilson on the back, saying, a star will be added to your shoulder, no, too. Everything is for the country. Wilson shouted loudly. What about Zhang Yuankai? Lansport cautiously asked. I don't know, but I also suspect he won't come to see me anymore. Wilson said, this old fox has definitely disappeared, but he is of no use to us anymore. The other two nodded, and Smith Prong said mockingly, a fierce scientist from Huashi's died, and the data on space-based weapons has been stolen. I wonder how they feel now. Lansport laughed and said, what else? They can only hold it in. Chapter 90, Conscience. But not much as soon as the words fell, the laughter of the crowd grew louder. With space-based weapons, we will have one more trump card, Smith Plank said. Lens bonodit. Hades came out of Zone 7, bringing not only the Super Ford-class aircraft carrier, displacement of 250,000 tons, but also 2 major weapons. Now, with space-based weapons, the future must belong to us, the United States. Smith Plank envisioned the future and said, pass my orders, spare no effort, and build space-based weapons as soon as possible. Yes. Ding. Mission accomplished. Find the Super Spy K. While Lin Feng listened to their conversation, he heard the system ring in his mind. He breathed a sigh of relief. The mission was finally completed. The second task was not difficult, just earning points and spending money. However, the third task was a bit challenging. Super Energy Annihilation. What is that? What's wrong? Are you really that brutal? You gave the Americans a blueprint that could explode? Chun Haidong spoke while holding back laughter, saying, are you interested in sitting in the position of the National Security Bureau? I can arrange that for you. Before Lin Feng could speak, the bureau chief angrily said, what do you mean? Is the National Security Bureau that impressive? Are you trying to poach people in front of me? Your Bureau of War Deception doesn't even have an official structure. As they spoke, the two old men started arguing, which left Lin Feng speechless. He thought for a moment, called out to the two old men who were bickering, and asked, how will you handle Zhang Yuankai? Because you have another plan, Zhang Yuankai will temporarily remain hidden. Chun Haidong said, I think we should do it all out. Lin Feng said, I need to let the enemy know the authenticity of this matter. You mean? Upon hearing this, everyone twitched their mouths and then broke into a sweat. Lin Feng really calculated the human heart to the extreme. When Lin Feng came out of the National Security Bureau, he saw Zhou Kuan-min at a press conference, looking imposing. He first cursed the Americans for being disgusting and for killing Zhou Liming. Then, with a choked voice and red eyes, he said, 3 days later, we will hold a memorial service to mourn our great scientist, academician Zhou Liming. In an instant, the entire internet fell silent, filled with grief and anger. The designer of the space-based weapon just died like that? America, how malicious you are. Safe travels, academician Zhou. Lin Feng and the bureau chief watched and laughed, while Zhou Liming looked uncomfortable. What are you thinking? Lin Feng said, your life can be sold for me. And you did indeed participate in the space-based weapon project. Zhou Liming remained silent. He just felt that even so, Wearing such a huge false hat was quite embarrassing. The bureau chief smiled and said, "Academician Zhou, will you attend the memorial service in 3 days?" After the bureau chief spoke, Lin Feng laughed. Zhou Liming was stunned for a moment before reacting, cursing loudly. "Would you attend your own memorial service? How could you curse like that? You still call yourself a senior academician and a cultured person. What a shame." Not long after, the news of Zhang Yuankai's arrest shocked the whole country. If the last counter-espionage operation planned by Lin Feng was the biggest case, then this Zhang Yuankai case was the highest-level counter-espionage case. This incident trended for several days, with all Chinese people denouncing Zhang Yuankai for betraying the country. However, after the storm, some observant people discovered that the behind-the-scenes list of this counter-espionage case actually included Bureau of War Deception, Lin Feng. What the hell? No wonder he is the largest official second-generation online. I don't think so. The National Security Bureau has always been very concerned about such matters, and Lin Feng must have been involved. For a time, both sides argued endlessly. However, soon someone claiming to be an insider leaked that Lin Feng did indeed participate in this case and played a crucial role. Once this statement was made, the storm became even bigger. As long as this experimental device is successful, it represents that we have mastered controllable nuclear fusion. Jiang Cheng spoke passionately. In fact, whether or not he developed controllable nuclear fusion is not important. Controllable nuclear fusion is destined to mark a historical era. Perhaps controllable nuclear fusion cannot solve the energy problem forever, but it can definitely elevate humanity to heights they previously could only look up to. This is akin to the division between the steam age and the non-steam age. Lin Feng also looked at the large device in front of him when he heard someone shout, "Start ignition." With the machine flickering, it could be seen from the screen that the nuclear reactor began to function with the machine's help. This device is named Sun Chaser. Beep, beep, beep. Then the machine began to sound. Lin Feng glanced at Jiang Cheng and noticed his tightly clenched fists. The equipment began to operate, and then dense data. It could be seen that the supercomputer beside it was quickly flashing data. The first error report. Jiang Cheng's heart tightened, and he rushed to check. The entire base began to act intensively. After half an hour, it was finally resolved. Just as everyone took a breath, the second error report came. Thus, by midnight, everyone was exhausted, but the reactor device had been running for over half an hour. According to normal logic, if the reactor could stabilize for more than an hour, it would be considered a success. Therefore, everyone was quietly waiting. 57:58. Everyone held their breath. But just as the time jumped to 59 minutes, the base equipment sounded an alarm, and the supercomputer displayed, "Fatal error. Evacuate. Shut down the reactor." Jiang Cheng shouted. He reacted quickly, although his heart was bleeding. However, Lin Feng pressed his shoulder and said, "Continue." Here, no one understands controllable nuclear fusion better than Lin Feng. "It's normal. It's normal." A technician looked at the screen and shouted loudly. Normal energy is being produced. At this moment, the base erupted in cheers. Jiang Cheng was so excited that he fell to his knees, tears unable to be suppressed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng comforted him while taking out his phone to call Zhou Quanmin. Controllable nuclear fusion. Successful, Lin Feng said. Really? Zhou Quanmin's reaction surprised Lin Feng. He said, "Thankfully it was successful." What happened? The U.S. just announced that controllable nuclear fusion is successfully operational. Also today. That's right, Zhou Quanmin said. So soon. Lin Feng was astonished because the U.S. progress must have exceeded his imagination. According to normal logic, the U.S. research success was a matter of time, but the speed was a bit too fast. He thought for a moment and said, "Right, since the other side announced it, let us not announce it ourselves." Why? Zhou Quanmin was initially puzzled, then suddenly realized and said, "Let them dogs bite each other?" Lin Feng smiled. The implementation of controllable nuclear fusion is fundamentally impossible to hide. However, the Americans might not know that this was developed by China itself and are more likely to think it was sold to them by the AO organization. Zhou Quanmin fell silent for a moment, and Lin Feng quickly said seriously, "You have a misunderstanding about me. I occasionally help elementary school students cross the street." "I know." Zhou Quanmin also said very seriously, "I can only say, you have a conscience, but not much." Chapter 91, KGED Biological Base. On the day controllable nuclear fusion was announced, the whole world exploded. At the moment this news was revealed, the scientific community on Blue Star was buzzing about it. Some experts and scholars emerged and touted the significance of the news. This world would inevitably belong to the United States. Energy drives powerful productivity. And although China possesses space-based weapons, weapons cannot be eaten. Yes, China would be the biggest victim of this news. While everyone was discussing, another piece of news refocused the entire Blue Star on the United States. The U.S. Department of Defense announced they have mastered the technology of space electromagnetic railguns and will construct railguns in space within the next year. Instantly, the world was in an uproar. When this news broke, the global reaction was explosive. The happiest among them was undoubtedly Joyce, who had previously insisted on letting the Bear country continue to support participating in the U.S.-led AO organization. Now it seemed that this choice was extremely correct. This way, his pressure was completely relieved. Similarly, member countries of the AO organization, such as those in Western Europe, all breathed a sigh of relief. Controllable nuclear fusion and space railguns proved that the United States still stood at the pinnacle of the world. When this news reached China, space-based weapons and railguns were considered super advanced technological weapons capable of delivering devastating strikes from space. In response, China's high-level officials organized a meeting. But this time the meeting was not particularly constructive. In fact, Zhou Quanmin did not attend and instead sought out Lin Feng. "Do you think I'm being dong-cat?" Lin Feng chuckled bitterly. It was just a casual question. Although Zhou Quanmin said that, his expression told Lin Feng that he really considered him as ding-dong-cat. "What do you think?" The railgun was indeed a terrifying weapon, but it was merely a powerful airstrike weapon. Lin Feng was not worried. The space-based weapons provided by the system could not be weaker than the railgun. What surprises me is why the U.S. technology is advancing so quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quanmin instinctively glanced at Lin Feng, but still said, "There is no news on that front for now." After saying that, Zhou Quanmin handed Lin Feng a piece of paper and said, "This organization is called Listening Wind. It is our underground organization in the U.S. "When did it start?" Lin Feng asked. During the War of Resistance. Zhou Quanmin's words startled Lin Feng. The older generation truly had foresight. Lin Feng exhaled, and, as he took the paper, Zhou Quanmin said, "The one in charge of Listening Wind is Bai Yiling, who is publicly from the Sakura Nation." "What's the code?" Lin Feng asked. "What code?" Zhou Quanmin rolled his eyes, not wanting to engage with him. The times have changed. There's no need for codes anymore. After sending Zhou Quanmin off, Lin Feng found Jiang Cheng. The fundamental reason Lin Feng was not afraid of the United States was that he was very much looking forward to unlocking the Level 3 mall in the system. Now, only one final task remained to unlock the Level 3 mall, super energy annihilation. If you say there might be a more powerful energy than annihilation, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, "It should be in space." Space. Lin Feng thought about it and found it challenging. Indeed, there were space technologies in the Level 2 mall, but they were limited to near-space travel. Seeing Lin Feng deep in thought, Jiang Cheng did not interrupt. After a while, he spoke again. "There's another possibility." Lin Feng looked at him. "The deep sea," Jiang Cheng said. "The oceans on Blue Star are too vast, and there are even large areas covered by ice." When Lin Feng heard this answer, he nodded. In fact, these two answers were also within his considerations. A few days later, controllable nuclear fusion was officially put into use. The first base to be activated was named Gonggong. Gonggong is the name of the water god in ancient Chinese mythology, and the choice of this name for the base is deeply meaningful. With the implementation of controllable nuclear fusion, there was no longer any talk of waste. It was essentially a comprehensive effort. On this day, Li Xiang finally understood everything. "Apologize," Li Xinzong said. "Bowing to someone better than you is not a shameful thing." Li Xiang stood there frozen. "What happened?" Li Xinzong stampé flarat. "I called him yesterday, but I couldn't get through," Li Xiang said aggrievedly. "Maybe he blocked my number." Li Xinzong was speechless. However, the real reason Lin Feng did not answer his call was that he was busy. Moon landing. Zhou Liming was stunned when he heard Lin Feng's words. "That's right," Lin Feng said. "Wasn't your mission in the southern island the moon exploration plan?" but currently we do not possess complete moon landing equipment and technology. Now we do, Lin Feng said, directly waving his hand, and Su Chinsi immediately dropped a box of materials in front of Zhou Liming. Zhou Liming paused for a moment, then stood up to take a look, the corner of his mouth twitching. Such impressive materials, and they're packed in such a shabby box, like it cost nothing. He felt embarrassed, but then happily carried the box away, mumbling something under his breath. However, he saw Luo Shui at the door. The two were not familiar, just nodding to each other. Luo Shui walked in and greeted Lin Feng, who nodded slightly and gestured for him to sit down. How is the construction of the Gonggong base going? Lin Feng asked. At this speed, 100 days will be enough, Luo Shui replied. What about the manufacturing of the super-nuclear submarine? Lin Feng inquired. That should be about the same, Luo Shui said, noticing a change in Lin Feng's expression, and asked, has something happened? Lin Feng said, I need several fleets to conduct deep-sea exploration. Upon hearing this, Luo Shui curiously asked, what specifically are we exploring? Unknown substances, Lin Feng said seriously. All unexplored substances. Half an hour later, Luo Shui hurriedly left, knowing that matters that even someone like Lin Feng took very seriously must be extremely important. A few hours later, the first fleet of nuclear submarines departed from the Shihai Island base, beginning their deep-sea search journey. At the same time, a significant event occurred in Chinatown across the Pacific. A mass team secretly invaded Chinatown and captured over 1,000 Chinese people, including men, women, and children. They were taken without even putting up a fight. They were blindfolded and sent to a secret base located in the eastern United States. This base was called KGD. It was the largest biological research base in the United States. Chapter 92. The provocation from Asan, let go of me. Are you even following the law anymore? A group of Chinese people shouted below. To some extent, they no longer belonged to the Huaxia people, as most of them had escaped from Huaxia and obtained American citizenship. Above the gate, Hades stood with a woman, who asked, are you really not going to tell Smith, Planck, and the others? No need for that, Hades replied. You must understand that he can't know everything. Let them know what they need to know. Understood, the woman nodded. By the way, Hades turned and said, do we recently capture a spy? That's right. Go tell that fool Wilson to hurry up and eliminate this organization, Hades said coldly. I don't want our plans exposed to the world before we're ready. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, a target over 300 meters away suddenly detonated, causing all the snipers around to widen their eyes. They had been invited here, supposedly to test a new sniper rifle. Is this what you call a sniper rifle? The company commander of the sniper unit said, looking at Qian Yongyuan. Do you want one? Qian Yongyuan asked. Of course we do, the commander said, wiping sweat from his brow. If they were certain they could have such an impressive weapon, they were all tempted. What is the maximum range? 2,500 meters, Qian Yongyuan replied. 2,500 meters? The commander was astonished. Naturally, sniper rifles are not just about distance. Anything over 1,500 meters is top-notch. 2,500 meters is world record level, not to mention the damage. Is there a problem? Qian Yongyuan asked. The commander was filled with passionate enthusiasm. He believed this gun must be very precious, one of a kind. He even thought, should he give this gun a name? Unexpectedly, Qian Yongyuan shouted to the soldiers behind him, what are you still doing? Each of you gets one. Do you want me to bring them to you? The commander was speechless. What did you just say? In nothing. It already has a name. Qian Yongyuan recalled Lin Feng's words and said, the designer named it. What is it? The commander asked. Qian Yongyuan looked at the sniper rifle and said, Dragon Sniper. Dragon Sniper. The commander was confused. There were no dragon patterns on it, but he still said, okay, that's quite imposing, because this sniper cannon is also the only weapon in the secondary market with a name written on it, called Dragon Sniper. After distributing the weapons, the commander took the sniper unit away, since most soldiers were currently stationed at the border. Huaxia's territory connects with many countries, and the current international situation is so critical that surrounding countries are restless. Among them, Asen country leads the way, followed by Monkey country. Both are making small moves under the guidance of the United States. At this moment, this sniper unit was preparing to be dispatched to the southwestern region to participate in border defense. Lin Feng received a report almost daily. from the deep sea and also about the lunar landing progress from the southern island. Currently, 5 controllable nuclear fusion devices have been assembled domestically and applied in 5 major areas, further alleviating the energy crisis. Thus, many vehicle owners in the country noticed something strange. Since the blockade, the price of fuel had actually been decreasing day by day. As for food, thanks to Lin Feng's previous actions, the pressure had also been greatly relieved. Abroad, many countries were also immersed in the development of controllable nuclear fusion, praying that the United States would soon provide them with the relevant technology. However, the U.S. had already stated that everything would prioritize the U.S. first, then other countries would follow. Later, when AOS allies began to protest, the U.S. hurriedly sent a controllable nuclear fusion device to each major country. This finally calmed the public. However, there was one country that considered itself a major power but did not receive this device. So, the people of this country were sulking inside the Black Palace. This person was the leader of ASEAN country, Demo. "Oh, there's really nothing we can do," Smith Plank said apologetically. "I know your great southern country really needs this thing, but we VE produced as much as we can. We originally had one machine set aside for you, but..." Lansport chimed in. "You know how those bear countries are. They're not as easy to deal with as you. Are you saying our great southern country has too good a temper?" Demo was furious. "Of course not," Lansport quickly said. "What I mean is, you're a civilized nation, unlike those wild bears." Demo then snorted coldly. "We have decided and proposed that at tomorrow's World Union Conference, Huaxia will be stripped of its 5 seats, Smith Plank said. But what?" Demo became excited. Any other emotion vanished. 5 seats were something they could only dream of. "But you first need to prove that you can fight against Huaxia, right?" Smith Plank said. Hearing this, Demo wilted. The other side had Tianzhou won. They definitely couldn't win. "Are you stupid?" "That's not what I mean. I mean you can attack from the land," Lansport said. "Huaxia's land forces are quite average, and their southwestern region is remote, mostly mountainous, making transportation inconvenient." "Don't worry, we want to make you go all out," Smith Plank added. "Just poke around, don't go all in." Lansport continued, "How about this? To congratulate you in advance for joining the 5 permanent members, we will give you a controllable nuclear fusion device as a gift." Upon hearing this, Demo finally felt overjoyed. Lansport and Smith Plank exchanged glances, both revealing mocking smiles. There will definitely be a battle between Huami. So, let ASEAN first test the other side's strength. It's absolutely a brilliant plan. That night, while Lin Feng was sleeping soundly, he was suddenly disturbed by commotion outside. When Lin Feng stepped to the door, he saw Su Chenxi tightly guarding the entrance. "What happened?" Lin Feng asked. "ASEAN has declared war on our southwestern region," Su Chenxi said. "ASEAN?" Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, feeling both angry and amused. Did this country really not wake up yet? He chuckled helplessly and turned around to go back to sleep. He didn't feel much emotional fluctuation. He thought he had just heard a joke. Chapter 93, The Defense of Old Delhi, the Southwest Battlefield. A cannon sounded, igniting this land. The cause was that the A3 nation requested to enter the territory of Huaxia under the pretext of missing soldiers to conduct a search. This escalated into the current gunfire battle. However, heavy artillery had yet to make an appearance. But given the current situation, it was only a matter of time. Therefore, the district chief stood beside the railway tracks for a day and night, finally seeing reinforcements. A company? Or a sniper company? The district chief was somewhat puzzled. To be honest, this was about to evolve into a war between 2 nations. Sending a single company for reinforcement seemed too trivial. What was the closest route from here to Old Delhi of the A3 nation? That night, the sniper company prepared to set off with their rifles. "Are you really going?" The district chief thought they were crazy. "You will be responsible for drawing attention," the company commander said. "But how can you escape their satellites?" The district chief said. "It's fine. We won't carry heavy equipment, and we have assistance from space-based weapons," the company commander replied. "What about the planes?" The district chief continued to ask. At this moment, the company commander shook his sniper rifle and said, "We have snipers." The district chief was almost on the verge of collapse. He felt these people were insane, using sniper rifles to shoot down planes? Crazy. Just cooperate. Why ask so many questions? The war lasted a day and night, causing a sensation worldwide. As it stands, The conflict had not escalated into a large-scale war between the two countries, but the A3 nation frequently issued reports of success. They had advanced 500 meters into the opponent's border and were currently making rapid progress. The opponent retreated another 1,000 meters. Indeed, Huaxia had become a paper tiger. The opponent retreated another 1,000 meters, and we even occupied one of their barracks. Almost every 500 meters or every 1,000 meters, Demo would hold a press conference. He was overjoyed. He knew the United States was using them as pawns, but he didn't expect that this time, agreeing to cooperate would yield so much. First, a controllable nuclear fusion device. Secondly, the position of one of the 5 permanent members. Thirdly, their international status had significantly improved due to their victory in the attack on Huaxia. Therefore, Demo felt somewhat complacent. Meanwhile, many experts in the international community began to analyze the situation. They believed that due to prolonged sanctions, Huaxia's economy had regressed, leading to insufficient military support. Others speculated that Huaxia might have fallen into internal chaos, unable to face external wars. Such news and discussions continued until Lin Feng, the head of the Leadership Bureau, accepted an interview and said one sentence. The A3 nation has made a fuss for a day and night, and it's enough. It's time to discipline the disobedient children. At the same time, the sniper company crossed the border of the A3 nation and advanced straight in. They marched quickly, wearing civilian clothes, watching the vehicles of the A3 nation. Our underground organization members are really impressive. They managed to get us so many things, including passes. A soldier looked at his clothes and then at the vehicles being allowed through. Hey, this spy thing isn't just for the Americans. We usually just keep quiet about it, the company commander said with a smile. As they moved forward, it was almost unimpeded, until they gradually reached a city, Old Delhi. This is the capital of the A3 nation, their cultural and political center. Hey, we've arrived. Get off, guys, the company commander said. A group of people got off one after another, and one soldier looked ahead and said, "Isn't it too easy to enter? Don't you think about why?" Someone replied, "Without the intervention of space-based weapons and the help of our underground organization comrades, do you think we could get in this easily?" More importantly, the company commander pointed to the wrapped weapon in his hand and said, "The key is that this thing is small enough." That's right. If we really brought a sniper rifle, it wouldn't be effective. The soldier realized this. They couldn't possibly take sniper rifles to fight in a city. Someone asked, "Commander, how should we fight?" The company commander glanced at Old Delhi and said, "Do you think a single company can surround this city?" Everyone was astonished. And then they heard the company commander say, "Our ancestors almost turned them into Old Delhi during the defense war in just a few days. Today, we cannot embarrass ourselves." On the internet, everyone thought the bureau chief was bluffing because the foreign ministry was still condemning and protesting. Until that night, a cannon shot rang out in Old Delhi. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The soldiers left behind were shocked, but they searched around and saw no one. All they saw was the city filled with cannon fire, the key question being, where did all this cannon fire come from? That night, Old Delhi was bombarded heavily, and Demo was forced to mobilize the entire army, launching the defense of Old Delhi. However, the army was deployed without discovering any signs of artillery. Meanwhile, the company commander of the sniper company was indeed commanding their unit to bombard from different directions. Those who didn't know would think they were a demolition squad. The entire battle was very quick, as this dragon sniper not only had very low recoil, but also a very fast bullet speed. Therefore, the duration was only half an hour. But the effect of that half hour looked different from the air. The entire Old Delhi was ablaze, as if it had fallen. All the soldiers of the A3 nation were desperately searching for targets. However, there's a saying, if you can find a sniper's position, either he is gone or he is dead. Half an hour later, the entire sniper company regrouped, got back in their vehicles, and headed north. Is it really that simple? The soldier was a bit uncertain. The company commander smiled and said, "I estimate the people of the A3 nation will think they've encountered ghosts." The whole vehicle burst into laughter. By the next day, they searched the surrounding area, still not seeing a single soul, leaving only the capital Old Delhi, continuously billowing with smoke and flames. "I have a question." The district chief looked at them as if they were idols and said, "How did you do it without taking any artillery?" The company commander shook the sniper rifle in his hand, smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, "We won. Why ask so many questions?" When Lin Feng woke up and saw this news, he knew it was the sniper company that had taken action. Originally, they could have just used space-based weapons to fire a shot directly at the enemy, but the higher-ups decided against it. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Moreover, the military also wanted to see the power of the sniper cannon. Thus, the snipers of this company were distributed around the entire Old Delhi, launching a bombardment that night. This blast didn't kill many people. However, many buildings in Old Delhi were destroyed, and more importantly, the A3 nation panicked. In just a day and night, they had gone from victors to the defense of Old Delhi. Who could accept that? Lin Feng did not participate, but continuously threw out his designs, resembling an emotionless design machine. Individual mobile combat platform. Level 2, super tank. Level 2, handheld electromagnetic cannon. Level 2, combat armor. Level 2. Finally, after a month, Lin Feng had collected and consumed a total of 66 million points. He also received his system task prompt. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Spending 66 million. Ding. The host's VIP level has been upgraded to 3. Ding. The host only needs to complete the third task to unlock the level 3 mall. When Lin Feng heard this, he still couldn't breathe a sigh of relief. The most difficult task is this third one, and he currently has no clues at all. On that day, Lin Feng found Jiang Cheng and reported the information he had obtained. In recent days, the Shihai Island base had launched a total of 6 exploration teams towards the Blue Star Ocean, covering all 5 oceans. However, due to special reasons, the exploration teams did not venture deep into enemy waters. Do you really think Blue Star has stronger energy materials? Jiang Cheng still didn't believe it. Lin Feng nodded. Jiang Cheng carefully looked over the reports and said, "Chief Lin, if this continues, it will be no different from looking for a needle in the ocean." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want it this way. Lin Feng shook his head. Jiang Cheng sat down and said seriously, "Countless scientists initially discovered radioactive elements like polonium and radium. Then Rutherford confirmed that the hydrogen nucleus is a positively charged unit called a proton, and only in 1938 was nuclear fission officially discovered." So, Lin Feng asked, "During this period, many people died." Jiang Cheng said, "These people all died from radiation." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly realized and said, "You mean, if Blue Star really has stronger energy materials, it must also have this characteristic?" "That's right." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "The probability of this is almost 100%. Chapter 94 Free Electricity Center of the Pacific Ocean beep, beep. I wonder what they are really looking for up there?" A soldier on a nuclear submarine scanned the front seriously and asked. The captain beside him frowned and said, "Don't you want to do this anymore?" The soldier panicked and quickly replied, "Of course not. I'm just curious." The captain then relaxed his brow and said, "Since it's a military order, we just execute it. Moreover, I heard that this time, not just us, but half of the nuclear submarines have been dispatched." "Yes." The soldier quickly saluted. The captain patted his shoulder, and just then, the machinery suddenly sounded, and everyone on the nuclear submarine felt a tremor. "Activate hull correction. Initiated. Investigating the cause." "Captain, it's confirmed. It's caused by a massive water discharge." Upon hearing this, the captain frowned slightly. The construction of the nuclear submarine was originally designed to withstand massive water flow impacts. At this moment, the camera captured an image of a huge wave of seawater rushing towards them. However, the nuclear submarine had already activated the correction system, so they were not afraid of this. Suddenly, the machine beeped repeatedly. "Report. A massive object has been detected directly above us." "How big?" "About the size of an aircraft carrier." The soldier swallowed hard as he spoke. "Maintain deep dive," the captain said quickly, looking at the radar detector, and indeed saw a huge shadow of an object. Suddenly, the massive shadow moved, rolling down and rushing towards them. "No, not an aircraft carrier." The captain was alarmed. "Should we attack?" Upon hearing this, the captain was also unsure, but 3 seconds later, he decisively said, "The opponent has already discovered our position. Fire." "Yes." "Activate level 1 attack mode. Everyone prepare." As the crew was methodically preparing, suddenly the target direction on the radar changed. Everyone was stunned. Cease fire. The captain called to the soldier who was about to press the attack button. The soldier turned his head and saw the captain swallowing hard, incredulously looking at the images transmitted from the monitoring system. Is that a shark? All the soldiers swallowed hard. A shark comparable to an aircraft carrier? What kind of joke is this? The captain, shocked, turned to the nearby sailor and asked, "What sea area is this?" "It seems." The soldier thought for a moment, pointed in the direction where the shark disappeared, and said, "Ahead is the rumored Bermuda Triangle." Defeated. And it only took a day and a night. In the Black Palace, Smith Plank was truly exasperated. Did they activate the space-based weapon again? Smith Plank asked. No. Lance Porter replied. Our surveillance satellites have been monitoring their space-based weapons and have not seen any attack actions during this time. Hearing this, Smith Plank was somewhat puzzled and asked, then how could the people of the A3 country say they were bombarded and still can't see where the enemy's artillery is? How would I know what is going on in their heads? Lance Porter said with a sweat. In just a day and a night, they turned into a nation defending their capital. Who can understand that? After speaking, both of them looked somewhat dejected. They originally wanted the A3 country to take action to test the waters, but the result was disappointing. Why not let the Monkey Nation take action? Smith Plank said. Lance Porter nodded and said, I'll contact them right away. As Lance Porter thought about how to coax the Monkey Nation, he went to the diplomatic area and immediately made a phone call. However, he only got halfway through when he heard the second-in-command of the Monkey Nation say, I'm sorry. I have something else to do. We'll talk next time. Beep, beep, beep. Lance Porter was a bit stunned. The people around were also a bit confused. Isn't the Monkey Nation known for being good at fighting? Why are they scared? At this moment, the second-in-command of the Monkey Nation, Hu Haibing, cursed as he hung up the phone. To be honest, Demo knew what the U.S. was planning, and Hu Haibing knew as well. No need to ask, the U.S. would definitely throw out huge interest next, but you have to have your life to take them. He didn't want to end up like the A3 country, turning into a capital defense battle in just one day. Now, there's a lot of buzz online, with some calling the soldiers from Huaxia who were bombing Old Delhi, the ghost army. The lion may not be as it once was, but it is still a lion. Hu Haibing sighed with regret. While this war storm had not yet settled, a new wave of turmoil arose. The GDP data was released. According to statistics from the World Economic Organization, the Bear country became the fastest-growing economy, followed by the A3 country. However, the U.S. ranked 6th. Although the U.S. had paid a great deal of benefits when forming the AO group, it had also genuinely reaped more rewards. After all, Smith Plank's slogan was, America first. Make America great again. Netizens from various countries, especially those from the AO group member states, expressed their happiness upon seeing this data. Especially netizens from the A3 country, it seemed that even with their capital being bombed, it didn't matter much anymore. People were curious about what the data from Huaxia was. They were eagerly waiting. As various countries appeared, finally, the name Huaxia appeared. Ranked 128th, growth rate -13. 5. Upon seeing this, netizens around the world were in an uproar. Once, Huaxia was the fastest-growing country globally, making even the old U.S. tremble. Now, it was already on the brink of being at the bottom. In an instant, a large number of economic experts emerged, and the World Economic Organization pointed out, Huaxia is not far from national bankruptcy. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar among netizens worldwide. However, people living in Huaxia felt quite sad upon seeing this data. Although their salaries were definitely lower than before and job positions fewer, they felt that their living standards were gradually improving. For instance, now, their gasoline costs only a third of the previous price. For example, pork is only 3 yuan per gene. On this day, a middle-aged man went to the Power Grid Bureau because his bank card had problems, so he needed to come here to pay the electricity bill. Please wait a moment, said the staff member at the Power Grid. The middle-aged man sat aside, but after half an hour, he became somewhat impatient. Please wait a moment, the staff member said again. The middle-aged man sat for another half hour, and just as he was about to explode in anger, the staff member stood up and said, Sir, you can go now. The middle-aged man paused and then angrily said, I came here to pay the electricity bill after working hard, and you're doing nothing. Is this how lazy your government is? The staff member still smiled and said, Sir, you misunderstood. I made you wait an hour because, starting now, Ordinary residents nationwide will implement a tiered free electricity policy. Your electricity consumption qualifies for the first tier, so there is no charge. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man took a long time to respond. What? About 6 months later, the lunar exploration program could begin. Zhou Liming confidently said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. After hanging up the communication, Li Xiang hurriedly walked in from outside. What brings you here? Lin Feng smiled. Li Xiang, however, put down his notebook and angrily said, by sending out such benefits, you are effectively walking into the trap of becoming a middle-income country. The so-called developed country trap refers to the situation where a country begins to distribute large-scale welfare before achieving developed country status. Lin Feng wasn't angry. He understood Li Shiheng's character. Although this guy had apologized to him before, his temperament was such that he had to speak out when he couldn't stand something. What do you mean by the developed country trap? Lin Feng asked. Of course, if the United States continues to guide the progress of this blue planet, we will never reach developed country status, Lin Feng said. Wake up, don't let the numbers blind your eyes. If people are not well fed, find no joy in food, and lack a sense of security, how can they create new things? Li Xiang was momentarily speechless, and at that moment, Luo Shui quickly walked in from outside. Speaking as he walked, Chapter 95, searching for the giant shark. When Luo Shui entered, he glanced at Li Xiang. The latter was quite understanding. He nodded slightly at Lin Feng and said, I'll take my leave now. Lin Feng nodded in response. Luo Shui smiled and said, while watching Li Shiheng's departing figure, this kid only listens to his father. I didn't expect him to bend a little here. He has a good head on his shoulders, but is prone to impulsiveness. Lin Feng remarked as he took the data, this kid can be trained. He's not bad. Luo Shui smiled and waited for Lin Feng to continue reading. The first reports Lin Feng looked at were from the Arctic Ocean and near Antarctica. Recently, they had indeed discovered quite a few new things, but unfortunately, none were related to the so-called energy materials. While casually flipping through, Lin Feng found nothing of interest and felt somewhat disappointed. Could it be that the super energy materials are lost in space? Just as he was about to return the documents to Luo Shui, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and said, why is there one report missing? A team from the Pacific had encountered some issues during their search and had to return to standby for investigation. What happened? Lin Feng casually asked. The captain mentioned that while probing a certain area, they had spotted a large shark. Seeing Lin Feng's indifferent expression, Luo Shui added, this shark is said to be the size of an aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier. Lin Feng immediately became interested. He recalled Jiang Cheng's words. If super energy exists, then there would be radiation, and radiation is the source of mutations. Lin Feng looked at Luo Shui and said, where are the members of that fleet? I want to meet them. Sign it, Li Guochang said to the 100 people in front of him. The captain, Wang Yuanliang, looked at the confidentiality agreement in confusion. After returning from the Pacific and recounting what they had seen, they began to undergo an investigation. Then they were personally received by Li Guochang, but what they received was a confidentiality agreement. Can I ask what was being kept confidential? Wang Yuanliang inquired. Li Guochang glanced at the confidentiality agreement, and when Wang Yuanliang picked it up to look, he was taken aback. It read, what you see and say today cannot be disclosed, not even to your superiors. Wang Yuanliang swallowed hard, wondering what kind of confidentiality agreement this was. He picked up the pen and signed it, followed by the others. Only then did Li Guochang say, come out. After a while, Lin Feng, accompanied by Luo Shui, slowly walked out. Wang Yuanliang and the soldiers immediately looked at Luo Shui, as they were from the Navy and naturally recognized him. However, it seemed Luo Shui's identity was not much of a secret. After all, he was one of the founders of the National Ocean Engineering. As for the person next to him, Wang Yuanliang and the others paused, then remembered. This young man before them was rumored to be the largest second-generation official in Huaxia, right? They began to feel a bit dazed. While Lin Feng did not care about what they were thinking, he immediately asked, please tell me the details of what happened that day again. Wang Yuanliang was slightly taken aback, then looked at Lin Feng and said, you believe us? After he explained in detail, Lin Feng asked, where? In the Bermuda area. Jiang Cheng hurriedly set aside his work and went to the West Sea Island base to meet Lin Feng. After hearing the details, He pondered for a moment. How is it? Lin Feng asked. I have studied the mutations caused by nuclear radiation. To a certain extent, biological genes can mutate under prolonged radiation, leading to either death or unpredictable changes. Jiang Cheng spoke as if he were a biologist, saying if possible, Godzilla is really not just a legend. You agree? Lin Feng asked, excluding the possibility of their hallucinations. Jiang Cheng said, because they have been in the deep sea for a long time, it's not surprising for such a situation to occur. The next day, when Li Guocheng received Lin Feng's message, he immediately held a meeting in Yanjing and then rushed to West Sea Island. You can't go, Li Guocheng said, right? Jiang Cheng nodded. The Bermuda Triangle is just a legend, and you know that nuclear submarines are very safe. Lin Feng said, we need to trust our domestic technology. It's not for that reason, Li Guocheng said. I'm not here to seek your opinion, but to inform you. In the country, you have Su Chenxi to protect you, and the National Security Bureau can set up a tight net. But in the deep sea, we are powerless. Li Guocheng looked at Lin Feng seriously. Is it not dangerous for you to go? Lin Feng asked. At least, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, I have fulfilled my wish, but Chief Lin, the future of Huaxia still needs you to break the deadlock. Looking at the expressions of Li Guocheng, Luo Shui, and Jiang Cheng, Lin Feng wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. He nodded and said, all right, I'll listen to you. The three sighed in relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their hearts. After nearly half a day, Jiang Cheng was fully armed and boarded the nuclear submarine, accompanied by Wang Yuanliang's team. He wasn't foolish. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng patted Wang Yuanliang on the shoulder and said, you all must return safely. Yes. Wang Yuanliang felt moved and helped Jiang Cheng into the nuclear submarine, but just as Jiang Cheng, who had been smiling, suddenly covered his mouth. Academician Jiang, are you seasick? Wang Yuanliang was startled. And no problem, Jiang Cheng tightly covered his mouth and said, I took some medicine. I'll be fine. Don't tell Chief Lin, or he'll go himself. Wang Yuanliang was speechless with surprise. Jiang Cheng held an academician-level identity and was willing to endure physical rejection and discomfort, all just for the safety of a young man. At this moment, Wang Yuanliang was convinced. Lin Feng was definitely not just the second-generation official rumored online. While Jiang Cheng and others were at sea, domestic social media exploded. The #1 trending topic was, electricity fees free? Influencers on platforms like Weibo and Douyin personally went to the Electric Network Bureau to verify, and the results were consistent. Civilian electricity fees were free as long as the first tier did not exceed 200 kilowatt hours. There would be no charges at all. In an instant, the whole internet was in an uproar. Woo! I can finally turn on the air conditioning and sleep. Stop sleeping and think about what on earth is happening in the country. Has the country gone downhill? How is that possible? Could it be that we've developed controllable nuclear fusion? Haha, stop dreaming. We're not a member of the AO organization. Opinions varied among netizens. Some were worried, while others were happy. However, across the Pacific, the United States was stunned upon hearing this news. They hadn't even implemented free electricity, and Huaxia did it first. Their higher-ups must have lost their minds. Smith, playing, smiled, but still felt uneasy, giving orders to Wilson to investigate the matter thoroughly. Chapter 96 Exposure. Controlled nuclear fusion. Wilson was getting annoyed. Hades had thrown him a big task to deal with Listening Wind, and now another mission from the Black Palace came in. Recently, the Listening Wind organization had been gathering information all over the United States, and Wilson's task was naturally to protect the secrecy of Hades' identity, as well as the confidentiality of various projects currently underway in the U.S., because everyone knew that there would inevitably be a war between Huami. So, before the real war comes, whoever reveals their cards first will lose half the battle. However, this shouldn't be too difficult. Wilson picked up the phone and suddenly paused for a moment. He realized that the number of spies he could use in Huaxia was decreasing. Damn, Wilson thought of Lin Feng and said, is this kid really a nemesis for spies? Lin Feng, unaware that Wilson was thinking about him, had been busy with many things lately. For example, checking on the construction of the Gonggong base. For example, regularly accompanying the bureau chief to attend lectures. The bureau chief was very touched by this. With tears and snot, he suddenly saw Lin Feng fiddling with his phone and asked, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be comforting your leader right now? Recording, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng didn't seem to have much of conscience. Moreover, the topic of free electricity was currently a hot issue. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Why have I never seen the senior brother you mentioned?" The bureau chief thought for a moment and said, "I don't know which department he's gone to." It was Lin Feng's turn to be speechless, looking at the bureau chief disdainfully, thinking that after all that bragging, you don't even know where he went. Lin Feng was speechless. This leader only knows how to threaten people with their salary. Is it really possible that free electricity is a result of our country developing controlled nuclear fusion? The host threw out a critical question. We also want to know, but the information we have is merely that our economy has regressed too severely, and the country is afraid of increasing the burden on residents, so. After finishing, Lin Feng's eyes turned red. Is that so? The host turned to look at the bureau chief. The bureau chief, however, coughed and said earnestly, "Some things cannot be said." After this symposium, netizens across the country were moved to tears. They didn't believe the bureau chief's words, but they believed Lin Feng's. After all, in their hearts, Lin Feng represented honesty, trustworthiness, and a second-generation official identity. From this moment on, I decided to work hard to contribute to society. Me too. The U.S. will eventually discover that we are using controlled nuclear fusion, and then your credibility will drop, and your persona will collapse. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng said without thinking, "At that time, I'll just say I don't know, right? I'm just a second-generation official. How much can I know?" The bureau chief, hearing this, directly gave a thumbs up, thinking to himself that you are the real boss of the War Ignorance Bureau. In the deep sea of the Pacific, when they arrived in this area, Jiang Cheng's face had already turned extremely pale. Wang Yuanliang tried to persuade him to turn back multiple times, but Jiang Cheng refused. "What about you?" Jiang Cheng asked. "We are soldiers," Wang Yuanliang said. "Military orders come first. Do you think my life is worth more than yours?" Jiang Cheng said. Wang Yuanliang and the others were moved, but then heard Jiang Cheng say, "Anyway, we can't let Lin Zhongshe come. His life is definitely worth more than ours." Wang Yuanliang and a group of soldiers were speechless, thinking about what kind of person this Lin Feng was. They operated the nuclear submarine and began to enter this mysterious area that had been talked about since the age of exploration. In fact, Bermuda had been debunked before. Many scientific experts pointed out that there was nothing mysterious here. It was simply the deep sea of the Pacific, and the surrounding islands were sparse, leading to frequent accidents. However, considering the giant shark seen last time, Wang Yuanliang kept the nuclear submarine in a level 1 status upon entering the sea area. Fortunately, after half a day's sailing, nothing was found. Jiangqing also focused on the seabed of the Bermuda area. If they were to search for materials, it would inevitably be on the seabed. But unfortunately, they couldn't find any waves or detect radiation here. Everything was calm. "Let's take a break," Wang Yuanliang, genuinely worried about Jiang Cheng's health, said. Jiang Cheng rubbed his forehead and nodded. Just as he was about to rest, suddenly the floor he was standing on began to shake rapidly. "What happened?" It has appeared," a soldier shouted loudly, disbelief evident in his voice. Even having seen it a second time, he still felt it was overwhelmingly huge. While Lin Feng and the others were causing a huge stir discussing free electricity, a spy's message quickly made its way to Wilson's office. Originally, Wilson was in his office picking out a suit. He received internal news that, due to his use of Zhang Yuankai to steal data on space-based weapons, he would be awarded by Congress. So when the agent, panting, brought a sealed document to him, he smiled and asked, "What is it?" Wilson paused, thinking that it was probably news from Huaxia, and still smiling, he asked, "What is it?" "You'll see," the agent said. Wilson slowly opened a seal, and the moment he took out the paper, his smile instantly froze as it read 5 English words. Controlled Nuclear Fusion. Chapter 97. The Missing Nuclear Submarine. At that moment, Wilson felt as if his heart had nearly stopped. Although there were only 5 words, the meaning was clear. China has controllable nuclear fusion? How is that possible? For a long time, the weapon that kept China in check was controllable nuclear fusion. If China had controllable nuclear fusion, then what was the point of the blockade? Wilson knew he couldn't delay this matter any longer. He picked up the document and hurriedly walked outside. At that moment, inside the Black Palace, Smith Plank was restless. The weather was already bad, with continuous rain, and now demo had come to bother him. The reason was, at this World Union meeting, India still hadn't gained a permanent seat among the 5 permanent members. Originally, as long as India held its ground in the war against China, everything could be negotiated. However, it was unexpected that India was so incompetent. Now, many countries had voted against halfway through the process. Therefore, even if the Chinese representative did not attend the meeting, the result still did not kick them out. Smith-Planck felt somewhat comforted by this, but still felt a lot of pressure. Seeing Wilson approach, his attitude was not very good. "What is up?" Wilson didn't mind and walked straight over, handing him a piece of paper. "What does this mean?" "The real reason China offers free electricity is," Wilson slowly explained, "they use controllable nuclear fusion." "What?" Upon hearing this, Smith-Planck stood up immediately. This matter could be described as shocking to some extent. After a moment of contemplation, Smith-Planck said very seriously, "It must be that some country has struck a deal with China." Lin Feng had been very busy lately. Among the 3 major bases, the progress of the Gongong base was rapid, and many technological weapons required his assistance. Therefore, it was normal for the bureau chief not to see Lin Feng in the War Ignorance Bureau for a whole week. However, on this day, while the bureau chief was drinking tea, he saw Li Guocheng walking in and invited him for tea. Whereas Lin Feng, Li Guocheng looked around as soon as he entered. That kid has many places to run to. One moment he says he's looking at planes. The next he says he's looking at tanks. The bureau chief said, "He's from my War Ignorance Bureau, but I can't keep tabs on him." "Be serious," Li Guocheng said. The bureau chief immediately put on a serious face and replied, "I heard he went to check on the base." Li Guocheng sighed. "What is wrong?" the bureau chief asked. Li Guocheng pondered for a moment and said, "The Pacific Fleet has gone missing." The bureau chief didn't understand. But Li Guocheng quickly turned around, unsure of where he had gone. At this moment, Lin Feng was at a base but not at Gongong. He was at another base called Tongtian. This base was also the largest and most complex. Liu Jiantong participated in the construction of this base, so he saw many different aspects. According to the previous design, this base was to create a sky battle team. But it was much more complex than Gongong and the 3rd base, Pangu. "Does Tongtian base have any secrets?" Liu Jiantong asked Lin Feng. "No," Lin Feng said while drinking water. "You're lying," Liu Jiantong replied. "I've seen the blueprints for Pangu base, and the difference is immense." Only then did Lin Feng look up and smile. Academician Liu's insight is still sharp. Being old really is different. Liu Jiantong was quite different from other academicians and was much more straightforward. "It's okay to tell you, but..." Lin Feng looked at Liu Jiantong, who immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'm the tightest-lipped person." Lin Feng continued, "This base will eventually fly." Liu Jiantong was first shocked, then immediately frightened and said, "What did you say?" He suddenly remembered that there were 3 gaps for controllable nuclear fusion beneath this base, and that many areas were densely packed with aviation parts. However, such a large base flying, it definitely can't be done now. It's not finished. Lin Feng said, "Besides, we lack funds." Liu Jiantong thought the same. To make such a huge base fly would cost a fortune. Nowadays, China can be self-sufficient, but there's very little surplus money. "So this time I came to find you, not just to help you solve the 6th-generation aircraft technology problem," Lin Feng said. "I want to build several production lines for 5th-generation fighter jets at Tongtian base." Liu Jiantong paused and said, "Our 6th-generation aircraft are almost finished. Why are you building 5th-generation production lines?" "To sell." "Sell the production lines?" "Of course, to sell the planes," Lin Feng said. "The 5th-generation aircraft will eventually be phased out. But we don't need them. Other countries are very eager. Look, Australia hates us so much, but aren't they still rushing over to buy?" Liu Jiantong thought for a moment and said, "That's true, but we are still under sanctions. The last trick you used probably made the U.S. start to guard against it." "So what?" Lin Feng said, "If others don't buy your stuff, it doesn't necessarily mean the quality is bad, but it's not cheap enough. A 5th-generation aircraft priced at $5 billion has all sorts of shortcomings." Lin Feng smiled and said, "But a 5th-generation aircraft priced at $500 million. In their eyes, it has all the advantages." "Someone is looking for you," Su Chinsi said. "Well, it's nothing," Li Guocheng stammered. But Lin Feng knew what kind of person Li Guocheng was. Li Guocheng, coming to find him, must be related to Jiangsheng. His eyes became sharp as he said, "Is something wrong over there?" Li Guocheng also knew he couldn't hide it from Lin Feng. He let out a sigh and said, "That's right. When did it happen?" "After they went deep into Bermuda." "When was the last contact?" "They said," Li Guocheng said, "they spotted a shark and were pursuing it." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. There were hundreds of lives at stake. "We have already dispatched an aircraft carrier," Li Guocheng said. "I want to go," Lin Feng said. Li Guocheng pondered for a moment. "The Tianzhou is enough to dominate today's blue star oceans. There's no need to fear," Lin Feng added. Li Guocheng then said, "Okay." Lin Feng hung up the phone, feeling an immense anxiety in his heart. He hoped that it was just a bad signal. After all, nowadays, people say they can't conquer the stars, and even the oceans are in a state of awe. Chapter 98. Blocked for loneliness for 3 consecutive days. The AO countries were bombarded by the United States. This was because China had discovered a controllable nuclear fusion device. Immediately, they cast their suspicious eyes on the first batch of countries that had obtained controllable nuclear fusion. Countries like Sakura Nation, Western Europe, and Kangaroo Nation were somewhat manageable. But when the internal investigation turned to Bear Country, things took a turn. "We are just cooperating. We agreed not to interfere in each other's internal affairs," said Rovsky. When he heard that the United States was sending a delegation to investigate them, he directly called the Black Palace. "This matter is very serious," said Smith Plank. "How serious is it?" "It's none of our business," Rovsky replied firmly. Although he had agreed to join the AO organization, it was merely for controllable nuclear fusion. He didn't want to fall out of sync with the world. He was also curious about what made Smith Plank act like a mad dog. Controllable nuclear fusion. Smith Plank nearly roared. "China has controllable nuclear fusion." Rovsky suddenly realized. He had heard that China was working on free electricity a while ago. They were the first country in the world to announce free civilian electricity, and at the time, Rovsky thought China was crazy, starting to follow in Bear Country's footsteps. Now, hearing about controllable nuclear fusion, he understood. With controllable nuclear fusion, the cost of electricity would be extremely low. Plus, China's power grid was already the best in the world. "This matter is not our doing," Rovsky said. "Since I agreed to join the AO organization, I want to just sit back and watch China rise. Think about it. How much data and how many devices have you given us? We don't even have enough for ourselves." Smith Plank fell silent. Even the United States itself was not so bold as to generate power directly using controllable nuclear fusion. He hung up the phone. Lansport beside him did not dare to look at his expression, but still asked, "Should the investigation continue?" "Continue," Smith Plank replied. "Also, conduct a thorough investigation domestically. I suspect Chinese spies may have stolen our controllable nuclear fusion technology." "Understood. The truth cannot be hidden, let alone something as significant as controllable nuclear fusion." Soon, news of China possessing controllable nuclear fusion spread online. "What the hell? No way. Oh God, we worked hard to join the AO organization just for controllable nuclear fusion, and they already have it? The AO organization is blocked for loneliness." Americans were likely furious. Now was time for a show. Netizens from various countries were discussing fervently, but there was more tension. The vast majority of countries were members of the AO organization, and they naturally did not want China to do well. However, Chinese netizens were different. "What? I thought I misread that. 666666666, aha," I said. "How could the country suddenly have free electricity?" "Oh wow. So the electricity in my house is generated by controllable nuclear fusion. No wonder the air conditioning smells nuclear. Hee. This must be infuriating for you." This news not only exploded on major social media platforms, but also made headlines in major media outlets. They were frantically analyzing where this device came from. Was it technology or a ready-made product? Real or fake? So, in various occasions, high-ranking officials in China were bombarded with questions from the media. However, very few people knew about this matter. In fact, some knew but dared not speak. For example, Bureau Chief. This person had retired and was too idle, so he wanted to talk about this. However, after a few attempts to bring it up, he ended up in the National Security Bureau and dare not say much now. He knew that the current situation was either someone at the level of Zhou Quanmin spoke, or it was Lin Feng who spoke. Most likely, It would be his apprentice who made the final decision. And the bureau chief was not wrong at all. Although Lin Feng was on his way to the Pacific Ocean, he still received a satellite call from Zhou Kuanmin. Exposed? Lin Feng was both surprised and not surprised. China had implemented free electricity for everyone, and oil prices had dropped. There must be something fishy about it. What do you mean? Zhou Kuanmin asked. I have an idea. In the distance, Li Guocheng saw Lin Feng say this and hang up, then took out his phone. From the signal monitoring of Tianzhou, it could be seen that this call was not made domestically, but to the United States. Li Guocheng was somewhat surprised. If it weren't for Lin Feng's significant identity, he might have been arrested on the spot. However, Li Guocheng had no doubts about Lin Feng, so he was just curious. In City Inn, United States, hey there. A cute-looking girl smiled at an American. The American laughed even more. In fact, this American had a significant identity, sitting in the U.S. Congress. However, the person speaking the language of Sakura Nation before him was even more remarkable. Bai Yiling, the leader of the Listening Wind organization. Her identity as a Sakura Nation person was just to help her better infiltrate. Just as Bai Yiling was patiently extracting information, her phone rang. She glanced at it, and her expression subconsciously became tense. Is something wrong? The American asked. I need to go to the restroom, Bai Yiling said in fluent English. Lin Feng. The voice of Lin Feng came through. I know. Bai Yiling had heard Zhou Kuanmin mention it before, and her work would be handed over to Lin Feng in the future. She said, you shouldn't have called directly. Don't worry. The encryption of Tianjin cannot be cracked by anyone on Blue Star now, Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Bai Yiling sighed in relief and said, but it's always better to be cautious. After that, she asked, is there anything else? There is something that might cause you some trouble, Lin Feng said. Like what? Have you recently stolen a document related to controllable nuclear fusion? Lin Feng asked. Bai Yiling paused and said no. Are you sure? Lin Feng pressed. Bai Yiling was somewhat confused, thinking how could she possibly have stolen such a thing. However, she was not a fool. After a moment of shock, she quickly realized, and Lin Feng had already said, if not, then you have stolen it now. I understand. Bai Yiling naturally understood and said, I will have Listening Wind quiet down for a while to avoid the storm. Don't worry, Bai Yiling said, we are just happy to be in the midst of it. The more chaotic it is here, the better it is for us. And if this credit falls on us, we will be happy too. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Feng thought for a moment and added, sincerely. Bai Yiling paused but quickly hung up the phone. She pondered for a moment, then smiled. This newly appointed superior seemed quite decent. At least, his brain and mouth were good. As she thought this, she lifted her head again, and the smile in her eyes quickly disappeared. She was a spy, and she had to ensure she was always in character. Otherwise, she would be the one to die. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had hung up the phone, was just looking at the endless ocean before him, as soldiers called out from behind, we are approaching the Bermuda Triangle. Chapter 99. Deceiving the whole world at the same time, Zhou Kuanmin picked up the phone and made a call to the bureau chief. Are you asleep? You call me. And even if I'm asleep, I wouldn't dare to say so. Leader, the bureau chief replied. Zhou Kuanmin laughed and said, it's your turn to make an appearance now. What? About the controllable nuclear fusion issue. Exposure? Just say it was done by the Listening Wind organization, that they stole materials from the United States, Zhou Kuanmin said. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief slapped his thigh and exclaimed, if this gets out, won't the Americans be in a panic? Their FBI will probably investigate all their officials. Zhou Kuanmin chuckled. Who came up with such a rotten idea? What a good idea. The bureau chief quickly flattered, saying, it must be your brilliant leadership. Stop flattering, Zhou Kuanmin replied. Such a heartless idea was thought up by your apprentice. Huh. The bureau chief was taken aback, then said, now it makes sense. After that, both of them burst into laughter, and after hanging up, the bureau chief cursed, this rotten idea is really not bad. The next day, the bureau chief accepted an interview with Donghai TV. Welcome, bureau chief. The host was quite polite. However, she had a deep strategy. She started with free electricity and then suddenly shifted the topic, asking, so, how did our controllable nuclear fusion come about? You're changing the topic too quickly. The bureau chief said with a wry smile. Ha ha ha. The host laughed and said, don't mind me. If you can't say it, then don't. This was a standard phrase used by interviewers when speaking to the bureau chief. It's nothing, the bureau chief said. Actually, this matter will eventually be exposed. I think the contributors should be rewarded. Unfortunately, they are not in the country. What do you mean? The host sent something. Let me ask you a question first. The bureau chief quickly said, has the United States achieved free electricity for everyone? No, the host added, the American leadership does not value people's livelihoods as we do. The bureau chief smiled and said, it's not just because of that. To some extent, the United States cannot. The host was confused. The United States was the first to announce the implementation of controllable nuclear fusion technology and has already started mass production. Suddenly, the host seemed to understand, nervously saying, we didn't get the technology, did we? The bureau chief continued her line, saying, if we only stole a device, do you think we could achieve free electricity? Damn! Even though the host was a woman, she couldn't help but curse upon hearing this. This answer was something she had never anticipated. So this technology is... the host asked. Hearing this, the bureau chief felt a pang of guilt. In fact, he really wanted to shout it out to the world. This technology was invented by his apprentice, Lin Feng. But he couldn't, not only for the greater good, but also for Lin Feng's safety. He suppressed his feelings and said, listening wind. What is listening wind? The host asked, confused. An organization, the bureau chief replied. An underground organization that has been collecting intelligence for us in foreign countries since last century. By chance, they obtained it. This. The host was stunned, stuttering. Can this be said? Why not? The bureau chief laughed and said, we're all blocked off. What kind of international friendship do we need? As he spoke, the camera zoomed in on him, making him appear extremely imposing when he said this. It sounded strange, but indeed it was powerful. Well, we are civilized people. We shouldn't say we stole, we should say we borrowed. Incredible, the AO organization really achieved nothing. Other countries were dumbfounded, having given up so much to join the AO organization, only to find that China was the first to obtain the technology while they only got the device and still had to look to the United States. Chinese netizens were all amused. The bureau chief was right. In today's competition among major powers, there is no gentleman's agreement. Over the years, American spies have been causing trouble in China, and everyone felt unhappy about it. Now, it was great. They had vented their anger. However, while Chinese netizens were overjoyed, those abroad exploded with rage. Oh, I'm so angry. Damn it, I didn't expect China to be like this. They still call themselves a civilized, ancient country. Exactly. They were furious, blaming China for being shameless. However, their anger wasn't because they genuinely thought China was shameless, but because they felt they had lost out, the kind of blood loss. So, apart from condemning China's shamelessness, what else could they say? Some media outlets, like Flies, rushed to the White House. However, no one from the White House came out to speak. Instead, the FBI launched a night operation, beginning investigations into all scientists and politicians involved in controllable nuclear fusion. That very night, they arrested 10,000 people. This included the American person Bai Yiling was in contact with. At this moment, Lin Feng, who used an interview to cause chaos in the United States, knew how big of a stir he had created. Because this time, the system rewarded him. Ding! You have successfully deceived the whole world. Reward points 8 million. 8 million. This was the first time Lin Feng received such a high reward. However, Lin Feng was not in the mood to celebrate. Points are good, but first, he needed to save people. Master Lin, our nuclear submarine fleet has already set off. Yu Xingming came here, not to report to Li Guochang first, but to Lin Feng. People of Yu Xingming's level knew this. Now, standing here, Lin Feng's rank was the highest. We have already given instructions in advance, Yu Xingming said. No, Yu Xingming said, the water depth in the Bermuda Triangle is quite decent, and all our instruments are operational. Lin Feng pondered. It would be great if the super nuclear submarine were completed right now. Because Lin Feng had studied the system in detail. The weapons in the secondary mall of the system were enough for China to dominate the entire blue planet. However, if they wanted to break out of the blue planet and venture into deep space, that wouldn't work. Unlocking the tertiary mall was the only way to achieve that. Chapter 100, Declaration of War. Return to bipolar competition, beep beep beep. In the deep sea, several nuclear submarines were diligently searching for the trace of the missing nuclear submarine in the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle looked small on the blue star map, But in reality, it is an enormous body of water. It is unclear when the terrifying legends began here, such as the tales of planes and ships sinking. However, later, scientists and experts repeatedly explained these phenomena, and the legends of the Bermuda Triangle gradually faded from human consciousness. The entire search operation lasted 3 days and nights, but still yielded no results. As time passed, Lin Feng gradually became anxious. It wasn't that he had lost patience. He was worried about Jiangcheng and their safety. How about I deploy some more warships? Li Guocheng suggested. Jiangcheng has made significant contributions to the country. We can't let anything happen to him. No, Lin Feng replied. If a nuclear submarine can encounter trouble here, other warships face too many risks. Li Guocheng thought for a moment and agreed, although he was anxious. It couldn't be done that way. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng was unaware that Lin Feng and the others were searching for them, as they had just awakened from coma. In fact, Jiangcheng was the last one to wake up. We can't be, a crew member said, swallowing hard as he looked at Wang Yuanliang beside him. Wang Yuanliang, equally incredulous, stared at the greenish slime and the bright red flesh walls outside. His lips twitching slightly as he said, most likely, we're inside a shark's stomach. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned strange and even spectacular. Jiangcheng regained his memory. They had encountered a giant shark and had been tracking it, only to be suddenly attacked by it. Are we filming a movie? Someone said in disbelief. I don't know, another crew member replied. We have weapons. We could just blast our way out. The group hurried to the weapon control panel, only to find that all the weapons displayed red exclamation marks. This, the crew member felt it was unbelievable. This was a nuclear submarine, made from some of the strongest materials in the world. Stomach acid slime. Jiangcheng said calmly. Don't think we're safe now, perhaps. It can dissolve even a nuclear submarine. Hearing this, everyone became dazed, some in disbelief. Jiangcheng continued. You have to understand, this isn't an ordinary shark. At that moment, everyone began to feel tense. What do we do now? Someone started to panic. The group fell silent until a few seconds later when Jiangcheng finally said, Send out a signal. I believe there must be a rescue team outside. Wang Yuanliang nodded, and as an operator quickly began to work, he saw a dense stream of data and said, Is our nuclear submarine's reactor part corroded? It shows there's a lot of radiation outside. What? This revelation stirred up a huge wave of concern. The nuclear reactor was no joke. If it was completely corroded, they would lose power and perhaps its destructive force could keep them trapped here forever. It wasn't me, Lansport said, shaking his head vigorously. Even he, the second in command of the United States, have been interrogated by the FIB for a whole day and night. Someone has to take responsibility for this, the FIB minister said. It's simple. Find the source of the leak, Lansport replied. How the controlled nuclear fusion technology was leaked remains a mystery. But now that China has announced it, there must be an explanation. Otherwise, the minister said, we'll go to war. Upon hearing this, Lansport fell into contemplation. This was indeed a major issue. The United States had always taken advantage of others. Now that China announced it publicly, if the U.S. took no action, their global prestige would decline. The problem was that there were too many unknowns with China now. Space-based weapons, super aircraft carriers, and the ghost army that captured Old Delhi in a day and night. It seemed that the isolated island they had abandoned on the Asian continent had now become stronger. However, it was clear that they had become poorer, and capital had completely abandoned them. When our railgun, 6th-generation fighter jets, and aircraft carriers are fully operational, that's when we will truly initiate war, the minister said, falling silent, swallowing hard without saying anything else, and waved his hand, signaling that Lansport could leave. Lansport took a few steps, then smiled and said, Oh, I almost forgot we also have space-based weapons. The minister smiled slightly, revealing a hint of amusement, and said, In that case, we can consider a draw. How can we call a draw? Lansport exclaimed, walking away indignantly. We lost controlled nuclear fusion technology. He exited the FIB office, heading straight for the White House. Now he knew that the biggest problem for the United States was not the loss of technology, but the hearts and minds of the people. The AO organization, built on controlled nuclear fusion, had tied so many countries together to sanction China. As a result, China had run farther than even the United States itself. One could imagine the immense pressure faced by the U.S. diplomatic sector. When Lonsport entered Smith's office, he saw mountains of documents piled up. Lonsport looked at the extremely frustrated Smith and said, "We should be back to where we were." When? Time reached the 5th day, and even Lin Feng began to feel despair when suddenly a nuclear submarine sent a communication. "We have detected the K-37 signal." As soon as the words were spoken, the entire ship erupted in excitement. "What team are you?" Lin Feng asked. "We are the K-19 submarine," the captain replied. "We're tracking the signal, but we have not yet detected the presence of K-37. Continue tracking. We will be there soon," Lin Feng instructed. "Yes," the captain said as he prepared to have the crew continue tracking, only to see them staring in shock at something. He looked up and saw the giant shark displayed on the screen. "Is it really that big?" The captain felt it was a bit exaggerated, but he remained calm and said, "Where's K-37? Hurry and contact them." The captain was somewhat angry because he felt a soldier should not be distracted at this time. Unexpectedly, a crew member said weakly, "The signal source of K-37 is moving in the same direction as the shark. Are they being pursued?" The captain became tense, only to hear the crew member say, "The signal shows that K-37's source comes from inside the shark's stomach." Upon hearing this, the captain's hand holding the communicator froze in midair, just like his expression. Chapter 101. The mysterious giant shark. When Lin Feng heard the news while sitting on the Tianzhou No. 1, his expression was one of immense shock. The shark swallowed the nuclear submarine? For a moment, Lin Feng felt a bit uncomfortable. Could it be that Jiang Cheng and the others have? "I think we shouldn't jump to conclusions too soon," Li Guochang said. "We've seen cases before where people were rescued from the belly of a python. Not to mention, they should have been completely swallowed." As Li Guochang spoke, he opened the image, and when he saw the shark, he was momentarily speechless. After a long time, he finally said, "What the hell is this thing? Is there really such a giant beast in the ocean?" Lin Feng was also curious, but he held on to a glimmer of hope in his heart. "What about using the dust cannon to directly kill it?" Li Guochang suggested. "No way," Lin Feng immediately rejected. "Not to mention the power of the dust cannon. With one shot, the shark would undoubtedly be pulverized. More importantly, there's a reactor inside the nuclear submarine." Li Guochang understood and asked, "Then what should we do?" "Have a domestic team send over shark tranquilizers immediately," Lin Feng instructed. "Okay." Li Guochang immediately went to arrange it, and Lin Feng added, "Everyone just needs to track it, don't disturb it." After several hours, 13 fighter jets arrived, bringing experts and tranquilizers. The expert explained the use of the tranquilizer in detail, stating, "Actually, even for a 21-ton shark, we won't need this much." Saying this, the expert adjusted his glasses and looked at the screen, asking, "What size is this shark?" Because when they saw it for the first time, their expressions were similar. Lin Feng patiently asked, "Are you sure this tranquilizer will work on a creature like a shark?" "Absolutely," the expert became excited, as being able to tranquilize such a large shark would undoubtedly be an unforgettable experience. "Then let's get started," Lin Feng said to Li Guochang. "We can't delay." Li Guochang nodded and signaled for the fighter jets and nuclear submarine to prepare. According to the plan, they needed to inject all the tranquilizers into the shark's body within 30 minutes. Therefore, coordination from above and below was necessary. The shark's behavior is such that once it is attacked, it will dive. So we need to wait for it to surface, and then the fighter jets will strike first. The expert remained very professional, flipping through a book while explaining. Lin Feng and Li Guochang both agreed to this combat plan. After tracking for nearly 30 minutes, the fighter jets finally spotted the shark very close to the water surface. "I am number 6375. I think it's the best time to attack. Should we begin?" "Start," Li Guochang commanded. In the sky, the fighter jet quickly pressed the launch button, and the modified tranquilizer darts flew swiftly toward the shark. Everyone eagerly watched the screen as Li Guochang shouted, "Submarine team, prepare." Just as the submarine team was getting ready, a gas came from Tianzhou No. 1. Lin Feng quickly looked over and saw an incredible scene. All the tranquilizer darts fired from the fighter jets were blocked by a layer of deep blue light. What is this?" The expert was so shocked he couldn't speak. "What movie is this from? Send me the name," was Qian Yongyuan's first response. Lin Feng seriously recounted the situation. And Qian Yongyuan's expression immediately became serious as he said, "It should be an energy shield. Does this thing really exist?" Lin Feng was astonished. "In theory," Qian Yongyuan replied. "It's not surprising. We once conducted an experiment using a special device that interfered with bullets using infrasound, causing them to stop. The results showed it was feasible, but unfortunately, the project was forced to terminate due to high risks and various reasons. Strictly speaking, this infrasound is a kind of energy shield." Lin Feng asked, "Is it enough to blast it open?" "Yes," Qian Yongyuan said, "but be careful. If the firepower is too strong, it could ignite the nuclear submarine, which would be disastrous." After ending the communication, Lin Feng nodded at Li Guocheng. Since they couldn't determine the source of this energy shield, they would start with smaller attacks. They began with the bullets from the fighter jets. The result was fighter jet attacks, unable to break through. Naval cannon fire, naval cannon attacks, unable to break through. Sniper rifle attacks, unable to break through. Light missiles, unable to break through. One message after another came in, and the shark, disturbed by the attacks, became impatient. Lin Feng pondered. Now, it seemed only 3 options remained: Dongfeng missiles, the dust cannon, and space-based weapons. However, the power of these 3 was too immense, and Lin Feng really wasn't confident. Once the shark entered a berserk mode, it would start running everywhere. The expert looked at Lin Feng and said, "You don't have much time left." Although it was unclear whether the people on the warship were listening to Lin Feng, he followed along. "What about the sniper cannon? Is that possible?" But the power of the sniper cannon lies in its explosive nature. Its destructive capability is only about twice that of other sniper rifles. Judging by that, it should be similar to light missiles. While Lin Feng was contemplating this, the shark suddenly leaped up, creating huge waves that even covered Tianzhou No. 1. However, Tianzhou No. 1 was not afraid of this, and everyone was not worried. But Lin Feng, due to this danger, suddenly remembered something. The mech. His mech. He recalled that his mech was called True Damage. Could it be? As Lin Feng felt excited, Li Guocheng was also taken aback. Could it be? Did Lin Feng come up with a good idea? He quickly looked at Lin Feng, eager to know what this genius boy had thought of. To his surprise, he saw Lin Feng pull out a revolver. Thinking too much. Li Guocheng was sweating. Why pull out a revolver in front of such a powerful energy shield? But Lin Feng firmly gripped the revolver, staring at the distant shark. However, this scene appeared somewhat ridiculous and strange to the expert, Li Guocheng, and the soldiers, because this revolver might not even shoot that far. Lin Feng paid no attention to the gazes of others. He kept muttering in his heart, "I must break through. I can definitely break through." Chapter 102. The Power of the Super Revolver. Assassination. Seeing Lin Feng standing for so long, Li Guocheng wanted to say something. But he could only think that Lin Feng might be feeling unwell, which is why he was using this action to vent his anger. However, in the next second, Lin Feng suddenly pulled the trigger, and the gunfire rang out. What Li Guocheng heard was not the traditional bang of a revolver. Instead, it was bang. What was that? Li Guocheng instinctively thought someone had disobeyed his orders and dared to fire. To his surprise, he only saw a massive fireball shooting out from Lin Feng's gun, rushing towards the shark at meteoric speed. Was this a revolver? Everyone stared at the gun in Lin Feng's hand, swallowing hard, as if they had seen a ghost. Most of them were experts in firearms, and even artillery experts, yet they had never witnessed such a scene. Lin Feng completely ignored their gazes, fixated on the shark. In the next second, the bullet, glowing with frictional fire, plunged into the sea, striking the shark. The surveillance footage showed that the shark once again emitted a thin layer of energy protective film. However, at the moment the bullet hit the energy shield, to everyone's disbelief, they saw that the bullet easily penetrated the protective shield, as if, like a bullet passing through thin paper. At that moment, the entire ship fell silent, everyone fixated on the revolver in Lin Feng's hand. What the hell is this thing? Combat team, prepare to attack. Attack! A few minutes later, the anesthetic plan was finally implemented as planned. After the energy shield was breached by the super revolver, all the anesthetic successfully entered the shark's body, causing it to go nearly insane, constantly spiraling and trying to escape. Lin Feng and the others breathed a sigh of relief because the experts said, with such a large volume, it would probably take half an hour to take effect. Li Guocheng decisively ordered that for this half hour, they would quietly track it. However, just as the turmoil outside began to calm down, Jiang Cheng and the others inside were having a tough time. If it weren't for the seatbelts, they would have been tossed around, suffering injuries. However, Jiang Cheng had fainted, and almost everyone had lost consciousness. Only Wang Yuanliang, who had good physical fitness, had not been knocked out by the shark's wild movements. He felt both worried and relieved. He knew something must have happened outside to make the shark behave this way. He just hoped, Wang Yuanliang thought, and then fell into unconsciousness. Outside, half an hour quickly passed, and everyone was pleasantly surprised to see that the shark was indeed preparing to close its eyes. Ready for a laser dissection, Li Guocheng asked the experts, "Where is the shark's abdomen located?" The expert was about to consult some books for interpretation when suddenly there was a sound from beside them. Everyone turned to see that just as the shark had closed its eyes, it opened them again. The anesthetic was ineffective. Everyone was terrified. If we increased the dosage, perhaps it could, the expert suggested. But Lin Feng was watching the shark's eyes filled with a frantic will to survive. His instincts told him that this shark had already begun to sense the danger. It would definitely not give them a second chance. He raised his super revolver once more. Where's the shark's fatal spot? The gills. This time, the expert did not flip through the book but spoke directly, looking at Lin Feng's gun with anticipation. He was curious whether Lin Feng could aim from such a distance, if he accidentally shot the abdomen. But Lin Feng stood firm, numerous values flashing in his eyes. The real damage mecha not only had defense capabilities, it also had a function, locking on, as the super revolver. How could it not be compatible? Beep beep, locked on. As the mecha values loaded, Lin Feng fired the revolver again. His gaze was calm, even confident. He remembered something. When this set of mecha was given to him, the system had also assigned a name to this super revolver. Time's up. Bang. Seconds later, the entire sea was filled with bright red blood, exuding a strong smell of blood. Everyone watched as the shot accurately struck the shark's gill area. And someone quickly reported, "The shark has closed its eyes. The shark is sinking." Everyone let out a huge sigh of relief. Lin Feng also sat down, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. Li Guocheng ran over, patted his shoulder, and sat down beside him. "Hurry and salvage it," Lin Feng said. "It's already been ordered." Li Guocheng replied, glancing at the revolver in Lin Feng's hand, asking, "When will this thing be mass-produced?" Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled wryly. He wanted to explain, but couldn't. He had thought about this revolver before. Its bullets were very special because they had to be stored through the real damage mecha and could only store 3 rounds at a time. Simply put, unless the entire set of mecha was duplicated. Li Guocheng brought it up casually, knowing Lin Feng was somewhat mysterious. At least it was said that anyone who dared to investigate Lin Feng's background was playing with fire. After a brief psychological break, Lin Feng and Li Guocheng stood up, watching the shark being gradually salvaged from below, both still feeling shocked. How did this come about? I don't know. Lin Feng shook his head, feeling astonished inside. It felt like a prehistoric creature. To be precise, it felt like filming a movie. Due to its enormous size, the Tianzhou, one had to be secured in position on the water, and the laser team prepared to perform a laser dissection. At this time, the expert played a significant role. He researched for a while and ultimately decided on the incision location. "Be careful," Li Guocheng reminded the leader of the laser team. Understood. The leader cautiously approached. And after a while, with the help of the laser, the shark's belly was slowly cut open. The expert flipped through his books and said, "This is a bit strange." "What's strange?" Lin Feng asked. "The lifespan of sharks can be very long, but this one doesn't seem to have a long lifespan based on its belly," the expert said while adjusting his glasses. Lin Feng's expression also showed some confusion, but after a moment, they saw the exterior of a nuclear submarine gradually being revealed. "It's K-37, someone exclaimed. They knew this would be a historic moment. They had rescued a nuclear submarine from inside a shark. The entire rescue operation took half a day, during which they frantically called out to the people inside, but there was no response. When they could finally see the door of the nuclear submarine, they decided to break it down violently. However, unexpectedly, the door was pushed open. "Captain Wang?" Everyone was astonished. Wang Yunliang's face was pale as paper. But when he saw the national flags on the soldiers' shoulders, his eyes reddened. "We're here to get you." Wang Yuanliang was on the verge of tears, but he still said, "There are important things inside." Chapter 103, Super Energy Material, Annihilation. When Lin Feng saw Wang Yuanliang, he only noticed that the rescue team was carrying the unconscious individuals one by one. "It's fine, they just fainted." The rescue team's leader reacted quickly. Wang Yuanliang also saw Lin Feng and let out a sigh of relief. "What did he say before he fainted?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes. Did he say anything else?" Wang Yuanliang replied. "He just said that he hoped the rescuers outside wouldn't use heavy firepower, otherwise everyone would die." Lin Feng was taken aback and looked towards the distant shark, suddenly understanding something. "It can't be." Lin Feng's expression was a bit strange. Just then, the unconscious Jiang Qing opened his eyes. He looked at the blue sky, then at the surrounding soldiers, and finally at Lin Feng, tears streaming down his face. He was just a scientist, unable to withstand all this. He was tough, quickly wiping away his tears and saying, "Chief Lin, that super energy material is very likely inside the shark." At the Shihai Island base, one of the most important military bases on the East Coast, everyone was mobilized. They not only required signing a confidentiality agreement, but also began to use all means to disperse all fishing boats from the Pacific to here. The reason given was military exercises. Soon, under the protection of a group of soldiers, they finally saw the enormous aircraft carrier. Tianzhou No. 1 slowly sailed in. Until they saw something. "Why is the water behind us red?" someone said. When everyone got a clear look, they all dropped their jaws. What did they see? A shark? A shark comparable to an aircraft carrier? This scene shocked all members of the base. A whole day passed, and finally, the shark carcass was placed on the shore, which was also heavily protected. After returning to the shore, Jiang Qing's complexion improved considerably. Lin Feng reproached him. "Why didn't you say anything about being seasick earlier?" Jiang Qing didn't dare to meet Lin Feng's eyes and said, "I don't know." Lin Feng naturally wouldn't believe his nonsense. But Jiang Qing secretly felt relieved. If he hadn't substituted for Lin Feng, it would have been Lin Feng who got into trouble. He had heard about the rescue process and was not surprised, because in his heart, no matter what Lin Feng did, it would not surprise him. He knew he couldn't continue on this topic and directly changed the subject. "I detected a huge radiation signal from the shark. I believe it should be caused by other radiation sources." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes widened. It seems that this dissection work needs proper protective measures. "Yes." Jiang Qing stood up and said, "Chief Lin, let me participate." Lin Feng glanced at him, but Jiang Qing seriously said, "I can definitely help." Next was the dissection work. With a large number of biologists and scholars arriving to begin dissecting the shark, Lin Feng was prohibited from entering because Jiang Qing said he was worried that radiation issues would affect Lin Feng. "Look at you today." The bureau chief laughed heartily at the muscular guards outside. Lin Feng ignored him and asked, "How's the situation now? Don't you know?" The bureau chief was surprised, also realizing that Lin Feng must have been too busy to know about such a big event. "According to what you said, the FBI has thoroughly investigated their officials from top to bottom." The bureau chief laughed. "Now the U.S. is in chaos." "What else?" "Countries internationally are causing a ruckus, and the U.S. has no way to deal with them." The bureau chief said, "I think the AO organization collapsing is not impossible." Lin Feng pondered. The U.S. had made no moves, which was unlike their style. But India was causing a lot of trouble, saying we were disrupting order and provoking war. The bureau chief laughed at this. "And then?" "They said they wanted compensation." Lin Feng sneered at this. "Compensation? They didn't think about it when they caused trouble back then." Then, the leader from Zhou directly said, "If you really want to continue fighting, Huaxia is not afraid." The bureau chief laughed heartily as a result. Those Indians haven't even made a peep since then. 2 more days passed, and the dissection work on the shark had made progress. Jiang Qing had detected a massive radiation source in the shark's abdomen. If what academician Jiang said is true, this shark must have grown so large due to radiation influence. A very famous biologist standing beside Jiang Qing said, "But what's strange is that sharks shouldn't be able to withstand such radiation growth." He told Jiang Qing that he had studied sharks and their resistance to radiation was not strong. Perhaps this energy material is special. Jiang Qing thought for a moment and found it strange. If a living organism ingested radioactive nuclear material, it would likely lead to death. They operated the machines to dissect little by little. They were shocked when they saw what was inside. This huge shark contained a lot of metal, likely from ships, which had mostly corroded. Jiang Cheng broke into a sweat. If Lin Feng hadn't come to rescue them in time, they would probably have met the same fate. They had to start picking out the so-called super energy annihilation from this pile of debris, which was a difficult task. This work took a full 3 days and nights. Just as Jiang Cheng's eyes were starting to blur and he was preparing to take a break, he suddenly saw a small piece of black-blue crystalline stone lying quietly there. At that moment, the machine was beeping at a rapid pace. It can't be. Jiang Cheng swallowed hard. His intuition told him. This was it. The super energy material that Lin Feng had been searching for. Lin Feng had been kept isolated for several days, so he was completely unaware of the progress of the dissection. Occasionally, he would go out with the bureau chief to give talks and fool netizens. However, Lin Feng had been keeping an eye on the news from the U.S. He had also contacted by Yiling, and from what she said, the Listening Wind organization had gone completely silent, waiting for the storm to pass. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was on this day at dawn that Lin Feng finally saw the U.S. taking action. Smith Plang personally attended this press conference. This time, they invited global media to participate, including Huaxia. In light of Huaxia's previous espionage theft against us, we consider this an act of war. Therefore, from this moment on, I announce an upgrade against the AO organization. All countries that do not participate will be regarded as allies of Huaxia. On this blue planet, no neutral countries will be allowed anymore. Chapter 104 Unlock. Level 3 Mall. Lin Feng and the bureau chief sat there, both frowning upon hearing this statement. This time, it was not the rabbit that was anxious, but the eagle. Although the bureau chief was joking, his mood was not that pleasant. This was not a good sign. The United States was forcibly asking other countries to choose sides, which was very clear in meaning. As a result, a scene would emerge. Give and take. If you want others to participate, you must first give up some benefits. With the U.S. using controllable nuclear fusion and a financial system led by the U.S. dollar, along with their victory in the last bipolar struggle for dominance, they would definitely gain more supporters. However, if China wanted to achieve the same effect, it would have to pay a much greater price. This was not mere wild speculation. It was a real situation. Take India as an example. In the 1970s, India adopted a strategy of balancing between the former Soviet Union and the United States, gaining support from both sides. During that era, their economy developed rapidly. Not only them, but many countries also gained tremendous benefits from this. The rise of Japan and Germany back then was also inseparable from the bipolar competition. Nowadays, it is a fact that China's economy is in decline. Although people's livelihoods have improved, under such circumstances, it would be difficult for China to hold on. Disciple, what do you think? The bureau chief asked Lin Feng, who remained silent. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng ignored him. The bureau chief only saw Lin Feng's eyes shining, sitting there grinning. It was not that Lin Feng disrespected his superior, but the system had sounded. Ding. Searching for super energy. Annihilation completed. Ding. Mission. Danger. Danger. Danger has been fully completed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing all missions. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the qualification for the level 3 mall. Ding. Reward the host with a random mysterious blueprint. Finally here, Lin Feng was overjoyed. What? Finally here? The bureau chief frowned upon hearing this. Could it be that Lin Feng is a radical? A crazy warmonger? Lin Feng was still immersed in this exciting news. In Lin Feng's view, no matter what the U.S. did, as long as the level 3 mall was unlocked, it would not be a problem. The level 2 mall could ensure China's invincibility. The unlocking of the level 3 mall should allow China to set its sights beyond the blue planet, but rather, the deep sea, the starry sky, the mysteries of the universe. Lin Feng was extremely eager and prepared to check the level 3 mall when he heard the system beep. Ding. Unlocking the mall requires 1,880,000 points. Heartless. Lin Feng was furious. Playing this trick with the broken system? Although Lin Feng was angry, he could only comply. Then the system beeped again, and a lot of information flooded into his mind. Lin Feng swallowed hard. Is this the level 3 mall? Terrifying. Terrifying indeed. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with light until he was slapped awake. What are you doing? Lin Feng looked at the bureau chief in confusion. Although it wasn't a slap in the face, a slap on the hand was still painful. You're such a warmonger. Let me tell you, the bureau chief said in an educational tone, only to see Lin Feng already standing up. Where are you going? The bureau chief was angry, thinking about Lin Feng's lack of manners. I'm going to Westy Island then, Lin Feng said while walking. Into the capital? This is it. Jiang Cheng's eyes sparkled like a child. The fragment in front of them was the super energy material they wanted to find. Analyzed it? Lin Feng asked. It's impossible to be so quick. Jiang Cheng explained. The birth and application of nuclear materials is a long process. Lin Feng exhaled. He looked through the system and didn't see a proper way to handle annihilation. He thought for a moment and said, this thing will be left to you. No problem. Jiang Cheng also said excitedly. Just right, the controllable nuclear fusion project has been completed, and we have nothing to do. Lin Feng glanced at annihilation and asked, no one has been exposed to radiation, right? It's a bit mysterious. Jiang Cheng said, it does have radiation capabilities, but the shark's stomach effectively isolates this radiation source. So this time, no one has been exposed to radiation, and everything has been confirmed. What about the origin of a shark? Have the experts analyzed it? Lin Feng was also curious. Don't mention it. Those biologists are about to explode their heads. Jiang Cheng said. The last Professor Yang directly said, perhaps it doesn't belong to the theory of evolution. Lin Feng smiled. But thinking about it, such a huge shark is already an impossible event on the blue planet. After observing annihilation, Lin Feng prepared to leave. As expected, Zhou Quanmin called him, as the situation regarding the bipolar struggle was now chaotic. Previously, China and the U.S. were openly and secretly fighting. Now, with the U.S. tearing off the mask, it was a struggle between camps. However, before Lin Feng boarded the plane, a piece of news came that made him stop in his tracks. Discovered something new? Lin Feng was surprised. Yes, Jiang Cheng said to Lin Feng. The biologists found a special device from their heads and from their teeth. They found 3 English letters mechanically engraved. Were they? Lin Feng was curious. Jiang Cheng handed Lin Feng the picture, and the latter saw that the huge tooth was engraved with the 3 letters. KGD. Could this shark be man-made? Jiang Cheng said. What do the biologists say? They believe the possibility of it being man-made is low. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, the high probability is that this shark has undergone modification, and its genes have changed. By chance, it swallowed annihilation, leading to rapid growth in size. Of course, he could only say that this was all speculation. Lin Feng was astonished. Was this all too coincidental? He thought for a moment and said, put this shark into a sealed file, and no one is allowed to leak it, including the 3 letters KGD. Understood. Jiang Cheng nodded, watching Lin Feng board the plane. Before Lin Feng arrived, the capital was already in an uproar. There had already been 7 or 8 high-level meetings among experts and colleagues. Li Xiang and Li Xinzong also participated, but the elderly Li Xinzong was also indecisive. He was more hopeful about Li Xiang. Li Xiang had great ambitions. He hoped to take this opportunity to establish a Chinese alliance organization, then form a pattern of dividing the world with the U.S. In everyone's view, this was the most promising plan. Therefore, they were discussing more about how to minimize economic losses while establishing this alliance.